Chapter 101 Finally catching up with Douluo. The Sunset Forest is located more than a few hundred miles outside Tiandu Imperial City. It is an inaccessible place. The heavy miasma in it is enough to deter everyone. It didn't take long for Cheng Feng to see a graceful figure not far ahead. Although he didn't see the other person's face, Cheng Feng guessed that the other person was most likely Douluo. Without any hesitation, Cheng Feng lowered Shout Thunder Wings. The net moment Cheng Feng's figure immediately surpassed the figure he saw, and he slowly turned around. When he saw the outline of the other person's face, especially the bright purple hair on the other person's head under the moonlight, it was clear at a glance that this person was exactly that Douluo. At this time Douluo looked at a strange figure that suddenly appeared in the field. Seeing that the other person was wearing a pig face mask, he couldn't help but feel familiar. Then not long after he said, "You are the person I saw in Kuya Pavilion today. Who are you and why are you blocking my way?" Looking at Douluo's cold face, Cheng Feng couldn't help but think of some of the scenes he had seen in his previous dreams with a strange light shining in his eyes. However, when Cheng Feng looked like this, Douluo's eyes flashed with anger. "Who are you?" As soon as he finished speaking, he saw 3 soul rings rising from the solace of Douluo's feet. The 3 conspicuous soul rings, one yellow and one purple, were beating regularly. Seeing this, Cheng Feng came to his senses and understood that the other party was angry. In order to avoid long nights and many dreams, Cheng Feng thought of his net crucial plan. Douluo was a very crucial part, so without saying anything else he just shouted, "Raise Non." When Douluo saw Cheng Feng's sudden fluctuation in soul power, he shouted, "Phosphorus red poison, phosphorus blue poison." Phosphorus red poison is Douluo's first soul skill. This soul skill is a poison of excitement. Its effects are stimulating nerves, increasing attack power and speed by 20%. Phosphorus blue poison is Douluo's second soul skill. This soul skill is a paralyzing poison. Its effects are eliminate pain and increase defense by 30%. Looking at Douluo's body, which was like a spiritual snake rushing towards him quickly, a trace of surprise flashed in Cheng Feng's eyes. When Douluo saw the crackling raise non in Cheng Feng's hand, her expression changed. At this moment Douluo's third soul ring suddenly lit up in her eyes that originally looked green turned completely purple in an instant. Even the green scales on the snake's tail were covered with a layer of lavender light. The net moment Douluo opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of rich purple mist, which quickly spread in the air and surged towards Cheng Feng. Cheng Feng was aware of the situation in front of him and his expression became serious. He looked at the purple mist slowly approaching. Before the poisonous mist arrived, Cheng Feng smelled the disgusting fishy smell and his mind gradually became a little confused. Faint the net moment Cheng Feng's face suddenly changed and he shouted, "Thunder Wings!" Whoops! Cheng Feng immediately moved to the right side of Douluo. Looking at the purple mist at this time, it was like a barrier isolating himself from Douluo. Cheng Feng looked at Douluo, who looked a little relaxed at this time, and then regained his composure. Looking at the purple mist, Cheng Feng seemed to have thought of what a faint smile appeared on his face. "Why are you laughing? Although I don't know who you are, but now it seems that you can't do anything to me. Moreover, I have already conveyed the news to my grandfather. I am afraid that my grandfather will be here soon. By then I must make you look good." Looking at Douluo, looking at him with an unkind expression, Cheng Feng was shocked by what she said. However, in the net moment Cheng Feng quickly caught the panic in Douluo's eyes, which made Cheng Feng calm down instantly, thinking that he could not drag it out any longer and just in case Douluo needed to be dealt with as soon as possible. After thinking of this, Cheng Feng shouted, "Thunder escape possession!" Qui crack suddenly resounded all around. Douluo was suddenly startled and looked in Cheng Feng's direction in confusion. Looking at Cheng Feng's whole body being attached by blue lightning, the surrounding soul power fluctuated faintly, showing a very strong aura. Douluo immediately felt great pressure. At the same time, Douluo had a bad premonition in his heart. In Douluo's horrified eyes he saw Cheng Feng zheng like a blue thunderbolt penetrating directly through the barrier of purple mist. In an instant there was a poof sound which made Douluo's heart suddenly sink, and he thought, this is not good. How could Cheng Feng let go of such a good opportunity? He came straight behind Douluo and struck Douluo hard on the neck, causing Douluo to faint with a cry of pain. Looking at Douluo, who was lying on the ground in an S shape, Cheng Feng took out a piece of black clothing from the ring soul guide and put it on Douluo. At the same time he pulled out a piece of cloth and tied Douluo's head. Ziffer wrapped it up, then took out another pig face mask from the ring soul guide and put it on Douluo. After doing this, Cheng Feng's eyes looked into the depths of the sunset forest and he couldn't help but think thoughtfully, thinking, just wait, it won't make it any longer, soon all the fairy grass there will be mine. After retracting his gaze, Cheng Feng immediately carried Douluo behind him and stepped into Tiandu city under the cover of night. Not long after, Cheng Feng rented a very remote large house in the suburbs of Tiandu. Tiandu city. Because he paid a lot of money, the landlord was very efficient. It didn't take long for him to clear out an empty house. Since the lease period was 1 year, in the year I paid the full amount in one lump sum. The landlord didn't ask a single unnecessary question and left here satisfied. The location of this house is very remote net to a group of low buildings, and it is not conspicuous. At this time there was silence all around. Moreover, one of the biggest advantages of choosing a house here is that it is relatively close to the gate of Tiandu city, which makes it convenient to leave the city quickly in case of special circumstances. Thinking of this, Cheng Feng closed the door of the house, then looked around the room and then tied Duguyan to a large wooden pillar in the room. The thick hemp rope was found from the room. At the same time, Cheng Feng pulled out a piece of cloth from the ring. Soul Guide took off the pig face mask on Duguyan's face and stuffed the cloth directly into Duguyan's mouth. In order to ensure that Duguyan had no chance of escaping, Cheng Feng also found some other hemp ropes, tapes and even some gauze. Looking at these things, Cheng Feng looked at Duguyan with a strange light shining in his eyes. The corners of his mouth curved lightly. Soon after a lot of work, Cheng Feng felt very satisfied when he looked at Duguyan again. At this time Duguyan was like a mummy wrapped into a rice dumpling. His whole body was wrapped tightly and his hands and feet were all tied tightly. His mouth was sealed with tape and he looked at seeing his masterpiece in front of him. Cheng Feng quickly thought of the net layout. Now that Duguyan is in his hands, it's time to start the net plan. Moreover, this plan is better to be carried out tonight. If it comes to the later days, it may be full of many variables. Thinking of this, Cheng Feng closed the door and locked it specially. After that, Cheng Feng headed towards the Star Hotel. This trip was to persuade Luo Jinbei to implement the net plan. When Cheng Feng came to room 367 of Fanning Hotel, Luo Jinbei and Lu Yuanping were chatting. It seemed that they were getting along well. Seeing Cheng Feng suddenly appearing, Lu Yuanping tensed up. He looked at Cheng Feng. A trace of fear flashed in his eyes and huddled behind Luo Jinbei. This time Cheng Feng did not hesitate too much and immediately appeared in front of Lu Yuanping. Behind him he slashed Lu Yuanping's neck and sent him to Sanhui Dukzhou. Luo Jinbei looked at Cheng Feng doing this, feeling surprised in his eyes. Looking at you like this, do you have something important to tell me? Cheng Feng nodded heavily. Net, I need you to help me do something. I can only rest assured if you do this. Luo Jinbei glanced at Cheng Feng. Listen to what you said. My weight in your heart is still very important. Tell me, what is there that you Luo Saifu can't solve? I need you to help me transport a person to Shrek Academy. Of course you only need to transport him to Soto City. After that you can hire someone to send this person to Shrek Academy. Who is the other party? Why send her to Shrek Academy? Cheng Feng did not answer but remained silent. Then he glanced at Luo Jinbei and said, before I tell you, I want you to understand the importance of this matter. You are involved in this matter. Be sure not to let others know that you were involved in this matter. Afterwards you will need to destroy the body and eliminate traces. In other words, in addition to hiring someone to send the person I mentioned before to Shrek Academy, you will also need to hire a killer. Kill the person you hired. It is recommended that the person you hire has bad behavior. Even if you kill him, you will not show mercy. Finally, you must return to Wenlin village in a secretive way and do not pose any trace of Wenlin village. If there is even the slightest mistake, not only my life but also that of Cheng Feng and everyone in Wenlin village's heavenly court will be in danger. When Luo Jinbei heard this, his presence was very shocked and his presence kept changing. Then he sighed heavily. I will do this. The location of Wenlin village before I leave Tiandu. You can draw a picture for me. Okay. Mo Weiner is in Shrek Academy. I learned something about you from Cheng Feng. You can handle this matter yourself. Also don't blame me for not reminding you that there is something wrong with Mo Weiner. From Cheng Feng, in the midst of the storm I learned that Mo Weiner had been seriously injured once and she was a completely different person than she was before. I spent some time in Shrek Academy and learned that she might not be her anymore. What did you say? Wonder she just lost her memory. Seeing Luo Jinbei's excited presence and anger flashing in his eyes, Cheng Feng glanced at him lightly. Do you know where Cheng Feng really went? For your safety he went to investigate Mo Weiner. As a result he arrived. There is no news now and I am worried that Cheng Feng may have encountered some difficulties. What you said? Brother Feng went to investigate Weiner and there is no news about him now. What about Brother Feng? Having said this, Luo Jinbei calmed down quickly. I will investigate this matter carefully. By the way, from your tone it seems that Brother Feng is safe now. Cheng Feng raised his head, looked out the window at the dark night sky and sighed. Because of some accident, Cheng Feng's and my lives are tied together. If I die he will die and if he dies I will die. Then die. Suddenly hearing such news, Luo Jinbei's brain went blank as if there was a bang. He never expected that my brother Feng would be tied to the life of another person. Although I don't know what accident happened, it is not difficult to guess that Brother Feng may have encountered a great dilemma. Moreover, the fact that Luo Saifu was invited to join Tianting by brother Feng probably had this consideration in mind. It is estimated that Luo Saifu himself also joined Tianting because of this. In an instant many thoughts emerged in Luo Jinbeo's mind. Looking at Luo Jinbeo, who was deep in thought, Chang Feng continued, I came to Tiandu to implement this plan, and I have already discussed it with Chang Feng. So if it is because of you that I go to Shrek Academy to visit Mo Weiner, if you oppose yourself, it will affect the entire plan and affect the whole body. At that time not only you but also me, Chang Feng, and everyone in the heaven will die. So you can't bet Jinbeo I am like this. Say, can you understand? Also after this incident I will help you investigate Mo Weiner in the future. Looking at Chang Feng, who had taken off his mask at this time, the other person's serious face was deeply imprinted in Luo Jinbeo's heart. Luo Jinbeo clenched his fist, looked at Chang Feng with an extremely serious presence and said, Rosford, I am right. God swears I will strictly implement the plan. I will never oppose myself. I will never visit Mo Weiner, and I will never implicate brother Feng and the others. Seeing Luo Jinbeo's appearance at this time, Chang Feng was completely relieved. He looked at Luo Jinbeo with an touched Jinbeo, then I will take Lu Yuanping with me later. You can follow me later. I will take you to a place and then take her with me to leave Tiandu city at night. Remember, before we leave we have to have a conversation in front of Duguyan, who is awake. Remember to call me Tang San. The role is to play a friend of mine. Remember to wear a mask and adapt to the situation when the time comes. Luo Jinbeo didn't ask any more questions, just nodded okay. Chang Feng followed suit and put a green shirt on. Lu Yuanping wrapped Lu Yuanping's face with a cloth, then carried Lu Yuanping on his back, glanced at Luo Jinbeo, left the Stars Hotel and walked towards the room he rented before. Go. Luo Jinbeo follows closely. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 102 Skynet. Not long after Chang Feng and others arrived at the previously rented house. At Chang Feng's signal, Luo Jinbeo and Chang Feng put on masks together. Then he unlocked the door and opened the door. What he saw was that Duguyan was staring at Chang Feng and his group with his eyebrows raised one by one. Chang Feng turned a blind eye, looked at Luo Jinbeo and said in a deep voice, Duguyan, she is very special. As the best experimental subject for me to study poison, maybe with the help of her I can reach a higher level in playing with poison. By then the title of Tang San, the poison god, will definitely spread throughout the Douluo continent. When Luo Jinbeo heard this, he understood in his heart and said, Tang San, isn't the title of poison god a little too arrogant? When Duguyan heard this, he looked at Chang Feng wearing the pig face mask as if a blazing fire was burning and thought to himself, this damn Tang San is actually him. Haha, no, I'm not arrogant at all. Mubai, if you stop shopping and know more about Gulen, you will understand that I deserve the title of poison god. I am the best in the world. The poisonous fairy grass snow-colored swan kiss can kill, titled Douluo with poison. Who else in this world can compare to me in terms of playing poison? Luo Jinbeo couldn't help but grimace after listening to Chang Feng's words, especially the name Mubai he gave himself. He was very familiar with Dai Mubai's romantic affairs, especially the ballad that spreads all over Tiandu. Sometimes when he has nothing to do he will hum a few lines. Fortunately, through the mask, Chang Feng did not see Luo Jinbeo's presence at this time. Without thinking for a long time, Luo Jinbeo immediately said, it turned out to be a snow-colored swan kiss. If it is it can indeed poison the titled Douluo. Speaking of this, Luo Jinbeo suddenly remembered that when his brother Feng once spread some knowledge to him, he mentioned that snow swan kiss was extremely to icy, and it was not an exaggeration to say that it was the most poisonous fairy grass in the world. When Duguyan heard this, she couldn't move, but she was suddenly stunned. Snow-colored swan kiss, what on earth is this? If as they said it was true, wouldn't it be very dangerous if Grandpa accidentally got contaminated by it poison? No, it won't happen. Grandpa is so powerful, but when it comes to anything, just be afraid of the unpected. What if there is an accident then? Thinking of this, Duguyan's face turned pale. Mubai, no more gossip. In order to invite you here today, I changed into my favorite blue clothes. This time I asked you to come here because I want you to do me a favor. Take Duguyan to Shrek Academy and give it to my teacher master. Let him keep it for a while and I will return to Soto City after I settle the matter with Tiandu. Tang San, the master you are talking about cannot be the legendary master Yu Xiaogang, right? I heard that he claims to be theoretically invincible. Is this true? Haha, of course it is true. As the saying goes, once a teacher always a father. Under the guidance of my teacher, when it comes to martial arts knowledge, few people in this world can match me. I didn't expect, Tang San, that you would become a disciple of the master. However, I heard that the master is a waste, isn't he? At this time, although Luo Jinbeo was surprised that Feng Ji's enemy Tang San actually worshipped the master, he was still very curious about the reason. Mubai, this sentence net this time I hope not to hear it any more. My teacher will never allow others to insult insult you. Teacher, in my opinion he is very wise, especially in terms of martial art. Luo Jinbeo's eyes were somewhat relieved at this time and the questions in his heart seemed to have been answered. Then Luo Jinbeo continued, Tang San, should I take her away now? Having said this, Luo Jinbeo pointed at Duguyan, looked at Cheng Feng and waited for Cheng Feng's response. Cheng Feng glanced at Duguyan, not caring about her ugly presence, and said, well, do you think I should knock Duguyan unconscious and let you take her away, or should I slash her face and let you take her away? Cheng Feng's word filled Luo Jinbeo's face with shock. He looked at Cheng Feng, but there was some uncertainty in my heart whether what Rothford said was serious or a joke. When Duguyan heard this, her heart tightened, thinking that if her face was slashed by Tang San, she couldn't imagine what her future life would be like, and she didn't know if she would have the courage to face it all, especially what would Tian Heng think about his disfigured self and whether he would abandon him. The more he thought about it, the more confused Duguyan became and his face became paler. Looking at Cheng Feng, a trace of resentment and fear flashed in his eyes. Nerves are frayed. Forget it, I'll just knock her out later. To avoid scratching her face, it will be difficult if you get poisoned by her blood. At this moment when Cheng Feng said these words, Duguyan's tense presence was somewhat relieved and Luo Jinbeo couldn't help but breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Then move faster. Luo Jinbeo's words made Duguyan look at him. Looking at Luo Jinbeo, Duguyan thought to himself, this person named Mu Bai could be the romantic young master Dai Mu Bai who has been rumored in Tiandu recently, the most heartless man in the world. Thinking of this, Duguyan looked in the direction of Luo Jinbeo and frowned subconsciously with disgust in his eyes without any concealment. Cheng Feng walked directly toward Duguyan and said, Duguyan, if I knock you out and then hand it over to Mu Bai, do you think Mu Bai will be very satisfied with you? When Duguyan was angry and pale, Cheng Feng slashed Duguyan's neck with his right hand, causing Duguyan's eyes to stop for a while and dream back to Duke Zhou. Then Cheng Feng put Lu Yuanping on his back on the bed, then looked at Luo Jinbeo and took off his mask. Duguyan, I'll leave it to you. Tonight you go to Soto City. Remember, for 3 days bring Duguyan to Soto City and then hire someone to take him to the entrance of Shrek Academy. Not too early, not too late. Luo Jinbeo nodded solemnly. I understand. You should also be more careful. Wait for me for a while and I will draw you the map of Wenlin village. Shua shua. In less than a cup of tea, Cheng Feng drew the map of Wenlin village, handed it to Luo Jinbeo and patted him on the shoulder. I'll leave all the people in heaven to you. That's right. Well, the Moonlight Restaurant is the entrance of our heavenly court. The owner of the town hall is Shi Luki. At present the People's Hall is mainly responsible for gathering information. After you meet with Shi Luki you can reorganize and investigate. There is a separate hall for intelligence called Tianwang, and you, Luo Jinbeo, will be the leader of Tianwang Hall. I am writing a letter to you. I believe that Shi Luki will cooperate with you well after seeing it. Shua shua. After a cup of tea, Cheng Feng wrote a letter and handed it to Luo Jinbeo. After untying Duguyan from the pillar, Cheng Feng supported Duguyan's body in time, but Duguyan's hands and feet were still not untied. Luo Jinbeo took Duguyan from Cheng Feng and said, I will find a carriage on the road and then act as planned. Well, please be careful and take care. Luo Jinbeo nodded and was about to leave when Cheng Feng suddenly said, say hello to those little guys in Wenlin village for me, and also say hello to the madam. In addition, be more careful on the road, especially the Zhang family, and pay attention to hidden whereabouts. Luo Jinbeo nodded and glanced at Duguyan. He found that Duguyan only showed a pair of green eyes and the rest was tightly wrapped in gauze. There was still a ball of cloth stuffed in his mouth, so he pulled out a piece of cloth from his body. He tied it on Duguyan's face and blocked his mouth stuffed with cloth. Then he carried Duguyan on his back, raised his hands and headed into the dark night. Looking at Luo Jinbeo's leaving figure, Cheng Feng looked at Lu Yuanping with a trace of hesitation in his eyes. However, considering safety as the most important thing, Lu Yuanping was lucky enough to enjoy the same treatment as Duguyan was tied to the pillar at the NET moment. The reason for doing this is because I will go to the palace at noon tomorrow to help Shui Qinghe handle government affairs. During that time, in order to prevent accidents, Lu Yuanping must be knocked unconscious before going to the palace. As for myself, whether he would be awake before coming back was not something Cheng Feng considered. Seeing Lu Yuanping tied up like a white mummy with a thick ball of cloth stuffed in his mouth and his whole body tied tightly, Cheng Feng, the corners of his mouth curved lightly. It was night. Cheng Feng meditated on soul power. After meditating all night, Cheng Feng unexpectedly discovered that his soul power level had reached level 35 the NET morning, which made Cheng Feng look happy. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 103, Obtaining the Vasi Universe cover. After Cheng Feng put on the mask, he saw that Lu Yuanping was still sleeping, so he sat in front of the bed with his hands folded, reviewing the entire plan in his mind, checking for any omissions lack. Afterwards, Cheng Feng saw that Lu Yuanping was awake, so he took out out some dry food from the soul guide ring, pulled out the ball of cloth from Lu Yuanping's mouth and forced the dry food into Lu Yuanping's mouth without waiting for him to speak, regardless of how ugly Lu Yuanping was. Angry face. After repeating this 3 times, Cheng Feng quickly blocked Lu Yuanping with the cloth ball, not giving Lu Yuanping a chance to speak. From Lu Yuanping's angry look, Cheng Feng knew that the words spoken by the other party were definitely not good. In order to keep his ears quiet, he had to resort to this strategy. Standing in front of the window, Cheng Feng walked from one corner to the other. Looking at the red sunrise in the east, he couldn't help but be lost in thought. At this time, Cheng Feng remembered some scenes he had seen in that dream before, which seemed to be scenes from the future. From those pictures, Cheng Feng could roughly deduce a few points. First, Douluo Yan and himself in the painting have a close relationship, which is by no means an ordinary relationship. Secondly, Qian Ren Yui is not clearly involved with herself. Third, the self in the picture is just the soul king, but he is a bit too strong. Fourth, in the picture he promotes heaven and has a profound foundation. But is the myself in the picture really myself? For some reason, Cheng Feng was full of doubts and didn't want to believe that the person in the picture was himself. In my heart there is only Xiao Wu and there can never be anyone else, so those pictures can never be true. However, the process of exploring the principles of God-given soul rings in those pictures is worth trying and studying on your own. However, Cheng Feng was at a loss as to how to start research. At this time, Cheng Feng remembered the shadow of Uncle Snake in his mind and thought to himself, it seems that more experiments are needed. However, this experiment requires experimental materials, and the best experimental materials are soul bees. Thinking of this, Cheng Feng stopped thinking about it. Suddenly, Cheng Feng thought of the far north. Maybe in the future he would have the opportunity to go there and conduct some research and experiments in the far north. House Xiao Wu would not have many soul bees there. Care. After suppressing these thoughts, Cheng Feng also remembered in his mind that when he saw the field he had used in the picture before, he couldn't help but feel hot in his eyes. He thought to himself he didn't know when he had the ability to do so. After getting rid of these distracting thoughts, Cheng Feng meditated for a few more hours. Seeing that noon was approaching, he fed Lu Yuanping some dry food, stuffed the cloth ball into his mouth again, and then knocked him unconscious. Then he locked Hao Men, took off his mask and headed towards Tiandu Imperial City. When I thought about going to the palace, I couldn't help but think of the last time I embarrassingly disguised myself as a woman and narrowly escaped from the palace. Fortunately, this time we can enter the palace openly. However, not long after Cheng Feng walked onto the street, he was met by a group of mighty soldiers. Behind the soldiers was a luxurious carriage. The leader was a young man wearing silver-white armor. His strong figure was like a pine tree. At a glance, there is no doubt that the young man in front of him is an excellent soldier. He has the unique temperament of a soldier, solemn and cold, calm and restrained. With his masculine face, he looks very heroic. I saw that this young man immediately unfolded the scroll in his hand, took a look, then put away the scroll, looked at Cheng Feng, bowed and said, "See you, your excellency. I have come to pick up your majesty on the orders of His Highness the Crown Prince." Then the young man was seen looking behind him. The moment the group of soldiers got out of the way, leaving a road open, and in front of it was a luxurious carriage. Looking at this luxurious carriage, it has golden lacquered bead curtains and a gorgeous canopy. Every material used in the carriage is precious. Even the 4 horses pulling the carriage look very handsome. "General, you don't need to be polite." Cheng Feng helped the young man up and said with a smile, "I didn't expect that. Your Highness, you are so considerate. It is really unexpected." "Sir, His Highness the Crown Prince has always been gentle, elegant, graceful and full of kindness. His subordinates also respect His Highness the Crown Prince very much. Therefore it is a blessing for us imperial soldiers to work under His Highness the Crown Prince." "Your Majesty, Your Highness the Crown Prince is so kind. It's only a matter of time that you take it seriously, and it's only a matter of time. Sir, please get on the carriage." Cheng Feng glanced at the young soldier, "Then let me borrow the general's good word." Then Cheng Feng boarded the luxurious carriage in full view of everyone. As soon as he entered the carriage, Cheng Feng was amazed by the decoration inside. There was a cave inside, just like a luxurious single room. Sitting on the soft bed in the carriage, Cheng Feng heard from outside, "Let's go." Looking out through the bead curtain, Cheng Feng saw the white horses pulling the cart, snorting happily and tapping their hooves briskly on the bluestone pavement. The long streets were met with the smell of chrysanthemums and orchids, which was refreshing. The sounds of shouts from all around reached Cheng Feng's ears from all directions. Not long after, the carriage made by Cheng Feng successfully passed the inspection at the palace gate of the imperial city, and after many twists and turns it arrived at a magnificent palace. When they arrived at the gate of the palace, "Sir, the residence of His Royal Highness has arrived. Please get off the carriage." Cheng Feng walked out of the carriage and looked at the palace. After a while, what caught Cheng Feng's eyes was an elegant and confident young man with a faint smile on his face. "Brother Luo, I can finally take care of you. It's really waiting for for me King He. Saying that Shue King He walked quickly towards he looked at Chang Feng in front of him. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes and he thought to himself, I didn't expect that this Luo Saifu could reach the 35th level so quickly. A 12-year-old soul master, this kind of cultivation speed is extremely amazing. Got it. Chang Feng smiled faintly. Lao Shui, you are so polite. You sent someone to pick me up. I was so moved. Lao Shui, don't look at me like that. You also know that I don't need to shed tears. Onion can't cry. My tears have dried up long ago on the road. I don't think you will mind this. Lao Shui. Hearing Chang Feng's words, the young soldier standing nearby was extremely surprised. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead and he thought to himself, doesn't the gentleman in front of him know that speaking like this will offend His Highness the Crown Prince? However, the net moment Shue King He's words stunned the young soldier. Brother Luo, you really know how to joke. King He didn't see any tears in your eyes. Instead he saw a lot of smiles. Congratulations to Brother Luo. Unexpectedly, just one day later, Brother Luo's soul power cultivation. King He is really impressed by the growth. Haha. Lao Shui, you are really discerning. You are worthy of being the crown prince of the Tiandu Empire. You are just different and observant. The general who sent Brother Luo here is called Wei Xiaofeng. If Brother Luo needs anything from now on, just ask him to do it. Shue King He kept a faint smile on his face and the corners of his eyes couldn't help but twitch. This is Lao Yui. General Wei. He is young and promising at first glance. He will definitely become the Grand Marshal of the Empire in the future. In the future there will be General Lao Wei. His Royal Highness the General has given you your order. Your Majesty, what you have said is a disservice to the General. Please take care of me in the future. Your Highness, Your Majesty, I still have some military matters to deal with, so I won't disturb Your Highness and your conversation. My subordinates resign. Chang Feng smiled and nodded, looking at Wei Xiaofeng, who knelt down on one knee and then quickly turned away. He sighed. Our Tiandu Empire is really full of talent. I think Lao Shui, you have such subordinates you can sit back and relax. After hearing this, Shue King He looked around without comment and said, this is not the place for conversation. Brother Luo, please follow me inside to discuss matters. Chang Feng, led by Shue King He, came to the palace. After going around and around, he came to a study room filled with fragrance. After closing the door, Shue King He slowly turned around, looked at Chang Feng and said with a smile, Brother Luo, I think before we talk about things we should give the cover of the vase to Brother Luo first. When Chang Feng looked at the blue triangle that suddenly appeared in Shue King He's hand, he was very excited, but he kept a faint smile on his face. Brother Luo, this is the treasure of the Tiandu Empire, the Vasi Universe Shield. I hope that Brother Luo will help King He more in the future. At this time, Chang Feng did not hesitate too much and thought about taking the Vasi Universe Shield in his hand immediately. As for whether he should keep the verbal promise or not, that is another matter. After all, it was Luo Saifu who promised Shue King He. It's not called Chang Feng. After thinking about this, Chang Feng smiled and said, Old Shue, you are so ignorant. If I don't help you, who will I help? Anyone with a discerning eye can see that you, Old Shue, are His Highness the Crown Prince of the Tiandu Empire, the net Emperor of the Tiandu Empire. If I don't help you, isn't it because your brain is rusty? When Shue King He heard Chang Feng's words, his eyes filled with smiles. Brother Luo, please keep this Vasi cosmic shield. In addition, I have requested a decree from my father for you, Brother Luo, to confer the title of Earl to Brother Luo. The title? My father also agreed. However, my father asked me to meet Brother Luo first. I wonder what Brother Luo wants. Chang Feng's expression changed when he heard Shue King He's word. Obtaining the title of Earl was a good opportunity to secretly develop the power of heaven. Since there was such a good thing, how could he refuse it? However, Chang Feng also knew that Shue King He might have done a lot for this Earl title. In an instant, Chang Feng put away the distracting thoughts in his heart, took the Vasi Universe cover, put it in his arms, then looked at Shue King He and said with a smile, this matter is easy to talk about. In addition, thank you, Lao Shui. Since Brother Luo has agreed, let's deal with the government affairs. Net. Just in time, Brother Luo, I have a few questions and I want to ask Brother Luo for some countermeasures. Hearing Shue King He's words, for some reason, and seeing the faint smile on Shue King He's face, Chang Feng's eyes twitched and his heart twitched. He thought to himself, I hope he doesn't ask too deeply, otherwise the secret will be exposed and I'm afraid he won't be able to do it so as to get out of the palace. The net moment, Chang Feng nodded heavily under Shue King He's gaze. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 104, Pushing the Grace Order. Brother Luo, do you have any good remedies for the current situation in the Tiandu Empire? Shue King He's eyes were fixed on Chang Feng with a serious look on his face. At this time, Chang Feng was sitting on pins and needles, lowering his eyebrows and thinking for a while. The memory related to the past life in his mind was a bit confusing. The memory was like a mine with many treasures hidden in it waiting to be excavated. Chang Feng thought to himself that a good tool is crucial when digging. Originally, Originally if Xue Qinghe looked more relaxed, the mining tools should be better. Now what he got is a rusty digging shovel. No matter how he digs, can't dig it out. Time passed slowly. Cold sweat accumulated on Chang Feng's forehead and his brows furrowed into a frown. Xue Qinghe looked at this scene, a hint of gloom rising in his heart, and his face was full of solemnity. Brother Luo, regarding the current situation of the Tiandu Empire, is it serious? Chang Feng did not answer immediately but walked from this corner to the other corner, looking in the direction of the door from the corner of his eyes from time to time, mentally calculating the distance between his current position and the door. Suddenly Chang Feng's body froze and he glanced fearfully toward the southeast shadow from the corner of his eye. I gave up the unrealistic idea to avoid being hammered to death. Then I had to face the problem raised by Xue Qinghe. Regarding this issue, Chang Feng just wants to push Tai Chi, and even if there is a good method he can't really say it. What if Xue Qinghe really adopt his own method? Then what will happen to his heaven? Manage? After thinking for a while, Chang Feng decided to present the famous conspiracy from his previous life. Old Xue, right now looking at the history of the Tiandu Empire, what is the most serious problem up to now? After hearing this, Xue Qinghe immediately fell into thinking. While Xue Qinghe was thinking, Chang Feng looked at the exquisitely carved and pensive tea sets on the table. Then he realized that his lips were a little dry, so he directly picked up the teapot and poured it on one of the cups. The sound of snoring was like tapping on a cup, sitting in the hearts of two people. The net moment Chang Feng put down the teapot, picked up the teacup and drank it all in one gulp. Xue Qinghe just happened to withdraw from his thoughts and saw this scene. Seeing the teacup in Chang Feng's hand, his heart couldn't help but ripples and his ears turned a little red. When Chang Feng turned his eyes, Xue Qinghe's face quickly recovered and became dull again. Brother Luo, Qinghe has already thought of the answer. Chang Feng's hand holding the teacup stopped and he gently put down the teacup. He looked at Xue Qinghe's elegant face and said with a faint smile, "Old Xue, you are really smart as I have seen in my life. Fortunately, Mr. Snow, you are not an enemy, otherwise I would have to be on guard every day." Xue Qinghe smiled faintly. Brother Luo, let's not say any more about these kind words. Let's continue with the previous topic. In Qinghe's view, the most serious problem in the history of the Tiandu Empire from its establishment to the present is if the aristocratic class in Dou today is too large, just like the serious illness of Tiandu Empire, which is not conducive to the future development of Tiandu Empire. Crack. Chang Feng clapped his hands, gave a thumbs up to Xue Qinghe and said with a smile, "Old Xue, you are like this, you are really amazing." Brother Luo's words really offended Qinghe. I think that Brother Luo's eyes are so sharp that he may have seen all this clearly. Qinghe is just doing tricks in front of Brother Luo, not worth mentioning. Chang Feng shrugged, non-committal. By the way, Lao Xue, have you ever heard of Tang San? Xue Qinghe frowned subconsciously, his eyes full of disgust as if he was unwilling to talk about Tang San. Chang Feng's eyes were stunned and doubt filled his heart. Seeing the confusion in Chang Feng's eyes, Xue Qinghe explained very considerately, Tang San since the first day he appeared in Tiandu has been a romantic person just like Xue Beng. Early this morning he received the news is that the two of them stayed together last night and made a lot of jokes, which is disgusting. Moreover, Tang San also thinks of himself very highly, calling himself the god of poison, and he is frivolous and arrogant. Watching Xue Qinghe become more and more excited as she talked, there is not a little anger in his eyes. This time Chang Feng's attention was attracted and at the same time a trace of curiosity arose in his heart. Well, Qinghe lost his temper, mainly because last night Xue Beng and Tang San stayed at Mingfeng Tower. I hate that Tang San got drunk and insulted me. There are rumors that Qinghe likes men, so Qinghe is so excited. Hearing this, Chang Feng couldn't help but secretly thought, beautiful. This Lu Ruzi is really a talent. However, this Lu Ruzi will not be assassinated by Xue Qinghe because of this, right? The net moment Chang Feng pretended to be angry. Lao Xue, you like men? How is this possible? Having said this, Chang Feng's body pretended to take a few steps back quickly and his eyes showed just the right amount of caution. Seeing this, Xue Qinghe's head was covered with black lines and he gritted his teeth. Brother Luo, are you angry at Qinghe? Seeing the flash of anger in Xue Qinghe's eyes, Chang Feng immediately stepped forward and showed a faint smile. Old Xue, don't mind, it was just a joke. Then Tang San treated you like this, why didn't you? Having said this, Chang Feng made a motion of cutting his neck and looked at the swelling river. The pure will be pure by themselves and the foul will be foul by themselves. What is my identity and what is his identity? If he is really killed, tell me who is everyone's first suspect? Not only can I not kill him, but I also want to protect him. Otherwise, if Tang San really dies, my position as the crown prince will be unstable and people's hearts will wander, which will only cause more trouble. Chang Feng breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. It would be a shame if Lu Ruzi died because of this. Fortunately, this did not happen. Brother Luo, you haven't told me yet, how should the current situation in Tiandu be changed? Chang Feng looked at Xue Qinghe's half-smiling eyes and at the glass chandelier chandelier above his head tend the favor order. Ting an order of grace. Brother Luo, can you elaborate on what this means? Facing Xue Qinghe, who had such a strong thirst for knowledge, and looking at the expectation in his eyes, Cheng Feng smiled and said, Old Xue, listen to me tell you a story first. Once upon a time there was a rich man who lived in the kingdom of Eden. He had many at the same time. He had 3 sons. However, as time passed, the rich man's health became worse and worse, and he was about to reach the end of his life. However, the rich man not only liked his eldest son but also his second and third sons. Worryingly, there is a law in the kingdom of Dion: any property in the family can only be inherited by the eldest son and no one else can inherit it. Those who violate it will die. Lao Xue, tell me, what will this rich man do in the end? Xue Qinghe's eyes were thoughtful. He was silent and then he said, Brother Luo, when you say this I seem to understand a little bit. Brother Luo's grace order was made for this kind of situation. Brother Luo, just now the old rich man's greatest wish is probably to divide his property into 3 parts because he loves his son equally. Cheng Feng nodded. Old Xue, think carefully about the deeper benefits of this grace order. Xue Qinghe nodded gently, frowning and thinking deeply about the meaning. Not long after, Xue Qinghe's eyes shone with light and then he looked at Cheng Feng in horror. Brother Luo, your wisdom is beyond Qinghe's reach. Once this grace order is issued, it will not only eliminate the chronic diseases of the large aristocratic class but also win the praise of benevolent government. It is really high. Seeing that Xue Qinghe across the way only saw the benefits of pushing the grace order, Cheng Feng suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Cheng Feng thought to himself, maybe Xue Qinghe felt that he had the ability to settle all this. However, it was undeniable that if this grace order was really implemented in the future, the Tiandu Empire royal family would definitely offend most of the aristocrat. In Douluo continent, Cheng Feng couldn't imagine how chaotic the Tiandu Empire would be in this kind of world. However, all this is in the interest of heaven, and heaven can take advantage of the opportunity to rise and grow. Thinking of this, Cheng Feng smiled brightly and the corners of his mouth curved lightly. Looking at Xue Qinghe, the smile on his face was full of weirdness. However, the net moment Cheng Feng's face looked a little ugly. Brother Luo, you are such a talented person. If you don't fully use it for me, Qinghe will really feel a little worried. As soon as he finished speaking, a body like a black shadow appeared behind Cheng Feng. A black shadow using the light wrapped around Cheng Feng's body like a rope, making Cheng Feng's body suddenly stiff and unable to move at all. At this time, Cheng Feng quickly analyzed the situation in the field. His face was so gloomy that it could drip water. He looked at Xue Qinghe, who had a faint smile on his face at this moment with sharp eyes. What does this mean? Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 105. Xue Qinghe, I always feel like I've seen you somewhere. It's not interesting. I didn't expect Brother Luo to be so intolerant of making jokes. It seems that Qinghe was the one who made the joke. However, Qinghe remembers that it was Brother Luo who made the joke first, so we can be considered even. Speaking of this, Xue Qinghe looked behind Cheng Feng, waved his hand and made a swipe sound. After Cheng Feng's body relaxed and he could move, Cheng Feng turned his head and found that the guy who had just attacked him had moved again. It disappeared and I couldn't help but feel a shiver in my heart. Under the eaves, Cheng Feng took a deep breath and said with a smile, Lao Xue, the people under your command are really elusive. If it weren't for you, Lao Xue, there are so many of them, I'm afraid my little life would have been lost long ago. Brother Luo is worrying too much. Qinghe will have to rely on Brother Luo's wisdom in the future. How could he really take action against Brother Luo? Looking at the elegant smile on Xue Qinghe's face at this time, Cheng Feng couldn't tell whether the words were true or false, so he nodded with a smile and dismissed the matter. However, Cheng Feng secretly remembered this matter and thought that he would retaliate in the future. Brother Luo, I wonder what's going on with the establishment of the second team of the Royal Do team. If there is any need, just ask Qinghe and Qinghe will do his best to facilitate this matter. This matter is not urgent. I have my own thought. However, Lao Xue, I do have one thing that I need your help with. Brother Luo, please tell me. I remember that your Highness Xue Qinghe is of the right age. Why don't you let His Highness Xue Qinghe become a member of the second team of the Royal Fighter team? However, old Xue, you have to tell His Highness Xue Qinghe that in the second team of the Royal Fighter team I have the final say in everything. After hearing this, Xue Qinghe's eyes flashed with surprise. Why do you want Xue Qinghe to join the second team of the Imperial Fighting team? You know she doesn't like fighting very much. Otherwise, Brother Luo, think about it carefully. Hearing this, Cheng Feng's eyes lit up and he thought to himself, I've been waiting for your word. If that's the case, then I will go to Tiandu Royal Academy to make a selection in person. For this I need you to say hello there in advance. Lao Xue, what do you think? Lao Xue? Xue Qinghe did not hesitate this time and nodded directly. Lao Xue, look, I've been here for so long, so much time has passed in the blink of an eye. Otherwise I would leave first and not disturb you, Lao Xue, from handling government affairs. Brother Luo, it's almost lunchtime in Qinghe. How about you stay here and have a meal together before leaving? Unable to resist Xue Qinghe's kindness, Chang Feng had no choice but to nod. But at this moment a guard guarding the gate broke and knelt down on one knee, looked at Swecking River with great respect in his eyes and said loudly, Your Highness, Xue Ke is here. Hearing this, Xue Qinghe had a helpless smile on his face. Okay, I understand, let Xue Ke come in. Yes, I humbly obey my orders. Looking at the figure of the gatekeeper bowing and retreating, Chang Feng glanced at Xue Qinghe. Old Xue, do you think I am still suitable to stay here at the moment? Xue Qinghe's Zion froze after hearing this and he forced a smile and said it should be okay. Chang Feng looked at Xue Qinghe's Zion, his face twitched and he cursed in his heart, are you serious? Brother Xue Ke is here to find you. Before I saw him I heard his voice. The sound is as pleasant as the jingling of rings turning into a breeze that blows into the heart. Oncoming was a pretty girl in a goose yellow dress with a goose fat nose, fair skin and beautiful appearance, and a pair of eyes as clear as living water. Hey, brother, who is this person? Xue Ke, who was going straight to the Swecking River, suddenly spotted Chang Feng and stopped with curiosity on his face. At this time Chang Feng's appearance was astonishing to Xue Ke. Although she was born in the royal family and had seen many aristocratic young men, she had never seen a person's facial features as if they were carved from jade. There is no flaw at all, as if it is not from the human world. Ahem ahem. Xue Qinghe made a sound, waking up Xue Ke, who was staring at Chang Feng in rapt attention. Afterwards Xue Ke's face became hot, her ears turned red and she didn't dare to look in Chang Feng's direction. However, not long after I saw Xue Ke walking slowly in front of Chang Feng with an elegant manner and said with a smile, hello, my name is Xue Ke, I am the princess of the Tiandu Empire and also my brother's most beloved sister. No. Do you know what your name is? Chang Feng glanced at Xue Qinghe and then at the eager Xue Ke with a faint smile on his face. His Royal Highness Xue Ke, hello, my name is Luo Saifu and your brother Lao Xue is a good friend. Lao Xue, brother, your friend is really interesting. He dares to call you that. It's really weird that you are still giggling there. I'm afraid my father will also find this very surprising when he sees it. Xue Qinghe looked at Xue Ke with a sullen face and said nothing with the majesty of an elder brother in his eyes. Okay, brother, it's Xue Ke's fault. Xue Ke stuck out her tongue, then looked at Chang Feng with an embarrassed smile. By the way, brother, what are you talking about? I was standing outside for a long time and brother didn't move for a long time. Hearing Xue Ke's words, a gentle smile appeared on Xue Qinghe's face. Again, we are talking about some important national affairs. You don't understand these. You're trying to prevaricate me about national affairs again. My father is like this, but I didn't expect you, brother, to be like this too. I really let Xue Ke down for a while. Rothford, how about you tell me what interesting thing you were talking about just now? Well, that's it. Just now Lao Xue was talking about which aristocratic girl was beautiful and was planning to marry her as a crown princess. Wow, that's it. I didn't expect that. I finally got the idea. It's really like a tree blooming. In this way I think the rumors outside that I like men are not true. Fortunately I am normal. I'll just say it. Seeing Xue Ke waving her pink fist, Chang Feng smiled and said, don't worry, Lao Xue is doing fine. I even checked it myself, especially Lao Xue's well-developed chest muscles and great figure. In a word, it's very healthy. Even if you get married within a month, your 1-year-old child can almost form a team of soul masters. Xue Ke looked excited after hearing this. Brother, it's really true, you are getting married and you didn't even tell my sister. Seeing that Xue Ke and Chang Feng were talking more and more outrageously, Xue Qinghe looked very ugly looking at Xue Ke and Chang Feng with a black face. That's enough. Xue Ke, I know your temper. Tell me, come this time, brother, what is this for? Xue Ke turned around and replied, brother, it's my birthday net month. I want to hold a dance, so I came here to tell me, but don't forget to be there then. When the time comes you can go with my brother too. It's so crowded. Looking at Xue Ke, who was smiling like a flower, Chang Feng had no choice but to nod. The net moment Xue Ke suddenly looked at Chang Feng blankly. Well, Rothford, can I ask you a few questions? Chang Feng nodded. Do you have a girlfriend? As soon as he said these words, although Xue Qinghe looked at Xue Ke, the corner of his eyes unconsciously moved to Chang Feng. How can one enter the prosperous world if he is poor? How dare he mislead a beautiful woman with the breeze on his sleeve? After finishing speaking, Chang Feng added in his heart, Yao Wu is the only one in my heart. Chang Feng's words made Xue Ke's eyes shine brighter and he said, I don't know what type of girl do you like? You, Xue Ke. Xue Qinghe's voice stopped Xue Ke in time, making Chang Feng breathe a sigh of relief. When Chang Feng saw the situation in front of him, he took the opportunity to say, Lao Xue and His Highness Xue Ke, you guys want to talk? I still have some things to deal with, so I won't disturb you anymore. After finishing speaking, Chang Feng was about to turn around and leave, but Xue Ke suddenly said, wait a minute, turn around. Chang Feng remembered that he was still in the palace, so he did as he was told. But when Chang Feng turned around, around the net moment. Shui Kei's words made Cheng Feng feel uneasy and uneasy. Roosevelt, I don't know why I always feel like I've seen you somewhere. Remember I Shang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 106. Here the master's romance again. Where, after saying that, the surroundings began to become quiet. Cheng Feng could feel his uneven breathing. Time seemed to slow down a little. He looked at Shui Kei closely. Maybe in my eyes. Shui Kei's eyes were a little dodgy and her face was a little red. Cheng Feng exhaled a breath of turbid air, blinked his eyes and said slowly, perhaps my face looks a bit approachable, so His Highness Shui Kei feels that I look familiar. Maybe that's the case. Shui Kei blushed and whispered. Cheng Feng glanced at Shui Kei, nodded towards Shui Qinghe and walked towards the door. Just when he came outside the door he saw a person coming towards him, which made Cheng Feng's eyes freeze. At a glance he has a face like a crown jewel, a straight nose and a square mouth, a refined and gentle appearance. His pure white robe is spotless and his eyes are as soft as a knife without an edge. He looks about 40 years old. When he walks he looks like an ordinary person. Her smooth black hair was spread down her back and everything looked so casual without any pretense. After taking 2 steps Cheng Feng stopped and glanced at the surrounding officers and servant. He found that they were all bending down to salute, and the direction of the salute was this ordinary man. At this time Cheng Feng realized that this person was by no means an ordinary person. It was probably not that simple for him to be able to enter and leave His Highness the Crown Prince's residence and maintain such a look. What surprised Cheng Feng was that the other party actually showed a smile and nodded towards him. Cheng Feng subconsciously nodded in response. The moment the two people's bodies intertwined, the other party suddenly said Rothford. Cheng Feng froze, looking at the strange man in front of him, silent, continuing to move forward without responding. Looking at Cheng Feng's back, the elegant and gentle middle-aged man shook his head, burst into laughter and walked into the prince's mansion. He left the palace and walked along the streets and alleys of Tiandu. In Dongjia Street Cheng Feng heard various gossips spread on the street. When we came to a small stall, a storyteller said happily to the passers-by, the legendary master had a very bad character. He ruined countless women from good families and made their tears flow into rivers, flooding the area. Out of control. I heard that the master was a big liar who specialized in deceiving people's feelings. Xiao Lu, who lives net door to me, was deceived by her. Xiao Lu told me that the master's sweet words soon made him and her close. The net day she came out holding on to the wall with difficulty and ran to me crying, saying that the master lied to her and said he had 40 years of savings, but she always thought it was money. Hey, I heard that it was the master who poached the corner of Li Gaodan in the village net to me. I think back then the relationship between Li Gaodan and his wife was so good that it was like the foundation under the wall of Tiandu city. There was no one in that corner. It was possible to dig it out. In the end the master succeeded in digging it out. It is said that the son born by Li Gaodan's wife look very different from him. Why are they so different? Li Gaodan said this in front of us neighbors. I also know that I barely look like a human being, wearing gorgeous clothes and looking like a dog, but I just can't figure it out. My son, he looks like a human being. No matter how ragged his clothes are, he still looks like an old man. It wasn't until the master came that I realized how stupid I had been all along. I heard that it was because the master seemed to be in love with the Sao boy of Lao Wang's family. According to Lao Wang, he just came home that day and saw the figure of a middle-aged man with short hair who was with the Sao boy. After a fierce battle, Lao Wang's heart almost broke when he heard the Sao's pitiful snoring. This Sao was almost drained by that guy. You know that pig. But Lao Wang's treasure is related to their family's livelihood. For a year later Lao Wang told me that the hungry man turned out to be the master. I have a storybook I just bought from West Street and it seems to be the story of the master who painted it. After reading those storybooks I feel a little angry. I also have a painting book here, but I bought it from North Street. It depicts the master and his disciple Tang San. Things that were unspeakable in those years. Those pictures are really breathtaking and indescribable. The ones you bought are definitely not comparable to mine. This painting book I bought is colored. I bought it from South Street. It made me horny. I'm afraid I'm going to go to Gulen to vent my anger later. That's fine, otherwise I'll feel uncomfortable all over. Hearing this, Cheng Feng raised the corners of his mouth, thinking of Tang San's appearance in his mind, looking forward to the scene when he came to Tiandu city. Looking at these burning enthusiastic people on the street, Cheng Feng's mood was as clear as the sky above his head. After walking a few kilometers, Cheng Feng turned back to the rented house, trailing a long shadow behind him, moving in the afterglow of dusk. When he entered the house he saw Lu Yuanping's eyes burning with fire, and there was a weapon hidden in his blocked mouth, teeth that could bite dead creatures. The moment Cheng Feng took out the cloth ball, Lu Yuanping hailed %%#%%m #m@m**m. After picking his ears, Cheng Feng looked at Lu Yuanping, who was still angry, and asked, "Are you feeling better?" Lu Yuanping Yunping was stunned when he heard that and asked in surprise, what I did just now, are you not angry? Villains are everywhere and they all think they are rotten cabbage. Get away if you see them so as not to step on them. Damn it, ouch. Chang Feng stuffed the ball of cloth into Lu Yunping's mouth again and sighed softly. Sure enough, it's much quieter this way. Don't waste your time like this. I promised your sister that besides today you have to stay for 2 more days. I will let you go back to your sister. Chang Feng walked to the bed, then sat cross-legged and meditated on his soul power. The anger in Lu Yunping's eyes diminished slightly and he was looking forward to getting out of the current sea of suffering as soon as possible and being with his sister. The 3 days agreed with Lu Ruzi had passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, except for dealing with Xue Qinghe's inquiries about government governance strategies, most of the rest of the time was spent practicing and the rest was spent walking on the streets to inquire about information to judge the progress of Lu Ruzi's implementation plan. Late at night on the 3rd day, Chang Feng knocked Lu Yunping unconscious, removed the gauze and ropes from his body, then put him in a Chinese costume and a pig face mask and carried him to the place agreed upon by Lu Ruzi. In a familiar place, Chang Feng chose a wall in the alley, put Lu Yunping down, leaned against the wall and then stood and waited quietly. Dawn is about to dawn in the east and the red sun is rising. A few more hours passed and Lu Ruzi's figure had not yet appeared, which made Chang Feng a little worried. Lu Yunping woke up several times during this period. In order to keep his ears clean, Chang Feng could only continue to let him fall asleep first. Raising his head and looking at the sky, Chang Feng's face was full of solemnity. Lu Ruzi's figure had not yet appeared, which made Chang Feng quite worried whether something had happened that he didn't know about. At this moment the figure finally appeared. However, looking at the other party's blood-stained clothes, there were several long streaks of bright red blood on his face, a large number of red bloodshot eyes and a trace of dried blood at the corner of his mouth, which seemed to be silently telling something. I have done everything you asked for. Where is my brother? When Chang Feng heard the other party's hoarse voice, his tone was full of exhaustion. He pointed at Lu Yunping, who was sleeping against the wall. Lu Ruzi's eyes were full of joy looking at Lu Yunping, who was sleeping in the corner. A soft smile appeared on his face. Lu Ruzi approached Lu Yunping with caution. It wasn't until he approached Lu Yunping that he glanced at Chang Feng and said with red eyes, "Thank you. If it weren't for you, my brother might have been killed by the organization I have always admired. I didn't expect that those people are so heartbroken." Chang Feng shrugged his shoulders. It's a fair deal between you and me. Now that the deal is over, you and I can just part ways. After saying that, Chang Feng Zhang turned and left. Wait a minute, Rothford. Chang Feng stiffened. Are you investigating me? Lu Ruzi said calmly. The situation is forced. Besides, the conspicuous grey color on your head coupled with your figure is very similar to a person I met at the Douluo hotel before. You said in this world, well, are there so many coincidences? But don't worry, I didn't tell the organization about this. Miss Lu, what does this mean? I want to make a deal with you. Well, Miss Lu is now abandoned by her own organization. I wonder what bargaining chips she can use. Let me declare first that I am a decent person and do not engage in body trading. The heart of a villain. Over the years I have managed the spider webs and silk nests of the Tiandu Empire and I know a lot of inside information. I want to use the information I know as a bargaining chip. Hearing this, Chang Feng's eyes turned and he was a little tempted. What's the deal? Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 107. The King of Hell seeks life and the plan of bitter flesh. The forces behind you want to protect our siblings. Reason? Now I have been issued a kill order by my own organization. In addition, because of the previous deal with you, I have offended Duga Botang San and Xue Qinghe. Although I am confident that I have not left any clues, but there are no absolutes in this world. For example, that Kuya Pavilion may be an exception. Hearing this, Chang Feng looked stern. It's okay to protect you, but the force behind me, heaven, has always only protected people from heaven. Therefore the only way to want heaven to protect you is to join heaven. Lu Ruzi pondered for a moment and gritted his teeth. Are there any restrictions in heaven? Chang Feng smiled faintly. The first rule of heavenly court is that anyone who teaches the skills without permission will die. Of course, from now on these things can be passed on to your close people as contributions, but the premise is that those close people you teach must all to join the heavenly court. The second rule of the heavenly court is not to kill civilians without any reason. Anyone who violates this rule will die. Gone? That's all for now. Then I'll join. Welcome to the heavenly court. In view of your special situation, I will propose to set up the Hell Hall with you as the hall leader. Your responsibility is to inquire about all the information about the Tiandu Empire, Douluo Empire, Wuhan City and other places. In addition, the mission is to recruit outstanding talents among ordinary people. Listening to Chang Feng's words, Lu Ruzi's eyes flashed thoughtfully. Is there a shortage of people in heaven? Chang Feng replied calmly, I can make it clear to you. There are two powerful titled Douluo. They have no shortage of high-end combat capabilities. What they lack is just the seedlings for the future development of heaven. De Ming and Er Ming were naturally classified as powerful, titled Douluo. Of course Cheng Feng would not tell Lu Ruzi these words. Lu Ruzi's eyes gleamed after hearing this. I wonder what your status is in heaven? You will naturally know in the future. I will write a letter to the leader of the folk hall Shrikai and ask him to arrange a place for you to stay when you arrive at the Moonlight Restaurant in Soto City. In addition, be careful to remain anonymous and change your appearance. Shua Shua. After a few cups of tea, Cheng Feng wrote a long letter. After finishing it, he handed it to Lu Ruzi. For your safety you should leave now. Net, I will continue to implement the plan. This plan will be very dangerous. Lu Ruzi nodded and didn't ask any more questions. General Lu. After carrying Yuan Ping on his back, Lu Ruzi glanced at Cheng Feng with a complicated expression. Although I don't know what you want to plan, I still want to give you a few final reminders. Be careful of that dude Avalanche, he doesn't look that simple. Also be careful of Prince Shuexing. He controls an organization similar to Spiderweb Tiandu Undercity Division. Finally, the most important thing to be careful about is Shueqing He. He is more dangerous than the previous two combined. Don't be fooled by his appearance. Confused. After speaking, Lu Ruzi carried Lu Yuanping on his back and left. Looking at Lu Ruzi's back, Cheng Feng murmured, he is a talent. When I looked up at the sky again, I found that at some point it seemed a little gloomy with dark clouds over the city and storms coming. Estimating the time, Cheng Feng went to Shueqing He's mansion. After staying there for 2 hours, he rushed to Shuebeng's mansion without stopping. However, before rushing there, Cheng Feng took out the poison he had prepared long ago. The King of Hell demands his life. During these 3 days, Cheng Feng specially prepared a poison for himself, King of Hell, which is like a red fruit, like a small apple, and turns purple-black when mature. This fruit tastes extremely bitter, contains toxins, and cannot be eaten. When these poisonous juices enter the human body through wounds, they will cause muscle relaxation, blood coagulation, slow heart beating, and eventually lead to cardiac arrest and death. If a person accidentally eats it, the heart will be paralyzed and stop beating. If breast milk splashes into the eyes will go blind immediately. People and animals will die if they are stabbed by a sharp weapon coated with poison, so it is called King of Hell's death. Apply the poison on the arrowhead or insert the arrowhead into the trunk of a tree. Take it and shoot it at an animal. The animal will die immediately within 3 steps of the arrow, but the animal meat can still be eaten. At the same time, Cheng Feng also specially prepared an antidote, wrapped it in thin paper, rolled it into a ball, and held it tightly in his mouth. There was no trace of it on the outside. For this plan, Cheng Feng decided to stage a cruel trick in front of Shuebeng, otherwise the follow-up plan would not be possible. Thinking of this, Cheng Feng's eyes flashed with cruelty, and without much hesitation, before stepping into Shuebeng's mansion, he took a few mouthfuls of the poison that King of Hell had ordered to kill him, and then shouted, "Come on, hurry up, go and save people." Cheng Feng's voice startled Shuebeng, who was doing intense exercise in the mansion. After a while, Shuebeng dressed up and appeared in front of Cheng Feng. He looked at Cheng Feng and said with a smile, "Earl Luo, haven't you always been with me? Brother, are you doing something there? Why did you come to my place when you were free? Do you want to experience the ultimate joy of that kind of thing like me? Also, isn't Earl Luo a good person?" How to start? Seeing Shuebeng's eyes blinking and the peripheral vision of his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings, signaling to Cheng Feng knew that this was not the place to talk, but to a certain extent this was the best way to implement the plan. Opportunity. Just when Cheng Feng was about to say something, Cheng Feng suddenly felt the sky turning. He suppressed his physical discomfort and said with a pale face, "I just met a young man wearing blue clothes. He was carrying a purple." I looked at the woman with her eyes closed. Seeing that the woman had her eyes closed, I looked a few more times and recognized that the woman seemed to be with a man named Yu Tianheng. I knew that they were both handsome and talented, but what I saw was the man was definitely not Yu Tianheng. Unexpectedly at this moment, the young man suddenly shot a crossbow arrow at me, but I caught it easily. However, what I didn't expect was that the arrow was actually painted on poison eye. At this point, Cheng Feng's heart suddenly shrank in pain. His eyes seemed to be swallowed up by the endless darkness, and his heart seemed to stop. Only then did he realize that the poison was really strong. With only a trace of consciousness left before passing out, Cheng Feng finally successfully bit through the paper wrapped around the antidote that the King of Hell was seeking to kill, and swallowed the antidote. As soon as he did this, his eyes fell into boundless darkness. When Shuebeng saw Cheng Feng, who suddenly fainted on the ground, his eyes suddenly panicked and he shouted, "Quickly, come quickly, send Count Luo to my elder brother. Also send an order to my uncle and give him a message. Let him find the best healing soul master in Tiandu and ask him to come to my place. Go quickly. At the same time, send a message to Yu Tianheng, the captain of Tiandu Royal Academy, and tell him that there is news about Douluo." After saying this, Shuebeng watched Cheng Feng being carried by his servants to a carriage and then headed towards the palace. At this time Xuebeng felt uneasy and his face was extremely ugly. Xuebeng's face was livid and he murmured, that bastard Tang San. He actually harmed me. As his own bastard he dared to bite the lord. Damn it, everyone knows that Tang San is mine. The scene where Luo Saifu just spoke, it will definitely be known by many spies. If everyone suspect that I secretly instigated Tang San to take action against Luo Saifu, then my brother won't think that I have any thoughts about his position, right? Thinking of this, Xuebeng felt even worse and shouted, come here, prepare the carriage quickly, I want to enter the palace. Xuebeng walked back and forth on the ground. After walking for the 5th time, the carriage was ready. Before getting on the carriage, Xuebeng said with a stern face, later if my uncle comes, you guys tell my uncle that I will go to the palace. Also tell my uncle that we must capture Tang San and cut him into pieces. I, Xuebeng, am not a human being. You are a son of a bitch. By the way, Li San, hurry up and get 2 onions from the kitchen. Run, hurry up. Xuebeng blinked 3 times and Li San's servant took 2 very large onions. Xuebeng took the onions from Li San's hand, then put them in his arms, calmed down and then shouted, let's go. Enter the palace. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 108 Avalanche Crying in the Prince's Mansion. Xuebeng looked at the crowds of people on the street and thought that it would take a lot of time for the carriage to pass through them, so he said directly to the driver, just rush forward as fast as possible. The driver who was driving the carriage looked shocked. When he saw the avalanche picking people to eat, fear flashed in his eyes. He gritted his teeth, raised his whip, looked at the street ahead and shouted, drive. The rumble of carriages and carriages passed quickly through the streets, leaving behind the street filled with the people of Tiandu City who dared not speak out but were angry. The screeching wheels of the carriage lasted 5 miles and finally stopped in front of a luxurious mansion. Xuebeng quickly took the onion, pushed it aside and held one piece close to his eyes. After a while Xuebeng felt the tears in his eyes seem to be rushing out. In order to make himself appear more sincere, Xuebeng deliberately took another piece of onion and put it in front of his eyes. At this point Xuebeng looked at the prince's mansion in front of him with confusion. The net moment Xuebeng howled, brother Xuebeng has something to ask for and I hope you can come out and see me. Howling and crying, brother Xuebeng is not to blame for what happened this time. I didn't expect that Tang San would pretend to seek refuge with me, but it was actually his ambition that caused Xuebeng's harm. Brother, you can learn from this that Tang San is really hateful. He actually dared to murder Count Luo and he even blamed me. I won't stop until I cut him into pieces. Brother, you have to believe Xuebeng. Xuebeng will definitely not harm Luo. Earl's heart. Xuebeng's life is really hard and he is not kind to others. Just as Xuebeng continued to speak, Xue Qinghe suddenly appeared in front of Xuebeng. However, this time Xue Qinghe's face did not have the same smile as before, but instead looked a little gloomy and ugly. What are you crying about? Didn't you see Earl Luo resting? If you let me hear you howling again, I'll have you thrown out. Xuebeng's howling and crying stopped suddenly. Brother, do you believe that Xuebeng did not harm that Earl Luo? Xue Qinghe said calmly, what are you like? As your eldest brother, don't I know? You are just a waste. You don't have that ability. Only Tang San can do it. Hearing this, Xuebeng nodded quickly and said to Xue Qinghe, the eldest brother still knows my younger brother best. For my younger brother, what can be as good as the joy of hooking up? If I say that my younger brother instigated Tang San, then that's not the case. It is absolutely impossible. Firstly, I am timid and just want to live a happy life. Secondly, I also know in my heart how capable I am, which is 1/10,000th less than that of my elder brother. As long as my elder brother is here in the Tiandu Empire, the avalanche, naturally I can sit back and relax and continue to enjoy the happiness of men and women. How much do you know about Tang San? Xue Qinghe looked into the distance with a calm tone. For some reason Xuebeng felt a hint of murderous intent from these words. Unknowingly, Xuebeng had a few strands of cold sweat on his forehead, trying to figure out how to answer. In an instant Xuebeng frowned and hesitated a bit. Xue Qinghe glanced at him, disgust flashed in his eyes. If you have something to say, say it. Say it. Brother, I wonder if that aspect count? I noticed that every time Tang San and I went to have fun with a girl, he would finish the job very quickly, so I speculated that it was probably because he was not good at that aspect. Cough. That is not to lift. Xue Qinghe's face darkened after hearing these words and he said in a bad tone, that's all you know, nothing else? Xuebeng thought about it again and found that it was really all he had, so he faced Xue Qinghe's knife-like eyes, gritted his teeth and nodded with difficulty. Xue Qinghe couldn't help but said angrily, trash Xuebeng, you really can't hold up the wall with mud. This little thing can't help. It's just a smear for our royal family. Get back here and don't hang around in front of me. I'm going to get angry when I see you. Xuebeng hurriedly bent over and nodded, brother, my abilities are limited and I can't help you. It's really useless. But don't worry brother, I will definitely try my best to capture that Tang San. When the time comes I will hand it over to you. Deal with it. The eldest brother doesn't want to see my younger brother. Then brother Chen resigned and stopped making elder brother angry here. After saying that, Xuebeng quickly turned around and walked 5 steps away. When the coachman happened to be looking at him, Xuebeng said to him, remember to go back and replace that beauty and let the people in the house find a way to replace it with another one. If you're in good shape, you know, I'm going to have a lot of fun today. However, these words also reached Xue Qinghe's eyes, making Xue Qinghe's eyes full of disgust when he saw Xuebeng. Watching the avalanche leave, Xue Qinghe immediately turned around and returned to the study room of the mansion. When he saw Cheng Feng sleeping soundly on the bed in the study room, he turned his eyes to a corner in the shadows and said lightly, send the order, you don't have to do it in the future. Let's send people to monitor that good for nothing Xuebeng. That good for nothing can't be held up by mud, so there's no need to waste any energy on him. Send more people out to find out about Tang San. This time I want all the information about Tang San. In addition, Zaishan, a notice was posted at the gate of Dushan saying that Tang San attacked an official of the Crown Prince of the Tiandu Empire and that the following offenses were disrespectful to the law. In view of the seriousness of the matter, all efforts were made to arrest him. 3. Kidnap, current whereabouts unknown. Yes, I will obey the order of the Holy Lady Hall. After these words came from the shadows, silence gradually fell. Xue Qinghe glanced at Cheng Feng, then turned over the memorial on the table, read it, made corrections and concentrated on it. Xuebeng left the prince's residence and sat on his carriage. On the way back, his eyes were so gloomy that he almost watered. Brother, you are really my good brother. Xuebeng will definitely return all this to you in the future. Also that Tang San, I will never let you go. If you dare to ride on my head, Tang San, you are really impatient. This time I must ask my uncle to send more people to kill you. When you come back after being captured, I will definitely teach you a lesson. When Xuebeng returned to the mansion after a while, people from the mansion came to report that Prince Snowstar was here. After hearing the news, Xuebeng's face rarely looked better. Prince Xuexing went straight to Xuebeng's study. Looking at Xuebeng's gloomy presence, Prince Xuexing asked Xuebeng, did you ask someone to call me here because of Tang San's matter? Before coming, the people from the Dark City Division had already told Xuexing everything that had happened. Therefore Xuexing guessed it at a glance when he saw the look on Xuebeng's face. Uncle, that bastard Tang San, my nephew, please uncle must capture that Tang San. When the time comes, my nephew will castrate this ungrateful person like Tang San and send him to the palace as a eunuch. Xuebeng, you are upset. Is it because of what Xue Qinghe said? Eldest brother is not like that. He shows his dissatisfaction with me in his eldest brother's manner. Isn't it always like this? Xuebeng, don't worry, I have already asked the people from the Dark City Division to take action, and we must ensure that Tang San has no place to hide in Tiandu. In addition, my uncle also sent a letter to Poison Douluo telling him about his granddaughter. I told him at the same time, I think that if Poison Douluo takes action, no matter how powerful Tang San is with poison, it won't be that powerful. Uncle, how come? I heard from my subordinates that Tang San has a unique poisonous weed in his hand, Snow Swan Kiss, which is said to be able to poison titled Douluo. Are you sure about this Poison Douluo? Xuebeng, you still don't know how powerful Poison Douluo is. Snow Swan Kiss, uncle doesn't know how powerful it is, but I know how powerful Poison Douluo is. Besides, if Tang San is really not afraid of Poison Douluo, he would not escape from Tiandu City. This means that either the snow-colored Swan Kiss on his hand is not as powerful as it is spread, or there is no snow-colored Swan Kiss on his hand at all. Everything is for himself. My uncle has seen a lot of people like this who are so proud of themselves and seek fame over the years. Xuebeng pondered for a moment and glanced at Prince Xuexing. Uncle, what you said makes sense. Xuebeng has learned a lesson. By the way, Xuebeng, when I checked for information about Rothfa, my uncle discovered that Rothfa's whole body is a mystery. Uncle, how do you say this? Remember I Shang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 109. Douluo vows to kill Tang 3. Before I ask Xiao Xiao, the leader of the 3rd branch of the Dark City Department, to take the lead in investigating regarding the information about Luo Saifu, I found that there was no information at all. In the Tiandu Empire I actually found something. According to Xiao Xiao's feedback, every time when he was about to find useful information about Luo Saifu, someone in the dark was one step ahead and destroyed the clues. In the end, Xiao Xiao only found out that Luo Saifu had a grudge against the Zhang family. This information was still Xiao Xiao himself analyzed it through some broken clues, but it is questionable how reliable this information is. Uncle, let's continue to investigate Rothfa and stop it here. Since we choose to befriend him, we shouldn't do anything that arouses his disgust. You know, Xiao Xiao is uncle's man, but there are many people I know, and Xiao Xiao's movements will definitely attract the attention of many interested people, especially my eldest brother. If my eldest brother raises this matter in front of Luo Saifu, do you think think that Luo Saifu will still be close to us? Moreover, the eldest brother values Rothfo so much. Uncle, would you believe that there is no power behind Rothfo? My nephew guessed that maybe the person who destroyed the clues in advance was my good eldest brother. Maybe. Swabeng, what do you mean, uncle? At this moment a voice came from outside the door. Your Highness Yu Tianheng wants to see you. Shuebeng and Shuexing looked at each other and Shuebeng said, let him come in. Yes. In the blink of an eye Yu Tianheng appeared in front of Shuebeng and Shuexing. When Yu Tianheng saw Prince Shuexing present, he quickly saluted and said, Yu Tianheng has met Prince Shuexing. Shuexing nodded. Tianheng, I wonder if you are here. Do you have anything important to do? Prince Tianheng came here because His Highness Shuebeng's people informed Tianheng that there was news about Yanner here in Shuebeng, so Tianheng rushed here immediately. After finishing speaking, Yu Tianheng's haggard face was staring at Shuebeng. Your Highness Shuebeng, I don't know. You said you had news about Yanner before, but do you know where Yanner is? Seeing Yu Tianheng's nervous look, Shuebeng replied, as far as I know, Dugu Yan fell into Tang San's hands and Tang San had already escaped from Tiandu with Dugu Yan. However, my uncle has sent someone. We are going to capture Tang San. I believe there will be news about Dugu Yan soon. Your Highness Shuebeng, you said Yanner was kidnapped by a man named Tang San. Is this news true? Yu Tianheng's face was very ugly. Indeed, Tang San is very good at playing poison. I think he must have caught Dugu Yan with his skill at playing poison. Originally Shuebeng wanted to tell the story about Rothford. He wanted to impress his love, but when he thought about it, if he impressed it, he might not be able to gain the favor of Yu Tianheng in front of him, so he did not mention Luo Saifu. Yu Tianheng's eyes flashed with anger and he said angrily, it's Tang San again, this damn Tang San. Yu Tianheng will fight you until death. By the way, Your Highness Shuebeng, after you find out Tang San's whereabouts first time, please remember to tell me that Yu Tianheng owe His Highness Shuebeng a favor for this matter. Shuebeng's eyes showed joy and he nodded. Don't worry, I will definitely pay close attention to this matter. After learning about Tang San's whereabouts as soon as possible, I will definitely inform you of the news. Yu Tianheng nodded with an uneasy look in his eyes and all kinds of worries written on his face. At the same time, Dugu Bo was sitting cross-legged at the ice and fire eye in the sunset forest. Suddenly he heard a sharp cry from high in the sky. He was startled and quickly flashed out of the ice and fire eye and came to outside. I found the handsome black goshawk hovering in the sky. The moment Dugu Bo appeared, the black goshawk immediately flew toward Dugu Bo and landed on Dugu Bo's shoulder. Seeing the black goshawk in front of him, Dugu Bo murmured, what kind of emergency did Prince Snowstar contact me about, and why did he send it to deliver a message? Take out the letter tied to Goshawk's leg. Dugu Bo swept his eyes quickly and the net moment his face changed drastically and he said with an ugly press, Zion Tang San, the god of poison and snow swan kiss. No matter who is behind you, if you dare to touch my granddaughter Yanner, Dugu Bo will definitely kill you. Cut off the roots and leave no one close to you behind. It seems that my name of poison Douluo has not been used outside for a long time, and now many people have almost forgotten how powerful I am. This time I will use you Tang San to revive my name of poison Douluo. Yan son, grandpa will definitely save you. Wait for grandpa. Thinking of this, Dugu Bo looked in the direction of Tiandu City and quickly headed towards Tiandu City. Shueying and Yu Tianheng were discussing how to find Dugu Yan while Shuebeng watched from the side. Just when I was feeling sad about this matter, the net moment a figure suddenly appeared in the field, making everyone present feel as if they were being stared at by a poisonous snake. Poison Douluo, Shueying said in surprise when he saw the sudden appearance of the figure, his face beaming with joy. Shuebeng turned his head subconsciously and looked at the figure that suddenly appeared. Dugu Bo has a slender figure and looks like a javelin. His beard and hair are all dark green and his eyes are more like emerald. The whole person gives people an illusory feeling like a phantom. This man's face was e-pressionless, or rather his e-pression was completely stiff, his cheeks were sunken, his green hair was messy and he was only wearing a simple grey robe. Prince Shueying was my Yanner captured by that man named Tang San? Under Dugu Bo's sharp gaze, Shueying replied, that's true. I've sent out all the people from the Dark City Department. I believe that Tang San's whereabouts will be known before long. Are you Yu Tianheng? Dugu Bo looked at Yu Tianheng. The gaze in his eyes was like a sharp knife piercing through Yu Tianheng's heart, making him feel a huge pressure. At this time Yu Tianheng clearly felt that the surrounding space seemed to be frozen and his body seemed to be pressed by a heavy weight. The movement of his soul power was stagnant and his eyes were filled with horror. The net moment Yu Tianheng's body made a click sound. Shuebeng looked carefully and found that Yu Tianheng's shoulder blade seemed to be broken and Yu Tianheng's back was bent down a bit. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead and his face was pale. When Dugu Bo saw this, his face was livid and he said angrily, you trash, you can't even protect Yanner. I really don't know what Yanner likes about you. Shuebeng looked at this scene and was extremely afraid of Douluo. He stood silently. Suddenly the surrounding atmosphere suddenly became a little dull. The time didn't last long and suddenly there was a sound of hurried footsteps outside the door. Report to the prince and his highness Yang Kafei, the master of the 9th branch of the Dark City division, came to report. When Xueying heard this, his eyes flashed neon. Yang Chao, the leader of the 9th workshop, says hello to Prince Xueying. My subordinates received an urgent order from Lord Huang Liming, director of the Tiandu Dark City department, to check if there is anyone named Tang San in Soto City. After investigation, there is indeed a man named Tang San in Soto City. He usually wears blue clothes and looks relatively calm. He is from Shrek Academy and is a student of Shrek Academy. Moreover, an unidentified purple-haired and blue-eyed man recently appeared in Shrek Academy. This woman is currently being detained by Shrek Academy Dean Flanders. The subordinates have been keeping a close eye on this matter. In addition, the subordinates dared to ask if special action should be taken against Tang San. The Dean of Shrek Academy is a soul saint and my subordinates are worried that they may have too much ambition but not enough strength. I hope you will think deeply about it. Hearing this, Douluo's dark green eyes were suddenly filled with murderous intent. Soto City, I will definitely destroy this Shrek Academy. Anyone who dares to try against my Yanner should be killed. The net moment Douluo's figure flashed and disappeared immediately. Yu Tianheng endured the pain at this time and anger flashed in his eyes. Prince Xuexing and his highness Xuebeng, if Tianheng has something to do, he must go to Soto City and Tianheng will not bother you anymore. Prince Xuexing and Xuebeng both nodded, looking at Yu Tianheng's leaving figure with thoughtful eyes. Uncle, if you say poison Douluo takes action, what will happen to Tang San? When Xuexing listened to Xuebeng's words, her thought seemed to travel through time and return to the past. She seemed to have thought of something. His body trembled and he replied, you should die without a burial place. Even living is probably a Lu Yuri. When Xuebeng heard this, a vague and intense light flashed in his eyes. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 110, Stealing the Immortal Grass. When Cheng Feng woke up quietly, he found that the place he was in was Xueqinghe's study. Subconsciously, Cheng Feng rubbed the Vasi universe cover in his arms and the Ring Soul Guide on his hand and found that everything was still there. I breathed a sigh of relief. This time, in order to implement these plans, I almost got myself involved. Fortunately, the plans were implemented as usual. I just don't know what critical stage the plan in front of me has reached, and I don't know if poison Douluo has escaped from the Sunset Forest come out. With these thoughts in mind, Cheng Feng sat up from the bed and then paced back and forth in the room, always thinking about Douluo Medicine Garden. Afterwards, Cheng Feng pushed open the door and decided to inquire about the relevant information. As soon as he went out, the face that caught Cheng Feng's eyes at the door was Wei Xiaofeng's face. Wei Xiaofeng saluted towards Cheng Feng and said, Sir, it's great that you're awake. Your Highness has always been thinking about your injury. I even stayed in the study all night and didn't leave until dawn. When Cheng Feng heard this, he was shocked. All night? How long have I been asleep? Sir, you just slept all night. Yesterday you made a bad plan and now it's almost noon and you just woke up. Cheng Feng breathed a sigh of relief and said to Wei Xiaofeng, by the way, do you know what happened around the door of His Highness Xuebeng's residence yesterday when I passed out? Wei Xiaofeng smiled and said, Sir, His Royal Highness Prince Xuebeng came to the prince's mansion yesterday and cried for a while. After that, my subordinate heard that poison Douluo showed up at Xuebeng mansion and then disappeared. A glint flashed in Cheng Feng's eyes and he asked Wei Xiaofeng, old Xue, where has he been? His Royal Highness, he was summoned by His Majesty to go to him. He looked up at the blazing sun above his head and looked at Wei Xiaofeng. I want to go back to Soto City. It's up to you to ask Lao Xue for a few days leave for me. I will definitely come back in a few days. Sir, this humble position, may I ask, sir, what happened? It's nothing serious. I want to meet a person. That person will definitely be Lao Xue's biggest enemy in the future. For the sake of Lao Xue's future, I must go and meet that person. If I know myself and the enemy, I will be able to deal with him with ease in the future. Wei Xiaofeng saw the serious look on Cheng Feng's face and believed Cheng Feng's word. He admired Cheng Feng very much in his heart and said, Sir, your loyalty to His Highness the Crown Prince is as clear as the sun and the moon. I really admire it from my subordinate. Sir, just go ahead and go. I will definitely take care of this. Cheng Feng looked at Wei Xiaofeng with admiration, patted his shoulder and said with a smile, old Xue has a subordinate like you, which really saves old Xue a lot of worry. I am very optimistic about you. You will definitely be our Tiandu Empire in the future. General or even Marshal, just continue to do your job well and I will leave first. Wei Xiaofeng touched his head in embarrassment and said with a smile, Sir, you've given me a reward. I don't dare to accept this humble position. No, I believe you will definitely become a general. That's it, I'm leaving first. After Cheng Feng finished saying this, he waved his hand, quickly turned around and walked straight away from the prince's residence. After leaving the prince's residence, Chang Feng walked all the way around until he came to a quiet alley on Tiandu City Street. He quickly changed his clothes and bought a dozen masks. When he passed by a mask stall mask, then he put on a FO mask and walked towards a shop selling gold and jade. Not long after, I stopped at a gold and jade shop. I bought some gold and jade utensils and some exquisite wooden bows and then left in a hurry. At this time Chang Feng was rushing towards the sunset forest outside Tiandu City, flying at lightning speed. After leaving the city, Chang Feng shouted directly, "Thunder wings!" After 2 cups of tea, Chang Feng arrived at Sunset Forest. Looking at the Sunset Forest, Chang Feng carefully thought about the approximate location of Douluo Medicine Garden in his mind and then began to explore around it. Sometimes he would climb to the top of the tree to look out, not missing every direction. An hour later, Chang Feng stood in the crown of a tree about 20 meters high. Looking around, suddenly a direction suddenly attracted Chang Feng's intense attention. A hill about 500 meters high was located northwest of his current location. Chang Feng was delighted when he saw this. With excitement in his heart, Chang Feng ran quickly towards the hill he just saw. In just a few kilometers, Chang Feng arrived in front of the hill. Looking at the hill in front of him, Chang Feng suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and climbed up the mountain road, heading straight towards the top of the mountain as if he was riding the wind. A few minutes later, Chang Feng arrived at the top of the mountain. Standing on the top of the mountain looking at the terrain in front of him, Chang Feng murmured, "God is really helping me." The inverted cone-shaped mountain COL appeared in front of Chang Feng, and the top of the mountain at this time was the edge of the mountain COL. At the same time, a thick heat emerged from the mountain COL. The heat could be felt very strongly, wet and accompanied by a bit of sulfur's unique stimulation. Looking at the difficult terrain in front of him, Chang Feng curled up his lips and shouted in a low voice, "9 moon steps." Chang Feng flew downwards as if gliding in the air. After a while, Chang Feng landed firmly on the ground and looked at the strange scene in the valley in front of him. Chang Feng's breathing suddenly became a little rapid. What I saw in my eyes were the hot springs I had seen in my previous life. However, unlike those hot springs, the hot spring area did not look very large and was divided into 2 parts. In the oval shape pool, the color of the hot spring water was distinct. One place is milky white, one place is vermilion. They are isolated from each other and do not invade each other, just like the boundary between Chu and Han, both facing each other. Between the 2 hot springs surrounded by mist, you can see it more clearly when you reach the mountain pass. Presumably this is one of the 3 major cornucopias, the Eye of Ice and Fire. The Eye of Ice and Fire, a unique spring, has twin eyes and the 2 are mutually incompatible. It may not be possible to form an excellent treasure place in millions of years. It is really God help me. Haha, these are all mine. Chang Feng walked up to a fairy grass. This quivering red fairy grass, soft and crisp, looked very simple, and it was only composed of red grass leaves. The top of the grass blade is like a cock's crown and the veins are red gold. Standing net to it, I can clearly feel the surrounding temperature gradually rising. Coxcomb Fini sunflower. Without much hesitation, Chang Feng picked off the coxcomb Fini sunflower and carefully placed it in a jade bow that had already been taken out. After putting the coxcomb Fini sunflower away, he placed it in the jade bracelet soul that can hold living things in the guide. Afterwards, Chang Feng came to another fairy grass and saw what the fairy grass looked like. The flowers were the size of a palm, shaped like a peony, and had no blades of grass. There are some astonishing patches of red on the white flowers which are as bright as blood and look a bit thrilling. A large stone is connected under the rhizome. The stone is completely black and weighs an astonishing amount. This is lovesickness heartbroken red, a divine treasure among fairy herb. I must give this to Xiao Wu. I'm sure she will like it very much when the time comes. In the blink of an eye, Chang Feng also put the heartbroken red into the jade bow and put it into the jade bracelet. Suddenly Chang Feng saw another fairy grass. The rhizome and leaves below were all vines finely combed, but at the top was a golden tulip, graceful and luxurious. Douluo tulip, the fairy grass that can turn the 7 treasures glazed pagoda into the 9 treasures glazed pagoda. Chang Feng took it off and put it into the jade bow that had been prepared. Then he carefully put it away and put it into the jade bracelet. After walking a few steps, what appeared in front of Chang Feng was a huge chrysanthemum. The chrysanthemum was a magnificent purple color. What was strange was that every strand of the chrysanthemum looked fluffy and extremely cute, and the whole chrysanthemum was integrated into one, but no fragrance overflowed. The flower wand in the center was more than half a foot higher than the petals, and the top of the stamen shone with a faint golden light. This is the strange velvet Tongtianju. Net to it there is a fairy grass which is all white and translucent, giving people a sense of purity and purity. The rich fragrance of orchids makes people feel refreshed and refreshed. The 8-petal fairy orchid. A few meters away from it, the whole body is green. What is strange is that there are 3 snow-white leaves in the center of the herb. There are a few drops of water in the center of the leaves, just just like the dew left in the morning. It is the autumn dew that can be seen through. In the blink of an eye, Chang Feng had picked off the strange velvet chrysanthemum and looked through the autumn dew. The 8-petal fairy orchid was made of gold and jade. As long as it is installed in jade utensils, it can last for thousands of years and will last forever. After putting it away, Chang Feng discovered that 10 meters away there was a white flower and plant which looked as spotless as a green lotus and a white couple. He expected that this was the narcissus jade muscle and bone. After putting it away, Chang Feng stared at the fairy grass in a corner and his eyes flashed with horror. 12 bright winged grasses, Chang Feng exclaimed. At this time the shock in Chang Feng's heart was beyond words. Could it be that the scenes he saw while drinking tea in Kuiya Pavilion were all real, and were they all scenes from the future? At this moment Chang Feng felt a little heavy in his heart. However, in the face of these fairy grasses, Chang Feng suppressed all these complicated emotions in his heart. He carefully put away the 12 bright-winged grasses. Chang Feng looked at the remaining fairy grass that he was very familiar with. Star anise, black ice grass and fierce apricot are sparse. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 111 Ice and Fire Practice Question. Looking in the direction of the octagonal black ice grass and the fierce apricot, Chang Feng looked around at the other immortal grasses in the medicine garden. For the sake of safety, Chang Feng decided to use his soul power to pick all the jelly grasses that he didn't know much about at the moment. He could not touch them with his hands to avoid accidentally touching any poisonous jelly grasses. Die Young, especially a snowy swan kiss. What makes Chang Feng regretful is that although he knows that snow swan kiss is a very famous fairy grass, he doesn't know much about the fairy grass in front of him. In his previous life he only paid attention to the few fairy grass that impressed him the most, but he didn't know much about the fairy grass. The snow-colored swan kiss was completely forgotten. Since I have worked so hard to plan the fairy grass in this medicine garden for so long, how can I just look at it without picking it up and let it go to waste? At this time Chang Feng made the NET decision. Considering that jade bracelets can hold living creatures, Chang Feng decided not only to pick the fairy grass but also to pull out all their roots so that they can be used as the heritage of heaven in the future. At the same time, he didn't want to leave any possibility for Tang San to enhance his foundation. It took Chang Feng 5 hours to pick all the fairy grass in Mainyao Garden except for the star anise ice grass and the fierce fire apricot jiaishu. He dug the soil with jade or gold utensils and used his soul power to pick them. Put them all into the jade wood bow. The jade wood bow was not enough, so they put them directly in the jade wood bow inside the jade bracelet. After doing this, Chang Feng looked at the jiaoxian ice grass and fiery apricot jiaoshu with burning eyes. Chang Feng remembered very clearly that when these two grasses are used together, they have the power of ice and fire chain golden body, which is inseparable from water and fire. The effect of invasion. Thinking of this, Chang Feng took out a sharp dagger from the ring soul guide and approached the 8-pointed black ice grass. Although Chang Feng had drank the blood of many soul beasts in the far north, he was not familiar with the cold. It has a certain degree of resistance. After all, even the cold of the far north can be tolerated calmly. However, at this time Chang Feng's body was trembling continuously, bearing the impact of the extremely cold air from the star anise ice grass. When Chang Feng realized that he couldn't get close to the octagonal black ice grass, his face sank. Then he threw the dagger into the ring soul guide and took out the cold light sword. What shocked Chang Feng was that at this time the cold light sword, under the impact of the extreme cold, actually made a buzzing sound, and Chang Feng actually understood the meaning of the buzzing sound in his heart. Unconvinced, in Chang Feng's astonishment, he saw the cold light sword suddenly burst out with a strong blue light. Then these blue lights bloomed like thousands of tentacles towards the extreme cold emitted by the 8-pointed ice grass. As for the shroud, within a short while Chang Feng discovered that the extremely cold air had become much weaker for him. After a cup of tea, Chang Feng walked up to the octagonal black ice grass. Then where the blade of the cold light sword passed, the large octagonal 8-color flower fell down on the bare herb grass. Suddenly there was a chill. It spread and there was a circle of light white frost on the ground. Then Chang Feng looked at Lihuo Xingjiaishu and took out a piece of jade from the ring soul guide, then attached it to his hand with soul power and then shouted heavenly thunder transformation. With a swish sound, Chang Feng picked the fiery apricot. Enduring the severe pain, Chang Feng dodged and came to the side of the star anise ice grass. He turned the fiery apricots in the direction and looked at the two fairy grasses. When meeting each other, Chang Feng kept in mind the precautions they must be taken within 10 breaths. Without a trace of hesitation, Chang Feng endured the burning pain in his right hand and quickly covered his hands with soul power. Then in an instant he picked up the two immortal grasses from the ground and stuffed them into his mouth. In an instant the two highly poisonous fairy grasses turned into sweet fluid and flowed down the throat. For a moment the bottom of the tongue was filled with fluid and a refreshing fragrance filled the heart, mouth and tongue. The smell is really not bad. It reminds me of the smell of golden flower dew. However, I hope that no chemical reaction will occur net, otherwise I will definitely suffer a certain amount of torture. I'm just afraid of what will happen. Suddenly Chang Feng's body trembled violently and the net moment a layer of dreamy ice blue appeared, rising directly from Chang Feng's feet. In the blink of an eye Chang Feng's whole body was covered with a layer of blue light as if he was a blue man. Immediately afterwards another layer of red rose and he seemed to suddenly become a red man. The blue and red cycle alternates, which looks very strange. However, during this alternation Chang Feng's spirit almost collapsed. Under the strong impact of the extremely cold breath and the extremely hot breath, Chang Feng felt a great pain. This pain reminded Chang Feng of his experience with women in his previous life. The only difference between the pain of giving birth is that in the previous life I fainted from the pain on the spot, but now my mind is still clear and my body can still move. Under the violent stimulation of pain, Chang Feng directly controlled his body and jumped towards the intersection of the cold yin spring and the hot yang spring. As the whole person sank into the water, the previous pain gradually weakened and then became almost non-existent. At the same time Chang Feng felt a strong change in his body. However, suddenly Chang Feng's body was violently impacted by the spring water. Chang Feng was horrified to find that gurgling blood seeped out of his pores. He looked very scary. As time passed, slowly the accumulated pain reached its extreme and Chang Feng couldn't bear it anymore. After shouting, Chang Feng spat out a mouthful of thick black blood and then Chang Feng passed out. After Chang Feng fell into coma, two rays of light, one red and one blue, suddenly emerged from under the eyes of Binghuo Lianji and quickly moved towards Chang Feng's body. The net moment the two lights, one red and one blue, were seen. Dao Guang integrated into Chang Feng's body. As the two rays of light merged into Chang Feng's body, a blazing red light and a blazing blue light suddenly erupted from Chang Feng's body, each with a red and blue light blade intertwined with each other. At the same time, under the eyes of Binghuo Lianji, a steady stream of red and blue air threads all poured in. Not long after, in a burst of extremely brilliant and brilliant colored light, Chang Feng's figure disappeared. Instead, the two men of ice and fire, there is a half red and half blue giant silkworm cocoon as tall as one person in the mid-air above the water surface of Yian. It looked very strange. At this time Chang Feng didn't know what his situation was. He only felt that his body was floating on a vast blue lake as if he had fallen into the warm embrace of his mother. He felt completely comfortable all over. With a snap of his fingers, be in harmony with this hazy and dreamy world and be indistinguishable from each other. Time is still passing by bit by bit. Chang Feng seems to be in a strange state and cannot make any movement. He can only realize it silently. At some point the sky is already filled with stars. At the same time, Soto City. Douluo was busy on his way and arrived at Soto City just in time. Looking at Soto City in front of him, Douluo's eyes flashed with a sinister light. After entering Soto City, he saw a few people in twos and threes on the opposite side. Douluo flashed and came to a middle-aged man wearing a black gown in front of me. This man had a pockmarked face and a red face. Douluo looked at him coldly. Where is Shrek Academy? Suddenly being targeted by Douluo, the middle-aged man in a black gown seemed to feel that he was being targeted by a poisonous snake. He suddenly shivered and replied tremblingly, I don't know. Douluo's face became much gloomier. Since it's useless, then go die. With a pop sound, the middle-aged man in a black gown fell straight to the ground. His face was covered in black and blue and his lips were black. This scene fell into the eyes of many people on the street at this time. They were all shocked. Looking at the disheveled green-haired Douluo, fear flashed in their eyes. They subconsciously looked at Douluo. Their eyes flashed and their bodies stiffened. He stayed where he was, not daring to look directly at him for fear of being stared at by Douluo. Regarding the sudden death of the middle-aged man in a black gown, those who are attentive would have already noticed at a glance that the man was poisoned silently. For Douluo to kill people so unscrupulously on the street and his horrific poisoning, what's even more frightening is the extremely strong momentum that Douluo exudes, which makes people unable to resist at all. This gap makes people feel desperate and their heart fall infinitely into the abyss of despair. At the same time, no one dared to touch Douluo's brow under his gland. Cold sweat broke out on their foreheads, their legs swayed and there was a dead silence in the place. Where is Shrek Academy? Anyone who doesn't know will die. Douluo's voice reached the ears of everyone present, making everyone feel an extreme chill and everyone's souls were repelled. What made everyone present even more desperate was that at this moment Douluo's 9 distinctive soul rings slowly rose from the solace of his feet, causing everyone present to take a breath. Title Douluo. At this time no one dared to have other thoughts and fear flashed in their eyes. Seeing that no one answered, Douluo said coldly, it seems that you don't know, so give it all to me. When everyone present heard this, their expressions changed and everyone looked at Douluo in horror. At this moment, wait a minute sir, I know. This voice made everyone present rela and follow follow the voice and look at the person who spoke. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 112 Wei Hao. What caught everyone's eyes was a young man with an all-face dark comple eye on long eyebrows and eyelashes, disheveled but vertical and orderly hair, calm and clear eyes, wearing a clean and white navy blue gown with a black right. There is a piece of yellow cloth sewn on the leg of his trousers. He is sitting calmly on a wooden wheelchair with his left hand on his lap and his right hand holding a yellow wine gourd. You know? Douluo looked sharply with a hint of coldness in his eyes. I know. The young man was not moved by Douluo's forcing gaze at all, and his eyes did not waver at all. Where? Douluo glanced at the young man indifferently, and there was a faint fluctuation of soul power in his body. The young man took a sip of wine with his mouth facing the gourd and said Gulu. This scene made Douluo's face instantly become extremely ugly. Just when Douluo made a move, he suddenly heard in his ears, go south of Soto City and walk a few kilometers straight to reach Shrek Academy. When Douluo heard this, his eyes sparkled and he said bluntly, I don't know whether what you said is true or false, but just in case I decided. The net moment Douluo dodged and came to the young man, pinched his mouth, threw a black pill into his mouth, covered his mouth with his hand and pushed the pill down the young man's throat. As soon as it rolled into his stomach, this scene made the young man's face change drastically. Ahem, what did you give me to eat? It's just a poison specially prepared by me. This pill is called madness. People who take this pill will lose their mind and act like a madman. If they don't take the antidote within 7 days, they will completely become a madman in the future. Of course, if your will is very strong, you can come to Tiandu City to find me within 7 days. Then maybe I will take pity on you and give you the antidote. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man's expression changed drastically and anger flashed in his eyes. Why? I'm happy. I want you to mind your own business. Douluo glanced at the young man contemptuously. Under the timid gaze of the young man, Douluo sneered, took out a small green snake and looked at the others in the field, his eyes flashing with terrifying murderous intent. Whoosh, whoosh. Wherever the green shadow passed, everyone's expressions changed dramatically. Suddenly ferocious expressions appeared on their faces and they were all rolling on the ground in pain, wailing, and it was like a hell on earth. The young man's face was extremely angry. He pointed at Douluo and said angrily, they are all innocent. Why do you want to kill them? As a powerful titled Douluo, you really have no grace and face as a master. Douluo looked at the young man without saying a word and then said calmly, I know you want to save them. I saw that I was unhappy, so I killed you. You are not timid. You actually questioned me. However, for the sake of you telling me the news about Shrek, I am too lazy to take action this time. Now just cherish the few sober and normal days you have now. The medicine will take effect within a moment. After Douluo finished speaking, he immediately ran towards the south of Soto City, heading straight towards Shrek Academy. For a moment, all the people who were rolling on the ground all over the street turned into pus at this moment, and the pus water turned into a small river. There was an extreme stench all around that would not go away for a long time. Looking at the cruelty like hell in front of him, the young man's face turned pale and his body was shaking with anger. He looked at Douluo's retreating back and said coldly, I swear one day Wei Hao will definitely crush you to ashes. Douluo headed towards Shrek Academy. Along the way, anyone who blocked his way would be directly knocked down by him with strange poison, making them fall to the ground forever. Such behavior spread throughout Soto City in an instant. Everyone who heard about it turned pale and felt like they were surviving a disaster. They were glad that they did not go to Soto City today. For Douluo, the journey of several kilometers only took a few minutes. When he arrived at Shrek Academy, Douluo looked at the dilapidated environment of Shrek Academy with a flash of contempt in his eyes. When he thought that his granddaughter Yanner was still in the hands of Shrek Academy, Douluo's anger surged. He swerved to a tree and carefully sensed his surroundings. Suddenly Douluo's eyes lit up and he quickly moved toward the southwest. Go to a cabin. With a whoosh sound, Douluo kicked the door in. The wooden door broke into countless pieces. When he saw the scene in front of him, Douluo's anger surged to the extreme. I saw that Douluo was dying at this time. His whole body was tied up, his hair was disheveled, his head was hanging down and his body was stained with blood. If he hadn't felt that Douluo still had a little breath, Douluo wouldn't dare to imagine that by then, between heaven and earth, then he was left alone. Douluo quickly approached and came to Douluo. He stretched out his trembling right hand and stroked Douluo's purple hair. His eyes were red. Yanner, Grandpa is here. Don't worry. With Grandpa here, no one can do anything. I'll bully you again. Douluo's head had been lowered. At this time he seemed to be sensing something and slowly raised his head. However, when Douluo saw Douluo's face, in an instant the murderous aura in his eyes filled the entire wooden house almost substant. At this time my own Yanner was disfigured. Half of the face was completely corroded while the other half was still intact. With one glance at the corroded half of the face, Douluo judged that the face was caused by corrosive poison. For a moment Douluo Bo looked very ugly. Tang San, you dare to hurt me Yanner, I will kill you today. At this time Yan's eyes were lifeless and his face was dull as if he had lost his life. His whole person was like a zombie and he had no reaction at all to Bo in front of him. However, when he heard the word Tang San, a trace of resentment flashed in Yan's eyes and he suddenly said angrily, Tang San, kill me if you can. My grandpa will definitely avenge me. Yan muttered this sentence over and over again as if he was crazy. When Bo saw this scene, his heart was very painful. His Yanner had become like this. Bo couldn't bear that Yan's spirit continued to be stimulated, so he sent Yan away. Knock her out and let her rest. Carrying Yan on his back, Bo looked at Shrek Academy with burning anger and shouted, everyone in Shrek Academy, get out of here. Bang bang. Bo suddenly plotted and 9 soul rings slowly rose from the solace of his feet. The colors of the soul rings were yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and black. The surrounding air seemed to freeze instantly. Bo with Bo's explosive momentum, the wooden house seemed to be like paper turning into debris and flying. A thick cloud of smoke filled the air and the sound spread all around. After a while Flanders and Zhao Wuji arrived here first. When they saw the scene in front of them, their faces were ugly. Zhao Wuji said angrily, who dares to cause trouble in our Shrek Academy? Are you looking for death? After the smoke and dust cleared, Bo looked at Zhao Wuji pressionlessly. Where is Tang San? Flanders said, excuse me, what do you want to do with Tang San? I am his dean. If there is anything you can tell me, I will inform my students when the time comes. Bo glanced sideways at Flanders. Are you the dean of Shrek Academy? While speaking, Bo summoned the martial spirit Jade Phosphorus Snake, his eyes shimmering like dark emerald. When Flanders saw the appearance of the martial spirit behind Bo, his pression changed drastically and he claimed the world's best poison spirit master, Poison Douluo. Flanders quickly put on a smile, saluted Bo and said, I didn't know that Poison Douluo came to our Shrek Academy. It's really Flanders' bad reception. I hope there are a lot of Poison Douluo. Bo glanced at the shocked Zhao Wuji indifferently and ignored Flanders. Where is Tang San? Listening to Bo's cold word, Flanders' heart skipped a beat, secretly guessing that maybe Tang San had offended Poison Douluo before. Why did Poison Douluo look like he wanted to kill him? However, no matter what Tang San is, he will always be a student of Shrek Academy. Flanders narrowed his eyes and smiled, Your Majesty, Poison Douluo, is there any misunderstanding in this? This Tang San is just our Shrek Academy student. How could an ordinary student from the academy ask Poison Douluo Mian to come to Shrek Academy to investigate? Poison Douluo looked at Flanders coldly and Flanders stiffened as if he was suddenly stared at by a poisonous snake. I need you to teach me how to do things. Since you are all with Tang 3 related things, then I'll collect some interest first. Please make atonement for my Yanner, Jade Phosphorus Snake King. In an instant Bo transformed into a 30-meter long, a big green snake as thick as a water tank with a pair of big green eyes as big as light bulbs stared fiercely at Flanders and Zhao Wuji. The net moment, with a hiss, the big green snake immediately opened its mouth and sprayed it spit out a smelly thick green poisonous mist that spread rapidly around. Seeing this, Flanders looked extremely ugly. Your Majesty, Poison Douluo, you are going too far to deceive others. Bo didn't answer and the snake's tail quickly swung in the direction of Flanders, trying to drag Flanders into the poisonous mist. Seeing Bo's actions, Flanders rolled his eyes and quickly understood the other party's motive. He shouted with a livid face, the 7th soul skill, the martial spirit avatar, the cat eagle avatar. In an instant Flanders immediately transformed into a giant owl to fight. His strength, speed, attack power and other attributes were greatly improved. Seeing that the snake's tail was about to approach him, Flanders would not just sit still and wait for death. He quickly flapping its wings, it flew into the air. Just as Flanders flew into the air, his sharp eyes discovered that Bo's target was not him but Zhao Wuji. Suddenly a flash of worry flashed across Flanders' face and he shouted, Zhao Wuji, be careful. Zhao Wuji suddenly heard Flanders' voice and subconsciously became vigilant, shouting, the 7th soul skill, the true form of the martial spirit, the powerful Vajra Bear true form. As soon as he finished speaking, Bo looked at Zhao Wuji and sneered Medusa's gaze. Zhao Wuji had been staring closely in the direction of Bo when he discovered that 2 petrified rays of light suddenly shot out of Bo's eyes heading towards him. A strong sense of danger suddenly arose in Zhao Wuji's heart, but those 2, the speed of the ray of light was too fast and the time was too short. The body was unable to react anymore. He watched helplessly as the 2 rays of light were heading towards him. However, when the 2 rays of light gradually approached, the extremely strong feeling of danger came to his heart again. Zhao Wuji secretly thought it's over. He underestimated the attack of this soul skill. Shishi. When the 2 rays of light fell on Zhao Wuji felt that a crack suddenly appeared in his powerful Vajra Bear body and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Before it was over, a bang sound sounded. At this time Zhao Wuji's already worried heart became even more worried and another crack appeared. In the blink of an eye, dozens of cracks suddenly appeared in the broken real body. Seeing that his martial soul real body was about to slowly break into pieces, he knew that if that time came he might really be finished. Before Zhao Wuji could think any more, Zhao Wuji spurted out a mouthful of blood. At this time Zhao Wuji's body trembled and his martial soul avatar was immediately released. Seeing the two rays of light still heading towards him, Zhao Wuji was so frightened that he lost his soul. Big risk. At this moment Flanders quickly flew to Zhao Wuji's side, grabbed Zhao Wuji's shoulders and quickly flew into the air. As soon as he flew into the air, the two rays of light fell on a tree. In an instant the trees turned into stone statues. When this scene fell into Zhao Wuji's eyes, the pupils in his eyes shrank suddenly and then he felt a kind of heart palpitation. Just now he was almost like that tree. What a danger! However, just when Zhao Wuji breathed a sigh of relief, Flanders did not notice that at some point the 9-section jadeite was attached to the back of Zhao Wuji's shoulder. At this time the 9-section jadeite was spitting out his tongue. There was a sound on the ground that made Flanders stagnant. Looking along the sound, he saw that the 9-section jadeite was about to bite Zhao Wuji. When he wanted to react, it was already too late. The net moment Zhao Wuji was suddenly bitten and he cried out in pain, and the sound of Zhao Wuji's pain cut through the sky. The moment Flanders brought Zhao Yuki to the ground, the 9-section jade was so fast that it left Zhao Yuki's body. However, when he saw the condition of Zhao Yuki, he was worried. Zhao Wuji, what's wrong with you? Zhao Wuji's face turned purple at this time and he curled up and rolled on the ground in pain. Flanders was heartbroken for a while. Looking at Douluo who was confronting him in the distance, Flanders said coldly, "Your Majesty, Poison Douluo actually used such a weapon. Your tactics really fit your title of Poison Douluo." Douluo looked at Flanders zionlessly. "Today I will make Shrek Academy completely barren of grass." After listening to Douluo's word, Flanders Zion quickly turned sideways, extremely ugly. "Dean, what's wrong with Teacher Zhao?" The sudden sound made Flanders feel very troubled. Tang San was actually here. Douluo was so strong, how could he save Tang San from him? For a moment Flanders, who was already worried, felt a haze fill his heart. No, Teacher Zhao was poisoned. By the way, Dean, Teacher Zhao, do you know what kind of poison he was poisoned with? Flanders said in a deep voice, "Snake venom." Tang San looked happy. "Dean, I can detto if Teacher Zhao's poison." Under Flanders's surprised gaze, he saw Tang San take out a pot of realgar wine from the 24 bridge on a moonlit night and then poured it on Zhao Wuji's wound. After a few breaths he saw that Zhao Wuji was rolling on the ground in pain. Zhao Wuji stood up suddenly at this moment, which made Flanders feel reassured. If Cheng Feng were here he would definitely claim about this scene, "It's unscientific. It is really incredible that ordinary realgar wine can detto if 9-section jade. Or is it because the person who used realgar wine is Tang San? All this is unknown." Douluo looked at Zhao Wuji, who was still in pain a moment ago, but now he was so alive and kicking and he couldn't help but look shocked. Then he turned his eyes and looked at Tang San squinting and said, "Are you Tang San?" Flanders hearing this sentence, "It is not good to secretly talk." Just when Flanders was about to say something, Tang San kept a faint smile on his face and said, "I don't change my name in business or my last name in office. I am Tang San. From what you said, senior, you seem to have heard of me." Douluo said coldly, "I don't know if your name as the god of poison is just for fame and fame. Today I'm here to test your method. Humph, I will make you disappear from the world today." The 8 soul skill time freezing. Suddenly the puzzled Tang San's Zion changed and he felt that he was immediately targeted by the other party. His face immediately dropped and he said indifferently, "Senior, what does this mean?" For a moment Tang San immediately remembered the 5th article of Xiantian Bailu. All disciples of the Tang sect should not cause trouble easily, but if anyone takes the initiative to invade they are promised to retaliate with thunder. And Article 6 of Xiantian Bailu. Mount Tai collapses in front but remains unchanged. The Yellow River rises to the top but remains calm. A true master of hidden weapons has a cool head at all times. Even if the opponent is a titled Douluo, he must have a calm mind. The net moment Tang San immediately shouted, "Purple demon eyes." Douluo looked at the faint purple meaning in Tang San's eyes. "Today I will let you disappear from the world." With a whoosh sound, Douluo immediately dodged in front of Tang San and instantly lifted Tang San's neck with his right hand, letting Tang San's legs hang in the air. Tang San realized his current situation and was shocked. He didn't expect the titled Douluo to be so strong and couldn't react at all. Secretly sizing up his situation, Tang San wondered how he could just sit there and wait for death. He raised his right hand and quickly aimed it at Douluo's head. With a few swish sounds he immediately shot out several sharp sleeve arrows. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 113. Douluo destroys Shrek Academy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Douluo immediately released his grip on Tang San's neck, quickly tilted his head back back and subconsciously kicked Tang San heavily with his feet. The net moment he saw 3 crossbow arrows grazing an inch above Douluo's face fall straight forward. At the same time Tang San took advantage of Douluo's kick and retreated, tapping his heel lightly on the ground several times to widen the distance between him and Douluo. Douluo was about to raise his head when he saw Tang San squatting on the ground, covering his abdomen with his hands, a mouthful of blood overflowing from the corner of his mouth and a very cold look in his eyes. Tang San stretched out his left hand and took out the Zhuge godly crossbow. Its crossbow arrow was 8 inches long and had no tail feathers. The back 4 inches were cylindrical, the front 4 inches were cone-shaped, and the front 3 inches had a full 12 tiny blood arrows. Groove. The tip is extremely sharp and radiate cold light. Looking at Douluo, he estimated that the distance between him and Douluo was less than 20 meters. Tang San's face turned cold. Zhuge divine crossbow launch. The net moment 18 tailless crossbow arrows were fired at extremely fast speeds heading toward Douluo's front door. A flash of shock flashed in Douluo's eyes and the crackling sound in the air revealed its domineering and ferocious appearance. If he allowed it to shoot on him, it would probably bring him some trouble. Thinking of this, Douluo quickly dodged and easily dodged it. At this time the 18 tailless crossbow arrows that were shot at him before landed on a huge stone behind the previous position. When Douluo saw them passing through the stone, they landed parallel to the ground on a tree 30 meters away. When a total of 18 crossbow arrows were inserted halfway into the tree and kept making trembling sounds, Douluo showed a hint of surprise on his face. Looking at Tang San, who was waiting in formation not far away, Douluo had no expression on his face, thinking that Tang San had many tricks up his sleeve. If he was allowed to continue to grow, he would definitely bring trouble to himself in the future. It seems that I can't keep you today. No matter what, I will kill you. Also, the entire Shrek Academy should be buried with you. In an instant, Douluo made a decision in his heart and shouted the 8 soul skill time freeze. A green light quickly spread and enveloped the entire Shrek Academy. Seeing this scene, Flanders and Zhao Wuji's pupils shrank suddenly. Flanders seemed to have thought of something and he claimed, Tang San, back up. This madman's net move may destroy us. Shrek Academy will definitely not be able to survive at all. Move back. Hearing Flanders's reminder, Tang San's expression changed. He looked at the soul skill that Douluo was displaying in the field. With that soaring aura, it was definitely not something he could stop. Thinking of this, Tang San couldn't rushing forward to confront Douluo. In Tang San's opinion, there was a huge gap between the two and the methods at his disposal were not enough to threaten Douluo's life. Without any time to think, Tang San quickly turned around, immediately stood on tiptoes and moved closer to Flanders and Zhao Wuji. Just as Tang San approached Flanders, Douluo shouted loudly the 9th soul skill, Jade Phosphorus Divine Light. In the eyes of Tang San, Flanders, Zhao Wuji and others, they saw that Douluo's body became completely transparent at this moment, and a poison with terrifying corrosive power was suddenly released. Everywhere life suddenly disappeared. The ground was full of pits and craters. All the wooden houses that originally stood near Shrek Academy disappeared. Green smoke filled the air everywhere as if the land was moaning in pain, and Tang San was currently being carried by Flanders with his feet dangling in the air. When he heard Douluo's 9th soul skill before, Flanders directly used his martial spirit avatar and subconsciously lifted Tang San and Zhao Wuji into the sky one by one. Tang San saw this terrifying scene on the ground. There was an extremely strong interest in his eyes and he seemed to be a little happy to see this kind of poison. However, when he thought that this was the soul skill used by the other party to deal with him, his heart was filled with haze and he had no idea why the other party was acting like this. He is unreasonable and will kill himself as soon as he comes up. Douluo looked at the scene in front of him and seemed dissatisfied because he saw that Tang San was not dead but was being carried by Flanders and flew high into the sky. Looking up at Flanders and others who were parked high in the sky, Douluo looked a little ugly. Suddenly, not far away, a group of people were coming in this direction. Looking from a distance, Flanders saw that they were other students from Shrek Academy. Suddenly, Flanders' face was filled with a solemn look. Damn it, why are they back at this time? What should I do now? I am at best a soul saint and I am no match for poison Douluo, let alone protect me from poison Douluo. What should I do with these kids? Flanders' forehead showed the word Sichuan and there was deep worry in his eyes. Without any hesitation, in the net moment, Flanders quickly carried Tang San and Zhao Wuji and flew in front of several other students of Shrek Academy in the blink of an eye, stopping them from moving forward. Teacher, why are the gates of our Shrek Academy gone? I thought I was blinded, but I saw a lot of commotion in our academy from all the way. Ma Hongjun looked at Flender, his face full of doubts and confusion. Isn't it a thief? Oscar interjected. Our college is so poor, I'm afraid thieves won't be willing to come here. After all, even rats dislike this place. Ning Rongrong blinked and glanced at the field. field. Dean, did something happen? Daimubai glanced at the field, especially when he saw a figure not far away. His aura was very scary. He couldn't help but look a little solemn. Zhu Zuking had deep eyes and stood aside without speaking. Mo Weiner's body froze. She glanced in the direction of Douluo and secretly thought, how come Shrek Academy has enemies of the title Douluo level coming to visit? However, the net moment Mo Weiner suddenly looked at a corner in the southeast with the corner of her eye, her face a little stunned, and she thought to herself, usually a title Douluo is not common, but today there are two. Interesting. I wonder if this title Douluo has good intentions towards Shrek Academy, or does he have malicious intentions? Looking at Tang San with a worried face, he fell into deep thought. Flanders looked at these children, his eyes full of determination, his e-pression downcast. He looked at these Shrek Academy students and said solemnly, children, listen to me. I will stop each other for a moment, and you all we have to do is to run as hard as possible with teacher Zhao, and we must escape well. Flanders' words caused everyone to fall into silence for a while. Dean, our Shrek Academy will advance and retreat together. Have you forgotten what you taught us before? Daimubai said excitedly. Yes, Dean, we are willing to share adversity, life and death with Shrek Academy. Oscar agreed. Flanders, you underestimate me. Zhao Yuki. Today I, Zhao Yuki, will go forward and retreat with you. I will not regret it until my death. I won't regret it until I die. Daimubai, Oscar, Ma Hongjun and Tang San all agreed. Flanders looked at the scene in front of him and felt a little moved in his heart. However, his reason prevailed and he said with a straight face, nonsense. You all have a bright future. How can you be here? As your dean, these are all mine. It should be done. Tang San, you are usually calm, and take them away as much as possible. This is the dean's last request. Finally, I will teach you one more thing, that is, when facing an invincible enemy, the first thing is to protect. Be good to yourself. After speaking, Flanders glanced at Zhao Wuji. Old Zhao, these students are the treasures of our Shrek Academy. They lack a leader responsible for leading them to escape. Teacher Li and Xiao Gang are at the same place. Remember to take them out and meet Xiao Gang and the others. Looking at Flanders' stern e-pression, Zhao Wuji's eyes were filled with complicated emotions, and he said with difficulty and bitterness, Flanders, I agree. Then there was silence again. Flanders looked at Douluo on the opposite side approaching towards him and was shocked. He shouted to Zhao Wuji, old Zhao, don't hesitate, hurry up, lead the children to break out. The net moment Flanders shouted, martial spirit, true form. A huge owl roared high into the sky and then quickly rushed in the direction of Douluo. Zhao Wuji looked at this scene. His heart was very heavy, but he kept Flanders' instructions in mind and shouted, children, follow me, let's go. Zhao Wuji took the lead and Tang San rolled his eyes and he was the second one, and then the others followed. However, the atmosphere in the entire team was a bit heavy. They all had their own opinions about Flanders' net fate. Bad guess. Douluo looked at Zhao Wuji's movements and saw Flanders blocking him like a fly. Douluo immediately became angry and approached Flanders quickly before Flanders could react. Quickly gathered soul power in his hand and hit Flanders on the chest with a hard palm, knocking Flanders 10 meters away, causing Flanders to spit out a large mouthful of blood on the spot. His face was pale and he was listless. This scene fell in Zhao Wuji's eyes, making Zhao Wuji's heart tremble. Douluo looked at Tang San's blue back. For a moment Douluo quickly approached Tang San, and before Tang San could react he was only 1 meter away from Tang San. This sight made the pupils of Tang San's eyes shrink suddenly. Tang San, be careful. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 114. Tang 3. My faucet seems to be broken. Hearing the shouts of his companions, Tang San felt solemn. Looking around he found that Douluo was already standing in front of him e-pressionlessly. The two were only 1 meter apart. He was startled and immediately stopped. Be prepared to retreat quickly. However, before Tang San could continue to act, Douluo's eyes flashed with cold light and he gathered his soul power in his hand, preparing to slap Tang San's forehead fiercely. But at this moment a black shadow quickly came towards Douluo, scraping the air along the way, generating sparks, and the explosion of air attracted Douluo's attention. Douluo immediately turned around and saw that what was about to attack from the right was a black hammer with a cylindrical handle about 3 feet long and a cylindrical head. On the black surface of the hammer there was a wave of a special light was coiled around a faint pattern, and he said with a serious e-pression, Haoshan hammer. If he let Tang San go just to avoid this hammer, Douluo felt unwilling to do so. He struggled for a moment in his eyes, then immediately gritted his teeth. The SITH soul skill, the barrier of the poison array. In an instant a green thick fog quickly surrounded Douluo's right side, quickly forming a barrier like a thick wall like a substance, but Douluo's right hand still did not stop falling towards Tang San. At this time a hint of fear flashed in Tang San's eyes. Looking at Douluo's palm about to fall, a trace of weakness flashed deep in his eyes. However, at this moment an extremely sharp sword blade from behind Douluo struck in the direction of Douluo. Douluo's Bo's face turned cold and strong anger flashed in his eyes. Thinking that Douluo Yan was behind him, Douluo Bo didn't think too much. Hesitating, he immediately moved aside, but while moving sideways he felt extremely upset and fiercely sprinkled some powder on Tang San and kicked the faucet on Tang San's lower body. As Douluo Bo moved aside, Tang San screamed. His body arched into a C shape, his hands covering the faucet on his lower body, his face pale, and at the same time it seemed that the medicinal powder had taken effect and Tang San's body immediately grew. There were many spots, especially on the face, which were even more horrifying, like traces of corpse spot. At this moment Tang San looked extremely ferocious. At this moment the clear sky hammer hit the barrier of the poison array and smashed it into pieces. Makes a thumping sound. Douluo Bo looked at Tang San and breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, but when he looked at the two figures that suddenly appeared in the field, his expression was extremely solemn. A figure is covered in black robes and the face cannot be seen, but the clear sky hammer he holds in his hand is extremely familiar. What's more important is that behind the figure in black robes something has risen. The 9 soul rings were beating regularly. The colors of the soul rings were yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and red. Especially the last soul ring was red, which made Douluo Bo heartbroken. Sinking. The other person is an old man wearing a spotless snow white robe with white beard and hair. His long silver hair is neatly combed behind his back. He has a simple appearance, but his face is as delicate as a baby. His expression is very indifferent and his eyes seem to be unable to see anything around him. It looked like something, but it just stood there quietly and didn't speak. But just standing there he still gave people a feeling that he was the only one in the universe. Although the old man did not show his soul ring, judging from his invisible aura he was probably another titled Douluo. In addition, the one who struck behind him was a sword blade. As for the identity of the old man in front of him, Douluo Bo, he already had a guess, and his expression was very ugly. Sword Douluo Chen and actually learned how to sneak attack. It's really an eye-opener for me. The black robe figure glanced in the direction of Tang San with a very gloomy and ugly expression. He looked at Douluo Bo and said in a hoarse voice, "How dare you hurt him? Give me your life to compensate." At the same time Sword Douluo also said, "I promised wrong that I won't let you kill that boy." Douluo Bo looked at the black robe figure with an ugly expression. It seemed that this black robe figure was also in trouble and the current situation was not good for him. Suddenly a figure in black robe was seen and shouted in a low voice, "Killing God realm open." At this moment the aura of the black robe figure was strengthened and Douluo Bo, who was suddenly enveloped by this field, felt his heart sink suddenly when he felt that his strength had been weakened by about 1/10. Seeing the other party's fierce momentum, the clear sky hammer he was holding enhanced his momentum. At this moment Douluo Bo suddenly thought of a person and immediately claimed Haoshan Douluo. At this moment Douluo Bo suddenly turned his eyes and without much hesitation he shouted, "Time freezes." All of a sudden Douluo Bo locked Tang San and Tang Hao, and then he frantically output his soul power, shouting with a solemn expression, "Green scale divine light." After seeing Douluo Bo perform this soul skill again, Tang Hao's face turned gloomy, his body flashed and he came to Tang San's side. He picked up Tang San, who was whining in extreme pain, and quickly moved away from the range enveloped by this corrosive poison. Chen Xin also mentioned Flanders, who was seriously injured, and stayed away from here. Seeing this, Douluo Bo immediately seized this opportunity, chose a direction and ran away quickly. Tang Hao noticed this scene, his eyes became much colder and he moved directly in the direction of Douluo Bo. Using all his soul power he quickly threw a ball in the direction of Douluo Bo. A jet black hammer that touched the air and generated powerful sparks fell toward Douluo Bo like a fireball. Douluo Bo glanced out of the corner of his eyes and knew that the other party had used all his strength. At this time his physical condition was not right and he could not react immediately. He gritted his teeth and quickly moved Douluo Yan forward to hold him with both hands. He had just done this point, the fireball like clear sky hammer landed heavily on Douluo Bo's back. With a click, a large piece of bone in Douluo Bo's back was shattered. He stumbled forward and spat out a mouthful of blood. Suppressing his physical discomfort, Douluo Bo just frowned, looked at Douluo Yan, who was sleeping with his eyes closed, bit his lip, and his body immediately disappeared from the scene like a shadow. Arriving at a quiet place far away from the previous battle, Tang Hao looked at Tang San's face covered with corpses and couldn't help but feel a little distressed in his eyes. When Tang San curled up and held that place with both hands, his eyes froze murderous diffuse. Not far away from Tang Hao, Chen Xin put down Flanders and then looked in the direction of Tang Hao. Haoshan Douluo, the 7 treasures Glay sect have a lot of collections. Unfortunately I happen to have a grain of solution on my body. The medicine can cure the poison in that young man. Tang Hao's face froze and he said in a hoarse voice, "What are the conditions?" Chen Xin said calmly, "I just want to help everyone be members of the 3rd sect. If we negotiate terms I would be looking down on me." Chen Xin. Tang Hao didn't believe this statement moment, but seeing his son Tang San in great pain, he asked, "Where's the antidote?" Chen Xin flicked it with his finger and Tang Hao immediately caught it. Then he fed it directly into Tang San's mouth and said softly, "Eat it." At this time Tang San looked painful, but he felt a sense of intimacy in the black-robed man in front of him. He had some guesses in his heart, nodded and swallowed directly. After taking the medicine, he found that the corpse spots on Tang San's body were quickly receding and he returned to his normal appearance. He felt relieved. Tang Hao looked at Chen Xin and replied calmly, "I remember this." Feeling the difference in Tang San's eyes when he looked at him, Tang Hao replied calmly, "When it's time for you to know, I will tell you. Now you don't need to ask anymore. If you ask, I won't tell." After listening to Tang Hao's words, Tang San suppressed the doubts in his heart and nodded heavily. In a moment Tang Hao disappeared in front of Tang San, making Tang San feel melancholy. Chen Xin looked at Tang San and smiled lightly. "I heard my wrong mention you, young man. You are very good." After finishing speaking, Chen Xin asked again, "Do you know where Rothfu is? I heard wrong say that he bullied wrong." Tang San was not in a good mood at this time, but facing Chen Xin, who had saved him before, he saluted and said, "Senior Luo Saifu, I don't know where he is. I heard he is going to practice." After hearing Tang San's words, Chen Xin's face became a little gloomy and she sighed, "This boy, I will let him know the consequences of bullying wrong one day." After saying that, he saw Chen Xin directly summoning the sword spirit, and then Yu Jian left the scene. Flanders looked at the environment of Shrek Academy not far away, feeling a little heavy in his heart. He slowly walked up to Tang San, patted his shoulder and said, "Tang San, you are the pride of our Shrek Academy. Today don't take it too seriously. I believe that as long as I give you more time, you will surpass Poison Douluo sooner or later." After saying that, Flender left here. He needed to think carefully about many things today, especially the reconstruction of Shrek Academy, which made him feel tired. Tang San looked at Flanders as leaving back. His eyes flashed with light and he secretly thought, "Douluo, one day I will personally take your life." However, the pain in his lower body made Tang San's mouth twitch. For some reason he had an uneasy premonition in his heart as if the faucet was broken, but he wasn't sure, so he decided to go to Soto City to find one first. The doctor took a look. Thinking of this, Tang San's Zion became even gloomier and gloomier. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 115, Digging a Hole for Tang 3. The setting sun in the forest where ice and fire shine. When Cheng Feng woke up from the strange state, he found that he was wrapped in a huge cocoon and he shouted in a low voice, "Raise non." In an instant Cheng Feng broke out of the cocoon, flashed his body and came to the ground of the ice and fire eyes. Looking at the surroundings, Cheng Feng couldn't believe that this was the ice and fire eyes. The surroundings were bare and lifeless, the energy of the ice and fire eyes, but now when he looked again, the flowing brilliance seemed to be weakened a lot. Cheng Feng was confused as to what happened during this period. Looking up at the sky, watching the sunset, he was thinking about what was going on with Douluo. At this moment Cheng Feng was thinking about planting the fairy grass in Douluo's medicinal garden. He stopped it for the time being in order to prevent Douluo from coming back early due to any accident. Cheng Feng once again took one last look at the Binghuo Lianjian and then prepared to return to the house he rented in Tiandu City. As for the changes that have taken place in the body, Cheng Feng can also clearly feel that it is not only physical fitness, soul power level, spirit etc., but also other things on the body, but this is not for investigation. Good place. Thinking of this, Cheng Feng returned along the original road and rushed back to Tiandu City before dark. However, when Cheng Feng appeared in Tiandu City, Cheng Feng found that there were many more eyes around him focusing on him. Even though he was far away, he still felt that they were still there. Ran stood there looking at his back. When this idea first came to his mind, Cheng Feng started to shake a little as he walked. It wasn't until Cheng Feng put on a FO mask when he passed by a small alley that he felt a little normal. After returning to his place of residence, Cheng Feng sat cross-legged on the bed, locked the doors and windows and prepared to carefully reflect on what he had gained from this trip. Without thinking too much, Cheng Feng immediately closed his eyes for a moment with a look of surprise on his face. What makes Cheng Feng happy is that his soul power has reached level 40, and Cheng Feng always feels that everything will be truly revealed after he obtains the 4th soul ring. Suppressing the joy of improving his soul power level, Cheng Feng realized it for a moment, happily clapped his thighs and murmured, "Ice and fire immunity, I have this, it's so cool. Tang San, from now on the ice and fire dual freedom only belongs to you." In addition, Cheng Feng also clearly realized that his physical fitness had reached a terrifying level. In order to test how strong his physical fitness was, Cheng Feng deliberately took out a dagger from the ring's soul guide and he scratched his hand several times and found that there was no scar at all, only a little mark. It didn't take long for the mark to disappear quickly. Seeing this, Cheng Feng's joy was beyond word. Then Cheng Feng Feng took a deep look at his left and right arms. Chang Feng was shocked by the two soul bones that suddenly appeared on his left and right arms. Suddenly Chang Feng thought of the eyes of Binghuo Lianji. There may be two dragon skeletons below the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King. In an instant Chang Feng's eyes suddenly became much brighter and some thoughts in his heart were ready to move. After carefully closing his eyes and comprehending for a long time, Chang Feng kept smiling and whispered, "It seems that the son of the future world of Douluo continent will be replaced by me after he appears. Haha, this time I will make a lot of money." What Chang Feng never expected was that the age of the left arm soul bone was unknown, but it provided him with a realm, the realm of ice. Within 100 meters of the ice domain lock the enemy. The locked enemy's strength will be directly weakened by 30%. Moreover, if the opponent's martial spirit is of ice attribute, it can be absolutely suppressed and the opponent's life or death will be determined by one's thought. The key and most important point is that with your own mental power in the field you can explore the surrounding information 360 degrees without blind spot. The scope of control in this area will expand as his strength grows. The field. You can imagine Chang Feng's inner joy that he finally has won, but this is not enough to make Chang Feng reach the point of ecstasy now, because in addition the right arm soul bone also provides him with a field, the realm of fire. Within 100 meters of the fire domain lock the enemy. The locked enemy's strength will be directly weakened by 30%. Moreover, if the opponent's martial spirit is of fire attribute, it can be absolutely suppressed and the opponent's life or death will be determined by one's thought. The key and most important point is that with your own mental power in the field you can also check the surrounding information 360 degrees without blind spot. Likewise, the scope of control in this area will also expand as one's own strength grows. Suddenly, with two fields, Chang Feng felt that the future was bright. While feeling joyful, Chang Feng suddenly thought about combining domain. Is it possible to have multiple domains? When he thought of this, Chang Feng felt a little excited, but thinking that the environment he lived in now was not suitable for experiments, Chang Feng secretly kept this idea in his heart. If the combination of ice and fire realms obtains the life realm, then all this will bring enough benefits to his future foundation in heaven. After all, there are as many fairy grasses in his jade bracelet as a garden. In any case, even if he understands the realm, we must also clear out the realm of life. Chang Feng has already thought about it. If the field combination does not lead to new fields, then he will conduct a comprehensive study on one field to understand the nature of the field. When the time comes, he will also find out the life field. At this time, for some reason, Chang Feng had a clearer plan in his mind for becoming stronger NET. Regarding the plan to become stronger in the NET period of time, Chang Feng thought about it. First of all, he must collect information about the fairy grass. As for obtaining it from Tang San, Chang Feng immediately put aside this idea and the rest was judo. Where is Luo? You have to plan this carefully. Secondly, after planning the information on the jelly grass, he must carefully find the jelly grass in the jelly grass that can evolve his martial spirit. Chang Feng was quite looking forward to this. Finally, there is the experimental research on the nature of the soul ring, the research on the combination of field, and the research on the use of mental power, and these all require a lot of time. For some reason, Chang Feng felt that it would be good if he could lurk for a while. As for his promise to Shui King, Chang Feng had already forgotten about it. When this thought came to his mind, Chang Feng stood up from the bedside, walked from one corner to another and wandered around every corner of the room. Suddenly, Chang Feng's sharp eyes found that his appearance was reflected in a simple bronze mirror. Chang Feng's eyes were shocked and he couldn't believe it. Pointing to the image in the bronze mirror, Chang Feng couldn't say a word for a long time. Finally, he choked out a sentence, "Here I go. This ice and fire eye actually has the effect of plastic surgery. I have never heard of this. Can anyone understand what is going on?" The image reflected in the bronze mirror is a head of fiery red hair, a pair of icy blue eyes, and a Tai Chi seal condensed between the eyebrows. On the left side of the Tai Chi seal is red, the right is blue. Extremely handsome. The face is as clear-cut as a sculpture. The angular face is extremely handsome. The lips are like warm jade. The eyebrows are picturesque and the light in the eyes is as bright as stars. At this moment, Chang Feng realized why he had caused such a shock on the streets of Tiandu city before. It was because his appearance was too eye-catching. Moreover, what makes Chang Feng more upset is that Luo Saifu's face is no longer there. The function of the Yingye phantom pond seems to have been cracked and the original appearance of his body has long since disappeared. I am afraid that the current appearance is this is how I will show off from now on. Thinking of this, Chang Feng felt a little dumbfounded. It didn't take long for Chang Feng to regain his composure because he thought he needed time to conduct some research experiments before, but now he didn't have any worries and could just find a place to do it. But the NET moment the appearance of Luo Jinbei and his mother Wang Hui appeared in Chang Feng's mind. Chang Feng decided to go back to Wenlin village to visit familiar people before heading to to Frozen City. See old friends. As for Shui King He Shuebeng and the others, Cheng Feng didn't want to pay attention to these matters for the time being. Moreover, Cheng Feng decided to dig another hole for Tang San before leaving Tiandu. After that, Cheng Feng put on a FO mask and walked into the night. After that, he worked all night before returning to his house to rest at dawn. Remember I Shang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 116 Tang 3, a treasure that detect the quality of faucet. Tang San meditated all night last night. At dawn he got up early, found a high ground, meditated cross-legged, looked at the sunrise in the east and practiced the purple demon eyes. Since all of Shrek Academy has been completely destroyed by Douluo, the Shrek Academy group is now scattered and staying in villagers' houses in nearby villages, and the house Tang San lives in is far away from the original Shrek Academy close. An hour later, Tang San completed today's goal of practicing the purple demon eyes and looked at his faucet thoughtfully, frowning, thinking that he was going to Soto City to see a doctor today, but the teacher had assigned him and others a training task. It would be hard to e-plane if he didn't participate, so Tang San left a letter in the room, the content of which was, it goes like this: Teacher, I have something important to go to Soto City today. I will be back before dark. Please take a day off. Tang San Liu Shasha. After finishing writing, Tang San went out of the house looking towards the direction of the other houses at the entrance of the village where the other people were staying. He found that no companions appeared and he couldn't help but breathed a sigh of relief. After all, this matter was a bit difficult to talk about. Tang San took out a mask he had worn when participating in the spirit fighting arena, put it on his face and then rushed straight to Soto City. Although I don't know much about the doctors in Soto City these days, I know one. Moreover, the doctor looks kind. He is an elderly man. Because the old man is on the way, he accidentally fell down and helped him up. This is how they got to know each other. Tang San thought of the old doctor's superb medical skills and his uneasy heart was somewhat soothed. After twisting and turning, Tang San walked through a quiet alley and came to a clinic. The name of the clinic was Miao Shao Rejuvenation Clinic. Dong dong. Tang San knocked on the thick black wooden door. The door was 1 foot wide and about 1 foot 3 feet high. Before long, the thick door opened with a squeak. Tang San immediately stepped forward and saluted Grandpa Fei. Good morning. I am Tang San, the one who helped you up before. The old man had a long soft white beard and a pair of grey-brown eyes sunk deeply into the eye sockets as if they had been ravaged and squeezed by time. He had neat and clean snow-white hair and his face looked rosy. I remembered. You are a kind-hearted young man. I remember that you are a very good young man. Old man, I accidentally fell down. You were the only young man who took the initiative to help old man and me get up. Why? You are free today if you don't mind. How about you stay and have a meal with the old man today at noon? How about I express my gratitude to you? After hearing this, Tang San quickly took off his mask, waved his hand and said, Grandpa Fei, Tang San came to see you today because he has something to do. You have something to do with me? Why do you need me as an old man? Tang San, if you have something to do, just say it. Even though I'm not a soul master when it comes to medical skills, my reputation in Soto City is well known. Well, Grandpa Fei, how about we go in and talk? From the corner of his eye, Tang San saw a few people passing by the door of the medical center and made appropriate suggestions. Old man, I'm confused. Come on, Tang San, let's go inside and talk. The old man stepped aside and after Tang San entered the door, he closed the door behind him. As soon as Tang San came in, he smelled a strong smell of medicinal herb. The room looked very clean with simple and plain furnishings. The old man brought a wooden stool and asked Tang San to sit down. Tang San did as he was told. The old man sat opposite Tang San, looked at Tang San and said with a smile, Tang San, you just said that you want to see me, this old man, for something. What on earth is that about? Tang San suddenly looked embarrassed and didn't know how to speak. However, thinking that there were only 2 people here and the most taboo in medical treatment was to avoid medical treatment, Tang San said without too much hesitation, Grandpa Fei, I attended yesterday to Hun. I'm injured somewhere. I feel a little serious, so I came over to take a look. Take a look for it. Where is it? Tang San pointed to his faucet with a red face and whispered, that's where it is. The old man followed the direction pointed by Tang San. His smile froze and then he said slightly angrily, how old is this person? But he still doesn't pay attention to taking care of himself, especially this place, which is the most vulnerable place for people it is related to. If something goes wrong in your future happy life, it will be a big problem. Having said this, the old man looked a little solemn, looked at Tang San and asked, is the drainage in that place still normal? Tang San nodded. It's normal. I paid special attention to it yesterday. It's normal. The old man felt a little relieved. But you can't be careless. You wait here for me. I'll get the treasure I've treasured for many years and then I'll give you a good test to see if there is really a problem. Tang San looked at the old man's back as he headed to the side courtyard and couldn't help but be curious about the treasure. The old man man said. After a while the old man turned back, looked at Tang San mysteriously and whispered, "This is the only copy I have collected all my life. Today take it out and open your eyes." Tang San respectfully took a yellowed book from the old man's hand, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Read it and read it carefully. After reading it, if that place is like a pillar holding up the sky, then it proves that it is still good and it will not be a problem to spread its branches in the future. On the contrary, if after reading it there is any reaction, then the problem is serious and I will conduct further examinations on you then." After hearing this, Tang San was a little confused, but the old man asked him to read the book, so he took it to heart. With curiosity, Tang San opened the first page of the book. Suddenly his face turned red and at the same time a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. "Keep reading, don't be shy, there are just the two of us here and you also want to know what is going on in that place, right? The old man also knows that you will definitely not let the old man touch that place to check you. I know you young people are very particular, so you used this method." After hearing what the old man said, Tang San felt that it made sense. After thinking about it carefully, he understood what the old man was thinking. Under the old man's gaze, Tang San gritted his teeth and continued to turn the net page. His face couldn't help but turn redder and he felt a little flustered. The old man looked at Tang San's uneasy look with a half smile but just watched quietly without making a sound. Tang San felt that there was no response in that place, so he continued to scroll down. The hero and heroine in the book changed their postures again, which made Tang San blush even more and couldn't help but feel a little hot. He said in his heart, "Don't look at anything inappropriate. Today Tang San violated the rules of gentlemanly etiquette. All of this was for the sake of medical treatment. As long as my heart was right, nothing would be a problem." Taking a deep breath, Tang San continued to look at the lifelike characters in the book. Each character in the book was full of rich colors, just like real people. Their movements were coherent like flowing cloud and flowing water, and the beauties presents were constantly changing. Between one push and one end, it's like having a great knowledge. It's wonderful. Time was passing slowly and the old man looked at Tang San with a dull presence on his face, but his eyes burst out with a strange light which seemed to show that he was watching with great interest. When the old man looked at that part of him, he found that it was ordinary. The eyes couldn't help but become more solemn. Looking at the dull presence on Tang San's face, the old man's face was filled with worry. After Tang San finished reading the book, he quickly closed it. However, the waves in his heart could not calm down. Suddenly, looking at the worried look on the old man's face, Tang San's face froze as if he thought of something. He slowly lowered his head. Looking at that place, his face darkened. "Perhaps you can ask for help from the healing soul masters. Their soul skills usually contain extraordinary curative effect. As far as I have seen, severed hands and feet can be reconnected. I think that place seems to be it hasn't reached that point yet, so it should be okay." After listening to the old man's words, Tang San's eyes lit up, thinking there is a way. It is better than no way. This matter can only be like this for now. From now on he should pay more attention to inquire about the healing spirit master. Of course, the prerequisite, this must be done secretly, otherwise when the time comes among the crowd I may not be able to hold my head up. Looking at the old man, Tang San felt a little complicated at the moment. "Grandpa Fei, please keep the matter of my coming here a secret and don't spread it outside." Looking at Tang San's indifferent presence, the old man felt a little strange and nodded. After Tang San put on the mask, he quietly left the clinic and prepared to return the same way, feeling a little bored. But the moment Tang San came out of the alley, at this moment a man with disheveled hair holding a wooden wheelchair suddenly rushed towards him. Tang San's eyes turned cold and he glanced at him indifferently. When he was about to hit himself, Tang San subconsciously kicked the man's chest hard, causing the man and his wheelchair to roll to the ground. He rolled several times on the ground. He kept vomiting blood from his mouth. Tang San looked at the other party's motionless appearance, frowned, looked around, and when he saw no one else was present, he immediately left the place. Not long after Tang San left, the man who fell to the ground propped himself up on the ground with his hands, his red eyes looking at Tang San's leaving back shining with an icy cold light, and the shadow and blue clothes was branded forever in his heart. The moment I saw this person holding his head in his hands, laughing, looking at the sky, was a little dull and murmured, "Who am I? What is my name? Where do I come from? Where are I going?" Remember I Shang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 117 Encounter with Lu Erlong. When Cheng Fengyu woke up, it was already dark. He looked at the night sky outside the window, stretched his waist lazily, got out of bed and walked from this corner to that corner. After a while, what I did last night came to my mind again. I reviewed all the actions in my mind and found that there was nothing missing, so I felt relieved a little. Thinking of what he did last night, the corners of Cheng Feng's lips curled up and he secretly said, "Tang San, I hope you can handle everything I have done." Cheng Feng decided to take a good tour of Tiandu City on the last day before before leaving Tiandu City, so he went straight out and walked towards the streets of Tiandu City. The moon hanging high in the night sky is hidden behind the floating cloud and the stars are twinkling. Thinking of the children in Wenlin village and his mother Wang Hui, Chang Feng decided to buy some things as gifts for them. With this idea in mind, he prepared to go for a stroll on the street. Suddenly, when Chang Feng walked to a corner, he was stunned by what he saw in front of him. A woman in her 30s with delicate and attractive facial features, wearing a very simple blue skirt with a strand of blue hair on her head held up by a handkerchief. Her face looked a little pale, her features were picturesque, and she had a pair of big black eyes. Look very energetic, and more importantly, under that cloth robe is a hot and perfect figure that ordinary girls cannot achieve. At this time the woman was stepping on the chest of a middle-aged man dressed in a green shirt. Her Empress Xian was very angry and she could see a burning fire with her eyes. Looking at the appearance of the middle-aged man, the corners of Chang Feng's mouth twitched. At this moment the man's eyes were blue and black with two big black eye circles that were very eye-catching. Blood was pouring out from the corner of his mouth silently. The man's face was livid and he looked at the woman who was beating him. He accidentally looked at the woman from the corner of his eye. When he saw something indescribable, his throat rolled and blood surged up. He didn't notice and blood started to pour out of his nose. Say, what you just said is not true. The woman's hands clenched into fists making a loud noise. The middle-aged man glanced at this scene and said quickly, I'm just a storyteller. I don't know if what I said is true, but everyone said so, so I said so too. Who said anything? The woman looked at the middle-aged man with dangerous eyes. Looking at the other party's unkind eyes, the middle-aged man couldn't help but tremble. His face turned pale, but his eyes were hesitant and his face was hesitant. If you don't say anything, try my fist. But the middle-aged man still didn't speak with a stubborn look in his eyes. The woman got angry on the spot and removed her feet from the man's chest. Then she directly grabbed the man's shirt and lifted it up, leaving the middle-aged man's feet hanging in the air. Are you going to tell me or not? The middle-aged man suddenly collapsed and cried loudly, you won't tell me even if you beat me to death. I am a storyteller just to support my family. If I really tell the truth and oppose other storytellers, I'm afraid I will never be able to tell stories or do stories again in the future. In our industry we all have our own rules. I can't break these rules. If my child can't become a soul master in the future, at least he can make a living by telling stories. I can't ruin my child's job in the future. I will never. Master, soul master, I Zhang Wenfen won't tell you until I die, just do it. Listening to the middle-aged man's words, a trace of hesitation flashed in the woman's eyes, but her face was very ugly. She threw the middle-aged man to the ground hard, but Chang Feng could clearly see that the woman did not use all her strength. While Chang Feng was staring at this scene with great interest, suddenly Chang Feng realized that he was being targeted and the hair on his body stood up. Subconsciously Chang Feng scanned the entire audience, guessing the suspicious person. However, to Chang Feng's disappointment, no suspicious person was found. At this moment Chang Feng felt solemn in his heart and a hint of worry flashed in his eyes. At this moment I saw the woman just now scanning the whole place with cold eyes, clenching her fist and saying in a cold voice, from now on in this Tiandu city, if I Lu Erlong hear someone slandering Xiao Just, this is the end. The net moment Lu Erlong was seen punching the stone table not far away. A bang bang sound was heard and gravel flew. Chang Feng was stunned, although he had some feelings for the famous Lu Erlong. Understand, but knowing is one thing and seeing is another. As ejected of a female Tyrannosaurus, this scene seemed to have subdued most of the people present. However, some people were unhappy on the spot. Yu Xiaogang, his reputation as a master is in vain. He is despicable and extremely shameless. He often stays overnight and has hooked up with hundreds of pure girls. He is one of the three shames of our Heaven Do Empire and ranks first among the three shames of the Heaven Do Empire. It is said that he doesn't even spare the sows. It's really disgusting. Chang Feng admired anyone who dared to offend Lu Erlong at this time. What was worth Chang Feng's attention was that this voice seemed a bit familiar. Looking along the sound, I found that it was indeed a familiar person, Xue Ke. This time Xue Ke was wearing a blue skirt and looked at Lu Erlong. She seemed quite angry, a bit like an angry young man. Chang Feng was speechless. Lu Erlong looked at Xue Ke with a cold face and said in a cold voice, who are you? You slandered Xiao Gang out of thin air. Are you looking for death? You really think I dare not kill him, people? As soon as he finished speaking, bold and unbridled. Hearing this voice, Chang Feng subconsciously took out a mask from the Ring Soul Guide and put it on his face, just because the person who came was none other than Chang Feng's acquaintance Xue Qinghe. Xue Qinghe suddenly heard Lu Erlong's word. As Xue Ke's eldest brother, he was naturally dissatisfied. Xue Qinghe's elegant face kept a faint smile just looking at Lu Erlong without saying a word, but Lu Erlong froze. In Lu Erlong's perception, she found that there seemed to be someone behind the elegant man in front of her, but when she opened her eyes and looked, she found that there was no one. This strange scene made Lu Erlong suddenly become vigilant. Full of fear towards Xue Qinghe, Lu Erlong still said coldly, even Her Royal Highness the Princess cannot slander someone without any basis. Humph, I'm not slandering. That Yu Xiaogong's disciple Tang San, when he was not staying at Gulan at night, he confided the truth after getting drunk and told many of Yu Xiaogong's romantic affairs. Everyone in the world has heard about this. Yes, I remember Tang San also mentioned that Yu Xiaogong's martial spirit theory is very powerful, but he can't break through level 30 in his life and he is a complete waste. Lu Erlong was very angry at this time, but her reason made her give up the idea of taking action. Xue Qinghe glanced at Lu Erlong indifferently and said, I can't say what kind of person Yu Xiaogang is, but I know that Tang San, the disciple he taught, is actually a despicable villain who is good at using poison, and he is also very romantic, so the news circulating in Tiandu city is probably not groundless. After finishing speaking, Xue Qinghe looked at Xue Ke and said, let's go back to the palace with me. Okay. Xue stuck out his tongue and nodded. Looking at the backs of Xue Qinghe and Xue Ke as they left, Lu Erlong's heart was filled with dark cloud. He thought, could it be that Xiao Gang really turned into that kind of person as rumored? Also about Tang San, I have heard his name many times from the students in the academy. His reputation is very loud. Is Tang San really Xiaogong's disciple? If this is the case, what should I do? Thinking of this, Lu Erlong's eyes were a little sad and his face was a little pale. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 118 Hua's Highland. Looking at Lu Erlong standing there in despair, Cheng Feng felt a little bored. After a while, Cheng Feng left here. Not long after walking, he came to a lively stall area. Suddenly the sound of a carriage came to my ears. I glanced over and saw a coachman drawing an arc of flowers in the air with his whip and shouted, drive. The blue and white horse quickly moved past with 4 hooves. The process wind went away. Turning his eyes, he saw a young girl not far away who was lying on a small wooden bed, but she turned over and sat up. When the girl saw Cheng Feng, she felt happy and ran in the direction of Cheng Feng with her arms outstretched. She looked extremely excited, but Cheng Feng was confused and stared at this scene blankly. However, in the net moment, Cheng Feng's face froze and he realized that he was overthinking it. The girl was not running toward him, but a figure that suddenly appeared behind him. The girl jumped on top of the girl in red, hugged her shoulders and pressed her forehead against the girl in red forehead, almost dying of laughter. Looking at this situation, for some reason Cheng Feng seemed to see 2 beautiful butterflies occasionally flying over the same flower bed and meeting each other, each tending their tentacles to get close to each other. What makes Cheng Feng suspicious is, when did this girl in red come behind him? Moreover, I didn't notice anything which seemed a bit abnormal. Suddenly he saw the girl in red nodding towards him with a beautiful smile on her face, and the light of her eyes was like the light of the stars in the dark night, illuminating the darkness of the world. Sister, what are you looking at? Well, it's nothing. I saw an interesting person and the smell smelled a little delicious. Having said this, the girl in red stretched out her tongue and licked it, seeming to show a very strong interest. However, seeing the girl in red's pression combined with her words, a shiver came out of her heart. Is it something delicious? Yes, it is the most delicious thing in the world. When the girl in red said this, her eyes were looking at him, which made Cheng Feng tighten his gaze. Cheng Feng observed the girl in red carefully but saw nothing, which made Cheng Feng even more afraid of the girl in red. Although there were many doubts in his heart, Cheng Feng felt that it was a little unnatural to continue to stay here, especially the look that the girl in red cast her from time to time, and that look had a hint of crimson as if she was staring at some prey, which made Cheng Feng frown. After leaving here, Cheng Feng found that he felt much more relaxed without the girl in red staring at him. Unknowingly, I came to a store with a plaque that said Zhenbao Pavilion. By some strange coincidence, Cheng Feng walked in. The overall appearance of the store is very clean and tidy. The floor and glass are shining under the light of the glass lamps. There are more than a dozen rows of shelves displayed in the store, and the shelves contain famous and expensive jewelry in various styles. Cheng Feng walked to a shelf and rummaged through a lot of jewelry on the second floor of the shelf. At this moment, a waiter stood behind Cheng Feng, squinting and watching silently without saying a word. For some reason, Cheng Feng's eyes, from right in Feng's eyes, he could see the kind of wariness that only a thief would have, and he felt unhappy. Choosing between east and west, Cheng Feng always felt that it was not suitable. For a while, Cheng Feng took a closer look at a necklace under the light and then picked up a cat's eye stone and stared at it for a long time. He found that neither of them was suitable for his mother Wang Hui. There seems to be nothing here that can match that kind of temperament of his mother Wang Hui. The waiter net to him watched Cheng Feng's movements throughout with a flash of contempt in his eyes and looked at Cheng Feng with a sneer without saying anything. Cheng Feng naturally noticed this scene out of the corner of his eye, but he didn't say anything. Instead, after checking the accessories on different shelves one after another, he found that nothing matched. He felt disappointed and gradually discarded the idea of buying anything here. However, at this moment the waiter suddenly shouted, "Here comes someone, come and catch the thief." Chang Feng watched the waiter keep retreating. A trace of amusement flashed across his eyes and Chang Feng frowned. What caught Chang Feng's eyes were burly men, each with a strong build. Each of them seemed to be about 2 meters tall, looking at Chang Feng with cold eyes. "You dare to steal things from my treasure pavilion? Are you taking the courage of a bear's heart and a leopard courage? Hand over all the things you stole." Chang Feng frowned and looked at the previous waiter in silence. At this time Chang Feng couldn't figure out why the waiter framed him like this and secretly guessed the origin of the other party. Seeing that Chang Feng didn't answer, one of the big men opened his eyes wide and said angrily, "Good boy, you have such a tough mouth. Brothers, please come with me. Today I want to let this boy know that our Zhenbao pavilion is not a good place." Provoked, Chang Feng ignored these burly men because he had just sensed carefully and found that these burly men were just ordinary people, not soul masters, but the waiter had faint soul power fluctuations, which was obviously as a soul master. The only thing that puzzled Chang Feng was why the waiter targeted him. "You all go down." The waiter suddenly spoke with a confident look in his eyes and a gentle smile on his face. Under Chang Feng's speechless gaze, the burly men all bowed their heads in response and left in a hurry. It looked as if their parents had given him 2 legs. "Take off your mask." "Under my eyes your mask is just like a decoration." When Chang Feng heard this, you can imagine the shock in his heart. Then he felt a chill and secretly guessed, could it be that the other party has clairvoyant eyes? Come on, wouldn't it mean that he is not naked in the other party's eyes? As if he understood what Chang Feng was thinking, the other party said with a dark face, "It's not what you think. My eyes are a little special, but they can't really see through." Hearing this, Chang Feng breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, but the net moment Chang Feng was extremely vigilant and said coldly, "Who are you?" Okay, it's really boring. I'll just tell you, my name is Was Highland." Was Highland? Female? Humph, it doesn't look like it. Looking at the other person's dark and rough skin, the obvious Adam's apple and the obvious mustache on his lips, Chang Feng suddenly fell silent. "Look, I have these 2 peaks to prove it." Seeing the opponent suddenly lifting his chest with both hands and the way the mountain peak shook, Chang Feng's mouth twitched, his eyes widened, and he exclaimed, "She is really a woman? This world is really..." Watching Was Highland's face becoming more and more sinister, Chang Feng could no longer say what he was about to say. "I don't know you, but from the way you look like this, you seem to know me." "Yeah, I know." Hearing this, Chang Feng was suddenly shocked. "Impossible. It told me so. I know who you are." Looking at the other party, a very small triangular cone-shaped pendant suddenly appeared from his neck. Especially the bright red color in the pendant was very conspicuous. However, Chang Feng did not know what it was and had no idea what Was Highland said. Believe it or not, his eyes are still full of wariness. "Don't worry, I won't have any ill intentions towards you." "How could I have any bad intentions towards you? I'm here to help you." Looking at the other person, his eyes were squinted and his eyes were rolling around. Chang Feng's face was covered with black lines. Chang Feng ignored him and looked at the other person silently, but the net words he said made Chang Feng's eyes filled with coldness. "Why are you looking at me so affectionately? Don't have any bad thoughts towards me. Let me tell you, that won't work. Crazy. Don't worry, my taste is not that strong." "Are you dissing me for being ugly?" "Humph, I don't care about you. Besides, I am definitely not a psychopath in your words. I have heard about what a psychopath is. I remember he once told me that if a man looks at a dog and thinks he despises him but interprets it as a sign that the dog likes him, then he is a psycho." Chang Feng hadn't said anything yet. "I always felt like you were despising me just now, so you are a lunatic." At this time Chang Feng no longer knew what to say, so he simply remained silent and walked out of the treasure pavilion. What made Chang Feng quite depressed was that a little tail followed behind him. "Hey, why are you ignoring me as you talk?" Chang Feng walked faster. In the blink of an eye, when passing through a quiet alley, in order to get rid of this clingy little tail, Chang Feng immediately shouted, "Heavenly thunder transformation!" A blue lightning arc flashed and moved rapidly in the night sky. Not long after, it came to another street. After estimating the distance from the original one, I thought to myself, I finally got rid of that person. However, a scene that surprised Chang Feng happened. Not far away from Chang Feng, the figure of Was Highland just waved to him with a happy smile on his face. "Hey, we meet again. We are really destined." At this moment Chang Feng frowned and looked at Was Highland coldly. "Who are you? Why are you following me?" Was Highland froze and a trace of pain flashed through her eyes. Suddenly her body seemed to be trembling and she replied bitterly, "I said I am really here to help you." "Help me? Haha, if you say this, do you think I will believe it? Really, I didn't lie to you. I appreciate your kindness. As for the help you mentioned, I don't need it. Besides, I don't believe you, so don't follow me anymore." After finishing speaking, Chang Feng immediately rushed towards the crowd of people on the street. Was Highland looked at Chang Feng's leaving figure. Her eyes were a little red, tears kept falling, and she murmured, "Chang Feng, I'm really here to help you." "Hey, how should I play plain to you? Hua's Highland looked up at the vast night sky passing through the distant place deep in the gala, why her eyes full of coldness. Remember I Shang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 119 Ghost Crying Ghost Plotting Demon God Photography. Chang Feng had no intention of continuing shopping at this time and was ready to return to the rented house to rest. It didn't take long as he walked through the street. Seeing that it was getting later and later, without any hesitation Chang Feng randomly selected some jewelry, some exquisite daggers, statues, etc. from a roadside stall. After buying these things, continue walking to where you live. However, after walking for about 100 steps, Chang Feng felt that there was a vague line of sight in the southwest staring at him. He turned around and found that in that direction there was a deep alley with no end in sight. Darkness. Chang Feng did not ignore this matter but took it very seriously. It stands to reason that basically few people know what I look like now and no one will know me at all. However, that Hua's Highland seemed to be very familiar with him, which Chang Feng had never been able to figure out. Could it be that the vague sight in the darkness that I felt was Hua's Highland? Thinking of this, Chang Feng couldn't help but feel a headache. As for Hua's Highland, Chang Feng didn't really want to have contact with her, especially since she was somewhat familiar with him, but he knew nothing about her. While walking, a breeze blew and Chang Feng had 3,000 black hairs on his head, letting the wind play with them. At this moment several voices came from a small alley in front. Help! Help! Chang Feng frowned when he heard these calls for advice. He didn't really want to get involved in this matter, so he continued walking forward and ignored them. However, after walking a few steps, Chang Feng stopped and looked in the direction where the voice calling for help came from. There was darkness there. Chang Feng sighed softly and made up his mind to move on. After walking only a few steps, Chang Feng stopped and said from behind, I didn't expect that my little brother is so hard-hearted. He is unwilling to save a weak woman like me. He is so heartless. Chang Feng froze, turned around quickly and looked into the darkness. Da-da. The sound of walking resounded in the surrounding darkness. The other person walked very slowly. When Chang Feng was too tired to stare, he blinked and then gradually the other person's figure was revealed, a girl in red with a chimpanzee piece on her face mask. Chang Feng carefully looked at the person in front of him and felt that he was a bit familiar. Why, little brother, you have forgotten me. You are really forgetful. Forget it. Let this weak woman here recall the memories for you. Don't you remember the girl in red that you just met? At this moment, little brother, you must have remembered something, right? Chang Feng glanced at the other party indifferently. Are you following me? Haha. This sounds really interesting. Tracking? How is that possible? I'm out to look for food because I'm hungry. I guess my little brother is willing to help me with this, right? Watching the other person sticking out his tongue and licking it from time to time, Chang Feng couldn't help but feel a chill and said coldly, this food can't be me, can it? Haha, little brother, what you said is wrong. You are my prey, but you are also the food I am determined to get. Speaking of which, little brother smells very good. I think as long as I swallow you, little brother, I'm sure I'll get a lot of benefit. Chang Feng glanced at the other party coldly and said in a cold voice, you eat human flesh? Well, is there anything wrong with eating human flesh? In this world people eat soul beasts and soul beasts eat people. I think it doesn't matter if people eat people. Besides, as long as you become stronger, I think there are many people like me. Everyone will choose to eat human flesh. After all, sometimes human flesh is a delicacy, especially the kind of human flesh that is rare to encounter. The human flesh on my little brother is this kind and I really like it. Looking at the girl in red who was talking, her eyes suddenly turned scarlet. Chang Feng was shocked. Evil soul master? Suddenly the girl in red was filled with a strong evil aura which made people feel disgusted. Little brother, you are really smart. Yes, I am the evil soul master. How dare the evil soul master act so boldly? Aren't you afraid of those people from Wuhan Palace? Haha, Wuhan Palace? That's ridiculous. If it were in the past, I would definitely be afraid of that Wuhan Palace, but now it's very different. Today's Wuhan Palace, as long as I'm careful enough, they will make things happen. Small, it's a trivial matter. Besides, how many of the younger generation in Wuhan Palace are my opponent? I was the one who almost killed Hu Lina, the saint of Wuhan Palace, but now there are those around Hu Lina. Even if I want to take action under the protection of a titled Douluo master, it is impossible. What, you almost killed Hu Lina? Chang Feng was extremely shocked. After all, Hu Lina was the saint of Wuhan Palace, but the person in front of him almost killed Hu Lina. His strength should not be underestimated. Thinking of this, Chang Feng felt solemn in his heart. From what I heard, little brother seems to know that Hu Lina is the mistress of that flirtatious FO and her old sweetheart. This is really unpected. Chang Feng stared at the girl in red like a knife. Who are you? Why do I feel that the reason you want to deal with me is not what you said? Oh, my little brother's brain is so good it can't be compared with a pig. No, a pig can't compare with my little brother. But little brother, do you think I will tell you? Of course, if little brother. In the NET moment, the scarlet eyes of the girl in red suddenly lit up and 5 soul rings slowly rose from the solace of her feet complete yellow, purple and black beating regularly. Chang Feng's pupils shrank. Looking at the other person's age, he was the same age as himself. He didn't expect that his soul power cultivation was a bit aggravated. He was actually the soul king. However, at the net moment, Chang Feng noticed with sharp eyes that the soul power on the other party did not look solid but rather frivolous. He secretly guessed that the other party might have forcibly increased his strength. The first soul skill brings sorrow to both heaven and earth. Suddenly Chang Feng was shocked to find that after the girl in red performed this soul skill, a wall of human heads was formed around her with soul power. The faces came to life and whining sounds came from her mouth. It made people feel a deep chill deep in their heart. What was even more frightening was that the forehead of each face was pierced by a sharp horn which was stained with blood and looked extremely terrifying. The net moment Chang Feng's presence changed and he claimed psychic attack. At this time Chang Feng's head was a little dizzy and his eyes were a little dark. His face changed subconsciously and he immediately bit his tongue. The spiritual platform was clear and he was secretly glad that he almost fell into the opponent's way. Otherwise Chang Feng could not imagine what would happen. What miserable end awaits you? The girl in red woke up instantly when she saw Chang Feng. A strange look flashed in her eyes. I didn't expect that little brother's mental power is so outstanding. It really surprised me. Anyway, like this I'm only interested in the second soul skill, Linglong Demon Kill. Chang Feng looked at the girl in red with caution. Suddenly a sad and melodious flute sounded in the darkness all around. Chang Feng seemed to suddenly see again the scene in his previous life where he witnessed his girlfriend throwing herself into someone else's arms. Various emotions such as helplessness, desolation, bitterness, anger, etc. came to my heart and my eyes turned blood red. But at the net moment Chang Feng murmured, I remember the person I like is Xiao Wu, but what I see now is. In an instant Chang Feng immediately broke away from the screen. Just in time to see the girl in red attacking him, Chang Feng shouted, Thunder Wings. In one breath Chang Feng moved sideways, dangerously dodging the attack of the girl in red, and at the same time he distanced himself from the opponent. The girl in red's eyes moved lightly at this time. She looked at Chang Feng and said with a smile, Brother, you really hide your secret. It's rare for me to miss a soul skill like mine. I didn't expect that I encountered it today. Very good. Then little brother, let's try my net soul skill. The third soul skill by a roar. Suddenly Chang Feng felt that a blue moon was rising in the night sky above his head. However, the blue moon in his eyes seemed to be telling him something like a friend for many years. As a result, suddenly he saw it with his own eyes. Seeing the ferocious blue moon, its words were chilling and it was roaring wantonly. The sound was like a ghost crying and a wolf howling, which was extremely uncomfortable to hear. Chang Feng's eyes were clear and he knew that the other party's soul skills were a bit weird and the other party used several soul skills in succession, and Chang Feng slowly realized that these soul skills of the opponent actually had a direct locking effect. It's really shocking. Chang Feng shouted coldly, Tian Lei change. Lei Qi. I saw that Chang Feng suddenly jumped into the air in an instant with amazing blue electric sparks emitting from his hands. Then it turned into a sharp spear. Chang Feng threw it fiercely and aimed at the blue moon above his head. Throw it away. With a poof sound, the blue moon shattered into millions of pieces and the world collapsed. The net moment Chang Feng found himself standing firmly on the street facing off against the girl in red not far away. Who? The girl in red suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood. Her eyes flashed with a shocking cold light. Her face was very ugly. She looked at Chang Feng and said coldly, Net, I have to be serious about my prey. The fourth soul skill, Ghost Crying Ghost Blast Demon Shot. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 120 Douluo. If you don't agree, die. In Chang Feng's eyes a thick black mist slowly rose in the sky. Then the black mist gradually turned into a ghost face. In an instant there was a cry in the mouth of each ghost face and then the cries intertwined into one piece. Brushing the air, strong red electric sparks were produced. These electric sparks suddenly spurted out red lines converging in the four directions of Chang Feng, southeast, northwest, and in the blink of an eye they were densely packed. At this time Chang Feng found that the situation he was in was not optimistic, because in the net moment these dense red lines were all squeezing the space, making the space for Chang Feng to move smaller and smaller, and the air he could breathe around him became less and less. Gradually Chang Feng found that his breathing was changing. Feeling a little uneasy, he frowned. What kind of attacks are these? Why are they so strange? While Chang Feng was looking at the dense red lines surrounding them, he was secretly thinking of countermeasures. Chang Feng tried to hit the rays non, but he found that the rays non seemed to be hit in the water. After splashing for a while it disappeared without any trace. However, the network formed by the surrounding red threads was not damaged at all, let alone any holes. At this moment Chang Feng realized that these red lines were probably not as simple as showing what they looked like. What should I do? Chang Feng frowned even more as he saw that the space he was in was getting smaller and smaller. smaller. Without much hesitation, Chang Feng took out the cold light sword from the ring's soul guide. Holding the cold light sword in his right hand, he slashed hard at the net in front of him. A burst of fiery red sparks were generated instantly and a hole was poked in the net. However, the net moment the hole was healed, which made Chang Feng feel disappointed. Haha, don't waste your effort. With my soul skills at your current age, don't even think about coming out. Just stay inside and wait to be slowly squeezed into minced meat. Peace and quiet, what a wonderful thing it is to be my meal. Why don't you know the beauty of adulthood? Chang Feng realized that the sound was coming from all directions and his eyes sparkled. The net moment Chang Feng's eyes lit up. Looking at these dense red lines, the corner of his mouth curled up. With a snap of his fingers, Chang Feng summoned his martial spirit, the sickle. But a surprising scene happened. At this time, Chang Feng found that his scythe seemed to be a little different. First of all, from the color point of view, it was originally dark black. Now the black has become much lighter and there are some blue and red densely scattered around. The three colors are intertwined. Secondly, the handle of the sickle has a Tai Chi pattern on it. The Tai Chi pattern is half red and half blue and they are close together. The tour of the touch is obviously better than before. Then Chang Feng also discovered that there were several blue arcs of lightning wrapped around the blade of the sickle, which kept making thunderbolts. Seeing this, Chang Feng secretly guessed, could it be that my martial spirit evolved accidentally? Thinking of this, Chang Feng secretly rejoiced, holding the sickle spirit in his hand. The net moment Chang Feng's whole body was covered with a layer of ice blue thunder and lightning spark. Looking at the red lines in front of him, Chang Feng shouted, super railgun. The net moment Chang Feng threw the scythe spirit in his hand fiercely towards these red lines. The speed was like a meteor wiping the air and producing a spark ribbon which rushed towards the intertwined red lines all around. Boom, bang, bang. Two thundering sounds suddenly resounded all around and a huge white pillar of light and shadow cut through the sky as if someone was setting off brilliant and wonderful fireworks in the night sky, lighting up the night sky here and attracting people. Many people in Tiandu city looked in this direction. Chang Feng watched closely as these red lines quickly disappeared into ashes. The girl in red was no longer at the scene. Chang Feng's nose twitched and he smelled the smell of blood. Following this smell, Chang Feng walked forward. After more than 10 steps, I found a lot of blood on the ground where the girl in red was standing. Looking at the blood, Chang Feng's eyes flashed coldly. He thought to himself, what a pity he didn't kill her. Suddenly, the uninterrupted fluctuations of soul power in the distance made Chang Feng shrink his gaze. He looked around with the corner of his eyes and realized that the commotion was really big. He pondered for a moment and then immediately shouted, Moon Step 9 flash. After a while, Chang Feng arrived near the gate of Tiandu city and then returned to the place where he lived. After returning to his place of residence, Chang Feng quickly crossed his leg and meditated on his soul power. The net day, a red sun rose in the east. A ray of early morning light with a touch of red jumped into Chang Feng's eyes. Chang Feng woke up. He raised his head and looked out the window only to realize that it was dawn. Sitting on the bed, Chang Feng thought about it and decided that it would be better to return to Wenlin village sooner rather than later, so he decided to leave immediately. After getting off the bed, Chang Feng realized that there was nothing to clean up, so he was ready to leave Tiandu city now. When Chang Feng stepped out of the majestic city wall of Tiandu city, he turned around, took a deep look at it and murmured, I will come back, and when the time comes I will also join the All-Continent Advance Soul Master Academy in the soul fighting competition. I will definitely defeat Tang San with dignity. At the same time, before that I must prevent Tang Hao from jumping over the wall. If Tang San is tortured or even killed, Tang Hao will not be able to do it. People who don't face it. Therefore, no matter what, I still have to increase my strength. When I can challenge titled Douluo, I will never let Tang San continue to grow. For a better future, Tang San must be eliminated. Thinking of this, Chang Feng took a deep breath and then rushed towards Wenlin village without looking back. After Chang Feng walked dozens of kilometers, his heart gradually became calmer, thinking about the upcoming meeting with relatives and friends in Wenlin village. I can't press the excitement in my heart. Looking up at the dusk heading towards the night, Chang Feng looked around and found that where he was now there were mountain peaks facing each other, dense forests on both sides, an uneven road. He had to go up a high slope again and then downhill again. Looking around, there was no place to rest. As the night deepened, the sound of howling wolves and tigers drifted in the dark night. Chang Feng hurried on in the dark without choosing to stop and rest. When he looked up several times, the sky was filled with stars surrounding the bright moon in the middle, shining brightly, covering the universe with brilliance. A few crows crow and a wealthy man laughs. The night is dark, the forest is deep and the sky is quiet. The dark grass in the forest was shaken by the wind, causing a swarm of insects to chirp. Chang Feng stopped. A trace of solemnity flashed across his face and his eyes scanned the surroundings, not missing any direction, paying attention to every slightest movement. Who? Chang Feng's question was like sinking into the night water without making making a single ripple. But Chang Feng's heartstrings did not rela at all. If the feeling was not wrong, there was a gaze watching him just now. This feeling was absolutely unmistakable. The net moment a horrifying scene happened under Chang Feng's eyes. Like a javelin with a slender figure and green beard and hair, his eyes were more like emerald buried deep in the 9 nether hells, shining with a shocking cold light. This man had an expressionless face, deep-set cheeks, messy green hair on his head, and his robe was somewhat damaged. On the robe a few pools of dried blood could be vaguely seen. At the same time, net to this man there was a woman with purple hair and eyes closed. At this moment Chang Feng's heart sank suddenly. The other person felt to Chang Feng like a wild beast, invincible. Moreover, based on the characteristics of the man, Chang Feng felt a little panicked. "Let me go, uncle. Why is Douluo here?" It can be said that the person Chang Feng doesn't want to deal with the most is Douluo. Without him he always does things based on his own preferences. Chang Feng froze on the spot, looking at Douluo with gloomy eyes, while Douluo looked at Chang Feng with a cold light in his eyes. For a moment the silence in the venue was tense and heavy. "How do you want to die?" Douluo's words were like the cold air of the 12th lunar month in winter, soaking into Chang Feng's fiery heart. However, no matter how hot the heart is, there is a limit. Now at this time this kind of fiery heat has retreated under this kind of cold air. How could I possibly think about the question of how I died? I am so young, and still young and promising. I will definitely not think of such a profound question. This kind of question must be postponed. That must wait until I take revenge. I will not kill that bastard Tang San in this life. Chang Sanfen will never die. If Tang San doesn't die, I can't die before him. As he spoke, Chang Feng was sweating on his forehead, looking around with the corner of his eye, secretly looking for a chance to escape and constantly checking Douluo's pression. "Tang San, do you have a grudge against Tang San?" Douluo looked at Chang Feng coldly. "Senior, you don't know something, but Tang San and I have a deep hatred. My father and my mother were all killed by a hammer because of that bastard Tang Hao. At that time I was far away, hidden in the grass in the distance, but I remember the hammer clearly. After all these years I was able to find out that the one who wielded the hammer was Tang Hao, and he also had a son named Tang San. Think, if I can't beat Tang Hao, why can't I beat his son? One day I will kill Tang San to avenge this blood revenge." Douluo looked at Chang Feng, who was filled with righteous indignation at this time, and saw the anger flashing on his face as well as the murderous intention towards him when Tang San was mentioned, and the resentful look towards Tang Hao. Everything was caught in his eyes. Looking at Chang Feng, Douluo was thoughtful. With the net sentence, Chang Feng was so angry that he cursed Douluo in his heart for being an old bastard. "I'm in need of a medicine, boy, and I think you're still acceptable to me." Douluo looked at Chang Feng expressionlessly. At the same time 9 soul rings lit up behind him, beating regularly, making Chang Feng's eyelids twitch. When Chang Feng was hesitating, he suddenly felt that the space around him seemed to be frozen. When he saw Douluo's cold face and said nothing from the corner of his eye, Chang Feng felt a chill in his heart. "If you don't agree, die." Before Chang Feng could continue thinking, Douluo suddenly spoke up. With a dark face, Chang Feng quickly analyzed the gap between the enemy and ourselves in secret. He found that the gap was like a natural chasm and insurmountable, so he gave up the idea of being tough and felt discouraged. Then he weakly replied, "I agreed." Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 121. The Threat of Douluo. Douluo looked at Chang Feng expressionlessly. "Come here." Chang Feng slowly walked toward Douluo. His steps were heavy, dragging step by step, making a shishi sound as he scraped the ground. The moment he approached Douluo jumped up and threw a bitter pill directly into Chang Feng's mouth. Chang Feng was caught off guard, and the expression on his face was extremely ugly. "What did you give me to eat?" "Don't worry, this is a good thing. I have always been reluctant to use it. I didn't expect to use it on you." Chang Feng had a cold face and felt very aggrieved. "I once observed that the rate of decay of a person's corpse is greatly affected by the ambient temperature, cause of death, and personal constitution. In the human body, feces easily accumulates, so decay occurs earlier in that area after death, resulting in there is more of something, so corpse green will first appear on a person's lower right abdomen. The green corpse usually begins to appear at the end of the first day and night, and then gradually pans, spreading to the entire abdomen and then to the whole body. Generally speaking, the corpse decomposes the fastest under high temperature conditions. In addition, if the corpse begins to appear on the lower right side of the abdomen, if the corpse is green, it should have been dead for more than 24 hours. If a person dies about 15 days ago, his body will rot and decompose slowly. In winter, the corpse will not even rot in the ice and snow. What is the connection between what you said and what you just gave me to eat? When Douluo heard this, a glint flashed in his eyes. "Haha, what I just gave you is a strange poison that I secretly researched. I call it corpse poison. After I developed it, I tested it on some soul bees and found that they all eventually gradually rotted into fertilizer for the land, and the raw material for this corpse poison was made by me, extracting rotten flesh, rotten bones and rotten blood from dozens of rotten corpses. No one here has the antidote to this poison. When Chang Feng heard this, a cold light shone in his eyes, and then he said ugh. Watching Chang Feng keep pressing his fingers deep into his throat trying to vomit out the corpse poison pill, Douluo sneered, haha, how could the poison I developed make you vomit it out? When making the poison I have thought about it, it must be the kind that melts in the mouth, so don't waste your time. As long as you listen to my instructions, I will give you the antidote every 7 days, otherwise when the time comes your whole body rotted to death because of the poison, then I can't blame you. Chang Feng stopped what he was doing. Anger, depression and helplessness flashed in his eyes. He clenched his fist and looked at Douluo, who was secretly unhappy. Just thinking about his current situation made him feel discouraged. The one in the secret, I've been observing you for a long time, why don't you come out? It seems that I still need to do it myself. Douluo's faint words made Chang Feng's heart tremble for a moment and his eyes quickly looked around. But what made Chang Feng more disappointed was that there was a silent night all around. What was darker than the night was the color of the human heart, black. At least this is the image of Douluo in Chang Feng's mind. Watching Douluo looking towards the dark northwest direction, especially the coldness flashing in his eyes, Chang Feng shuddered subconsciously. Whoosh! In Chang Feng's eyes, Douluo instantly turned into a green shadow and swept towards a dense forest in the northwest. A bang bang sound came from there and a trace of surprise flashed in Chang Feng's eyes. After that the sound gradually disappeared. Not long after, Douluo reappeared in front of Chang Feng, but he was holding a girl in red with her eyes closed and her mouth stained with blood, and it turned out to be her. When Chang Feng saw the figure of the girl in red, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Unexpectedly this person appeared here. Chang Feng also had a guess about the girl in red appearing here. I'm afraid they are following him secretly, looking for an opportunity to kill him. Boom! Seeing Douluo throw the girl in red to the ground, a cloud of dust flew up and Chang Feng was stunned. Watching the girl in red groan, Chang Feng thought about whether he should find an opportunity to kill her. You have a grudge against her? Douluo's eyes were fixed on Chang Feng as if they could penetrate people's hearts and make him feel uncomfortable all over. Senior, she is an evil soul master. Evil soul master? Douluo frowned, his eyes flashing with a deep green light. When Chang Feng saw this scene, he was secretly expecting Douluo to slap the girl in red to death with one palm like an ant. However, to Chang Feng's disappointment, Douluo did not make further moves towards the girl in red as Chang Feng thought. Instead, he looked at himself with a hint of warning. I don't care what disputes there are between you from now on. First of all, you are all my medicine boy. You can't do anything to her, otherwise I don't mind having one less medicine boy. Chang Feng frowned when he heard this. Senior, she is an evil soul master. She? Haha. Evil soul masters are none of my business. As long as you don't offend me, I don't want to worry about it. I understand your thought. Sometimes I feel that some evil soul masters are more like soul masters than most soul masters. As for the opinions of the people in the world, I never care. Looking at Douluo using a demeanor that looks down on the world at this moment, although he is now a prisoner, it does not affect his appreciation of Douluo no matter what. However, Chang Feng looked at Douluo and secretly smiled in his heart. Douluo, I have brought disaster to all the fairy grass in your medicine garden. Now there is nothing left there. I don't know, but you can see it with your own eyes. What will it look like when the time comes? Keep a good watch on her. If she escapes, I will be the first to spare you. Chang Feng suddenly heard Douluo's words. His face froze and he nodded impressively. After that, Chang Feng and Douluo remained silent, thinking about each other's own concerns, and couldn't sleep all night. On the second day, Douluo looked at Chang Feng coldly and said in a cold voice, take her and follow me. Finding that Douluo's attitude was extremely cold at this time, Chang Feng wisely did not want to offend him lest he be beaten unnecessarily. Reluctantly, he held the girl in red with his right hand. At this time, Chang Feng found that the girl in red's eyes were still closed. At this time, he only needed to. He could have killed her on the spot with a slap on her forehead. However, what Douluo said last night made Chang Feng hesitate and feel fearful. Sighing softly, Chang Feng suppressed his murderous intention towards the girl in red and looked at Douluo holding Douluo's back, following closely behind him. By noon, Chang Feng discovered that he had arrived at Sunset Forest again. Back here, Chang Feng secretly looked at Douluo from the corner of his eye. As he looked closer and closer to the Sunset Forest, Chang Feng knew that a storm was coming. Thinking of this, Chang Feng felt a little uneasy. Douluo kept walking silently without saying a word. Chang Feng suppressed the restlessness in his heart and kept his eyes on Douluo. At this moment, Douluo suddenly stopped, turned around and looked towards the southwest where a huge mushroom cloud was rising. Chang Feng was a little surprised when he saw this scene. From a distance, Chang Feng could feel the intensity of the fighting there. Douluo suddenly looked at Chang Feng, which made Chang Feng feel a sense of suffocation. He He stared at it for half a cup of tea before Douluo said, I'm going to check over there. If I find you escaped or the woman in red escaped, I don't mind having 2 more lives on my hands. Just wait for me here. If I find you disobey me, haha, I will not take mercy on you. Chang Feng noticed that after Douluo looked away, his whole back was soaked with sweat and a trace of joy flashed in his eyes. Chang Feng immediately replied, Senior, just go, I will be here waiting for you. Douluo glanced at Chang Feng indifferently, then dodged and disappeared immediately. Chang Feng looked at Douluo's retreating back, his eyes ready to move, but when he thought that he had been poisoned by that damn poison, all his fiery thoughts were extinguished. His eyes looked at the girl in red, but they had bad intentions and his eyes were full of persistence. Gradually Chang Feng came closer to the girl in red and then slowly stretched out his right hand towards the chest of the girl in red. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 122 BB Dong. No one dares to refuse me. When Chang Feng's hand was about to get close to the girl in red's chest, he suddenly froze in mid-air, thinking silently in his heart. His heart was as clear as ice and he would not be surprised if the sky fell. After groping for a while in the arms of the girl in red, he took out a jade plaque with holy engraved on it. Seeing this word, Chang Feng felt a little disturbed. Continuing to explore the girl's chest, Chang Feng touched a ring and took out the ring. Chang Feng's eyes shone brightly. This ring is a soul guide and what is stored in it makes Chang Feng's eyes blazing. This ring only has a space of 20 square meters. There are 2 locked wooden bows and a jade bow inside. In addition, most of it is a pile of book and a pile of metal materials which fills up the ring space fully. Opening the jade bow, Chang Feng found that there was actually a soul bone inside, and it was also a 10,000-year-old wisdom head soul bone. For this soul bone, Chang Feng received it into his ring soul guide with peace of mind. As for other things, Chang Feng directly put the ring into his arms. After that, Chang Feng carefully groped every place on the girl in red, hoping to find more things. However, what disappointed Chang Feng was that except for the ring soul guide and the jade token, there seemed to be nothing else. Inadvertently, Chang Feng suddenly discovered that the bright red hairpin on the head of the girl in red looked extremely extraordinary. Without too much hesitation, Chang Feng immediately took off the hairpin without looking at it. He threw it into his ring soul guide. As he continued to observe, Chang Feng found that the girl in red's clothes were of good quality. However, after thinking about the difference between men and women, he silently gave up the idea. At the same time, he secretly recited Amitabha in his heart, sin sin sin. Then Chang Feng took out a rope he had brought from Tiandu city from his ring soul guide and then tied the hands and feet of the girl in red tightly. Looking at the girl in red, who was leaning against a tree with her eyes closed tightly, Chang Feng looked in the direction where Douluo had gone before. He couldn't help but wonder if Douluo had been gone for so long. What happened? Chang Feng immediately climbed up a tree and looked to the northwest. Suddenly Chang Feng noticed that a gust of wind was coming from the northwest at a very fast speed. Chang Feng took a closer look and found that it was Douluo. He was about to say hello to Douluo, but he did not expect that behind Douluo and actually followed the two of them closely. When Chang Feng took a closer look, he found that Douluo was being chased by 2 people behind him. He looked very embarrassed. Chang Feng's expression changed as he watched Douluo holding Douguyan in his arms and running desperately. Looking towards the 2 people behind Douluo, one of them, his skin is as delicate as a baby's and his appearance is so charming as if he is a gorgeous woman, which makes people's heart flutter. If Chang Feng hadn't taken a few more glances and discovered the Adam's apple on his neck, or he would have really mistook him for a woman, and the sudden and inexplicable pounding of his heart would have made Chang Feng look embarrassed. What's even more shocking is that he is also wearing a bright red dress that only titled Douluo are eligible to wear. The red dress is studded with gold and silver patterns, especially the shining golden star on his chest, which is as big as a baby's fist, gems even more full of a luxurious atmosphere. Let me go, this person is a titled Douluo, so the person net to him is probably a titled Douluo too. Chang Feng looked at the other person and found that there was only a black shadow. He was extremely shocked. Could this be the chrysanthemum ghost Douluo? They are chasing Douluo. What did Douluo do to trigger their pursuit? Wait, since the chrysanthemum ghost Douluo have appeared, then that woman, she will it appear here? Thinking of this, Chang Feng's heart rose in his throat. At the same time, he secretly prayed in his heart that that woman must not appear here. Douluo saw the tied figure of the girl in red from a distance but did not see Chang Feng. However, when he glanced out of the corner of his eye, only then did he realize that Chang Feng had run to the crown of a tree far away from him. Without too much hesitation, Douluo dodged and immediately approached the girl in red, then held her in one hand and quickly walked away. When Chang Feng saw this, he shouted, "Old Poison, you have forgotten me. Old Poison, damn Old Poison, you are such a bastard. When I meet you I will be unlucky for 18 generations. Naturally, Douluo heard Chang Feng's shouts and turned pale with anger, but thinking of his current tense situation he continued to run towards the distance without looking back. Zhugui double Douluo just glanced at Chang Feng lightly, causing Chang Feng to freeze immediately. He smiled dryly and said, "Two seniors, that old poisoner and I are definitely not the same. He did something to me before. It's a kind of poison. If I don't give the antidote I will die miserably in 7 days. Oh, my life is miserable. You two seniors, that old poison is almost gone. You must keep chasing." Hu Huiguan glanced at Chang Feng and said with a smile, "Old ghost, this young man is so handsome." Suddenly hearing Hu Huiguan's praise for him, Chang Feng's whole body trembled when he heard his neither male nor female voice. His face turned pale and his head was covered with black line. "Follow him. The Pope's order is that he must be taught a lesson." "Okay, let's keep chasing." Whoosh! Looking at the retreating figures of the Jew ghost Douluo, Chang Feng broke out in a cold sweat behind his back. Then Chang Feng was shocked. His Holiness, they just seemed to mention the Pope, which frightened Chang Feng. The dead souls are coming. When he thought of her, Chang Feng decided to get away as far as he could and never meet her. Having made up his mind, Chang Feng looked around silently and thought to himself, among the 4 directions, which direction should I choose to leave? There is also that woman nearby, so be sure not to run into her. Chang Feng hesitated for a while and firmly believed in choosing the south. Then Chang Feng finally made a decision and chose the north. As for not choosing the one he firmly believed in, it was because Chang Feng had no confidence in his own luck. Although he seemed lucky along the way, in fact he had risked his life to get all of this. Not long after leaving, Chang Feng found that no one was there and he couldn't help but breathed a sigh of relief. After walking for about a cup of tea, Chang Feng suddenly noticed the 2 people coming towards him and their expressions changed drastically. The most eye-catching thing is a woman of short stature. The golden long dress she wore was perfectly fitted from head to toe. The dazzling dress shimmered with more than 100 red, blue and gold gems, almost blinding people's eyes, and the 9-curve purple gold crown on her head is even more radiant and look extremely colorful. In her hand she held a scepter about 2 meters long and inlaid with countless gems. Her fair skin and almost perfect face made her look so different under the illumination of light. Even the light and the surrounding beautiful scenery were eclipsed by her, especially the intangible nobility and sanctity she exudes, which inexplicably makes people feel like they want to worship her. Chang Feng suppressed this restless emotion and looked at the girl net to the woman in front of him. He saw that she had long black hair and an almost perfect figure. She didn't look very beautiful, but she could still feel her invisible charm. If people don't pay attention, their minds will fall into it. Chang Feng realized what was wrong with him and immediately bit the tip of his tongue. Then he woke up and looked at the 2 people in front of him as if they were facing a formidable enemy. "Child, you are afraid of me. Do you know me?" Listening to the calm voice of the woman in front of him, Bibi Dong, Chang Feng felt uneasy, took a deep breath and replied, "I think everyone in this Douluo continent knows the name of the Pope. Although I have never met the Pope, I know that His Majesty is very powerful, which is rare in the world. Why, I looked down on myself, and in order to survive I had lost all my dignity and integrity." At this time Chang Feng secretly despised himself. After Bibi Dong heard Chang Feng's words, a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. "Really, my child, do you really think so?" Bibi Dong's eyes stared at Chang Feng calmly, making Chang Feng feel that he seemed to be seen clearly by the other party, so he quickly lowered his head and shifted his gaze. "Yes, your Majesty, the Pope, that's what I think in my heart. Emperors, queens and queens all know the truth. If I Bouletin Jinyun tell half a lie, let God kill me. Bouletin Jinyun." Chang Feng heard the laughter of the girl net to Bibi Dong and his face became embarrassed. Looking at Bibi Dong's expressionless face, Chang Feng's heart pounded. He didn't know if the other party believed him, but he did anyway. "Child, why do you appear here? I sense that your soul power is not weaker than that of the soul sect. Could it be that you just he was promoted to the soul sect and came to the sunset forest to hunt soul bees?" After hearing Bibi Dong's words, the pupils deep in Chang Feng's eyes shrank suddenly and he looked at Bibi Dong in front of him in horror. He happened to see the other person's half-smiling gaze and his expression changed involuntarily. "What, teacher, you mean he is a soul sect?" Lina looked at Chang Feng with surprise. "Well, he looks about 12 years old, so he must be a genius." "Child, I see that you come to Sunset Forest alone and there are no elders. You must not have joined a big force yet. Are you willing to join the spirit hall?" Chang Feng gritted his teeth and looked straight into Bibi Dong Yijing eyes. He felt uneasy and secretly speculated, if I refuse, will she treat me like a patty? At this moment time suddenly became much slower. Chang Feng noticed that Bibi Dong was looking at him with more fierce eyes at this time. He felt that her aura was getting stronger and stronger and the surrounding space seemed to have solidified. Chang Feng smiled to himself. "I'm just an ordinary person. Why does Wuyuki, an ordinary soul master, deserve to be so valued by the Pope? I wonder if it's an honor for me." A trace of black blood spilled from the corner of Chang Feng's mouth. He looked at Bibi Dong with a cold expression on his face. Child, are you poisoned? Poisoned by Douluo? Chang Feng remained silent. Bibi Dong looked at Chang Feng, her eyes hardened and her face turned cold. My child, no one has dared to refuse me so far. The sweat in Chang Feng's heart was that although he wanted to be strong, he might lose his temper after being strong. He didn't have a good father like Tang San, so he could only fight for everything by himself, and it was impedient. We can only endure the humiliation and bear the burden, but we must wait for the opportunity. I've been poisoned and may not survive 7 days. Bibi Dong glanced at Chang Feng calmly. I will solve it. Chang Feng had no choice but to spread his hands. Then I have no problem. Hey, at this point I can only take one step at a time. However, if I get out of Bibi Dong's sight, I will definitely escape overnight. However, this matter must be planned. For now, let's make a fuss, waiting for the opportunity. After Chang Feng thought about this for a moment, he turned to Bibi Dong with a fake smile and said, well, Your Holiness, if I join the spirit hall, how will the treatment be like? Bibi Dong glanced at Chang Feng indifferently and then glanced at Hu Lina. Nana, let's go. His teacher. Watching Bibi Dong and Hu Lina walking forward one after another, Chang Feng was thoughtful, then hung not far or near behind Bibi Dong and Hu Lina, shrugging his head but calculating something in his mind. Hey, why is this young man following the Pope? Suddenly hearing this familiar voice again, Chang Feng felt a chill in his heart. At the same time, he secretly thought if the three titled Douluo want to escape from their hands, they may not be able to fly, so they should act according to the situation. He sighed silently, looking at the Jew ghost Douluo, who suddenly appeared in the field. His heart sang. Remember I Shang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 123. Bibi Dong, I'm angry. Grandpa Chu. He was just recruited into the Wuhan Hall by the teacher. His name is Bulletin Jinyuan. Hu Lina usually calls Ju Douluo elder in formal situations, but in private she calls him grandpa. The Pope just recruited him. Girl, I think this kid is very handsome, even better looking than your brothers and the others. It just so happens that you young people can have more contact with him and help this kid integrate into our Wuhan Hall as soon as possible. I think he is very capable, and just because he dares to scold Douluo, I admire him very much. Ju Douluo looked at Hu Lina, his eyes filled with a hint of narrow-mindedness. Grandpa Ju, what are you talking about? Besides, Nana is going to be angry. By the way, Grandpa Ju, Grandpa Gui and others, why didn't they see it? Hu Lina looked at Ju Douluo doubtfully. Girl, I'm here. At this moment a voice suddenly sounded net to Hu Lina. The net moment a black figure appeared wearing a black cloak and a mask on his face. Chang Feng secretly looked at Ghost Douluo Ghost from the corner of his eyes, and his heart was full of fear. Chang Feng felt a little more wary of people who came and went without a trace. Bibi Dong suddenly stopped looking at Tiandu City not far away and stopped to look at each other with a glint of memory flashing in his eyes. Seeing this, Hu Lina stood not far behind Bibi Dong and looked at Bibi Dong silently. The two Jogui Douluo, one on the left and one on the right, were behind Hu Lina while Chang Feng was leaning against a tree. I looked at Bibi Dong. As for why Bibi Dong suddenly stopped and refused to leave, Chang Feng looked at Bibi Dong. The look on his face made him somewhat guess. Time passed bit by bit. Chang Feng changed direction again, leaned against the tree, stretched out lazily and glanced over. Finding that Bibi Dong still had no trace of movement, Chang Feng felt a little bored. At this time Bibi Dong suddenly said lightly, Nana, do you want to go to Tiandu City for a stroll? When Hu Lina heard Bibi Dong's words, a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. She knew that what her teacher meant by asking her was actually indicating that she wanted to go. She, who had always been well behaved, smiled and replied, Teacher Nana, it's been a long time. I've never been to Tiandu City, and now that I have time it would be nice to go shopping with the teacher. Bibi Dong glanced at Chang Feng again. Chang Feng immediately stood up straight. However, Bibi Dong quickly withdrew his gaze and looked towards the sky, heading in the direction of Dushan. When seeing this, Chang Feng curled his lips and followed behind, remaining silent. When Bibi Dong and his party came to Tiandu City, especially Bibi Dong's stunning appearance and Chang Feng's jade tree linfen, they attracted the attention of many men and women walking on the street. In addition, there were also many people who stared at Hu Lina, fell in love with Hu Lina's figure. After a while the whole street became somewhat silent and the sound of swallowing saliva could be heard from time to time. This movement quickly attracted the attention of spies from various forces. It didn't take long for the entire street to be blocked. However, at this moment a group of people from the Wuhan Palace led by a pale-haired man in a gorgeous uniform suddenly appeared. I saw the pale-haired old man kneeling down on one knee directly toward Bibi Dong. Salas, the Platinum Bishop of Wuhan Palace, has met the Pope. Behind Salas, a group of people dressed in standard Wuhandian attire quickly knelt down on one knee. I have seen the Pope. The sound shook the heaven and the earth, and the momentum was extremely shocking. Many people standing on the street were stunned and looked away. Then they knelt down on one knee and faced Bibi Dong, shouting, Meet the Pope. In Chang Feng's sight there were countless people on the street, and among them some even knelt down and kowtowed to Bibi Dong. Seeing seeing everyone around him saluting Bibi Dong, and Bibi Dong seemed to be the only one in the world at this moment. Chang Feng looked at this scene calmly and secretly said in his heart, it seems that the power of this Wuhan palace is still too strong, is so deeply rooted in the hearts of the people that overthrowing it will not happen overnight. Bibi Dong gently made a support movement and said calmly, everyone get up. Thank you, Your Majesty the Pope. At this time people on the street quickly stood up and moved out of the middle passage, hurriedly moving to the left and right sides of the road. Then under the leadership of Salas, with the attention of everyone in Tiandu City, Chang Feng followed all the way to the Spirit Hall of Tiandu City. After entering the Wuhan Hall, Salas waved his hand gently, asking the people under his hands to guard the surroundings while he quickly walked toward Bibi Dong, respectfully facing Bibi Dong. Hu Lina on the side saluted and said, subordinate, I have met Her Royal Highness the Saint. Hu Lina smiled and replied, no need to be polite, my subordinate, don't dare. I've seen Elder Ju and I've seen Elder Ghost. Ju Douluo nodded lightly, but the Ghost Elder didn't make any move. When Salas stood up after bending down, he looked at Chang Feng from the corner of his eyes with a look of surprise in his eyes. He looked at Hu Lina and asked in confusion, Your Highness the Saint, who is this? Hu Lina was about to speak, but unexpectedly Bibi Dong said, at this moment, for now just treat him as my registered disciple. When he passes my test, let him do it with Nana, my disciple. Chang Feng was shocked when he suddenly heard Bibi Dong's word. He didn't expect Bibi Dong to value him so much, and Chang Feng felt a little depressed. Salas looked at Chang Feng in front of him, but he did not dare to be careless. In Salas' view, this young man could actually catch the eye of the Pope and was even accepted by the Pope himself as her named disciple. Observing this young man is an outstanding young man, and I am afraid that he will be the disciple of the Pope in a short time. By then I am afraid that there will be another His Highness the Holy Son in the Wuhan Palace, and his status will be extremely respected. Salas bowed respectfully to Chang Feng and then looked at Bibi Dong. Your Majesty the Pope, I wonder what your orders are when you come to Tiandu City? Bibi Dong glanced at Salas and said calmly, I happened to be passing by, so I stopped by to take a look. Is there any new news in Tiandu City in the past month? After Saras heard this, he immediately replied, Your Holiness, a lot of things have happened in Tiandu City this month. There is such a thing. Tell me what it is. Tell me every detail and listen carefully. Bibi Dong glanced at Salas in surprise. Yes, Your Majesty the Pope. The first thing is that Luo Saifu, the new Earl of Tiandu City, according to what our spies know, he was poisoned and assassinated by a man named Tang San in a sneak attack, and Luo Saifu has a close relationship with Shui Qinghe, the crown prince of the Tiandu royal family. It is rumored that their relationship is very complicated, and the Tiandu royal family sent many people to hunt down Tang San. Then what's so special about Luo Saifu? And Tang San, who is he? Upon hearing Bibi Dong's inquiry, Salas immediately replied, according to reports from the spies placed in the palace, it was said that Luo Saifu offered a plan to attend the favor ordered to Shui Qinghe, the crown prince of Tiandu, and served as Shui Qinghe's. He was recommended by Shui Qinghe and became the youngest earl in Tiandu City. In addition, there may be a big force behind Luo Saifu. As for Tang San, it is more mysterious. Since Luo Saifu is dead, there is no need to talk about it anymore. Let's talk about Tang San. Yes, according to my subordinate who sent people to inquire, I learned that Tang San suddenly appeared in Tiandu City and called himself the god of poison. He was arrogant and romantic. He often made lascivious remarks and wandered around the romantic places in Tiandu City. In addition, Tang San has a fairy grass in his hand that is said to be able to poison, titled Douluo Snow Swan Kiss. Moreover, Tang San recently captured Duga Bo's granddaughter, and his subordinate just reported that Duga Bo, he killed many people in Soto City. During this period he tried to kill Tang San many times but was blocked by the strong man behind Tang San. According to the report of the spies, the strong man behind Tang San was holding a hammer. Then Tang San sent someone to investigate and see what connection he has with the Haoshan sect. Yes, I will investigate that. Tang San carefully. You keep talking. Recently a lot of romantic and interesting drawings about Master Yu Xiaogang have been circulated in Tiandu City. Moreover, my subordinates learned that Yu Xiaogang accepted Tang San as his disciple. This news is absolutely true. When Bibi Dong heard this, her eyes narrowed and a hint of evil flashed in her eyes. Do you know how those picture books were circulated? Have you sent someone to check if the things in the picture books are true? Salas suddenly saw a hint of coldness in Pope Bibi Dong's eyes. He couldn't help but feel trembling. He quickly and respectfully replied back to the Pope, those news, according to the analysis of my subordinates, may be partly true and partly false. A huge chill appeared in Bibi Dong's eyes and she said coldly, tell me which parts are true and which parts are false. Chang Feng was watching Bibi Dong's presence closely from the side. When he suddenly saw her face, Chang Feng knew that Bibi Dong was angry. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 120. 24 Bibidong Kuiich can only bow to me. Bishop Salas glanced at Bibidong, lowered his head quickly and replied, His Majesty the Pope, according to the analysis of my subordinate the Master Yu Xiaogang often sleeps at night for SE. There should be something wrong. This matter is also Master Disciple Tang San accidentally uttered the truth while drunk, and this incident was also made into a catchy song by Tang San. What song? Looking at Bibidong's eyes filled with murderous intent, Salas knew that this murderous intent was not directed at him, but he still felt a huge pressure in his heart, and he quickly said, This song goes like this. The disciple calls the master to go while sleeping at home. The master was lying on the fence every night. The emperor couldn't come forward. According to the analysis of his subordinate, the master's strength of 3000 at a spring night was false. One person does not have that much energy. It was obviously an exaggeration, but I guess that 5 should be enough. Of course this is a reasonable guess based on my own situation. Hearing Salas's words, Zhugui Shuang, Douluo, Hu Lina and Cheng Feng looked at Salas's pale hair. They were all a little surprised, especially Cheng Feng's eyes widened and he simply didn't dare believing him. He immediately claimed for this news. Bishop Salas actually set an ample and did not hesitate to sacrifice himself to feed the tiger. He is so considerate of our Wuhan palace. It is really a great achievement for his hard work. As soon as he finished speaking, Cheng Feng noticed that Bibidong's eyes glanced over sharply and he quickly shut up. Hu Lina looked at Cheng Feng with a strange look and a trace of curiosity flashed deep in her eyes. Feeling that Pope Bibidong's momentum was becoming more and more alarming and the air conditioning around him was rising sharply, Salas realized that he must have said something that the Pope did not want to hear. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead and he quickly knelt down on one knee and said, I said everything you said. It's all true, no lies at all. Bibidong stared at Salas. A trace of disgust flashed deep in his eyes and said coldly, Go on. Salas was stunned when he heard this. Without much hesitation he thought about the word and continued, In addition, it is difficult for my subordinates to tell the truth about the rumors that Yu Xiaogang has betrayed many women. Apart from these, it is the people we sent. All the people who went to Kuiich disappeared inexplicably and there was no trace of them. My subordinates guessed that they must have been killed by the people of Kuiich. Bibidong rolled her eyes, her face full of solemnity. It is said that one of the teas from Kuiich can see a corner of the future after drinking it. Do you know whether this is true or not? After hearing this, Salas pondered for a while. His eyes became serious and then he said, My subordinates sent many people to pretend to be customers and went to drink tea. From their mouth I learned some things about the so-called future. It's hard for my subordinates to make inferences. Tell me, what do they say about the future? After hearing Pope Bibidong's words, Salas had cold sweat on his forehead and looked at Bibidong with some hesitation on his face. Just say it. Salas gritted his teeth and said, Reporting to your Majesty the Pope, I have investigated these people who have drunk the tea of remembering the future. From their mouth I learned some of the so-called future in their mouths, but I have never dared to do so. I believe it. According to the statements of these people, in the future they saw the Pope being killed by a young man in blue with a blue-silver grass in his left hand and a clear sky hammer in his right hand. His subordinate thought that they had offended the Pope, so they killed them. They are all imprisoned in the dungeon and are currently under guard. Bibidong's press Zion condensed. It seems that I need to go to Kuiya Pavilion. Bishop Salas, you said that the Pope they said was killed by a young man in blue with a blue-silver grass in his left hand and a clear sky hammer in his right hand. Are you sure about this? Cheng Feng suddenly spoke up, immediately attracting the attention of everyone present. When Salas heard Cheng Feng's question, he replied respectfully, Yes, this subordinate is very sure. Seeing Cheng Feng's face suddenly full of solemnity, a trace of worry flashing in his eyes and the way he hesitated to speak, Bibidong looked at him in surprise and said, Could it be that you know this person? Cheng Feng heard Bibidong's word. He hesitated for just the right moment with a trace of sadness on his face and then said, Returning to your Majesty the Pope, I know this man. His name is Tang San. That Tang San has 2 martial spirits. One is blue-silver grass, one is the clear sky hammer. My parents died because of being affected by the battle between Haosh and Douluo Tang Hao when I was very young. I will never forget the hammer in that man's hand and his face. I picked it up because of good luck. Saved a life. Before I came to Tiandu City and secretly observed the Tang San, who was making a lot of rumors, and found that the man was very similar to Haosh and Douluo Tang Hao. At that time I boldly made a guess. Tang San is Tang Hao's son. So I thought about investigating him, but that Tang San was very vigilant and then I just followed him away. It wasn't until yesterday that I found out that Tang San was in Soto City. I wanted to go to Soto City to seek revenge on Tang San, but on the way I was drugged and threatened by Douluo, and then I met you the Pope. Listening to Cheng Feng's sad and low words, Bibidong's eyes fell on Cheng Feng's face. After staring at it for a while, her press Zion softened and she said, Pass my order and send people to Soto City to keep a close eye on Tang San. Bulletin Jinyun, what is your decision? Do you want me to send someone to deal with Tang San directly, or do you want to deal with it yourself from now on? Chang Feng noticed Bibi Dong's eyes falling on him. Chang Feng did not hesitate at all and replied righteously, Sir Pope, I will avenge myself. In the future I will definitely kill Tang San and avenge the Blood Sea. Aren't you afraid, Tang Hao? Ha ha, Haoshan Douluo has a great reputation, but if you give me some more time I will definitely surpass that Tang Hao. In the future I will definitely settle this feud myself. After hearing Chang Feng's words, Bibi Dong's eyes showed admiration while Hu Lina felt a sense of surprise in her eyes. Tomorrow you and Nana will have a spirit battle. I want to see if you are qualified. When Chang Feng heard this, his body froze. Looking at Hu Lina's smiling face, Chang Feng reluctantly smiled and nodded. Bibi Dong glanced at Chang Feng indifferently and then looked at Salis. You will arrange the place for Nana and Bulletin Jinyun to fight tomorrow. In addition, arrange some places for us to stay. At noon just accompany us and go to Kuya Pavilion to take a look. I want to see where Kuya Pavilion has hidden the people from my Wuhan Palace. I will make Kuya Pavilion bow to us and even eradicate them. Hearing Bibi Dong's domineering words, Chang Feng's eyes showed a look of excitement and he was secretly looking forward to it. At this time Chang Feng secretly thought if Bibi Dong and Kuyi collide it would be best if they both fight, or let them help me test the water in Kuyi. How deep is it? Thinking of this, Chang Feng forgot about the soul battle with Hu Lina tomorrow. In his mind he was calculating how long it was until noon. He didn't pay too much attention to the things in front of him. Nana, Bulletin Jinyun, come with me to go shopping on the streets of Tiandu City now. Suddenly being called out by Bibi Dong to go shopping, Chang Feng refused in his heart. However, looking at Elder Ju's malicious eyes and Bibi Dong's faint look, Chang Feng smiled against his will. Yes, Pope, grown-ups. Chang Feng was worried in his heart. He vaguely remembered the scene in his previous life when he broke his leg while shopping with his former girlfriend. When the woman said she wanted to go shopping, Chang Feng instinctively felt a little repelled. However, at the moment I can only follow my heart. Hey, it is really not easy to live well. There are too many things in life that you can't help yourself. Looking at Zhugui Shuang Douluo and Bibi Dong, Chang Feng felt in his heart he didn't dare to show any thoughts of planning an escape. Bulletin Jinyun, you're gone. Why are you still dazed? Hearing Hu Lina's voice, Chang Feng suddenly woke up and quickly replied with a smile, okay, here we come. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 125 Salis, be careful. When Chang Feng was about to follow, Bibi Dong suddenly said, Nana, come with me to change clothes first. Our clothes are too ostentatious. As for Bulletin Jinyun, just wait for me here first. Let's go with Nana. Chang Feng froze for a moment, then looked at the backs of Bibi Dong and Hu Lina walking towards one of the rooms with a little helplessness in his eyes. What are you thinking about? Suddenly Zhu Douluo's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Chang Feng looked a little unnatural and replied awkwardly, it's nothing. I think you are a little unhappy when you are like this. You know it is a very honor to be with the Pope. Moreover, you are so valued by the Pope and your future will be bright. I am very optimistic about you. After listening to Zhu Douluo's words, Chang Feng immediately made himself look normal, even though the sound was a kind of torture to himself. Thank you, Grandpa Zhu, for your advice. Chang Feng looked at Zhu Douluo at the right moment. Haha, I can't talk about guidance, but for the sake of you calling me Grandpa Zhu and because your talent is quite strong, plus I think you are very pleasing to the eye, so in the future in Wuhan Hall here, if you are bullied you can tell me my name and I think everyone will give me Yu Guan some face. Zhu Douluo smiled and glanced at Chang Feng as if he was looking at his junior. Chang Feng listened to Zhu Douluo's word and felt that he was very pleased with what he said. Chang Feng didn't know why, but he always felt a little weird. But after taking a closer look at Zhu Douluo's eyes, he found that there was no hidden meaning, so he feeling slightly relieved. By the way, what is your soul power level now? Although I sense that your soul power level is around the soul sect, I'm not very clear about the specific. Chang Feng had no intention of lying. In the eyes of Zhu Douluo, who was mature and sophisticated like him, lying would be a bit difficult. Grandpa Zhu, my soul power has just reached level 40 not long ago, and I am thinking of taking some time to hunt a soul beast in the near future and obtain a soul ring. Tisk tisk, old ghost, this kid Bulletin Jinyun is really good. He is a good prospect for our Wuhan Palace. He is so young, he is already at level 40. Such a young soul sect is really amazing. Turning his head, seeing that the ghost did not respond with a cold press, Zion Yu Guan withdrew his gaze, looked at Chang Feng and said with a smile, tomorrow you and Nana will fight for the soul. Remember to do your best. I think since the Pope has spoken in person, I have accepted you as my registered disciple. I must have intended to accept you as my disciple. This is a good opportunity, don't miss it. Hearing Zhu Douluo's words, Chang Feng was not encouraged but was frightened. He thought if he puts in a few more buckets of water tomorrow it should be okay. At this time Zhu Douluo said, if you miss Nana too far, I'm afraid the Pope Pope will shoot you to death on the spot. You can't let the Pope have a reputation of knowing people poorly, you think so, right? Looking at the faint smile on Zhu Douluo's face, Cheng Feng felt a chill in his heart, knowing that he had thought of this matter too simply. Bulatin Jinyun has remembered Grandpa Zhu's words. Zhu Douluo suddenly put his hand on Cheng Feng's hand, causing goosebumps to rise on Cheng Feng's body. At the same time, a chill invaded the depths of his heart. After a long while, Zhu Douluo said, haha, old poison, this kind of poison is just a piece of cake in front of me, Yu Guan. Boy, I can deto effect the poison on your body. When you return to Wuhan City, you can easy to solve. When Cheng Feng heard this, he thought of what Bibi Dong said before and guessed that she might have thought of asking Zhu Douluo to take action at that time. So Cheng Feng smiled and replied, the poison on Jin Yun's body must be left to Grandpa Zhu. Zhu Douluo laughed. Easy to say, easy to say. Bishop Salas had just followed the Pope's instructions and asked people to go to Soto City to keep an eye on Tang San's troubles. As soon as he finished e-planing, he saw Cheng Feng and Zhu Douluo talking and laughing, looking very harmonious. This scene made Bishop Salas took notice. Suddenly Bishop Salas's eyes lit up. I saw Salas waving towards a young and steady man. He whispered in his ear, Louis, go quickly and invite Alice the Warren of Lan Chun Yuan in Tiandu City to the room arranged for Lord Bulatin. Also go to Tiandu City to the Heaven and Earth. Miss Jasmine is also invited to Master Bulatin's room. In addition, the few beautiful women in my backyard who have not yet enjoyed the beauty are all sent to Master Bulatin's room. Tonight, to make Master Bulatin happy, we have to give Master Bulatin a surprise. Master Bishop, what is the background of Master Bulatin? You actually want to treat him with such concern? Salas glanced at Louis, glanced in the direction of Cheng Feng and replied in a low voice, did you see that young man chatting and laughing with Elder Zhu? He is Lord Bulatin. Don't think he is just the Pope now. His registered disciple, but no one can tell whether he will become the Pope's disciple in the NET moment. It is even possible that he will still be the Holy Son of Wuhan Palace in the future. If we continue to think deeply about it, our Wuhan Palace will the master of the temple. Do you think it could be him? When the young man heard Bishop Salas's words, he was extremely shocked. He quickly glanced in the direction of Cheng Feng with awe-inspiring eyes, then quickly looked back and looked at Salas with respect. Your Excellency Bishop, what you said is very reasonable. I admire you very much. I will handle this matter now and it will be done beautifully. Salas waved his hand gently and let the young man go down. After that, Salas looked at Cheng Feng secretly, trying to figure out what he might like, and then thought about the treasures he owned. His eyes flashed with a strange light and his e-pression was thoughtful. The NET moment, he gritted his teeth and decided to make something. Return blood. For the sake of the future, the current investment and efforts are worth it. Salas thought of this with a faint smile on his face again and a confident light in his eyes. Cheng Feng chatted with Zhu Douluo for a while. Suddenly he thought of Zhu Douluo's martial spirit and his knowledge of medicinal herbs, which may be quite deep. Thinking of this, Cheng Feng took the opportunity to ask Zhu Douluo, Grandpa Zhu, do you think I can learn medicinal herbs from you for a while? In the future I will seek revenge from Tang San, who is known as the poison god. This will be easier. Do you think this is okay? After hearing Cheng Feng's words, Zhu Douluo's eyes flashed with surprise and he smiled and said, you boy, you really satisfy me. My Yu Guan's knowledge of medicinal herbs, I think I should be able to rank it in the entire Douluo continent. In the first few days it's more than enough to teach you, but if you really want to learn medicinal herbs from me, wouldn't you feel bored? Before I wanted to teach Xiaoyu and the others, but they rejected me. Unpectedly, you kid, if you take the initiative to learn this knowledge, it's too late for me to be happy. Finally, I won't be able to pass on what I have learned. Hearing this, Cheng Feng's eyes were filled with joy, but before Cheng Feng could say anything, he heard Zhu Douluo say, you can learn if you want, but you must first pass the Pope's test, which is the spirit battle between you and Nana tomorrow. You can't lose, otherwise if the Pope shoots you to death on the spot, everything will be in vain, so work hard, kid. Hearing this, Cheng Feng suddenly felt a little more resentful towards tomorrow's spirit fight. It seemed that this time, in order to learn the knowledge of Zhu Douluo, he had to put in less effort. For the pair, for more novels 78,359. Join Lena. Cheng Feng is very confident. Of course, this confidence comes from the fact that he secretly observed Hu Lena before and found that she is not invincible. Moreover, he has many means. If he still cannot defeat her, then he will die headlong on the wall. Grandpa Zhu, I Bulatin Jinyun will definitely defeat Hu Lena for sure. Zhu Douluo patted Cheng Feng on the shoulder and said with a smile, having confidence is a good thing. Come on. Although I am optimistic about you, Nana is not that easy to deal with, so you have to be careful tomorrow. Cheng Feng nodded, and then Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo went to rest. Salas and Cheng Feng were the only ones left in the field. Salas quickly approached, looked at Cheng Feng and said respectfully, Master Bulatin, this is a small favor from me. I hope Master Bulatin can accept it. Under Cheng Feng's surprised gaze, Salas took out a wooden bow and quickly opened it. Inside the wooden bowl was a medicinal herb. Master Bulletin, this is the 9th grade precious ginseng. It's a small thought and disrespectful. I hope Master Bulletin will accept it. When Chang Feng saw Salas being so virtuous, he thought to himself that he had gotten a precious herb for free, so if you don't want it for free, it was all delivered to his mouth after all, so there was no reason to refuse. Suddenly Chang Feng seemed to sense something, and he immediately put the wooden bow into his ring soul guide with quick eyes and hands. He gestured towards Alice with his eyes, and at the same time a smile appeared on his face, expressing his satisfaction. Salas felt happy when he saw this, but when he saw the two noble figures from the corner of his eye, he quickly kept a serious expression. Chang Feng looked at Bibi Dong and Hu Lina's appearance. After changing, his eyes lit up and he thought to himself, they really look good. Especially Bibi Dong, wearing a simple white dress, could not hide her delicate and flawless face. Even though she wore a scarf, the hazy beauty was even deeper. Bulletin Jinyun, look what do I think of my clothes? Watching Hu Lina looking at him and pointing to her pink skirt, Chang Feng immediately smiled and said, not bad. Is it just good? Chang Feng immediately remained silent, looking into the distance as if he didn't hear anything. Because Bibi Dong came over and saw Bibi Dong said, let's head off now. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 126. Bibi Dong Kuiya Pavilion belongs to. If you don't surrender to Wuhan Palace, you will die. Hu Lina immediately responded, teacher, where should we go? To Tiandu City? Bibi Dong replied calmly, just take a walk. Chang Feng walked behind them. He didn't look so good. He shook his head and walked slowly behind. He always kept a certain distance from Bibi Dong and Hu Lina, neither too far nor too close. In this way more than 2 hours passed. Accompanying Bibi Dong and Hu Lina, they were really just strolling around Tiandu City. However, during this process there was only Hu Lina's laughter. Chang Feng kept a straight face. Bibi Dong, the mood is relatively pleasant. At this time a few people were about to walk back. Seeing the backs of the two people in front of them, Chang Feng secretly said, sure enough, shopping is really inapplicably tiring. Even in a different world this has never changed. The net moment Chang Feng looked at Bibi Dong standing blankly on the street looking at a figure in front of him. Chang Feng followed her gaze and found that he met Xue Qinghe on the street. But what happened to Xue Qinghe? At this time, if you didn't stay in the palace to handle government affairs, why would you be on the street now? However, Chang Feng carefully discovered that the corners of Xue Qinghe's eyes were bloodshot and there was a faint trace of sadness and loss lingering on his brows. However, when Xue Qinghe saw the oncoming figure not far away in front of him, his whole body was shocked and he secretly thought in his heart, why is this woman here? Is she here to see me? However, the net moment when Xue Qinghe saw Hu Lina's figure, a chill flashed through her eyes and her eyes became cold. She thought to herself, sure enough, she was overthinking it. How could this woman care about my life and death? She didn't will care about myself. Chang Feng looked at Bibi Dong and Xue Qinghe's eyes facing each other in silence. One's eyes were silent, their thoughts were drifting away. A trace of hatred flashed deep in the eyes. The other's eyes showed disappointment and there was a silent loss buried deep in the eyes. Hu Lina also discovered something unusual about her teacher at this time. When she saw the figure opposite with an elegant face and a faint smile, her whole body was filled with a noble demeanor. She felt a little curious in her heart, but she was smart. She didn't ask any more questions, she just remained silent and speechless. Chang Feng naturally discovered the clues between the two of them. Although the two were not far apart, Chang Feng knew that there was a gap in their heart. It was precisely because of this gap that their hearts were far apart. At this moment, Xue Qinghe suddenly caught sight of the young man behind Hu Lina. When he saw this young man following this woman, Xue Qinghe was completely disappointed in his heart. Why should he be her biological daughter? Why she would rather be so nice to an outsider than take another look at herself, and why she is not even as good as the strange boy behind her? Suddenly Xue Qinghe felt very painful inside. Bibi Dong glanced at Xue Qinghe indifferently and then said to Hu Lina, Nana, let's go back. Hu Lina responded quickly, okay. Bulletin Jinyun, follow me quickly. Chang Feng responded feebly, okay, just follow me. However, at this moment Xue Qinghe's eyes lit up and he looked at Chang Feng's back like a gleam of light. Thoughtfully he murmured, is it an illusion? They are obviously two people. Why do they make themselves feel familiar? No, there is something wrong with this person. Thinking of this, Xue Qinghe turned his head and said to no one behind him, Ying Lao, please go and find out the origin of the young man just now. I want to know all the news about him. After finishing speaking, Xue Qinghe looked at the direction where Chang Feng was leaving, his eyes sparkling and the corner of his mouth curved. Rosford, whether you are really dead or fake, we will know once you try. After returning to Wuhan Hall, Bibi Dong and Hu Lina changed back into their original clothes, then took Jogui Douluo, Salas and a group of subordinates from Wuhan Hall toward Kuya Pavilion and go. Chang Feng was behind Ju Douluo, walking side by side with Salas. At this moment Salas and Chang Feng were having a conversation. Master Bulletin, if a fight breaks out later traitor, just hide behind me. Salas will definitely protect Lord Bouletin. Chang Feng listened to Salas's words, nodded with a smile on his face and replied, then there is Bishop Salas. Bishop Salas has such thoughts for me. I really don't know what I am doing. How can it be? Haha, Mr. Bouletin, you are serious. This is the duty of a subordinate. What a subordinate has done is nothing to worry about. I only hope that in the future, Mr. Bouletin, you can say a few kind words for your subordinates in front of the Pope. Then Salas will be grateful. Chang Feng smiled when he heard this and quickly responded, Bishop Salas, what you said is serious. Isn't it just a matter of saying a few words in front of the Pope? Just leave it to me. Don't worry about it. I will keep it in mind. Salas heard a bright smile on his face, looked closer to Chang Feng, approached Chang Feng and whispered, Master Bouletin, tonight my subordinates have prepared a big gift for Master Bouletin. I hope Mr. Bouletin can have more fun and enjoy himself. Hearing this, Chang Feng's interest immediately arose and he asked with a smile, Bishop Salas, you are so honest. You don't need to spend so much money on gift. But Bishop Salas, what's the great gift you're talking about? Chang Feng naturally looked at the 9th grade medicinal herb that Salas had given him before. He thought that this gift was probably a fairy grass, and fairy grass was very precious. For a moment Chang Feng looked at Salas. I can't help but feel a lot more satisfied. Salas did not answer immediately. Instead he smiled and said, I believe you will know about this great gift in the evening, Lord Bu. Although Chang Feng was very curious, he still calmed down, pointed at Salas and said with a smile, Bishop Salas, you still want to play this trick with me? Then at night I will definitely broaden my horizons. What's that big gift you're talking about? Master Bouletin will definitely be satisfied. Chang Feng looked at the other party's confident appearance, suppressed his thoughts and said, Bishop Salas, do you know Shrek Academy? Salas asked back, is it the declining academy where Tang San is? Glancing at Salas he said, well, that's the academy. Master Bouletin, what do you think of that academy? Chang Feng rolled his eyes and whispered, Bishop Salas, is there any way to prevent Shrek Academy from participating in the upcoming Senior Soul Master Academy Elite Competition? Salas rolled his eyes when he heard this, lowered his head and looked at Chang Feng. Master Bouletin, what method do you want Salas to use? Chang Feng was stunned when he heard this and immediately smiled. Since Tang San is the son of our Wuhan Palace enemy Tang Hao is an enemy, it is best to eradicate him in advance, but I promised the Pope that his life will be taken by me, but if it can bring some trouble to Tang San and the others it would be best. I think you don't have to be lenient when dealing with the enemy and use the most ruthless approach. Salas smiled and nodded and praised Master Bouletin, I have thought of working with you. If there are people like you, Master Bouletin, at the top of Wuhan Hall in the future, I think our Wuhan Hall will be unified as soon as possible. Douluo continent, Salas will never make mistakes when it comes to judging people. Chang Feng smiled and nodded, but he thought in his heart, no, in the future it will be my heavenly court, not the spirit hall, that will unify the Douluo continent. Bishop Salas, you are very commendable. It should be said that our Wuhan temple is lucky to have such a loyal pillar like Bishop Salas. Salas was very happy after hearing Chang Feng's word. Looking at Chang Feng, Salas valued Chang Feng more and more. In Salas' view, such a discerning person is the one who can do great things and is worthy of his greater investment in the future. He perhaps might be able to take it a step further in the future. Thinking of this, Salas wanted to say something more, but suddenly he heard the cold voice of Pope Bibidong. People in Kuya Pavilion, give you 3 breath to surrender to my Wuhan Palace, otherwise there is only one outcome, death. So Salas and Chang Feng were silent together, looking at the back of Bibidong, who was the leader in the field, each thinking about their own thought. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 127, Long Live the Pope. How would the people in Kuiyiij respond? Chang Feng looked coldly in the direction of Kuiyiij. Chang Feng really didn't have any good impressions of Kuiyiij. If possible, Chang Feng hoped deep down in his heart that Kuiyiij would be able to lose both sides with Pope Bibidong of Wuhan Palace in this incident. Time is passing slowly, but there is chaos inside Kuya Pavilion became one piece. In a room on the 3rd floor of Kuya Pavilion, a woman in gorgeous clothes suddenly heard Bibidong's voice and her face turned cold. Pope Bibidong of Wuhan Palace? That fine. Yin Zai Yuniang must see her. Fan, look at how powerful the Pope of Wuhan Palace is. The net moment Yin Zai Yuniang's figure flashed. In Chang Feng's eyes a figure suddenly appeared in the field. Looking at the figure appearing in the field at this moment, a trace of surprise flashed in Chang Feng's eyes. This person has regular facial features and a very charming appearance. With every frown and smile it seems that he can make the world eclipse and the world of heaven and earth suddenly turn upside down. People's hearts sink and it is difficult to extricate themselves. Wearing a golden skirt under the illumination of light, she is like a mother who shines on all things, making people feel a kind of warmth from the bottom of the heart. A pattern of peach blossom petals is printed between her eyebrows, which makes her look more charming and charming mystery. At this time this person's aura and demeanor were on par with Pope Bibidong of Wuhan Palace. Chang Feng was particularly surprised and thought to himself, who is this person? This character has never appeared in the original Douluo work. In this world there is actually a woman who is as good as Bibidong. It is really shocking. At this moment Chang Feng was stunned. What he didn't understand was whether the current Douluo world was real or an illusion. If it was real, then why was this world a world described and outlined in a book? And if it was false, why did the scene we saw now appear again? Everything revealed all kinds of weirdness. Forced himself to suppress the complicated emotions in his heart. His eyes were fixed on the person who suddenly appeared in the field. At this moment Chang Feng wanted to find out who she was. Pope Bibidong of Wuhan Palace, you control Kuya Pavilion? Bibidong and Yanzai Yuniang looked at each other and then continued to remain silent. Bibidong, I Kuyi will not surrender to your Wuhan Palace. If you want to use force, I will accompany you at any time. I Yanzai Yuniang have never been afraid of anyone so far. Bibidong glanced at Yanzai Yuniang coldly. It seems that you won't surrender to Wuhan Hall until I beat you. Haha, I Yanzai Yuniang and those who belong to Kuya Pavilion will not surrender to Wuhan Palace. Yanzai Yuniang looked at Bibidong with a mocking look on her face. Bibidong's face turned cold and she said coldly, in this case Kuya Pavilion, from today on there is no need to east anymore. Haha, Bibidong, aren't you a little too arrogant to say this? I Yin Xiu Niang must ask you for advice. The net moment between the two of them, no one dared to approach within a radius of 30 meters with the two of them as the center. The invisible and powerful aura in the field formed a thick and extremely dangerous air wall. The people around them even retreated into the distance, fearing that if they were not careful they would die tragically on the spot. Everyone's eyes flashed with horror. They would never have thought that anyone in the world would dare to challenge the authority of the Pope. Doesn't she know how powerful the Pope is? In their view, this woman who emerged from Kuya Pavilion would definitely have to pay a heavy price for offending the Pope later. They all held their breath and stared at the live battle in the field without blinking for fear of missing the Pope. A wonderful showdown scene that teaches this crazy woman a lesson. Chang Feng looked at the two confronting figures at this moment with a trace of confusion in his eyes and some doubt. However, I am afraid no one can explain these doubts to him clearly. Looking at Yanzai Yuniang, Chang Feng realized at this moment that he didn't know much about Douluo continent, or in other words, he didn't have a good understanding of Douluo continent. Chang Feng looked up at the vast world. A thought suddenly came to his mind. He wanted to know how big the Douluo continent was. At this moment Salas suddenly said, Master Buledin, please remember to stay behind me later. I just observed the woman named Yanzai Yuniang. That woman is very powerful. I am afraid she is a warrior. A very powerful titled Douluo level E per. Chang Feng withdrew from his thoughts and suddenly woke up. He glanced at Salas, quickly regained his composure and said in a deep voice, in my opinion that woman's origin is unknown, but she dares to provoke our Lord Pope. I think she may have some trick, but I always think that she is no match for the Pope. Let's wait and see. Chang Feng is currently unable to find out how strong Bibidong is, but he does know a thing or two about Bibidong's temperament. He is a very tolerant person, and Bibidong later became the Rakshasa god. Regardless of her talent or strength, she is not someone ordinary titled Douluo can provoke at will. Although Yanzai Yuniang showed that she was not afraid of Bibidong, Chang Feng was always not optimistic about her. Moreover, for some reason Chang Feng always felt that there was something inexplicable missing from Yanzai Yuniang, which made Chang Feng rely on his intuition even more. I believe that this woman is no match for Bibidong. At this time Jogui Douluo suddenly intervened in the field where the two were fighting. The two of them and Bibidong surrounded Yanzai Yuniang in three directions. Seeing this, Chang Feng suddenly thought of Bibidong's martial spirit. If she really wanted to take action here, I'm afraid it would be very ugly to reveal that her martial spirit possessed her. And there were so many people here, so it was impossible for her to do it. Chang Feng was silent when he thought that Bibidong didn't reveal her spirit possession until the final divine battle. When Yanzai Yuniang saw that the chrysanthemum ghost Douluo had also taken action, her heart suddenly sang. She had always wanted to find out how powerful Pope Bibidong was in the Wuhan Palace. At her bottom she only knew that Bibidong was a titled Douluo, but she was also a titled Douluo herself. In Yanzai Yuniang's view, even though Bibidong was very strong, she was not weak. But the problem now is that the three titled Douluo she is about to face now are very difficult. Thinking of this, Yanzai Yuniang's face darkened and she said disdainfully, haha, Pope Bibidong of Wuhan Palace actually needing someone else to take action is simply the net moment. 9 soul rings slowly rose from the solace of Bibidong's feet, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black and red beating regularly. The conspicuous red color suddenly made Yanzai Yuniang feel unhappy. She clearly felt the power of the red soul ring. If the other party used the 9th soul skill, then she would probably. In short, I misjudged the strength of both the enemy and ourselves. Chang Feng's Dong's eyes were extremely complicated when he saw Bibi Dong's red soul ring. When the members of the Wuhan Palace saw that their Pope actually had the legendary red soul ring, they all looked excited and had hope for the future of the Wuhan Palace. They shouted, "Long live the Pope! Long live the Pope!" When Yanzai Yuniang heard the shouts in the field, she frowned and looked at Bibi Dong, who looked dull. "Do you really want to destroy Kuya Pavilion?" After hearing Yanzai Yuniang's words, Bibi Dong's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Logically speaking, based on the behavior the other party had just shown, he would definitely not give in. At this time the other party's weak tone was really surprising. "As long as your Kuya Pavilion surrenders to my Wuhan Palace, there is no need to destroy Kuya Pavilion. This is impossible. This Kuya Pavilion is..." As Yanzai Yuniang spoke, she suddenly covered her mouth with her hands. A trace of fear flashed in her eyes. Bibi Dong frowned as she watched this scene. After drinking the tea that recalls the future in Kuya-ji, you can see some pictures. It is said that you can see pictures of the future. Is this true or false? Yanzai Yuniang replied with a cold face, "This kind of thing depends on fate. Some people can see a corner of the future and some people can, and those who can see a corner of the future will definitely be in the future. Has a certain impact. Are you not the owner of Kuya Pavilion?" Bibi Dong's sudden words made Yanzai Yuniang's expression change and she panicked. "I am the master of Kuya Pavilion." Bibi Dong smiled when he heard this. The corners of his mouth curved up and his eyes showed a relaxed look and said calmly, "The kind of tea that makes people see a corner of the future after drinking it. Since it is not a soul skill, I guess this method must come from there. And here I feel a hint of the power there. Seeing as you have a close relationship with that place, as long as you hand over those people that I, the Spirit Hall, came here to investigate before I can forget about it." When Yanzai Yuniang heard Bibi Dong's words, she looked particularly horrified and claimed, "Have you reached that point?" "No, you probably haven't yet. Those people are all locked up in the dungeon by me. I can promise you to let them go, but you must also promise me not to let anyone come here to investigate again in the future." Bibi Dong's face condensed, her eyes shone with a glint, and she replied, "Okay, wait for me a while." Then Yanzai Yuniang was seen flashing and immediately disappearing from the scene. Chang Feng looked at what he saw in front of him and couldn't help but be disappointed. After all, they didn't fight and he couldn't hear a word they said, which was even more disappointing. It seemed that they had done something to prevent others like him from hearing. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 128. Salas the Pope should drink more hot water. However, time passed by bit and Yanzai Yuniang never came back. Bibi Dong's face was gloomy and a hint of darkness flashed in her eyes. For the first time being teased like this, Bibi Dong was a little angry. Fortunately, the content of her conversation with Yanzai Yuniang just now was not leaked. Otherwise she really didn't know how to face all this with face. The net moment, Bibi Dong said coldly, "Come here, tear down all the Kuya Pavilion." Everyone in the Wuhan Hall headed by Salas showed a look of excitement when they heard Pope Bibi Dong's order. They knew that now was a good opportunity to establish their presence in front of the Pope and compete for reputation. Faced with such an opportunity shines brightly in every eye, making it impossible to look directly at it. "We will obey your orders." Afterwards, in Chang Feng's eyes, Salas and the others rushed into Kuya Pavilion with evil intentions on their faces. Looking at their expressions at this moment, Chang Feng thought of a scene, the prelude to a massacre. Chang Feng did not step forward to join in the fun but just watched from the side. Sure enough, all kinds of screams, curses and fighting sounds came from Kuya Pavilion, all met together. After a while, Kuya Pavilion caught fire. The fire spread and the black air shot into the sky. Looking at the scene in front of him, Chang Feng's heart suddenly hardened a lot and his face was indifferent. Bibi Dong looked at this scene calmly, silently, her brows furrowed, her eyes a little confused. At this moment, Salas walked out with a red face. Seeing the flush on his face that had not faded, it was not difficult for Chang Feng to guess what kind of battle he had just experienced. However, at this time it seems a little too short. I don't know how Salas did it. Salas was completely unaware of the strange looks in Douluo and Chang Feng's eyes when they looked at him. Salas walked straight to Bibi in front of Dong. He looked at Bibi Dong and said with a smile, "His Majesty the Pope, all the people belonging to Kuya Pavilion have been captured. Some of those who resisted fiercely have been executed on the spot. In addition, my subordinates were still in the basement of Kuya Pavilion and found those who had disappeared before. People, they are being guarded by subordinates at the moment." Bibi Dong glanced at Salas indifferently. A look of disgust flashed deep in her eyes and said coldly, "Kill everyone in Kuya who did not resist, leaving no one alive." When Salas heard Bibi Dong's words, he was shocked and asked uncertainly, "His Holiness, did you really kill them all?" Bibi Dong glanced at Salas coldly, which made Salas feel cold. He quickly bent down respectfully and said, "I know the Pope's order. I will kill them all now." However, at the moment Salas turned around, a trace of regret and a bit of reluctance flashed deep in his eyes, as if he had thought of some beautiful scene before. before, but now all of this is about to disappear. Chang Feng watched all this calmly and stayed out of the matter. He did not have any objections to Bibi Dong's orders. In the past he might have had some objections. However, after experiencing so many things, Chang Feng has understand that different positions and views will never be unified. In Chang Feng's view, we must not tolerate the enemy, we must eradicate it. In the future, Wuhan Palace must be his enemy. If his enemies are so ruthless, he can only be more ruthless than them. Otherwise he may not be able to survive long in this Douluo continent just by talking about benevolence, justice and morality. Not long after, Salas came out with a group of people. In less than half a cup of tea, the Kuya pavilion that was still standing before was now in ruins and a mess of charred wood. This commotion was so loud, but there seemed to be no movement on Tiandu City's side. Chang Feng knew that Tiandu City was retreating and they did not dare to intervene. This was the advantage of being powerful and intimidating. Suddenly a rapid cry of eagles came from the air overhead. This scene attracted the attention of everyone present. Chang Feng looked up and saw a black hawk hovering over Bibi Dong. Then it landed directly on Zhu Douluo's shoulder. Zhu Douluo took out a long log-shaped object from the black eagle's talon, then took out a piece of paper wrapped in a cylindrical shape from the log and handed it to Pope Bibi Dong respectfully. At this time Bibi Dong's eyes flashed with surprise. After taking the note, she slowly unfolded it. After a few breaths, Bibi Dong's face suddenly darkened, her eyes showed a cold light, and then she said lightly, "Let's go back." Chang Feng didn't know what was written in the letter which made Bibi Dong's face look so ugly. Under this situation, Chang Feng just observed secretly with the corner of his eye, not daring to be too blatant. After returning to the spirit hall, Salas worked extremely hard to establish his presence in front of Bibi Dong. However, Chang Fengming saw Bibi Dong's eyes full of disgust towards Salas, but Chang Feng would not challenge Salas for all this. Ming, because he is now under Bibi Dong's nose, many small actions must be avoided as much as possible. In the blink of an eye it was night. Salas didn't get any good looks from Pope Bibi Dong. He came to Chang Feng with a rather depressed expression. Looking at Chang Feng, his mood improved a lot. "What do you think? Why do I get no praise for being so dedicated to her?" Chang Feng naturally knows the reason. Bibi Dong already hates Alice, but you keep pushing forward. Aren't you asking for trouble? Of course it would be hard for Chang Feng to tell Salas about this. Who knows if there are Bibi Dong's spies around here? Chang Feng just patted Salas on the shoulder and whispered, "Bishop Salas, you also know that women have to go there once a month and they will not be in a good mood because of it, and our Lord Pope, after all, she is a woman, so you know what our Lord Pope is going to do." When Salas heard this, his eyes flashed and he quickly scanned the surroundings. Then he approached Chang Feng and whispered, "Master Bulletin, are you saying that our Lord Pope is here? Let me just say I have done this for us. Wuhandian died of exhaustion. How could our Pope not see it? So I almost forgot that the Pope is also a woman. However, as far as my subordinates know, when women come here, let them drink more heat water will do, otherwise I will give this credit to you, Mr. Bulletin." Hearing Salas's word, Chang Feng's face immediately darkened and he thought to himself, "Is this credit you are talking about? Believe it or not, in a few minutes I will be slapped to death by Pope Bibi Dong." With a faint smile on his face, Chang Feng said, "The Pope is in a bad mood at the moment and needs more rest. Let's not hang around in front of her so as not to make the Pope angry. After all, when we come here, women are usually unreasonable." Salas's eyes flashed with joy after hearing this. He raised his thumb and smiled at Chang Feng. "Master Bulletin, you are still smarter. My subordinates have to learn more from you, Master Bulletin." Chang Feng smiled and replied, No, I am still young, so I should learn more from Bishop Salas." Salas smiled even more when he heard this. Suddenly Salas came close to Chang Feng's ear and whispered, "Master Bulletin, I have given you a big gift in your room, and to match this big gift there is another gift. This gift, but my subordinates have observed thousands of art changes and spent a year working with them. It took a lot of money to finally complete it, and for it my subordinates worked hard." At this moment Chang Feng was thinking about the gift that goes with the fairy grass. What is it? However, besides that, he always felt that Salas' word sounded a little wrong, so Chang Feng pretended to smile and said, "Bishop Salas, you are thoughtful. I will definitely collect and cherish this gift." When Salas heard this, his eyes showed a hint of excitement and some flushing, and he whispered, "This is the gift. The gift is in your room, Mr. Bulletin. However, I hope that Mr. Bulletin will open this gift when you arrive in the room. It's a gift I think it will be very interesting when the time comes." Chang Feng took the wooden bow handed over by Salas. It was exactly the same as the wooden bow of the fairy grass before. Therefore Chang Feng's first reaction was to guess that Salas was a man and picked out the things he liked. Herb. It was too extravagant to give as a gift, but he liked it very much. Chang Feng did not open the wooden bow on the spot. Salas looked up at the sky, then smiled at Chang Feng and said, "Master Bulletin, you have a beautiful time. It's time to rest. I hope you have a good time, Master Bulletin, and my subordinates have other things to do. It is inconvenient to stay for a long time." Before Chang Feng could say anything. Salas left in a hurry. Looking at Salas's back, Chang Feng didn't think much about Salas's word. Immediately afterwards, Chang Feng held the wooden bow in his right hand and under the leadership of a guard prepared to return to Salas to prepare for his own room to sleep. However, at this moment she met Hu Lina. At this time Hu Lina also saw Chang Feng. She smiled and nodded to Chang Feng. Suddenly her eyes fell on Chang Feng's wooden bow and she smiled. Bulletin Jinyun, what treasure is in the wooden bow in your hand? Seeing that you are so happy, it must be very precious. Chang Feng nodded and thought to himself, isn't it? This wooden bow contains fairy grass, how can it not be precious? Can you show it to me? Chang Feng thought that Hu Lina would not covet this little thing of his but was probably out of curiosity, so without thinking he handed over the wooden bow in his hand. Seeing that Chang Feng agreed, Hu Lina happily took the wooden bow. However, when she opened the wooden bow, her face suddenly turned red and there was some shame and anger in her eyes. She looked at Chang Feng and said angrily, Bulletin Jinyun, you rogue. I'm going to tell the teacher. Chang Feng was confused after hearing this and replied, isn't it just a medicinal herb? Why is it related to gangsters? Hu Lina blushed, frowned, slammed the wooden bow on Chang Feng's hand and said angrily, I opposed you and you still refuse to admit it. Look, this is the herb you said. Sure enough, the man didn't a good thing. Seeing Hu Lina suddenly leaving with a red face, not showing any good feelings towards him before leaving, Chang Feng withdrew his gaze and looked into the wooden bow. At this sight Chang Feng froze and sighed, Bishop Salas, you still know how to play. No wonder Hu Lina said I was a gangster. Anyone who sees this will feel lucky to not be scolded as a pervert. Chang Feng took another look at the jade faucet in the bow that was made according to the shape of the faucet. It was ferocious and thick, very eye-catching and lifelike. At the same time there is a tender steamed bun on the left and right side, but this steamed bun has sharp corners and is very realistic. At this moment Chang Feng knew that even if he jumped into the Yellow River he would not be able to clean himself up and he would be called a gangster by Hu Lina. However, a gangster is just a gangster, it's just a title and he doesn't care. Looking at the night-filled sky, Chang Feng glanced at the wooden bow again. Suddenly he thought that there was a big gift in his room. In a moment Chang Feng figured out everything and said with a wry smile, Bishop Salas, you treat me so well and you even gave me a woman so I can feel the beauty of a golden house, but I can't do anything to feel sorry for Xiao Wu. The night is long. My spring is here. I have a headache. Looking reluctantly at the direction where Salas arranged the house, Chang Feng simply found a roof nearby, then lay on it, letting a wisp of cold wind blow in the night so as to calm down his heart and take a good rest. Enjoy this charming night. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 129, Death's Scythe. The night was as gentle as water and a bright moon hanging high in the center of the night was emitting billions of charming silver-white lights like strands of silver threads embellished into a silver dress wrapping the entire dark earth. With a ray of sadness in his heart, Chang Feng looked at the night and sighed softly, how can I escape from this place now? If this continues, many of my plans will be shelved. With such thoughts in his mind, Chang Feng suddenly thought that the poison on his body had not been released yet. If he really wanted to remove this poison, he would need to go to Wuhan City and get the solution from Douluo medicine. In other words, the top priority right now is to get rid of the poison first and then consider escaping from Pope Bibi Dong. Thinking of this, Chang Feng frowned slightly, thinking that he would have to fight Hu Lina tomorrow. If he lost, the consequences might be as Douluo said, and he would face Bibi Dong abandoned cruelly. For her who is in a high position, a person without any value can be abandoned at will, while a valuable person will be abandoned at least later. But no matter what, the right way is to escape from here and develop your own heaven. Before I knew it, the east became white. As soon as Chang Feng jumped off the roof, he met Bishop Salas and looked at the face of Assistant Salas. Before Chang Feng could say anything, Salas spoke first. Master Bulletin, how did you play last night? Did you enjoy it? Chang Feng smiled bitterly and said, last night instead of resting in the room I stayed on the roof all night. As soon as he said this, Salas frowned subconsciously and looked at the location of Chang Feng's faucet without realizing it. His eyes were thoughtful, which suddenly made Chang Feng's face darken. Ahem, what are you thinking about? Bishop Salas, don't think too much. I'm normal, but I don't think it's appropriate to have fun right now. It's not that time yet and the Pope is nearby. I'm afraid it will be difficult to explain this matter if it reaches the ears of the Pope. After listening to Chang Feng's words, Bishop Salas pondered for a while, then looked at Chang Feng with admiration in his eyes and said, Master Bulletin, you are so self-disciplined, you really put my subordinates to shame. Bulletin, sir, you are right. The Pope is nearby right now. If Lord Bulletin really enjoyed himself last night, if this matter were to reach the ears of the Pope, I am afraid that this matter would really be detrimental to you, Lord Bulletin. One thing I didn't take it into consideration, Mr. Bulletin. I hope you can forgive me. Chang Feng waved his hand casually and sighed. Bishop Salas, do you know that what you did yesterday fulfilled a dream that I never dared to imagine before? even if I think about it in the future, I can confidently say at that time it was not that I didn't, but that I didn't want to. Salas felt a little confused after hearing this and was extremely puzzled by it. Chang Feng didn't notice Salas's prescience, but he thought in his mind that in his previous life as a very qualified single, Salas suddenly gave him a big gift which was suddenly placed in front of him. In front of me, although I didn't accept it in the end, I felt more or less satisfied in my heart. By the way, Bishop Salas, do you know that the Pope has told you when the soul battle between Hulina and I will take place? Also, where will it be? Salas withdrew from his thoughts, listened to Chang Feng's inquiry and quickly replied, Master Bulet, an elder Jew sent me a message last night saying that in compliance with the Pope's order it will be carried out in the Spirit Hall and you can choose a larger place at will. The venue and time were not mentioned. Chang Feng nodded after hearing this. Do you know where the letter the Pope received yesterday came from? Salas rolled his eyes and glanced around first. Then he approached Chang Feng and whispered, Master Bulletin, if I tell you, you must never tell anyone. Seeing this, Chang Feng understood that Bishop Salas had doubt. In order to dispel his doubts, Chang Feng smiled and replied, Bishop Salas, don't worry, these words can come out of your mouth and into my ears. I will never let anyone else hear them. Chang Feng's assurance made Saras, the protagonist, feel a lot more relieved, and the look on his face was obviously much more relaxed. Master Bulletin, the letter she received from the Pope yesterday, according to the Eagle, should be it comes from the Balak Kingdom, and according to my subordinates' guess it is most likely from Soto City. Soto City? Bishop Salas nodded and explained to Chang Feng that Eagle came from the south direction of Tiandu City. Based on the color of the eagle's tail, my subordinates knew that the highest level signal came from Soto City yesterday. Otherwise this kind of eagle will not be used at will. Whenever this kind of eagle appears, it means that something extremely important has happened and the Pope of Wuhan City needs to make a decision. Salas's words made Chang Feng's mind move and his eyes lit up. Bishop Salas, over in Soto City, can you contact the relevant personnel of the Wuhan Temple over there? Can you please help me find out what happened in Soto City? Master Bulletin, don't worry, Salas will definitely handle this matter for you. I happen to know the Bishop of Soto City, Salas. Moreover, that guy was once promoted by me. I think if so he will give me some face. After listening to Salas's words, Chang Feng nodded with satisfaction and replied with a smile, Bishop Salas, I'll help you. Easy to say, easy to say. Everything is what a subordinate should do. At this moment a black shadow suddenly appeared in the field. With the appearance of this black shadow, the conversation between Chang Feng and Salas ended. Looking at the black shadow, Salas lowered his head, but his face was not very pretty. Chang Feng looked at the black shadow quietly. His Majesty the Pope has ordered Bulletin Jinyun immediately goes to the hall of Wuhan Hall to meet everyone. As soon as he finished speaking, the black shadow disappeared immediately. After watching Ghost Douluo leave, Chang Feng looked at Bishop Salas and said helplessly, Bishop Salas, since the Pope has something to ask me for, then I will go. As for the matter that was entrusted to Bishop Salas, I hope you will put more thought into it. Bishop Salas nodded quickly and said with a smile, Master Bulletin, don't worry, I will do my best to handle this matter. Chang Feng smiled and walked towards the hall of Wuhan Hall. As soon as he entered the hall of Wuhan Hall, Chang Feng felt something unusual. Looking up, he saw Bibi Dong contemplating something with a cold face while Zhugui Douluo was silent. As for Hulina, after seeing Chang Feng coming, she pretended not to see it at all. Chang Feng looked straight at Bibi Dong. My Lord Pope, what do you want to see me for? Bibi Dong raised her head and looked at Chang Feng, frowned subconsciously. I heard from Nana that there were 8 women in your room yesterday. After hearing Bibi Dong's question, Chang Feng's head was buzzing and he thought to himself, Bishop Salas, you really think highly of me. You sent me 8 women at once. I'm afraid you are not going to kill me. Seeing that Bibi Dong's face was not good looking, Chang Feng quickly gathered his thoughts and replied back to the Pope, I was admiring the moon on the roof last night and didn't do anything else. I never even went inside the house and didn't know anything about it. If the Pope doesn't believe this, he can call the people on duty last night to confront him and they should be able to prove it to me. Seeing that Chang Feng's eyes were clear and indifferent, Bibi Dong's brows relaxed a little, but she still said, there are some things that you should pay attention to in moderation so as not to waste the good time of cultivation. Chang Feng nodded silently, but when he looked in Hulina's direction his eyes were unkind, but Hulina pretended not to notice at all. Suddenly Bibi Dong said, Bulletin Jinyun, you and Nana are having a soul battle here. Let me see your performance. If anyone wins this soul battle, then whoever wins will do it. Principal. Seeing the excited look on Hulina's face when she heard Bibi Dong's words, Chang Feng couldn't help but frown. He had no idea what Bibi Dong was talking about, but it was not the right time to ask because Hulina's eyes looked at him at the moment. He showed a fanatical fighting spirit and could not allow Chang Feng to think too much at this moment, so Chang Feng had no choice but to nod his head helplessly. Bulletin Jinyun, this time I want to be the person person in charge of this thing. To do this I will use all my strength. If you are seriously injured then you can only go all out. Otherwise if you are not careful I am afraid that the NET period of time will be spent in the hospital bed. Listening to Hu Lina's confident words, Cheng Feng was speechless. Hu Lina, the martial soul demon FO, has a soul power of level 48. Please enlighten me. Bulletin Jinyun martial soul death's eye soul power level 40. In an instant Cheng Feng had an idea and gave his Wuhan sickle a resounding name. But what Cheng Feng didn't expect was that as soon as Cheng Feng finished speaking, Bibi Dong's eyes flashed with a glint, looking at Cheng Feng. Ruiyu, what are you thinking? Thinking death? Could it be that he also had a test by a god and accepted the inheritance of this god of death? Remember I Shang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 130 Hu Lina attacks. Bulletin Jinyun, the soul power between you and me is too different. NET, you have to deal with it well, otherwise you will get hurt accidentally. Looking at Hu Lina's bright smile, Cheng Feng just replied lightly, you don't need to remind me. When Hu Lina heard Cheng Feng's words, a trace of anger flashed in his eyes and he looked at Cheng Feng with an evil look, ready to teach him a lesson. In this case I will make you beg me for mercy later. Hu Lina looked at Cheng Feng coldly and then shouted in a low voice the first soul skill charm of the demonic FO. Cheng Feng had been staring in the direction of Hu Lina. Suddenly in Cheng Feng's sight Hu Lina's eyes glowed red. The NET moment Cheng Feng's e-pression changed and a feeling of dizziness came over, catching Cheng Feng off guard. Seeing that Cheng Feng was directly hit by her first soul skill, Hu Lina was overjoyed and thought to herself, it's quite simple. Haha, Bulletin Jinyun, I look forward to the moment when you beg me for mercy later. How could such a great opportunity be missed? Suddenly Hu Lina was seen approaching Cheng Feng and she was about to approach Cheng Feng. But what Hu Lina did not expect was that at this moment Cheng Feng broke away from the dizzy state and a flash of light flashed in his eyes. A hint of surprise. Seeing that nothing could be done, Hu Lina quickly retreated and kept a certain distance from Cheng Feng. Looking at Cheng Feng, who didn't have any abnormality at this time, Hu Lina asked curiously, how did you get rid of my first soul skill? My soul skill is a group control skill. Anyone who looks at me it can force people to be stunned for 3 seconds, but you are only stunned for 2 seconds. This is impossible. Your soul power is lower than mine. It doesn't make sense. After Cheng Feng heard Hu Lina's word, he felt a flash of envy for her first soul skill. He thought to himself, what a good soul skill, it is really a good way to kill people and loot, a good way to deal with the enemy. Faced with Hu Lina's inquiry, Cheng Feng replied calmly, maybe it's luck. Hu Lina was naturally extremely dissatisfied with the answer given by Cheng Feng, with an angry look on her face, and said angrily, if you don't want to say it then you don't want to say it. What's so great about it? NET, I will let you taste me. His second soul skill, FO Mei Huo Ling. Suddenly a blue FO fire suddenly appeared in Hu Lina's hand and there was a roar around it. A heat wave centered on Hu Lina and struck in all directions. At this time the FO fire in Hu Lina's hand suddenly turned into he took on the shape of a FO and his momentum suddenly increased greatly. Looking at the FO-shaped FO fire, Cheng Feng's face was full of solemnity. He knew that this attack was not as simple as it seemed on the surface, and he also had an early warning in his heart. I am afraid that this is definitely not the first soul skill before. Easy to resist. The NET moment Hu Lina looked at Cheng Feng's figure, a hint of cunning flashed in her eyes. Go. As soon as he took a breath he saw the FO-shaped FO fire, which instantly rubbed the air and generated electric sparks, forming a long fiery red ribbon and attacking Cheng Feng at a very fast speed. Faced with such an attack, Cheng Feng did not think about using his body to resist it. He also saw that the attack probably still affect the spirit. If he doesn't come into contact with it then it will have no effect on him. With this thought before the FO fire approached, Cheng Feng shouted in his heart, heavenly thunder transformation. Whoops! In Hu Lina's eyes she was about to hit Cheng Feng with the FO fire, but what she didn't expect was that at this critical moment she saw the opponent transform into a blue FO lightning and disappear from the place and then moved to another place. Hu Lina's heart was filled with unwillingness. I will never fail. Failure is such a shame. Hu Lina will definitely defeat you. At this time Hu Lina cheered secretly in her heart, clenched her fist with both hands and frowned. Not long after, a chill flashed through Hu Lina's eyes and she thought, in this case use your blood to wash away this shame. At this moment Hu Lina shouted the third soul skill, Sky FO Demon Transformation. The NET moment Hu Lina's originally big and fluffy tail suddenly shot out many hard stingers at the end, which instantly turned into 10,000 sword shadows like meteors and quickly attacked Cheng Feng. At the same time she herself also quickly ran in the direction of Cheng Feng, decided to look for an opportunity to defeat Cheng Feng when his tail spine caused some trouble to him. Looking at the scene caused by Hu Lina's use of this red soul skill, Cheng Feng looked surprised, but Cheng Feng's lips curved lightly. He immediately guessed Hu Lina's plan and thought to himself he would never give Hu Lina Lina this opportunity. Thinking of this, Chang Feng shouted in his heart 9 moon steps. Seeing the scene where Chang Feng suddenly seemed to be walking in mid-air, Hu Lina's eyes were stunned for a moment, followed by shock. She did not expect that the other party had such a method, which made Hu Lina's heart unable to calm down for a long time, and she observed carefully, discovered that the soul skill Chang Feng used this time was not brought to him by the soul ring but a self-created soul skill. At this moment Hu Lina felt that the halo of genius on her head seemed to be an irony in front of Chang Feng, making Hu Lina's face turn red with shame. This performance of Chang Feng was caught in the eyes of Bibi Dong and Zhugui Douluo. Each of their eyes showed a look of surprise, looking in the direction of Chang Feng with an inexplicable look shining in their eyes. After all, Hu Lina was a person who had gone through a lot. Facing a tough opponent like Chang Feng, it didn't take long for her to regain her normal presence. Her heart was full of determination at this moment. Looking at Chang Feng, a trace of unwillingness to admit defeat flashed across her eyes. The fourth soul skill is invisible. As Hu Lina shouted loudly, Chang Feng's eyes were naturally attracted. Watching Hu Lina suddenly disappear into the venue, Chang Feng's eyes were full of horror. Why is this ability so similar to his own divine void hidden? Looking at the empty scene in front of him, Chang Feng knew that Hu Lina was hiding around. However, the net moment Chang Feng smiled. After all, it was still his divine void hidden, much stronger. Although Hu Lina did disappear in front of his eyes, if she moved at high speed she would bring up the surrounding air, thus setting off an airflow. No matter how subtle the control was, this airflow would always be a flaw, and her mental strength was not comparable to once upon a time. This time Chang Feng clearly caught traces of the swaying airflow around him. When the airflow was about to approach him, Chang Feng dodged and avoided it. Then looking at the direction of the airflow, he smiled and said, "Hu Lina, you lose." However, Hu Lina never showed up, and Chang Feng did not want to oppose more of his strength. So the net moment such a strange scene appeared in the field. Every few breaths Chang Feng could be seen constantly talking around him. He moves his figure as if he is playing hide and seek with someone. Seeing that this farce might not end for a while, Bibi Dong suddenly said, "That's enough, Nana, you lose." As soon as the word fell, Hu Lina's figure immediately appeared on the spot. However, her eyes looked a little red at this time. She looked in the direction of Bibi Dong, lowered her head and said shamefully, "Teacher, I'm sorry, Nana is useless, I lost." Bibi Dong glanced at Hu Lina indifferently and said, "Losing is not scary, but fear of losing is scary. Losing the soul battle does not mean that your life has been lost. Only those who are not afraid of losing have a chance to win. Do you understand?" When Hu Lina heard this, her eyes lit up and she nodded heavily. "Teacher, Nana understands." "Do you know why you lost?" Listening to Bibi Dong's inquiry, Hu Lina just pondered for a while and then she smiled and said, "Nana, I know. Thank you, teacher, for your advice." A soft smile appeared on Bibi Dong's face. She nodded and then she looked at Chang Feng. "Bulletin Jinyun, you are very good. I was not wrong about you. Your strength and talent are both top-notch. The choice, are you willing to be my disciple?" After hearing Bibi Dong's words, Chang Feng was weighing the pros and cons of the matter in his mind. If he refused, would Bibi Dong be dissatisfied and then kill himself in anger? If it were him, he would definitely not want to let him. The enemy grows up, and since it is not used by oneself, there is only one end, death. Thinking of this, Chang Feng suddenly felt a chill in his heart. The joy of winning the fighting spirit was instantly diluted completely. Looking at the deep chill in Bibi Dong's calm eyes, for some reason Chang Feng seemed to feel a chill that pierced his heart is brewing. Thinking of this, without too much hesitation, Chang Feng pretended to smile. Being able to become a disciple of the Pope is something that all the common people in the world dream of. In fact, I am stepping into the golden cloud, no exception, so I am willing. The disciple has met the teacher. Chang Feng solemnly bowed to Bibi Dong and then quickly stood up. Bibi Dong took a deep look at Chang Feng, nodded and then said, "I will tell Douluo continent later that you Bulletin Jinyun are my disciples. As for the status, you are the same as Nana, but even if you pass the test and become the holy son of Wuhan Palace, you must remember that there will always be only one heir to the Wuhan Palace, and it can only be Nana. Do you understand?" Listening to Bibi Dong's words and looking at her sharp eyes, there was no room for rejection at all. Seeing this, Chang Feng immediately agreed, but in his heart he sneered, thinking, "I don't care about the Wuhan Palace, but since I got into this position, if I don't want to benefit from the development and growth of Heavenly Court, it can't be justified." Bibi Dong saw Chang Feng's interest and then she said, "Tomorrow someone from Wuhan City will send an antidote. After you take the antidote, you and Nana will go to Soto City and Noting City to eake it. You only have 10 days for this important task. Nana will tell you the specific. You will assist Nana in completing the task. You are the person in charge of the dark side. Remember, Nana is safe on this mission. It can only be completed by the two of you. Even Elder Ju and Elder Ghost can only take action once when your lives are in danger. Do you understand?" Chang Feng naturally did not dare to have any objections to Bibi Dong's arrangement. Moreover, Chang Feng clearly felt felt that Bibi Dong had a clear tendency to treat himself and Hu Lina. In this regard, Chang Feng did not want to make trouble for himself. In addition, he always felt that Bibi Dong looked at him with some purpose. However, if you think about it carefully, why didn't you agree to be Bibi Dong's teacher for other reasons? Thinking of this, Chang Feng lowered his head, a strange light shining in his eyes. Remember I Shang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 131. Goodbye So Yun Tao. After Bibi Dong said this, she looked at Chang Feng and said, if you do this well you will be rewarded. Upon hearing this, Chang Feng's eyes suddenly lit up and he looked at Bibi Dong. I wonder what this reward your majesty the Pope refers to. Bibi Dong ignored Chang Feng but glanced at Hu Lina and said, Nana, come with me. I have something to tell you. Looking at Bibi Dong leaving with Hu Lina, Chang Feng suddenly fell silent and a trace of gloom flashed deep in his eyes. At this time Douluo came forward, patted Chang Feng on the shoulder and said, Bulletin Jinyun, you are really good. You gave us such a surprise. Even Nana was defeated by you. It's really beyond my expectation. Hearing Douluo's words, Chang Feng felt offended. Why, from the beginning you thought I was destined to lose? Involuntarily a few black lines appeared on Chang Feng's forehead. Haha, Grandpa Ju deserves the prize. It's all luck. Douluo glanced at Chang Feng and smiled angrily. Is it luck? Can't you see it in front of us? Titled Douluo people. You know you want to fool me. Suddenly Douluo's Zion suddenly became serious. This mission cannot be underestimated. You must use all your strength, otherwise if you are not careful you will be at risk of falling. Chang Feng's pupils shrank suddenly with a look of shock on his face. What kind of mission is it? Why does it sound a little dangerous? Grandpa Ju, can you tell me this? I can only tell you that this mission is related to the evil soul master. Nana will tell you the rest when the time comes. Chang Feng's mind froze and he lowered his eyebrows and thought, evil soul master? Regarding the evil soul master, Chang Feng suddenly remembered the woman in red he met before. She was also an evil soul master and he also found a jade card with saint written on her body. Thinking of this, Chang Feng couldn't help but have many guesses about the evil soul master in Soto City he was about to go to. You don't have to worry. Old Ghost and I are watching secretly. I believe nothing serious will happen. Chang Feng nodded. Grandpa Ju, do you have any books recording medicinal herb? Douluo stared at Chang Feng and seemed to have thought of something in his mind. Without much hesitation he took out a thick hardcover book from the Ring Soul Guide. It looked very precious, especially since the book was covered with a layer of thin fine wooden dividers. Looking at this scene, Chang Feng's eyes were bright. Douluo looked at the book in his hand reluctantly and sighed softly. Perhaps it is much better in your hands than in my hands. This book records all the medicinal information on Douluo continent. It took me a long time to compile it and I believe it will be very helpful to you. All the above contents are already in my mind. As for this book, consider it a gift from Grandpa Ju. Douluo slowly moved the book towards Chang Feng with a look of pain in his eyes, but his face remained calm. Seeing this, Chang Feng naturally felt funny in his heart. However, the fact that Douluo gave him a book made Chang Feng secretly remember this kindness. Taking a deep breath, Chang Feng looked at Douluo and said solemnly, Grandpa Ju, if you gift me a book today I will definitely repay you in the future if I step on the golden cloud. Douluo smiled helplessly. Bulletin Jinyun, what are you kids saying? If I wanted to repay you I would not give you this book that I have treasured for many years. However, I do have a request, but I only have one request. Grandpa Ju, please tell me. I hope that in the future you can find a suitable successor to pass on the knowledge on this medicinal herb. However, I hope that this successor should preferably be from a commoner background. Can you do it? Regarding Douluo's simple request, Chang Feng didn't hesitate at all and replied directly, Grandpa Ju, don't worry, I will do it. Must. Douluo looked at Chang Feng's sincere and firm look. His thoughts seemed to be far away and he sighed softly. Once upon a time I also walked step by step from a commoner to today. On this road there were too many people who were one step ahead of me. I don't know when I will fall down. Now I can't see clearly the situation in Douluo continent and I don't know when I will fall down. In short, you live well. If I am gone one day, if you want you can talk or have a drink in front of my grave every year. Suddenly hearing Douluo's depressing words, Chang Feng was naturally extremely surprised. Looking up with a casual glance, Chang Feng instantly understood the fatigue and vicissitudes in Douluo's eyes. At this moment Chang Feng fell silent. Then without much hesitation Chang Feng replied firmly, Grandpa Ju, I will do it. Douluo saw that the book had reached Chang Feng's hand, took one last look, patted Chang Feng's shoulder, said nothing more and left the scene with some disappointment. Following closely behind Douluo, Ghost Douluo's black shadow disappeared from the scene, leaving only an empty hall. After sorting out his thoughts he turned his attention to the thick book in his hand. Chang Feng sighed. After putting the book into the Ring Soul Guide, the heavy stone that had been pressing deep in his heart for a long time finally landed today. After staying in the hall for a while, Chang Feng's face returned to a calm look, and then he walked out of the hall preparing to rest in the room that Salas had arranged for himself. When he was halfway there, what he didn't expect was that Chang Feng met a rather unexpected person, Su Yuntao. Chang Feng had a particularly deep memory of this person. Just when Chang Feng was thinking about saying hello to Su Yuntao, Salas hurried over. As soon as Su Yuntao saw Salas' figure, he quickly saluted Salas and said, Su Yuntao, the deacon of Wuhan Hall in Nodding City, has met Bishop Salas. Salas nodded gently, then looked at Chang Feng. His face instantly showed joy and said with a smile, Master Buletin, Salas is here to congratulate you on becoming the holy son of my spirit hall. It's really great. What a happy event. From now on Saras will have to call you His Royal Highness Lord Buletin. Chang Feng smiled calmly after hearing this. Bishop Salas, you must have known the news too quickly. I was not long after the Pope confirmed this matter, but I didn't expect that you received the news immediately. However, no matter what, based on the relationship between you and me, we should do the same in private as before and don't get too unfamiliar. As for where there are a lot of people, just follow Bishop Salas' wishes. When Salas heard Chang Feng's words with his own ears, he smiled happily and the stone hanging in his heart quietly fell to the ground. Su Yuntao on the side changed drastically after hearing the words of Chang Feng and Bishop Salas. With a panicked look on his face, he hurriedly saluted Chang Feng and said, Su Yuntao, the deacon of Wuhan Temple in Nodding City, has met the Holy Sun. Your Highness. Chang Feng waved his hand and glanced at Su Yuntao. Su Yuntao, what's going on in Nodding City now? Su Yuntao was stunned when he heard this. Although he didn't know why His Royal Highness the Sun wanted to ask about this matter, Su Yuntao still replied, His Royal Highness the Sun, everything is normal in Nodding City. Just like in previous years, everything in Nodding City is normal. Fine. Then do you know why the Nodding Soul Master Academy in Nodding City recruited students 3 months in advance years ago? Regarding this question, Chang Feng has always buried it in his heart. Now that he has such a good opportunity, if he doesn't ask it, it will be a problem after all. After Su Yuntao heard Chang Feng's question, there was a trace of hesitation in his eyes. Can't even I, the holy son of Wuhan Palace, know this? Chang Feng glanced at Su Yuntao and said lightly. Bishop Salas on the side yelled, Su Yuntao, this is His Royal Highness the holy son of our Wuhan Palace. Besides the Pope and His Highness the Saint, who else is more noble than Lord Buletin? What do you know? Just tell them all. Anyway, there are no outsiders here. Cold sweat broke out on Su Yuntao's forehead. He nodded in agreement, then glanced around and began to whisper back to Your Majesty the Holy Sun. This matter was originally ordered by the Pope himself, and the Pope himself, they sent people to put pressure on Nodding City. It is said that the Pope also put pressure on the Tiandu royal family. As for the specific situation, my subordinates don't know. I get it. By the way, how is Holy Soul Village doing now? Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 132 Shueking He's Test. Chang Feng's question made Su Yuntao even more surprised and confused. What he couldn't figure out was why His Highness the Holy Son of Wuhan Palace, who was so aloof, would care so much about a remote small town, and depending on the situation he would not care about the people below Nodding City. Everyone in Holy Soul Village actually knew this. Suddenly Su Yuntao had many guesses in his mind, but he could not confirm them. For a moment so many thoughts came to Su Yuntao's mind. Fortunately he immediately stopped the tendency to continue thinking, glanced at Chang Feng and replied respectfully back to His Majesty the Holy Sun. After so many years in Holy Soul Village, there have been no people who have awakened their innate soul power. Except for the 2 people who awakened years ago, the villagers in the village have been living and working in peace and contentment. Chang Feng heard this, pondered for a while, and then continued, Jack, the village elder of Holy Soul Village, will be the person I will protect from now on. Let Nodding City take more care of him. By the way, old Jack is in terrible health now. Fine. After hearing Chang Feng's words, Su Yuntao secretly became interested. He never expected that the head of a remote village could actually get into the eyes of His Highness the Holy Son of Wuhan Palace. For a moment he had me-ed feelings. Go back to Your Majesty the Holy Sun. Old Jack is no longer the village chief. His son is now the village chief. As for His Majesty the Holy Sun's words, I will bring them to the Bishop of Nodding City. Chang Feng nodded. Well, you are very good, Bishop Salas. I think Su Yuntao is a good person. If there is a chance, I think it is better to promote him more. I heard that the bishops in Nodding City have some actions. It's inconvenient. Bishop Salas's eyes lit up after hearing this. His Royal Highness the Holy Sun, you really know everything. I think that since Su Yuntao has been favored by Your Highness the Holy Sun, this is his blessing. In the past I also thought that this boy did a good job. Now it's time for promotion. Tomorrow Su Yuntao will go to Nodding City to serve as the bishop there. Su Yuntao seemed to be stunned by the huge happiness in front of him, with an excited look on his face, and he saluted respectfully towards Chang Feng and Bishop Salas. Su Yuntao thanked His Highness the Holy Sun Salas with the promotion of Bishop Si. Su Yuntao will definitely continue continue to shine for the development of our Wuhan Palace. Chang Feng nodded. Over there in Nodding City. I will go there during this period of time. If possible, arrange several quiet houses for me there in advance. In addition, I will go to Nodding City. Things must be kept strictly confidential and not leaked at all. Do you understand? Su Yuntao nodded quickly and replied, I obey my orders. At this time Salas waved his hand towards Su Yuntao and said, you go down and rest first. In addition, your appointment letter as the Bishop of Nodding City will be handed over to you early tomorrow morning. At that time I will send someone to accompany you. Go to the Wuhan Palace in Nodding City to announce your new appointment. I hope you will work well in the future and not let down the expectations of His Royal Highness the Sun. Su Yuntao listened respectfully with a solemn presence. After listening, he immediately said, I will definitely live up to the expectations of His Royal Highness the Sun and Bishop Salas. Looking at Su Yuntao's determined look, Salas waved his hand and said, well, you have nothing to do here. You can go down and rest. Su Yuntao nodded solemnly, bowed respectfully and walked backward. He didn't turn around until he reached the door and left. His Royal Highness the Holy Sun, Lord Buletin, I have something to report. His Royal Highness Shui Qinghe, the Crown Prince of Dou Empire, wanted to see you that day. Now he is waiting in the hall of Wuhan Hall. I wonder if you want to meet him. When Chang Feng first heard Salas calling himself His Royal Highness the Holy Sun, he frowned subconsciously. Fortunately, Bishop Salas was very good at observing words and emotions and corrected him immediately. Chang Feng pondered carefully for a while and secretly thought about why Shui Qinghe wanted to see him by name. However, thinking that Shui Qinghe had handed over the Vasi universe cover to him, for this reason he wanted to meet him. It doesn't matter, and if I meet him in a different way this time, he must not be able to recognize me. Thinking of this, Chang Feng nodded. Yun approved the matter. Salas continued, Master Buletin, this subordinate came here specially to tell you a very important news. Chang Feng's face straightened when he heard this and he said doubtfully, you came here specially? What's the news? Salas straightened his face, paused for a while and then said, my subordinates have received news from Soto City that many villages in Soto City have been massacred recently. The gangsters committed crimes with very brutal method. According to reports, the people below speculated that this was probably done by the group of evil soul masters. In addition, an earth-shattering battle was suspected to have occurred near Shrek Academy. After the battle, the surrounding area was completely deserted and barren of vegetation for 10 miles. The group of people from Shrek Academy are all missing now, including Mr. Buletin, your enemy Tang San. Hearing this, Chang Feng's eyes narrowed. Are you sure the source of this news is true? Salas patted his chest and said, Master Buletin, I dare to put my own head on my neck to guarantee that this news is true. Chang Feng's eyes were dark and Tang San's figure appeared in his mind unconsciously. Deep in his heart, for some reason, a hint of haze arose. Bishop Salas, let your people continue to follow up on this matter. I must know the news about Tang San's group. In addition, I hope you will send more people to investigate various parts of the Tiandu Empire. Find out where this trace of Tang San is. Bishop Salas responded directly, I will instruct my people to investigate this matter carefully. I will handle it now. After Salas just finished speaking, he nodded to Chang Feng and left in a hurry. Looking at Salas's back, Chang Feng decided to go to the Hall of Spirit Hall first to meet Shui Qinghe. When Chang Feng came to the Hall of Wuhan Hall, he saw the familiar elegant figure. A hint of amusement flashed in his eyes, and at the same time he immediately straightened his face and walked towards the figure calmly. The first time Chang Feng came in, Shui Qinghe quickly turned around and looked at Chang Feng with a scrutinizing gaze. Chang Feng looked at each other indifferently, and the two of them stared at each other for a full cup of tea. The NET moment, Shui Qinghe suddenly took the lead to break the silent scene. Shui Qinghe, the Crown Prince of the Tiandu Empire, came here specially to get to know you, and with enough sincerity I want to make friends with you. Chang Feng pretended to look contemptuously and glanced at Shui Qinghe lightly without responding. Chang Feng's reaction made the smile on Shui Qinghe's face freeze and his eyes were filled with a hint of gloom. Suddenly the atmosphere in the venue became cold again. It seems that Qinghe was abrupt, thinking that he met an old friend. If that old friend is still there, he might be heartless, ungrateful and despicable. Thinking about it carefully, Qinghe should have recognized the wrong person, so Qinghe will not disturb your rest. Listening to Shui Qinghe's words, the corners of Chang Feng's mouth twitched and he said nothing with a cold face. Seeing this, Shui Qinghe's eyes flashed with disappointment, but there was deep suspicion deep in her eyes. Glancing at Chang Feng, Shui Qinghe turned around gracefully, and when he was about to stand up and leave, he said lightly, it seems that my friend Luo Saifu is really dead. Oh, what a pity. It seems that I have to go to his grave and burn more paper money to prevent him from starving and freezing down there. After finishing speaking, Shui Qinghe glanced at the indifferent Chang Feng for the last time and left with complicated emotion. Looking at the direction Shui Qinghe was leaving, Chang Feng was lost in thought and murmured, what she said just now, did she know something, or was she trying trying to test it. This person is so smart. It seems that from now on I will pay more attention to your words and deeds and don't let her catch you. Who caught your pigtails? The sudden sound in the field made Chang Feng look around. When he found out it was Hulina, he breathed a sigh of relief. When did you get here? It's been a while. Chang Feng. Fortunately he didn't say anything substantial. Even if Hulina thought hard he wouldn't have guessed what he was thinking. Thinking of this, Chang Feng secretly felt lucky. I'm here to talk to you about the details of our NET mission to Soto City. Otherwise I wouldn't have come here to see you. Chang Feng ignored Hulina's dissatisfaction and said calmly, say it. Seeing Chang Feng's careless look, Hulina was so angry that a flash of anger flashed in her eyes. She clenched her fist and said, Habuletin Jinyun, don't be proud. Hulina will definitely defeat you. Chang Feng glanced at Hulina, then looked up at the sky outside the house. There's so much nonsense. Hulina was so angry that her chest shook and her face turned red. However, she still endured it and said coldly, I don't want to talk about it now. After hearing this, Chang Feng didn't say anything more. As soon as he took a step forward, he turned to look at Hulina. It's up to you. Just in time, I'm going to rest. Chang Feng turned around and left, not caring how angry Hulina was. Last night he finally figured out a lot of things in his mind. In Wuhan Hall, it was good for him to keep a certain distance from Hulina just like this so as not to lead to confrontation in the future. When the time comes, he would not be able to bear to be cruel. For the sake of the future, for a bright future, I must make some preparations in advance. Moreover, Bibi Dong didn't pay much attention to herself at all. Maybe she also had some thoughts about herself, but how could Chang Feng be willing to write according to the script she provided? In any case, he had to make arrangements in advance and make some arrangements arrange. For example, Bishop Salas is a person worth winning over, although Bibi Dong seems to hate him. There is also Ju Douluo. I remember his original ending. It seemed that he was abandoned by Bibi Dong and ended up miserable. Anyone who really gets too close to Bibi Dong is really provoking the king of hell. After leaving the Wuhan Hall, Chang Feng walked towards the room arranged for him by Salas. At this time, Chang Feng thought he didn't know whether the 8 people Bishop Salas arranged for him in this room had left. Otherwise it would be really troublesome. At this moment, Hulina, who was standing in the hall of Wuhan Hall, had a cold look in her eyes. She looked at the direction where Chang Feng was leaving. Her face was cold and her heart was extremely angry. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 133 Strategies before the Pope. The door is painted red and vermilion and the door is carved with gold paint with flying dragons and dancing finis which are so vivid that inadvertently they become a real dragon and a flaming fini flying into the sky. Standing in front of the door, Chang Feng gently opened the door. With a squeak sound, the door slowly moved to both sides. At a glance he saw the glazed lamps, gold pillars and jade articles, and between his eyebrows he caught a glimpse of a red carpet about 3 feet long and 1 foot wide, which was spread all the way to a golden bed. After holding his breath and staring for a moment, he was deeply shocked by the layout of the room in front of him. Its luxurious layout completely subverted Chang Feng's imagination. Nostrils quivered and a light and refreshing fragrance blew towards me. After stopping for a moment, Chang Feng walked from one corner to the other. After that he sighed slightly. What a luxury. It's beyond my imagination that Wuhan Palace is so rich. Thinking of this, Chang Feng walked to an iron chair painted with gold paint and sat down calmly. He glanced around and a proud feeling of looking down on the world suddenly arose spontaneously. In the future, the heavenly court will definitely rule the Douluo continent, and when the time comes, Chang Feng will definitely rule the world. Afterwards, Chang Feng gathered his thoughts and took out the herbal book given to him by Ju Douluo from the Ring Soul Guide. Carefully taking down the book from the wooden compartment, Chang Feng looked at the gold lacquered cover made of fine soul animal skin, flicked it with his hand, and then plunged into the world of medicinal herbs in the book with a calm heart. Swimming in the ocean of knowledge, the whole person's heart suddenly calmed down like a lake as smooth as a mirror without a single ripple. A ray of light shoots out from the gap in time, jumping from one node to the other node, constantly jumping just like this night is coming. Chang Feng glanced out the window and realized that a long time had passed. He slowly closed the book with a lingering light in his eyes. He gently closed the book and placed it behind the Ring Soul Guide, stood up, slowly stretched and prepared to walk out of the house. The night was as gentle as water. The earth was covered with silver, and from time to time there were a few intermittent chirpings of insects. Looking up at the sky, I found that the moon was very shy, hiding behind the cloud and refusing to show up, but the stars in the sky were lively and sparkling, becoming a beautiful landscape in the night. Bang bang! Suddenly an earth-shattering sound immediately attracted Chang Feng's attention. Following the direction of the sound, Chang Feng turned around and found that the place was in the imperial city of Tiandu City. He was slightly surprised, secretly thinking, who has such courage to provoke the Tiandu royal family? It is really surprising. At this moment, with a few whoosh sounds, Chang Feng discovered that Bibi Dong Jugui Shuang Douluo Salas Hu Lina and others had all come outside the house looking in the direction of Tiandu Imperial City in surprise and uncertainty. Thoughtful. Salas, send someone to check what happened over there. Bibi Dong looked into the distance with a solemn presence. Salas suddenly heard Pope Bibi Dong's words and immediately responded respectfully, subordinate, go now. Looking at Salas's hastily leaving figure, Cheng Feng wanted to follow him, but suddenly he realized that Bibi Dong's eyes were always on him, so Cheng Feng gave up this thought on the spot. Bulletin Jinyun, what do you think of Nana? After listening to Bibi Dong's word, Cheng Feng's eyes were stunned. He caught a glimpse of the indifferent presence on Bibi Dong's face, but he was confused in his heart. At this time Hu Lina looked in the direction of Cheng Feng with eyes as sharp as blades, while both Jugui Douluo staring at Cheng Feng closely. His eyes were filled with the banter of watching a show. Cheng Feng pondered for a while and then said calmly, Your Holiness, I am not familiar with Hu Lina and have little contact with her. I cannot judge what kind of person she is. After hearing this, Bibi Dong's eyes flashed. Since we have less contact, let's have more contact in the future. You are both young people and I believe you two will have a lot to talk about. It just so happens that the task given to you two this time, the two of them can get to know each other better. Cheng Feng was silent and did not respond. Bibi Dong looked at Cheng Feng and frowned. What, you don't want to? Hearing the subtleties in Bibi Dong's words, Cheng Feng replied, I Bulletin Jinyun have remembered what the Pope said. Bibi Dong's brows were relieved and she glanced at Hu Lina, whose face was not very pretty. Nana, what's your opinion? Hu Lina curled her lips and immediately replied, Nana will obey the teacher's word. Well, if that's the case, then I feel a lot more relieved. Bibi Dong looked in the direction of Tiandu Imperial City with a complicated look in her eyes. Why has Salas been away for so long and still not coming back? Cheng Feng looked at his nose and heart but did not answer. The chrysanthemum ghost Douluo stood like a pillar, silent. At this time Hu Lina could tell that her teacher seemed a little uneasy, which made Hu Lina very surprised. In her impression, her teacher had always been very calm and indifferent and had never been like this before. But now something happened under her nose. Seeing such a scene, Hu Lina really couldn't figure out the reason. However, Hu Lina still replied, Teacher Salas has been away from here for less than a cup of tea. I believe he will be back soon. Bibi Dong's eyes froze after hearing this and she was speechless for a while. Then just wait a little longer. However, time passed slowly but Salas still did not come back. The atmosphere of silence remained in the venue and no one spoke to break the situation in front of them. At this moment Cheng Feng was thinking about how Salas had been gone for so long and why he hadn't come back yet. Being here made him feel uncomfortable. Only in front of Salas could he feel something easy. For a moment the venue felt a little dull. Soon a gust of breeze blew, wrinkled the shadow cast not far away by the light of the glass lamp as if the shadow had a wrinkle. Elder Ju, go over and take a look. Why has there been no movement from Salas for so long? Ju Douluo suddenly heard Pope Bibi Dong's order. His heart was shaken and he immediately replied, Yes, my subordinates, go now. Whoosh! With a sound, Ju Douluo turned into a black shadow and disappeared in front of everyone. Bulletin Jinyun, how long do you think it will take if Wuhan Palace takes down Tiandu City? Bibi Dong's sudden words immediately attracted everyone present and they all turned their attention to Cheng Feng. With everyone paying so much attention, Cheng Feng knew that he had to answer this question properly, otherwise I'm afraid it wouldn't be so easy. Fool it over. After pondering for a moment, Cheng Feng carefully thought about the deeper meaning of Bibi Dong's word. If he wanted to capture Tiandu City, it would mean going to war with the Tiandu Empire. If Wuhan Palace wanted to defeat the Tiandu Empire, it would have less time. Cheng Feng had a headache for a while. At this time Cheng Feng quickly recalled something. In an instant Cheng Feng's eyes lit up and he seemed to have thought of something in his mind. Back to the Pope. Bulletin Jinyun believes that if Wuhan Palace wants to capture Tiandu City, it will be completed within about 10 years. Bulletin Jinyun's words made Bibi Dong's eyes brighten and surprise flashed in her eyes. She originally just wanted to know Bulletin Jinyun and Nana's strategic vision in terms of the general situation, but unexpectedly Bulletin Jinyun gave her a surprise. According to her innermost thoughts, she wanted to complete the unification of Douluo continent within 5 years and then destroy the family's inheritance. After looking at Cheng Feng for a full cup of tea, Bibi Dong said, You are very good. In this regard you can see further than Nana and you can see more clearly than her. But I want to know why you must be 10 years old. What about inside? Cheng Feng did not answer directly but frowned and pondered, lingering in place. It took half a cup of tea before he said, Do you really want to say it? Bibi Dong's eyes narrowed, her face full of solemnity, and she said solemnly, I want to know. Hu Lina looked at Cheng Feng in surprise. She was naturally unhappy with his eye-catching performance. However, he was affirmed by the teacher. While she was discouraged, she was also secretly competing with him. She raised her eyebrows. Ears, I also want to hear. Where did she lose? Cheng Feng kept a faint smile on his face and said, First, the general trend of the world is that if it divides for a long time it will unite and unite for a long time. Wuhan Palace will unify Douluo continent in the future. This is the general trend and no one can stop it. In terms of high-level combat power, Wuhan Palace, the Soul Palace, is truly the number one. When it comes to middle and low-level soul masters, the Wuhan Palace has admitted so many soul masters for so long that it is enough to form an army of soul masters that can fight against a country. It will surely conquer the Tiandu Empire. It is a matter of course. While saying these words, Chang Feng secretly reminded himself in his heart that in the future heaven would also need an army of soul masters. Otherwise it would be difficult to grow stronger. Chang Feng paused for a while and looked at Bibi Dong. After listening to Chang Feng's words, Bibi Dong's eyes burst out with a strong light and she said, the general trend of the world is that if it is divided for a long time it will unite, and it will unite for a long time. These words are really full of great wisdom. Bulletin Jinyun, it seems that you have brought me great success. There are so many surprises to come. Please continue. When Chang Feng was about to say something, suddenly a roaring sound erupted in the distance again, which immediately attracted Chang Feng's attention. However, Bibi Dong was very calm at this time and did not even look in the distance but said calmly, I'm here, nothing will happen. Keep talking. Chang Feng withdrew his gaze. Something strange flashed in his eyes and he thought to himself, Bibi Dong is worthy of being the Pope of Wuhan Palace with such majestic bearing. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 134 Pope Bibi Dong's Slap. At this time Chang Feng's mind flashed with many wisdoms from his past lives and he just wanted to stabilize Bibi Dong first. As for how to deceive him, that would take a lot of thought. Fortunately the inventory in his mind was enough to cope with it. Secondly, on the basis of the first one, Wuhan Palace will form a Soul Master Legion and this will take time. With the foundation of Wuhan Palace it should not be difficult to guess that within 10 years. Just after saying this, Chang Feng sneered in his heart. If he remembered correctly, Wuhan Palace is the spokesperson of the privileged class, the Soul Master class. This can especially be seen from Wuhan Palace's attitude toward civilians. Regarding this point, I vaguely remember that it was clearly written on the top of Wuhan City that non-soul masters are not allowed to enter. At this point a lot of things can already be seen. Moreover, in addition, if Wuhan Palace really unifies Douluo continent in the future, the world will become even more deformed in the future, a world where soul masters have absolute say and the entire world serves the soul master class. At that time the advancement space of civilians will be completely locked and there will be no possibility. But you must know that civilians are the vast majority on Douluo continent and soul masters only account for a small part. Therefore, from this aspect alone, unifying Douluo continent can only be a heaven that represents the interests of the common people. In addition, there is a more profound reason. Science and technology are the primary productive forces. If Douluo continent is really controlled by a Wuhan Palace who only knows how to develop soul masters but not technology, I'm afraid this world will be so disappointing. But it will be different in heaven. By then I will definitely develop technology in an all-round way. But Chang Feng knew that all of this would take time and heaven would also need enough time to grow. In an instant Chang Feng's heart was filled with up and downs and a strong wind blew up. After hearing Chang Feng's words, Bibi Dong pondered for a moment. Are there any other reasons? Chang Feng shook his head, and when Bibi Dong saw this, a trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Hu Lina, who was watching from the side, breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Chang Feng's words. For a time the place became much quieter. Chang Feng could clearly hear his own breathing and feel the powerful beating of his heartbeat. Time flies like an arrow. In the blink of an eye half an hour passed. Bibi Dong's eyes were a little solemn at this time. She turned around and glanced at Hu Lina, then glanced at Chang Feng and Ghost Douluo in the shadow and said, Elder Ghost, you stay here to protect Nana and Bulletin Jin. Yun, let me go over there to see what happened. The Ghost Elder emerges from the shadows. Shadow nodded. Bibi Dong withdrew her gaze and headed towards the Tiandu Imperial City where the commotion had occurred. Looking at Bibi Dong's back, Chang Feng was thoughtful and silent. But at this moment Hu Lina suddenly said, Bulletin Jinyun, do you hate me? Unexpectedly, just after Hu Lina said these words, Chang Feng's body sank suddenly and he clearly felt that the surrounding space had solidified and the movement of his soul power was stagnant. He glanced at the man who was looking at him with wide eyes and a look of dissatisfaction. Chang Feng knew clearly about Hu Lina. From the corner of his eye he looked at the seemingly invisible black figure on the side, Ghost Douluo. A trace of gloom and anger flashed deep in Chang Feng's eyes. However, Chang Feng did not respond on the spot because at this time he could not speak at all. It was not until the pressure on his body was slightly reduced and the cold sweat on his forehead rolled out to the ground that he could speak normally. No. However, Hu Lina's expression did not change after hearing this answer. Instead, she continued to ask, then why did you do this to me? When Chang Feng heard this, he secretly thought something was wrong. Sure enough, in the net moment the Ghost Elder exerted pressure on on himself again, making Cheng Feng unable to move at all. It could be said that at this time his life and death were not under his control. Cheng Feng still maintained a calm expression on his face, but he secretly made a note of the ghost elder in his heart and thought that when he had the opportunity in the future he would definitely find the place back in person. Cheng Feng had a dark face and remained silent. A trace of disappointment flashed in Hu Lina's eyes. I know. We are going to Soto City tomorrow. Let me tell you briefly about our mission tomorrow. The teacher told me that during this trip to Soto City our mission was to eradicate an evil soul master codenamed Evil Demon. His martial spirit is a wolf. In addition, he has another identity. Although this news is top secret, I still tell you. The Evil Demon may be related to the Snow Junior Soul Master Academy in Soto City, and maybe he is one of the teachers. According to our martial arts people from the Soul Palace inquired and found out that there are a total of 9 teachers from Snow's Junior Soul Master Academy Wahun Walang. All we have to do is to investigate, secretly find the evil devil among these people and then secretly kill him for the sake of peace. Justice for those who died innocently at his hands. Hearing Hu Lina's word, Cheng Feng's heart was filled with turmoil. For the first time a familiar face appeared in Cheng Feng's mind. Could it be him? Seeing Cheng Feng's shocked face, Hu Lina asked, "What's wrong? Is there any problem?" Cheng Feng shook his head, but cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Hu Lina looked at the abnormal paleness on Cheng Feng's face and the sweat on his forehead without knowing why. She thought it was because he was unwell and didn't want to say too much, so she fell silent. "I'm going to my room to rest first. You should also rest early." After finishing speaking, Hu Lina turned around and left without any hesitation. After watching Hu Lina's back go away, Ghost Douluo's eyes were fixed on Cheng Feng and he said coldly, "You can't bully her. It was your punishment just now. Net time it won't be so simple." After finishing speaking, Ghost Douluo disappeared like a black shadow in a flash. Until Ghost Douluo disappeared, Cheng Feng's whole person lost all energy and collapsed directly to the ground. His back was soaked with heavy and sticky sweat and the big beads of sweat on his forehead flew to the ground like crazy. Looking in the direction of Ghost Douluo, Cheng Feng secretly hated himself. He gritted his teeth, clenched his fist and hammered the ground hard, whispering, "A gentleman takes revenge. It's not too late in 10 years. Wait until I have a titled Douluo. With his strength I will definitely try every means to torture you severely, then whip you and hang you up to beat you." Not long after, Cheng Feng slowly stood up from the ground, adjusted his clothes a little and then went straight into the house to get ready to rest. That night Cheng Feng had a long dream. In the dream he beat Ghost Douluo until he was like a dog begging for mercy on his knees and was so happy that he kept laughing. Suddenly there was a pop and Cheng Feng realized that the whole world was shattered. He suddenly woke up from his dream. He was horrified and sat up straight. "Which shameless bastard actually attacked me?" When he saw the cold expression on Bibi Dong's face, Cheng Feng remained silent, lowering his head and saying nothing. "You smile so obscenely. What kind of dream did you have? Nana can't wake you up. Why don't you tell me?" Listening to Bibi Dong's words without a hint of warmth, Cheng Feng turned into an ostrich and looked at the ground. However, he felt panicked in his heart and thought, "I'll go and scold Bibi Dong, the Pope of Wuhan Palace, for being shameless. Will she slap me to death later? Now that she is asking me questions, is she trying to find a gimmick to hurt herself?" Hu Lina looked at Cheng Feng with a look of gloating on his face. "What is on the table is the antidote. After you take the antidote later, you and Nana will set off to perform the mission. I will wait for your return in Wuhan City." Cheng Feng nodded and glanced at an exquisite emerald jade bottle on the table with his eyes full of joy. "Net time if I hear what you just said again, I will have your lower body cut off, chopped into pieces and fed to the dog." The words that were neither salty nor bland came out of Bibi Dong's mouth, but Cheng Feng felt awe-inspiring in his heart and replied in a low voice, "I won't do it Net time." After Bibi Dong glanced at Cheng Feng, she left the house with Hu Lina. Before leaving, Hu Lina said, "Bulletin Jinyun, after taking the antidote, go to the hall of Wuhan Hall. I will wait for you there." After Cheng Feng watched them leave, he wiped his forehead with his hand. Sweat that didn't east his body trembled. His eyes unconsciously looked towards that place, and thinking of Bibi Dong's words just now, Cheng Feng did not doubt the authenticity of Bibi Dong's words and murmured, "Sure enough, women are good. How terrible, especially the Pope." Then Cheng Feng looked at the jade bottle on the table, his eyes burning. Without much hesitation, Cheng Feng pounced on it, then pulled out the stopper and drank it in one gulp. After finishing the drink, Cheng Feng found that this thing was quite delicious with a light taste and very comfortable to drink. Not long after, Cheng Feng suddenly felt a throbbing pain in his chest. Suddenly a mouthful of dark blood spurted out from his throat towards the ground. After vomiting, Cheng Feng felt that his whole body suddenly felt much better. After looking out the window, Cheng Feng walked toward the hall of Wuhan Hall. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 135 Scumbag Yu Tianheng. After arriving at the hall of Wuhan Hall, Chang Feng saw Hu Lina in a goose yellow dress from a distance standing there for a long time with her hands behind her back staring at the clear sky. Perhaps it was the arrival of Chang Feng that made Hu Lina turn around. When she saw Chang Feng she said lightly, "Teacher, she has something to do so she won't come to see us off. Let's head off for Soto City now." Chang Feng nodded gently and glanced at the hall. "Grandpa Chu and the others, aren't they with us?" Hu Lina withdrew her gaze, looked outside the hall of Wuhan Hall and took a few steps forward. "Grandpa Chu and Grandpa Ghost are not far from us. There is no need to know their whereabouts because I don't know either. This time the teacher is very determined to train me us." Chang Feng's eyes changed slightly but he didn't say much. He glanced at the sky thousands of miles outside and said in a deep voice, "Then let's head off now." After listening to Chang Feng's words, Hu Lina took the lead and walked directly out of the Wuhan Hall. Chang Feng followed closely and walked out of the main entrance of Wuhan Hall under the respectful and fearful eyes of everyone. However, not long after leaving, Chang Feng frowned subconsciously when looking at the scene in front of him. "I saw that many passers-by on the street were walking forward with their heads behind them. To be precise, they were on Hu Lina. Looking at the saliva flowing from the corners of the mouths of many people around him, their eyes like the eyes of a turtle dove about to hunt for food after being hungry for 3 days." Chang Feng glanced at Hu Lina, who was walking in front as if nothing happened, and couldn't help but feel a headache. Fortunately, he put on a mask when he was about to leave the hall of Wuhan Hall. Otherwise he might have caused a lot of trouble for no reason. However, this time Chang Feng didn't want to fall behind Hu Lina. He walked directly past Hu Lina and walked in front. He also walked with deliberately large steps, and the distance between him and Hu Lina became wider and wider. Hu Lina frowned and looked at Chang Feng's back. Her face turned cold. She turned her eyes and saw the ugly people around her. She couldn't help but glare. "If anyone looks at it again, I will remove his eyeballs." Hu Lina's voice was very cold, like a burst of cold air blowing into the depths of everyone's hearts, causing them to feel restrained. After that, Hu Lina looked at Chang Feng's shadow like a dot. She was so angry that she kicked the ground a few times and then started to speed up in the direction of Chang Feng, holding in her breath. Chang Feng walked easily and is used to looking at the dense trees on both sides with 2 lines of rela ed and freehand words. After getting rid of Hu Lina for a while, Chang Feng felt secretly relieved from the bottom of his heart. However, the voice coming from behind made Chang Feng stop. "Bulletin Jinyun, why are you walking so fast? I see that you enjoy being watched. I don't want to disturb you. I just want to go on your way quietly." Hu Lina looked at Bulletin Jinyun's serious expression and felt a little silent. After glancing at Hu Lina's entranced look, he continued on his way without looking back. As for Hu Lina, he simply ignored her. Douluo, who was watching closely in secret, was so angry that he jumped to his feet and said to Ghost Douluo, "Tell me, is this Jinyun boy a little unskilled in this area? Judging from this situation, the future will definitely be single for life." However, Ghost Douluo glanced at Douluo faintly, then withdrew his gaze and remained silent. When Douluo saw this, he pointed directly at Ghost Douluo and said, "Old Ghost, this is a special situation for me. Can I compete with Bulletin Jinyun? Hey, I really don't understand the charm." After finishing speaking, Douluo continued to stare at the figures of Chang Feng and Hu Lina, his eyes thoughtful. So Chang Feng and Hu Lina moved forward in the direction of Soto City, one after another. No one disturbed the other. When they were hungry, they each ate from their own dry food. The sun jumped from one side to the other and then got drunk and fell into the west. Chang Feng leaned against a tree and closed his eyes to rest, while Hu Lina was not far away, holding her knees with her hands and staring at the last dusk, eyes calm. Not long after resting, Chang Feng continued on his way. When Hu Lina saw Chang Feng's figure from the corner of her eye, she stood up and followed her forward. She just looked at Chang Feng's direction with a faint gaze, not knowing what she was thinking. "Something. The night is dark and the moon is bright." His eyes penetrated the darkness and captured like a black dot a majestic city, like a tiger entrenched in the distance, patrolling the vast night as if it were inviolable. Seeing this, Chang Feng was overjoyed. Knowing that Soto City was just ahead, he quickened his pace and moved forward. By asking after the inspection by the Tuachan city guards, Chang Feng walked into the streets of Sochuokan City with a very complicated mood, especially when he looked at the words Moonlight Restaurant not far away. The complete of his mood became even more complicated. But thinking that Hu Lina was looking at him from behind and that the chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo were secretly watching, Chang Feng quickly calmed down and continued walking forward until he reached a hotel, the Rose Hotel. After entering the hotel, Chang Feng said directly to the front desk clerk, "Get me a room." The front desk clerk is a woman in her 20s with a round face and a smile on her face. She looks very natural and approachable. The woman looked at Chang Feng, who was wearing a FO mask, and based on the voice of Chang Feng's words just now, she immediately judged that the man in front of her was younger and most likely a soul master. Thinking of this, when she looked at Chang Feng's eyes couldn't help but show a trace of respect. "Sir, I will handle it for you right now. Shua shua. Sir, there is a room on the 3rd floor, room number 306, and there is also a room on the 2nd floor, room number 204. I wonder which room do you want to live in? Chang Feng pondered for a while. I want both rooms. I live in room 306. As for room 204, if a woman dressed in goose yellow comes in later, she is my companion. I will leave it to her then. Okay sir. Chang Feng glanced at the hotel price list and then directly paid for 2 rooms for 3 days. After doing this, he returned to room 306 and prepared to rest. Not long after Chang Feng went upstairs, the tired Hulina came in. However, no matter how she looked at the Rose Hotel, Hulina always felt that this hotel was a bit fanciful. As soon as the front desk saw Hulina coming in, he smiled and said, "Dear Soul Master, hello. One of your former companions has booked a room for you and the room number is room 204. After hearing this, Hulina's eyes flashed with surprise and she couldn't help asking, which room does he live in? Go back to your lord, that Soul Master, he lives in room 306. Hulina nodded and then followed her upstairs. Not long after Chang Feng entered room 306, his face turned dark. In room 304, which was right next to his own room, the noise coming from that room almost shook the house. The fierce battle made Chang Feng fill up many scenes in his mind. Without much hesitation, Chang Feng put his ear against the wall. The more he listened, the more excited he became. Unknowingly, he felt that the surface of his body was heating up rapidly. His face turned red and he murmured, "Asshole, how can I rest at night?" Putting aside those complicated thoughts, Chang Feng sat on the bed dully, his ears filled with the sound of the eldest brother net door and his sweetheart having fun, which made Chang Feng feel very itchy in his heart, like a monkey scratching him. I thought that this kind of thing would stop soon. However, to Chang Feng's surprise, this kind of sound continued all night. The next day, Chang Feng had panda eyes and the anger in his eyes could not be stopped. At this moment, Chang Feng just wanted to teach the buddy in the room net to him a lesson. Bang bang! Chang Feng knocked on the door very loudly and it didn't take long for him to respond. "Who is it?" With a squeak sound, a familiar face appeared. Now it was Chang Feng's turn to be shocked. "Let me go, isn't this Yu Tianheng? Why is he here? Besides, he likes Duguyan, but the voice he heard yesterday clearly wasn't Duguyan. He is a real scumbag." For a moment many thoughts flashed through Chang Feng's mind. When he thought that he was looking for trouble, he couldn't help but feel a little jealous because of Yu Tianheng's ability in this area. "What's the matter?" Hearing Yu Tianheng's depressed voice and looking at him with a look of exhaustion in his eyes, he couldn't say what he wanted to say. He just said lightly, "I went to the wrong room, sorry." After speaking, Chang Feng turned around and left without staying too long. Looking at Chang Feng's leaving figure, Yu Tianheng murmured, "This person is simply insane." After that, with a bang, Yu Tianheng closed the door again and entered the house. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 136. Development of Heavenly Court. Not long after returning to the house, there was a knock on the door. Chang Feng opened the door and stepped aside when he saw it was Hulina. After Hulina came in, Chang Feng closed the door and asked calmly, "Hulina, what can I do for you?" Hulina did not respond immediately but walked to a table, sat down on a chair and then said, "I want to talk to you about the devil." Chang Feng narrowed his eyes and Mo Yunfei's figure instantly appeared in his mind. He glanced at Hulina. "What's there to talk about? Didn't you say before that he was at Snow Junior Soul Master Academy? I have an idea, that is, I will come forward directly, use the name of Wuhan Palace, enter Snow Junior Soul Master Academy in a dignified manner and live there for a while you will be responsible for investigating everything secretly. Do you think how about this task assignment?" Chang Feng glanced at Hulina and thought of Mo Yunfei. To be honest, he didn't know what Mo Yunfei's strength was at all. What he knew before was all revealed by him. If he was really an evil soul master, then his strength is by no means as simple as it appears. If this is the case, if Hulina comes into direct contact, something unexpected might happen. If Hulina's matter were to implicate him, I'm afraid that neither Elder Gui nor Bibi Dong would let him go. Thinking of this, Chang Feng said in a deep voice, "According to my guess, this evil spirit will definitely be very difficult to deal with. If you are the only one, I'm worried that when the time comes you will be brutally beaten by him. So Grandpa Ju or Ghost Elder, one of them has to show up to protect you and the other is responsible for handling you secretly, and I can do it secretly." Having said this, in fact, to be honest, Chang Feng also has his own small thought. Chang Feng is also quite concerned about what his heaven is like now. He really wants to meet the people at the Moonlight Restaurant and understand some specific situations. When Hulina heard this, she felt surprised. For some reason at this moment she felt that the person in front of her had become much more pleasing to the eye. "What you said makes sense. If that's the case, then let Grandpa Ju be responsible for protecting me openly and Grandpa Gui will take care of it secretly. As for you, do it easily. Try to find out the details of the evil spirit within 3 days. I don't know if you have any confidence." Seeing Hulina Lina looking at him. Chang Feng smiled lightly. 3 days is enough. However, I have a request. You say, I need a spirit hall elder token or your identity token because I need to mobilize the people in the spirit hall here to cooperate with me. Hu Lina looked at Chang Feng seriously and without any hesitation she took out a golden token and threw it to Chang Feng. This is my identity token. With it I can mobilize the power of the spirit hall here in Soto City. Chang Feng nodded after hearing this. Thank you. Now that the matter has been finalized, let's split up. Hu Lina nodded okay. Without being sloppy at all, after Chang Feng said this, he put away Hu Lina's identity token and went out directly. He put on a FO mask and left the Rose Hotel. Shortly after Chang Feng left, 2 figures suddenly appeared in the room. They were really the chrysanthemum ghost Douluo. When Hu Lina saw their appearance, a smile broke out on her face and she shouted, Grandpa Ju, Grandpa Ghost Ju. Douluo smiled and said, girl, this guy Bulletin Jinyun is very thoughtful. Your ghost grandpa and I are responsible for protecting you both openly and secretly. Just do whatever you want. Hu Lina smiled and nodded. Okay, let's go to Snow Junior Soul Master Academy to have a look now. When Chang Feng came to the street, he glanced at the Rose Hotel. As for why Hu Lina didn't just lead the chrysanthemum ghost duel Douluo to bulldoze the Snow Junior Soul Master Academy, Chang Feng secretly guessed that maybe Bibi Dong took it as a test to hone Hu Lina so as to pave the way for Hu Lina to take over her position in the future. After taking a deep breath, Chang Feng looked in one direction. Go directly towards room 308, the first building in the T-shaped alley at the south gate of Soto City. When he came here again, Chang Feng knocked on the door directly and then a withered old man was revealed. He slightly poked his head out of the door and looked at Chang Feng with a hint of scrutiny. Who are you? What happened here? Chang Feng kept a faint smile on his face. I'm looking for the resident of room 308 here. Last time I came here once and it was you who sent me up to meet Shluki. After listening to Chang Feng's words, the old man thought about it carefully, looked at the mask Chang Feng in front of him, patted his forehead and said, it turns out it's you. You are old and your memory is not good. Please come in. Shlok probably hasn't gotten up yet. Why don't you wait here? Chang Feng replied directly. No need, I'll go up and find him directly. The old man nodded. Okay, do you remember which direction his house is? Chang Feng smiled and nodded. I know. After the old man smiled, he left with his hands behind his back. After a while, Chang Feng came to the door of room 308. Bang bang. Who is it? The voice coming from inside the house sounded like it was Shloki Hui. The door opened and it was Shlok himself who opened the door. Who are you? Haoshan should have mentioned you to me. My name is Chang Feng. What? You are Chang Feng, Emperor of Heaven. Please come in quickly. Chang Feng immediately entered the room. Shloki glanced outside the door and felt relieved when he found that there was no one else. After closing the door, Shluki quickly saluted Chang Feng and said, Master of the Mintang Hall, Shluki has met the Emperor of Heaven. Chang Feng directly helped Shluki up and said with a smile, no need to be polite. Why, you believe that I am Chang Feng so easily, don't you doubt it? Shluki smiled and said, the Emperor of Heaven has always seen the dragon without its head and tail, but my subordinates have heard it from the Great Elder many times, and Haoshan has also mentioned your name in front of me. I think combined with these the intuition of superiors and subordinates makes them feel that nothing can go wrong. Chang Feng smiled non-committally. Tell me first, what is the situation in our heaven like now? Listening to Chang Feng's words, Shluki couldn't stop smiling in his eyes and said with a smile, Emperor of Heaven, you don't know that our heavenly court should be considered a big force in Soto City now. Let's talk about it first. Let's go to the Mintang. Grand Elder Luo Jinbei has determined that the main responsibility of the Mintang is no longer to gather information but is mainly responsible for making money for our heavenly court, engaging in business activities, maintaining the entire expenses of the heavenly court and accumulating wealth. There are currently 2 groups for inquiring about information. One is the Tianwang Hall, whose leader is concurrently served by the Great Elder Luo Jinbei, and the other is the Hell Hall. The leader of the hall is Lu Ruzi. How many people are there in the Mintang Hall now? Do you know the situation of Tianwang Hall and Hell Hall? Shluki smiled and replied, there are currently 200 people in the Folk Hall, 20 soul masters and the others are ordinary civilians. All this is thanks to the help of the Great Elder Luo Jinbei and the leader of the Hell Hall, Lu Ruzi. Otherwise the Folk Hall would also it won't grow stronger. Chang Feng nodded. How much do you know about the Net Hall and the Hell Hall that day? Tell me about it. Emperor Heaven, I don't know the exact number of people in Hell Hall, but what I know is that Hell Hall has continuously supplied talents and good talents to our heavenly court headquarters. Our heavenly court will definitely grow in the future. However, how many people are there in Hell Hall? My subordinate don't know this yet. I'm afraid the Hall Master Lu Ruzi will have to tell you about it himself. It seems like you didn't know much about the Net Hall that day, right? Shluki nodded and replied, there should be at least 50 people in Tianwang Hall. All of them are soul masters. These are the Great Elder Luo Jinbei Douluo who used his wisdom and ability to personally learn from some junior soul masters. I was recruited from among those who graduated from the academy. After listening to Shi Luqi's words, Cheng Feng had a preliminary impression of the development of Tianting. After pondering for a while, Cheng Feng asked, "You just said about Tianting's headquarters. How many people know about Tianting's headquarters now?" Cheng Feng looked at Shluki with a very serious expression at this time. Shluki replied without any hesitation, "Currently only I and Lu Ruzi, the leader of Hell Hall, know about the affairs of the Heavenly Court headquarters. No one else knows." After hearing this, Cheng Feng related a little. "Did Luo Jinbei tell you about this matter at the Heavenly Court headquarters?" "Yes, Lord Heavenly Emperor. All the family members of the Mintang are now living in the Heavenly Court headquarters. This was all made possible by the great elder Luo Jinbei." As soon as he heard this, Cheng Feng knew the purpose of Luo Jinbei's actions. He sighed slightly and said, "Do you have a way to contact Jinbei and the Hall Master Lu Ruzi? Can you contact these two people? I have important things. I need to discuss this matter with the three of you as it affects how far heaven can go in the future." Back to Lord Heavenly Emperor, "I do have a way to contact them. I will contact them later." "Well, we need to hurry up on this matter. By the way, write me a copy of the list of people who belong to the public hall." Shi Luqi walked directly to the desk, pulled out 5 pieces of paper from the stack of papers inside, handed it to Cheng Feng and said, "Back to the Emperor of Heaven. These subordinates have already made the transcription. Please take a look." Cheng Feng nodded slightly and looked through the roster. When he saw a name in the roster, Cheng Feng's eyes flashed with surprise. He looked at Shi Luqi and asked, "This Luo Gang, what about this person?" "Back to the Emperor of Heaven. This Luo Gang is extremely talented in business and is the right-hand man of his subordinate. Our Heavenly Court has been able to make a lot of money in recent times thanks to his advice." With a flash of his eyes, Cheng Feng immediately confirmed that this Luo Gang must be the Luo Gang he had met before, and he was slightly happy in his heart. In just one cup of tea, Cheng Feng remembered all the names of these 200 people in his mind. "I remember all these people. By the way, I want to ask you, where is the Shrek Academy in Soto City? What happened? Why did everyone in Shrek disappear?" When Shi Luqi heard Cheng Feng ask this question, his face was full of solemnity, and then he said, "According to the analysis of the great elder and Hell Hall leader Lu Ruzi, at that time there should be a very powerful man who took them all away by force. Now there was actually a titled Douluo in Shrek Academy. His 9th spirit ring was the legendary Red. He fought with that strong man at that time, but he didn't last much longer in front of that strong man. For a long time they were suppressed directly, and then they were all taken away." Hearing this, Cheng Feng's eyes darkened. "Do you have any news about them?" Shi Luqi shook his head and replied, "According to what Lu Ruzi, the leader of Hell Hall, disappeared completely without a trace. There is no trace to be found." Hearing this, a trace of worry flashed in Cheng Feng's eyes. However, Cheng Feng quickly gathered his thoughts and said, "Please help me contact Luo Jinbei and Lu Ruzi as soon as possible. I have something urgent to call them. If you have any news, just send a local kid from Soto City to deliver the message to the front desk of the Rose Hotel and tell it to the tenant in room 306. Shluki nodded solemnly. "Lord Emperor of Heaven, I understand." Cheng Feng glanced at Shluki's room. "Then I'll leave first. If you have any news, let me know. Also remember to keep confidentiality." After finishing speaking, Cheng Feng turned around and left. After leaving Tzi Alley, Cheng Feng was going to the Soul Hall of Soto City to arrange the NET thing. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 137, Bishop Zelen, seat of Soto City. After 7 rounds and 8 turns, Cheng Feng walked through the streets and alleys and came to the Soul Hall of Soto City. On both sides of the entrance to the Wuhan Palace in Soto City, there were 2 rows of people dressed as knights stationed on each side. They looked ahead with serious expressions and bright eyes. Looking at the door in front of him, Cheng Feng was about to step in. However, after taking only a few steps, he was stopped. Seeing this, Cheng Feng took out the token representing Hu Lina's identity and said calmly, "Let the Bishop of Soto City come out and tell him that I have something to ask him." The 2 young generals who intercepted looked at each other and quickly saluted Cheng Feng. "I've seen you, sir. The younger one will tell you immediately to." Bishop Zelen said. Looking at the figure of one of the generals leaving quickly, Cheng Feng watched silently, his back turned to his hands, his eyes calm without a single ripple. Not long after, a group of people came out to greet a middle-aged man in rich clothes. Only then did they catch a glimpse of Cheng Feng. Bishop Zelenside quickly took a few steps toward Cheng Feng and then kept a respectful expression on his face. Saluted Cheng Feng. "Bishop Zelenseed of Soto City, I have met His Royal Highness the Son of God." Zelenside's words shocked everyone present in the Wuhan Palace. They all knelt down on one knee in panic and saluted, "I have met His Highness the Holy Son." Cheng Feng calmly held up his hand and said calmly, "Everyone get up." "Thank you, His Highness the Holy Son." "Bishop Zelenseed, you recognized me at first first sight when I came to Soto City for the first time. Did Bishop Salas tell you that? When Zelenside heard Chang Feng's words, a hint of awe suddenly flashed in his eyes. He nodded toward Chang Feng, bent down and said, Your Highness the Holy Sun, you are right, it is Bishop Salas who is the Flying Eagle. The book told me, and it also included a picture of your Royal Highness the Holy Sun, so my subordinate can recognize you at a glance. Zelans has a German face. He is about 40 years old. He has a short beard between his upper lip and nose. He looks sharp as a sword. His eyebrows are like a knife. He has black hair and a fair and rosy complexion like the face of a baby. In that case, let's go in and talk things over first. Zelenside nodded repeatedly and took the lead in walking in front, leading Chang Feng into a secret room in the spirit hall. As soon as he entered the secret room, Zelenside quickly showed a flattering smile and said, His Royal Highness, I wonder if you have any instructions for me to serve you. I will do my best to fulfill your instructions and will never let you down. Looking at Zelenside, he said, I do have something for you to do, but this time it's not for myself but for Hulina. I don't know if you would rather do more things for me or for Hulina. What about 1 o'clock? Facing Chang Feng's razor-sharp gaze, a drop of cold sweat rolled down Zelenside's face unknowingly. Without too much hesitation, he bent down and replied, I would like to serve you more, Your Highness. Isn't this something that goes against your will? I see that your face looks a bit ugly. Could it be that you are somewhat dissatisfied with me? Zelenside listened to Chang Feng's calm tone and faced Chang Feng's expressionless face. A chill surged in his heart. He lowered his head a little and said in fear, I will never go against my will. If I have any half a lie. Thunderstruck, Chang Feng glanced at Zelenside indifferently and thought to himself, this person is quite deep in the city and he doesn't know how true or false his words are. The panic he showed was revealed in an instant. I'm afraid he is good at acting. As expected, life is like a play and play is like life. You have been staying in Soto City for a while. In such a long time you must know a lot of things. Zelenside quickly smiled flatteringly. Your Highness, you are flattering me. This subordinate just lives longer. Chang Feng narrowed his eyes. It's great to live a long life. Grandpa Ju told me that people must live well, otherwise they will lose a lot of fun. Zelenside's eyes flashed and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes as he looked at Chang Feng. Your Highness, if you have any orders, just tell me, I will do my best. Chang Feng laughed at himself as expected. He still needs to be beaten. From doing your best to going all out, this change happened at a moment's notice which aroused Chang Feng's vigilance. However, Chang Feng did not show any abnormality on the surface. He looked at Zelenside with a deep look. Within 3 days I want to know all the information about Mo Yunfei from childhood to adulthood. Send all your people out to inquire specifically. Can you do this? After hearing this, Zelenside pupils shrank suddenly and a trace of gloom rose in the depths of his eyes. Your Highness, what is different about this Mo Yunfei? Why do you want to ask about a shameless teacher at Snow Junior Soul Master Academy? Chang Feng turned his head, looked at Zelenside deeply and said calmly, do I still need to explain to you what I do? Zelenside immediately spoke, Your Highness, it was my subordinate who overstepped my bounds. I hope Your Highness will forgive me. However, at the moment when Zelenside bowed his head respectfully, his expression was very ugly. Chang Feng looked at Zelenside, who was bowing his head in front of him with some doubts in his heart, and his eyes revealed the light of thought. Time flies by like a gap, and the time of a cup of tea flies by in an instant. At this time Chang Feng broke the silence. That's all for now. Let your people inquire carefully. I won't be here. Also, let me remind you that there are several elders coming with you this time. This matter, it's up to you to figure out how to handle it. However, before coming, the Bishop of Nodding City has been replaced, so I hope you will think about it carefully. After finishing speaking, Chang Feng walked away. Looking at Chang Feng's back, Zelenside's eyes were a little gloomy, his eyes sparkling with a deep green light which looked particularly strange. How did Mo Yunfei get noticed by the higher-ups of Wuhan Palace? It seems that this time the organization can only regard him as an abandoned son who told him to act badly. Even though he has made a lot of contributions to this organization, but compared with his contribution, it is most important that nothing about the organization is leaked at the moment. From the moment he joins the organization, everyone must have the consciousness to sacrifice themselves for the organization. Mo Yunfei no should be a demon. No wonder I was so cruel this time. Zelenside whispered. A trace of cruelty flashed in his eyes, revealing a sharp cold light. After Chang Feng walked out of the spirit hall, he headed towards the place where Shrek used to be. He wanted to check out the scene for clues. After Chang Feng left the south gate of Soto City, he walked quickly and arrived at the original place of Shrek Academy. Looking at the scene in front of him, Chang Feng was completely shocked. The charred earth seemed to be wailing and the crisscrossing ravines seemed to be telling the intensity of the war at that time, and none of the original wooden houses in Shrek Academy were gone. The whole thing was in ruins with small holes still vaguely visible on the ground. After walking around the original site of Shrek Academy several times, Chang Feng was disappointed to find that there were limited clues left here and most of them had been wiped out. After he couldn't get any more information from here, Chang Feng gave up the idea of continuing to investigate and went back home, preparing to return to Rose Academy and wait for news from Shluki. However, more or less Chang Feng always felt that it was a bit strange that Tang San and others disappeared this time. However, no matter what, he has now come step by step to the present. What will happen in the future will be covered by soldiers and water. Chang Feng always believes that there must be a road before the car reaches the mountain, and there is another village with dark willows and bright flowers. However, not long after Chang Feng had walked a few hundred steps, a figure suddenly flew over from the side. After a closer look, he found that it was a man with disheveled hair and an extremely slovenly look. Seeing that he was about to bump into him, Chang Feng he quickly dodged and escaped. Bang! With a sound, the man fell heavily to the ground and blood suddenly flowed from the corner of his mouth. However, the man still showed a silly smile, looking neurotic like a fool who didn't know pain. At the same time, a man with a thin face, fo eyes and tiger eyebrows showed his yellow teeth, looked at the man who fell on the ground and spat at him. Bah! Grandma, you dare to steal the buns from my store? Eat! You look stupid, but you still know how to steal when I'm not paying attention. Are you really stupid or pretending to be stupid? I can't control that much today. I have to get some interest from you. Bang! Bang! Seeing this person appear, he kicked the man who was lying on the ground and was giggling. Chang Feng frowned subconsciously, especially when he saw more and more blood flowing from the corner of the man's mouth. Chang Feng was unhappy. Just when the thin-faced fo-eyed man was about to continue kicking, Chang Feng immediately said stop. Seeing that Chang Feng's appearance, clothes and demeanor were all extraordinary, a trace of fear flashed in the eyes of the thin-faced fo-eyed man, and he asked in a low voice, this man stole the buns from my store and couldn't get the money back. Come on, give him a few blows to vent your anger. Isn't this the right thing to do? Chang Feng frowned and looked at the people around him, glanced coldly at the thin-faced fo-eyed man, took out a gold soul coin, threw it towards him and said in a deep voice, a gold soul coin is enough for the buns he took. Come on. The thin-faced fo-eyed man glanced at Chang Feng in surprise. From the just right strength with which the other party threw the golden soul coin, he thought that the man in front of him was probably a respected soul master. After thinking of this, he respectfully said, he bent down and said with a flattering smile, dear soul master, the gold soul coin you gave is already a lot. Soul master, you have such a kind heart. I wish you to be promoted to title Douluo as soon as possible. Watching the thin-faced fo-eyed man bending over and backing up a distance, he quickly turned around and left. Chang Feng glanced at the people who were still watching. In an instant the onlookers were shocked and quickly dispersed. Afterwards, Chang Feng looked at the man lying on the ground, who was looking at him with a silly smile, and couldn't help but feel a headache. After carefully sensing whether the man on the ground had any fluctuations in soul power, Chang Feng was quietly relieved when he discovered that he was just a normal person. When he got closer, he quickly helped him up. However, just as he was helping him up, Chang Feng looked at the man in front of him and couldn't help feeling surprised. Is this poisoning? Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 138. Hu Lina is the evil spirit. Mo Yunfei. Looking at the man in front of him, Chang Feng's eyes flashed with hesitation, but when he saw the man's innocent smile, this scene hurt Chang Feng's heart. Suddenly, Chang Feng decided to lend a helping hand to the man in front of him. Thinking of this, Chang Feng looked up at the sky and found that it was still early, so he said to the man in front of him, will you follow me? I will take you to a place. There's food and drink there. However, the man in front of him kept smiling stupidly as if he didn't understand what he said at all. After thinking about this, Chang Feng smiled bitterly and thought, that's right, the man in front of him is a fool, maybe he doesn't understand what he said. Chang Feng shook his head and walked towards the Moonlight Restaurant. What made Chang Feng feel gratified was that this silly man knew how to follow him, and he was determined to give him a meal in vain. Chang Feng thought about his arrangement and prepared to follow Shi Luo later. She said let him arrange the fool in front of him. Not long after leaving, Chang Feng came to the Moonlight Restaurant and was stunned. Chang Feng was quite surprised by the scene before him. In addition to Moonlight Restaurant, there is Moonlight Hotel. Net to it and net to it there are Moonlight Tea House, Moonlight Tavern, Moonlight Hotel. At this moment, Chang Feng thought to himself, this Shluki really gave him a huge surprise. He actually developed the Moonlight Restaurant to what it is now. He is truly a genius. Arriving in front of the Moonlight Restaurant not long after, a figure rushed over, but with a look in his eyes, Chang Feng realized that there were many people here and pretended to pass by Chang Feng. Yes, the person who appeared was none other than Shluki. The moment he passed by Chang Feng whispered, I'll leave this person to you. See where there are any shortages of manpower and arrange for him. What I mean is to give him a bite to eat so that he can live well. In addition, he has been poisoned by a strange kind of poison. Let's do our best. Shluki glanced at the smiling man from the corner of his eye. Looking at Chang Feng, Feng with a look of surprise in his eyes. Shluki nodded and showed a kind smile. Under Chang Feng's surprise, in a few words Shluki led the smiling man to the Moonlight restaurant. However, the man who had been smiling naively followed Shluki. After walking dozens of steps, he suddenly turned around and looked in Chang Feng's direction. At this moment his eyes were clear and the silly smile was no longer on his face. Chang Feng's appearance was deeply remembered in his mind. Then the net moment the silly man's face showed a silly smile again and his eyes were a little dull. Soon Chang Feng returned to the Rose Hotel. After entering room 306 he immersed himself in the herbal book and quickly studied the knowledge inside. Just like that, one day passed. The net day Chang Feng still devoted himself to the herbal medicine book, sleeping and eating, seizing the day and night. Until the third day later, Chang Feng's dark and tired eyes were emitting a strong light. Finally finished reading this book. After letting out a breath, Chang Feng's eyelids were so heavy that they drooped. Suddenly Chang Feng closed his eyes, leaned forward, fell on the bed and fell asleep. When Chang Feng opened his eyes again, he was awakened by a heavy knock on the door. Who? Your Highness, this subordinate was sent by Bishop Zelenseed to deliver something to your Highness. Hearing the sound outside the door, Chang Feng's eyes moved and he opened the door. What came into his eyes was a young man. At this time he saw the young man salute to Chang Feng and said, I have met your Highness. Chang Feng nodded lightly, but his eyes were looking at the pile of paper net to him as high as a person, which was full of content. Pointing to the pile of papers, Chang Feng asked, what are these? Go back to your Highness. Bishop Zelenseed has given you these instructions, saying that they are the information that your Highness need. Chang Feng nodded. Thank you for your hard work. When you bring a message to Zelenseed, just say that he is the Bishop of Soto City. This will not change. Just do as you say. The young man nodded solemnly and then walked away backward. After Chang Feng glanced at the documents on the ground, he picked them up, closed the door and moved them directly to the table and then began to read the contents of the document. Mo Yunfei, whose father is Mo Tianyu, the Dean of Snow Junior Soul Master Academy, was born in Magia Village, Soto City. When he was years old, his martial spirit awakened as a Tian in bloodthirsty wolf with innate soul power level 9. Mo Yunfei is 12 years old, has a soul power level of 32, is low-key and is the youngest soul master. From the time Mo Yunfei was born to when he was 12 years old, Chang Feng read about many things about him. For example, Mo Yunfei bullied his female classmates when he was a child, making them cry, and then he liked to be naughty in class and other trivial things. However, when Chang Feng saw the message that Mo Yunfei was 13 years old, his eyes narrowed. It read, Mo Yunfei, 13 years old, accidentally killed his classmate during a soul fight. The deceased died in an extremely terrible state. It was tragic, but since the deceased was a civilian, Mo Tianyu came forward and paid a large amount of money to the family of the deceased before the matter was settled. Mo Yunfei went out for training at the age of 14. The training location is unknown and lasted for 2 years. When Mo Yunfei reappeared in Soto City, he was a soul sect. In the soul fighting arena in Soto City, he chose a life and death fight and brutally killed his opponent for 10 consecutive matches. After that, no one dared to challenge him in a life and death fight in the soul sect realm. For a time the name Blood Demon was well known, and Blood Demon was his code name at the time. Mo Yunfei, 30 years old, brought back a woman named Li Jing from outside. The following year he gave birth to a daughter, Mo Weiner. Mo Yunfei, when he was 40 years old, he was killed by someone and he killed him. After checking the strength of the person killed, he was a soul saint. But what Mo Yunfei told everyone was that he killed only a high-level person with difficulty. The soul sect makes everyone think that he is only as strong as the soul sect, but he has the fighting ability to fight to the death against the low-level soul king. In the net 2 years, Mo Yunfei disappeared from the public eye and no one saw him take action again. After reading these information, Chang Feng received them all into the Ring Soul Guide and then sat aside and meditated. Judging from Mo Yunfei's appearance, it should be that he went out to practice for 2 years. This period of time was an important turning point. Blood Demon, Evil Demon. Chang Feng tapped his fingers on the table, his eyes shining brightly. Looking back at Mo Yunfei, for decades he should have become an evil soul master. During the 2 years he went out to practice at the age of 14. After that his strength rose very fast like a rocket. It is still unknown what his strength is now. After Chang Feng murmured, he recalled the time he spent at Snow Junior Soul Master Academy in his mind. He felt both palpitations and happiness in his heart. This man disguised himself so well that he successfully deceived everyone. When Chang Feng thought of this, a trace of hesitation flashed in his eyes. If something happened to Mo Yunfei, then Mo Tianyu's side. After a long time, Chang Feng sighed. Everyone just wants to strengthen their own thoughts and achieve their goals. It doesn't matter what the truth is, who is the victim or who needs help. Looking up and taking a casual glance, Chang Feng suddenly discovered that the sky had turned dark at some point. At this moment there was a rapid knock on the door and Chang Chang Feng opened the door. When he found Hu Lina behind her were the chrysanthemum ghost Douluo. Bulletin Jinyun, how have your investigations been in the past 3 days? Seeing Hu Lina looking at him closely, Chang Feng did not answer her question immediately. Instead he asked, how is the situation over there? Hearing Chang Feng's question, Hu Lina's eyes flashed with helplessness. I didn't find out anything. I stayed with them for 3 days and wasted my time. Hu Lina's answer did not surprise Chang Feng. It would not be easy for an old FO like Mo Tianyu to get some information out of him. What about your side? Chang Feng kept a faint smile on his face and stepped aside. Hu Lina and Zhu Gui Shuang Douluo walked in and each found a chair at the table to sit down. Immediately afterwards everyone looked at Chang Feng. Chang Feng slowly approached the table, then took out the information about Mo Yunfei that he had read before from the Ring Soul Guide and placed it on the table. The evil spirit is Mo Yunfei. When Hu Lina heard the answer from Chang Feng, she was horrified and claimed, you said the evil spirit is that erratic Mo Yunfei. Is this true? Chang Feng did not answer Hu Lina's question. He pointed directly at the pile of information and said to Hu Lina, you will find out the truth after you see for yourself. Hu Lina looked at the pile of information in front of her and couldn't help rolling her eyes. Can't you tell me about it? He is very dangerous. He is probably a soul saint or a contra. You and I are no match for him. Hu Lina stood up in disbelief. Absolutely impossible. Teacher, she would never give us such a task. It should be that we have ignored the key things. You said that he hasn't made a move in the past 2 years. I wonder if he suffered sequelae due to the serious injury he suffered in the last battle with the soul saint. Hu Lina's eyes lit up when she heard this and she smiled and said, that should be it. Let me just say, why would the teacher give us a task that is simply impossible to complete? But after hearing Hu Lina's words, Chang Feng frowned and said calmly, what if he has never been injured? What can you and I do to fight him? After hearing Chang Feng's words, Hu Lina wanted to say something to refute, but she didn't say it after all because she also realized that she thought things were too optimistic. So Hu Lina looked at Zhu Gui Shuang, who remained silent. Douluo. Grandpa Zhu, Grandpa Ghost. Teacher, she should have considered this. Is there something important that Grandpa Zhu and Grandpa Ghost have not told Nana? Zhu Gui Douluo looked at Hu Lina with red eyes and a pitiful look. He couldn't feel it at all. Zhu Gui Douluo said directly, Your Holiness, you have naturally taken this into consideration. What the Holiness told us is that if you have thought that the enemy is difficult to deal with, which proves that you still have brain, if you don't think of it, your death will be in vain. You can live your life and blame no one. Of course, if you think of the enemy being difficult to deal with, when the time comes it will be between me and you. The old ghost will seriously injure the opponent and then you will work together to defeat him. Listening to Zhu Douluo's words, Chang Feng felt a chill in his heart. For some reason Chang Feng always felt that Bibi Dong was hinting at him. Thinking of this, a coldness flashed deep in Chang Feng's eyes. At this moment Chang Feng thought in his heart, after this task is completed I must find an opportunity to separate from Hu Lina and his group and then leave a note saying that I am going out for training. Thinking of this, Chang Feng's eyes suddenly brightened a lot. He put his chin on his hand and fell into deep thought, thinking a lot. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 139 Zuzooking Bastard. Grandpa Zhu, how about you and Grandpa Gui attack that Mo Yunfei tomorrow? Hu Lina's words made Chang Feng withdraw from his thoughts and look closely at Zhu Douluo. Girl, since you said it will be tomorrow, then the old ghost and I will attack that Mo Yunfei tomorrow. As for the location of the battle, we will see then. Zhu Douluo's words made Chang Feng tense up and he thought to himself that it would be best for Mo Yunfei not to appear near the Moonlight Restaurant but somewhere else. Even the Spirit Hall would be pretty good. However, Chang Feng also knew in his heart that the possibility of such a thing happening was extremely slim. Grandpa Zhu, Grandpa Ghost, thank you. Otherwise Nana really doesn't know how to complete the task assigned to Nana by the teacher. You think so? Bulletin Jinyun. Chang Feng kept a faint smile on his face and nodded. Indeed, if Grandpa Zhu and Elder Ghost weren't here, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to explain to the teacher. After Hu Lina received Mo Yunfei's information into her Ring Soul Guide, she stood up and looked up at the dark night outside the window. Dazed. Time flies by like a flash and an hour passes in the blink of an eye. Chang Feng looked at the people in his room in front of him. They had no intention of leaving, so he remained silent, but his eyes were looking at the glazed lamp above his head as if there was something attractive about it. He stared at it intently, his body moving at every turn. Hu Lina, who then she turned her head and glanced in the direction of Chang Feng. She found that the other person was a little absent-minded and she felt a little irritated in her heart. She didn't understand this inapplicable emotion, but she didn't reject it very much. At this moment Zhu Douluo broke the silence of the scene. Bulletin Jinyun, when are you going to hunt for your 4th soul ring? After hearing his name, Chang Feng looked along the sound and found that it was in the direction of Zhu Douluo, so he asked, Grandpa Zhu, what did you just say? Looking at Bulletin Jinyun, Jinyun's dazed look. Douluo's face darkened a bit and he said angrily, what are you thinking about so absorbed? I just asked when are you going to hunt for your 4th soul ring? As for the 4th soul ring, I plan to try my luck in the Stardew Forest after completing this mission. How about I accompany you when the time comes? Finalize the matter of the 4th soul ring as soon as possible to avoid having to make another trip later. However, Cheng Feng did not respond but looked at Douluo. Grandpa Zhu, thank you for your kindness. I plan to hunt for the 4th soul ring on my own this time as a test for myself. It happens to be here. Let me tell you a plan after completing the mission. When he said this, Cheng Feng's eyes were firm and bright. He paused and looked at everyone present. After I complete this mission with Hulina, I plan to go out to practice alone. I always feel that I am still too weak. I want to become stronger. At least I want to be the strongest among my peers. Cheng Feng's words were like a pebble causing ripples in the lake in everyone's heart. Especially Hulina looked at him in disbelief. Bulletin Jinyun, what you said is not true, is it? You are not the strongest among your peers. Stop joking. Cheng Feng glanced at Hulina and looked at her calmly with an extremely serious expression. At this moment the smile on Hulina's face froze. In her opinion, Cheng Feng with such strength at his age should be the strongest among his peers. Otherwise she would not be able to accept her defeat to him. But the look on Cheng Feng's face proved that what he said was not a joke, which made her feel uncomfortable and unwilling. Is there anyone stronger than you? Who is that person? Cheng Feng replied calmly, that person is Tang San. Only when I defeat Tang San in an upright manner will I truly feel that I am the strongest among my peers. Otherwise I will not admit it until I defeat him. This point, that Tang San, just him, that romantic person, I do not believe. Watching Hulina grit her teeth tightly and say this, Cheng Feng fell silent. After a long while Cheng Feng finally said, he is very strong. Cheng Feng's words made Hulina particularly uncomfortable. This feeling made her feel a huge sense of frustration and a faint sense of powerlessness. Where are the others? I don't know either. I will defeat him. Maybe. You do not believe me? Grandpa Zhu, look, Bulletin Jinyun is just mad at me. Hulina walked up to Douluo, shook his arm and said. Douluo stared at Cheng Feng with wide eyes. Is that man named Tang San really as powerful as you say? It's absolutely true. If that's the case, girl, you'd better not slack off in your daily training. The amount of training will be doubled under the supervision of me and the old ghost. Grandpa Zhu, Nana is ignoring you. Hulina crossed her arms and crossed her chest, staring at Douluo angrily. Well, it's getting late. Cheng Feng looked at Hulina and others. It's indeed getting late, Grandpa Zhu. Since someone is going to drive people away, then if we continue to stay here, won't we be causing trouble in life? Let's get out of here. How dare he? However, it is indeed getting late. Let's go. Douluo stood up first and walked out the door. However, at this moment the strange sound suddenly came from Yu Tianheng's room. Net door, and the sound was so loud that it was breathtaking. Listening to the various gasping sounds, Hulina couldn't help but get angry in her eyes and said angrily with a red face, who is in the Net room? Do you want anyone else to sleep? After hearing Hulina's words, Douluo looked at each other a little. Sensing something was wrong in the atmosphere, Hulina covered her face and ran away. The chrysanthemum ghost Douluo followed closely behind. Watching these people leave, Cheng Feng breathed a sigh of relief, but the vibration in the Net room made him frown subconsciously. Walking to the window, Cheng Feng opened it, letting in the cold air from outside and suppressing the restlessness in his heart. Looking down, Cheng Feng stared at the passers-by on the street. After sizing up a cup of tea, Cheng Feng was about to turn his head when he caught an inadvertent glance and was shocked. Is it her? Why did she appear here? Didn't she mean? Without thinking further, when he saw that figure about to disappear into the night, Cheng Feng did not hesitate too much and shouted in a low voice, 9 flashes of moon steps. A blue arc of lightning quickly flashed across the dark night sky. At this time, Hulina, who was standing by the window in room 204 and staring into the night, happened to see a flash of blue FO lightning and wondered, where is Bulletin Jinyun going so late? However, when I thought of something, I didn't think about it any further. I just looking at the direction where the blue arc of lightning disappeared. He was lost in thought. Cheng Feng was very fast. Just as he was about to catch up with the figure in front of him, suddenly I saw the figure in front of me shouting netherworld / Cheng Feng looked at the opponent and was closing his hands above his head. The claw blades on his 10 fingers quickly fused together in an instant and turned into a sharp blade about a foot long. At this time it shone with a shocking chill. After injecting soul power, it became clear. It could be seen that the black light blade condensed in a straight line and fell towards his head like a meteor. The Net moment, Cheng Feng shouted, moonstep, boom. Looking at the deep pit on the ground, the corners of Cheng Feng's mouth twitched. If he hadn't avoided it and it fell on him, he might have had to lie in bed for a year and a half. Who are you? Why do you have this kind of soul skill? The voice is still as cold as before, without a hint of human smoke. Xiao Zhu, I haven't seen you for a short time. Don't you recognize me? me? Who are you? Seeing the other party's eyes widening with a look of disbelief just when Chang Feng thought he would enter the net step reminiscing about the past, what he didn't expect was that the other party gritted his teeth at this moment and said, "100 claws of the netherworld." Seeing the other party attacking like this, Chang Feng felt very surprised. He quickly dodged and avoided the opponent's attack. He quickly took a few steps back and asked Xiao Zhu, "Why are you crazy?" Seeing that the other party was attacking him dozens of times, but after he dodged them the other party finally stopped. Chang Feng breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. "You may be wondering what's wrong with me looking like this. Let me tell you this, but it's a long story and this matter still needs to be." Just when Chang Feng was about to continue speaking, what he never expected was that Zhu Zuking's words stopped him from speaking anymore. That goes without saying. Chang Feng showed an embarrassed smile, and in the net moment Chang Feng's body suddenly stiffened. Looking at Zhu Zuking, who was hugging him tightly, Chang Feng was stunned. "You know what? I thought you were dead, bastard." Listening to Zhu Zuking's cold voice when he said these words, Chang Feng always felt something strange in his heart. Not long after, Zhu Zuking let go of Chang Feng and looked deeply. "What is your name?" Was the name wrathful used to be Fei? Chang Feng looked at Zhu Zuking's lifeless eyes and smiled. "This is not the place to talk. You can go to another place with me." After finishing speaking, Chang Feng put his hand on Zhu Zuking's shoulder. "I'll take you somewhere. Don't resist." Seeing Zhu Zuking nod, Chang Feng shouted, "9 flashes of moon steps, heavenly thunder changes." After a while, Chang Feng walked through the window and returned to room 306 of the Rose Hotel. When Zhu Zuking looked at the place where he was, especially when the extremely conspicuous big bed was in the shape of a heart, his ears turned red and his face became a little unnatural. Chang Feng didn't notice Zhu Zuking's presence. As he closed the window, he asked, "Where were you when you disappeared in Shrek? Also, what happened at that time? Where did Tang San and the others go?" Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 140 Blessings from the God of Luck. After Zhu Zuking heard Chang Feng's question, his face changed and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Zhu Zuking's abnormality did not hide from Chang Feng's eyes. At this time, Chang Feng was wondering what happened that made Zhu Zuking remain silent and unwilling to say more at all. Time passes little by little. "I do not want to say." Looking at Zhu Zuking, Chang Feng didn't say anything more. A trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. "If you don't want to say it, then let's just say it." At the same time, Chang Feng secretly used mental power, soul power and other means to sense whether there was anyone eavesdropping nearby. When he found that there was no one, he was quietly relieved. Every time the chrysanthemum ghost Douluo appeared, he paid close attention. As long as they appeared with his current mental power, he could always detect any abnormality within his perception range. Fortunately, they were not near the room. Thinking that room 204 was far away from me, I felt a little more at ease. Zhu Zuking heard the disappointment in Chang Feng's words. His eyes dimmed. He bit his lips tightly and said nothing. Chang Feng moved his eyes away from Zhu Zuking and looked at the twinkling stars in the night sky. "The night is so beautiful tonight. Tonight you can have a good rest in bed. As for me, I will make a bed on the ground for the night." However, just as Chang Feng finished speaking, there was another loud noise from the net room which made Chang Feng's face suddenly darken. Chang Feng looked at Zhu Zuking out of the corner of his eyes and found that her face was already red, so he silently and without speaking, "Well, the noise net door is a bit loud. Why don't we move to another place? After all this, no need, this is it." After being interrupted by Zhu Zuking, Chang Feng saw her silently walking towards the bed and then looked at the glazed lamp without saying a word. After Chang Feng simply made a bed on the ground, he lay down on it and closed his eyes tightly. But not long after her eyes were closed, she heard Zhu Zuking ask, "Why did you tell me to be careful about that Mo Wainer before?" Chang Feng immediately opened his eyes, turned his head in the direction of Zhu Zuking and said, "Because I think she has a problem. As for how to explain that she has a problem, I don't know how to explain it." After Zhu Zuking heard this, she said, "After a while, she does have a problem and she is a monster, no a devil." Suddenly Chang Feng heard something unusual and looked at Zhu Zuking's very excited look with thoughtful eyes. "What's wrong with you? Are you okay?" Seeing Zhu Zuking's face getting paler the net moment under Chang Feng's horrified gaze, Zhu Zuking underwent a huge change. "Ah, don't look at my face." Seeing Zhu Zuking burying his head in his hands, Chang Feng felt extremely complicated and was no longer sleepy. What came back to my mind was the picture I had just seen, a picture full of criss-crossing wounds and scars like twigs winding steadily around Zhu Zuking's face. At this time there was only one question left in Chang Feng's mind: what happened to Zhu Zuking? Chang Feng stood up and walked towards Zhu Zuking. However, looking at Zhu Zuking with his head buried in sobs, Chang Feng wanted to say something to comfort her but didn't know how to say it. However, regarding the situation on her face, Chang Feng still wanted to say something to comfort her. "If you know the reason, see if there is any solution." "Xiao Zhu, what caused your face to look like this? Tell tell me, let me think about it. Is there any way to restore it? Zhu Zuqing raised her head after listening to Cheng Feng's word, but her hands were still covering her face and said, I am cursed by that devil. At this time every night my face will become this condition, lasts until noon the NET day. If this curse is not released within a month, my face will remain like this from now on and will never recover. Cheng Feng listened to Zhu Zuqing's word. Curse? Wait, who gave you this curse? How strong is the other party? Zhu Zuqing looked at Cheng Feng blankly. She was very confused as to why Cheng Feng was so excited at this time, but she still replied, my curse has something to do with Mo Weiner and was caused by her subordinate. And it's not just me, Oscar Ma Hongjun Dai Mu Bai, they were all cursed and disfigured, and the teachers in the academy were cursed by puppet. They all became puppets of Mo Weiner's forces. They could do whatever they wanted the dean to do. Right, Tang San. He was saved by a man in black robe with all his life, and Rong Rong was rescued by a man with a sword. As for me, when the man in black robe who saved Tang San was fighting with the opponent I used, after getting out of the Ray's Non, I took the opportunity to dive and escape. After hearing these words, Cheng Feng thought to himself, Tang San's luck is really good, but it's a pity that he has never been cursed. After quickly clearing away the distracting thoughts in his mind, Cheng Feng comforted Zhu Zuqing and said, Xiao Zhu, don't be sad anymore. I can cure your situation, and I can cure it now. Based on Zhu Zuqing's situation, Cheng Feng combined the knowledge he had read about medicinal herbs and thought of a fairy grass he had from Douluo's medicinal garden which could solve the world curses. The name of this fairy grass was Blessing of the God of Luck. The God of Luck's blessing has only 7 petals, and each petal take 3,000 years to appear. Its main function is to relieve the world curse, and Cheng Feng happened to have a blessing of the God of Luck with 3 petals. Really, you didn't lie to me? It's indeed true. While talking, Cheng Feng took out a jade bow from the jade bracelet and took out the blessing of the God of Luck with 3 petals of red, blue and Chinese characters. Then he took out another piece of jade, took off one of the red petals and put the blessings of the God of Luck on 2 petals into the jade bracelet. He used the jade to pass the red petals to Zhu Zuqing's mouth and said, Yao Zhu, hurry up, bite it into pieces immediately and take it. Zhu Zuqing immediately put away her hands, but she was very moved in her heart. She believed that Cheng Feng would not harm her, so she quickly moved towards the petals on the jade, sucked them with her mouth and then bit them into pieces, turning them into a stream of fragrant body fluid flowing smoothly. Enter by the throat. Not long after, Zhu Zuqing suddenly covered his chest, opened his mouth quickly and spat out a pool of black blood on the ground. The smell was foul and a small pit was corroded on the ground. Looking at the scene in front of him, Cheng Feng secretly became more vigilant about the power of curses. This kind of strange power really makes people have to be wary of it. After that, what appeared in front of Cheng Feng again was the same beautiful face as before. Xiao Zhu, your face has recovered, congratulations. Zhu Zuqing was very happy in his heart. Seeing that Cheng Feng kept a faint smile on his face, he quickly pecked Cheng Feng on the face while Cheng Feng wasn't paying attention. His face turned slightly red. Don't think too much about me. It's to thank you for your help. If it weren't for you, I'd probably become an ugly person in the future. Cheng Feng froze. Xiao Zhu, you just spat out the black blood on the ground and then you kissed me with your mouth again. It's so dirty. Ouch. Cheng Feng immediately started retching at the side. Cheng Feng's words and his performance immediately made Zhu Zuqing's face quickly turn cold. He looked at Cheng Feng for a long time before he said coldly, you think I'm dirty? Cheng Feng, who had just finished vomiting, saw Zhu Zuqing with a murderous look in his eyes and touched his nose awkwardly. No, it's just, what was that you gave me to eat just now? It is the blessing of the God of Luck, a fairy grass specially designed to break the world curses. A glint flashed in Zhu Zuqing's eyes and he looked at Cheng Feng's calm expression with a hint of hesitation. Is it precious? Well, it's the only one in the world. Except for me, I don't think anyone else will have it because its appearance means that there is only one in the world. This is a characteristic. Thanks, you just said it. By the way, what level is your soul power now? Zhu Zuqing's eyes flashed and he replied, my soul power is level 29 now. What about you? It's level 29, not bad. From my perspective it should be about the same as you, just a little stronger than you and only 11 levels higher than you. After Zhu Zuqing heard Cheng Feng's words, she wanted to hit someone. At the same time she had shock in her eyes. How did you improve so quickly? On drug? Take drug? Ahem. Well, you will know after a while. Right now your most important thing is to increase your soul power to level 30. However, I want to ask Net, what are your plans? I want to practice with you. When Cheng Feng heard this, he subconsciously wanted to refuse. Unexpectedly, Zhu Zuqing said, at this time I'm going to rest. During my rest I don't want to hear anyone talking to disturb my rest. Cheng Feng's eyes widened and he thought to himself, is this Zhu Zuqing still the same person I know? After thinking for a long time, Cheng Feng finally spoke, I want to tell you something first. My name is Buletin Jinyun now. Seeing Zhu Zuqing's weird look at him, Cheng Feng gritted his teeth and continued, now I have sneaked into the Wuhan Palace. For the sake of heaven I risked my life to enter it as an undercover agent. Unfortunately my performance was mediocre. Now he just got the status of the holy son of Wuhan Palace. Seeing that Zhu Zuking's eyes still didn't waver, Cheng Feng felt a little frustrated. In short, in front of those people in Wuhan Hall you have to call me Bulletin Jinyun or His Highness the Holy Son, so you can just barely do it of. Zhu Zuking glanced at Cheng Feng with calm eyes. Right now Wuhan Palace Saint Hulina and I are completing a mission together. While I am performing the mission you will rest in this room until the mission is completed. During this period if the location is changed to perform the mission I will stay with you. That's what I said. After completing this mission I will go and experience it. If you want to follow me then it's up to you. Zhu Zuking's eyes lit up and he nodded. Okay. Don't you ask me what my name is? Zhu Zuking was silent. Okay, I'm convinced. I'll tell you. I'll only say it once. You heard me clearly. My name is Cheng Feng. I am the Lord of the Heavenly Court. Everyone in the Heavenly Court respects me as the Emperor of Heaven. In the future the Heavenly Court under my leadership I will dominate the entire Douluo continent. At that time the name of the Emperor of Heaven will surely be heard in every corner of the Douluo continent. How about that? Are you shocked by me? After finishing speaking, Cheng Feng looked expectantly in Zhu Zuking's direction from the corner of his eyes. However, what made Cheng Feng quite disappointed was that Zhu Zuking's eyes were still as quiet as dead water. When Cheng Feng saw this he lost his temper completely, so he went back to the floor and lay down directly without saying anything. When Zhu Zuking saw Cheng Feng like this, the corners of his mouth curved beautifully. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 141 Mo Yunfei. What is justice? What is evil? The soft light of the moonlight fell on Cheng Feng, adding to the silence of the night. One night the moon loomed faintly and I fell into a deep dream. Zhu Zuking's bottomless eyes stared at Cheng Feng, becoming a stone in silence, keeping her body motionless. Time flies as fast as a gap in the long river of time. Just a little bit creates a ripple. The sky is bright and the red sun is rising. A ray of naughty light came to Cheng Feng's eyes and jumped up and down. Cheng Feng suddenly opened his eyes and was startled when he looked at the red sun on the horizon. Perhaps last night was the most sound sleep he had in recent times. With this thought Cheng Feng turned his head and looked towards the bed, but found that it was empty and there was no such figure. Standing up stretching, he walked to the bed and stared at it for a while. Cheng Feng guessed that Zhu Zuking should have slept in the bed last night. Although there was no one inside he didn't feel much worried. At this moment there was a knock on the door. Cheng Feng moved his steps and slowly approached the door. At the same time he said, "Who is it?" "It's me, Hulina." Cheng Feng opened the door casually and took a look at Hulina. He found that she had changed into a blue dress today and looked indescribably charming. However, Cheng Feng kept a calm expression on his face and did not say a word of praise. He said calmly, "Are you about to start taking action?" A faint smile appeared on Hulina's face. "Grandpa Ghost is going out to find out Mo Yunfei's whereabouts now. When Grandpa Ghost comes back we will start taking action. What, don't you welcome me to go in and do it?" Cheng Feng took a step sideways, got out of the way, crossed his arms and crossed his chest. "Come in." Bang! With a sound Cheng Feng closed the door behind him. But the moment Hulina entered the room her eyes froze. He looked at the simple floor covering on the ground, then looked at the direction of the bed, sniffed lightly and frowned subconsciously. "Did a woman live here last night?" Cheng Feng did not answer immediately. He just walked to the floor, cleaned up the floor and said casually, "You saw it. A woman did live in last night." After hearing this Hulina felt unbelievable. "How could you do this? Could it be that you heard the sound coming from the NET room yesterday and couldn't help it anymore, so you went to that place and called?" Seeing that Hulina was going too far, Cheng Feng's eyes glanced at her coldly, making Hulina's words choke in her throat. For a moment Cheng Feng withdrew his gaze and said, "My affairs have nothing to do with you." Suddenly a figure burst in from the door. It was Zhu Zuking. She was holding a bag with breakfast in her hand. All of a sudden the scene fell into silence. However, the silence had not lasted for a few minutes. Hulina was the first to break the silence. She walked gently to Zhu Zuking and asked her, "Who are you? What is your relationship with Bulletin Jinyun?" Zhu Zuking ignored her but walked around. Hulina walked to Cheng Feng, handed out the breakfast in his hand, looked at Cheng Feng. "I just bought these, they are still hot." Cheng Feng took the food and said with a smile, "Thank you." Hulina was a little confused as she watched from the side, and there was still a trace of loss hidden deep in her heart. Looking at the two people not far away, a trace of sadness flashed in her eyes. Ignoring Cheng Feng and the other two, Hulina rushed out of the door with a bang sound which seemed to be telling her something. However, Cheng Feng didn't care. He didn't even raise his head. He stared at the food in his hands and ate happily. Zhu Zuking looked at Cheng Feng eating so deliciously. For a moment his eyes narrowed into beautiful crescents as bright as crystal. "She is Hulina, the saint of Wuhan Palace? She is hostile to me because of you?" Cheng Feng's hand froze. "No." Then the place fell into silence again and only the sound of Cheng Chang Feng chewing food could be heard continuously. However, not long after just a few cups of tea, Hu Lina's plain voice came from outside the door. Bulletin Jinyun, we have to start taking action now. Why don't you come out? Is it dangerous? Zhu Zuking's eyes flashed with worry. Good. Then please be safe. Well, I'm going to perform the mission now and you just stay in this room to rest. After completing the mission I may go to the NET place to perform the mission, but before I leave I will come over and talk to you. Okay, I will wait for you. Chang Feng nodded gently and then walked straight out the door, leaving Zhu Zuking with a tall back. When she came outside the door, Hu Lina's face looked unhappy and seemed a little angry. Let go. In response, Chang Feng pretended not to see it and walked forward minding his own business. Seeing this, Hu Lina was so angry that she stamped her feet on the ground and then followed with anger. After leaving the Rose Hotel, Hu Lina immediately said, "Hey, do you know where it is?" Chang Feng stopped and looked at Hu Lina without saying a word. Under Chang Feng's gaze, Hu Lina gave in. Okay, I won't argue with you anymore. Come with me. Grandpa Ju is watching over there now. Grandpa Ghost has just left and arrived over there. Let's rush there as soon as possible. Seeing that Hu Lina had chosen the southwest direction, Chang Feng didn't ask any questions and just followed silently. While Hu Lina was on her way, she saw Chang Feng's figure out of the corner of her eye. For some reason she always felt an inexplicable sense of loss in her heart. She didn't know where it came from and she didn't know why. For this reason she was a little irritable. As I walked around the streets of Soto City, crossing streets and alleys, gradually the number of people around me became less and less. I looked at the surrounding environment and found that it was a quiet alley. After walking a few hundred steps further, seeing that Hu Lina was not leaving, Chang Feng looked forward. When he saw the scene in the field, his body went cold. That person still looked like the same person, but at this time his situation is not very good. His hair was disheveled, blood oozed from the corners of his mouth, his eyes were red and his body exuded a strong black aura which subconsciously made people feel disgusted. What shocked Chang Feng even more was that at this moment his right hand seemed to be broken at the shoulder level. Blood was flowing all over the ground and the air was filled with a heavier smell of blood. Tick tock tick. Listening to the sound of blood splattering down the opponent's right shoulder, looking at the unwillingness and ferocity in the opponent's eyes, he still stood upright like a pine tree, showing his unruly and unyielding. His face looked very plain without any expression, as if the person with the severed hand was not him. The chrysanthemum ghost Douluo, one behind the other, were staring at him closely. The arrival of Chang Feng and Hu Lina attracted their attention. Haha, you two old ghosts, you really think I am dead after being injured, don't you? You only found 2 little dolls to kill me, aren't you afraid that I will kill them all? Ju Douluo glanced at Mo Yunfei indifferently. The two of us know exactly what your situation is. We won't know until we fight whether we can kill you or not. Girl, later you and Bulletin Jin will boy Yun, let's do it together. With me and your ghost grandpa watching from the side, he can't escape. Hu Lina nodded, then turned to signal to Chang Feng. Chang Feng walked to the left side of Mo Yunfei and stopped 10 meters away from him, while Hu Lina walked to the right side of Mo Yunfei 9 meters away and confronted him. Mo Yunfei didn't even look at Chang Feng and Hu Lina and only stared at the chrysanthemum ghost Douluo. Why on earth do you two old ghosts want to attack me? Logically speaking, Wuhan Palace and I are on the same page. There's no need for you to take action against me, right? But don't tell me that you did it for that ridiculous justice. Ju Douluo looked at Mo Yunfei coldly, as if looking at a dead person, and said coldly, we are here just for your mouth. It called justice, but justice is not ridiculous. Haha, when did Wuhan Palace become like this? After all these years under self-hypnosis, do you really think that you are the incarnation of justice? Isn't it? Hu Lina suddenly interrupted. Mo Yunfei glanced at Hu Lina with a hint of ridicule on his face. If Wuhan Palace is the embodiment of justice, then is there still justice in this world? Why do you say that Wuhandian is not the embodiment of justice? Hu Lina looked at Mo Yunfei angrily with an unconvinced expression on her face. If Wuhan Palace is really the embodiment of justice, then who was the Kishiner who massacred Feiyun City back then? Wasn't he from your Wuhan Palace? How did you do it? In all these years, how have you ever sought justice for those who died tragically in Feiyun City? Today that man is still alive and well. Does he have any regrets about what happened back then? Mo Yunfei's words made both Jogui and Douluo stop talking, and their expressions didn't seem very good either. This scene came into Chang Feng's eyes and he thought to himself, could the massacre in Feiyun City really be related to someone from Wuhan Palace? Although he didn't know whether there had been a massacre in Feiyun City back then, Chang Feng still kept the matter in mind. Hu Lina turned her gaze to the chrysanthemum ghost Douluo, hoping to hear that the Wuhan Palace was not like this. However, the silence of the chrysanthemum ghost Douluo seemed to silently prove that the Feiyun City massacre did indeed exist. In this way, the people who massacred the city were still from Wuhan Palace. For a moment Hu Lina looked a little pale with a look of disbelief on her face. Why Why you're mute? You don't dare to admit it in front of 2 dolls? Back then all my friends died tragically at the hands of your Wuhan Palace people. Over the years I have been working hard to become stronger in order to avenge them. I just want to crush that person to pieces myself and even become an evil soul master. What is justice? What is evil? It's not up to the powerful to define it. What I didn't expect is that I was still targeted by you. Regarding this, I can't figure out why you would target me. Don't try to prevaricate me with words like representing justice. No one would believe this. At this time Douluo said calmly, right now is there any use in talking about this? We are indeed here on behalf of justice to seek justice for the civilians who died tragically at your hands. However, other than this, our Lord Pope, I still need something from you. Ha 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 ha, it's so ridiculous. Wouldn't it be more satisfying to directly say that it's for the soul bone in my body than to use such high-sounding words from your mouth? I really didn't expect that it would be for this reason. However, I feel a lot more relieved. Mo Yunfei's words made Douluo's expression change and his face darken. What do you mean by this? However, Mo Yunfei looked at him coldly and said nothing. Girl, Bulletin Jinyun, take action immediately. I want to see if he can still laugh later. Suddenly hearing Douluo's words, Chang Feng suppressed the complicated emotions in his heart. The net moment Chang Feng heard clearly the demon FO is charming. Remember I Shang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 142 Heading to Nodding City. Chang Feng immediately looked towards Mo Yunfei. However, after Hu Lina used the spirit skill of charming the FO, Mo Yunfei did not seem to be affected at all. He still stood there motionless, looking in the direction of Hu Lina. There was a flash of sarcasm. Hu Lina found out that her first soul skill had no effect on Mo Yunfei. She was particularly shocked and claimed, how is this possible? Seeing this, Chang Feng looked at Mo Yunfei carefully, his eyes flashing with a vague complity. The old ghost just said that he came here for the soul bone in my body. Unfortunately, my soul bone is immune to all charm type mental attacks, and I can also rebound such mental attacks. As soon as he finished speaking, Chang Feng secretly said something bad. The net moment Chang Feng saw that Hu Lina was a little unsteady, covering her head with her right hand and seemed to be in a dizzy state. I understand, girl, you and Bibi Dong have a close relationship, right? My soul bone also has another powerful feature, which is to enhance the power of charm. I'm afraid Bibi Dong knows this. The reason why she sent that the 2 old ghosts are fighting against me and everything is for you, right? It seems that your status is not low. Let me take a guess. Are you the saint of Wuhan Palace that has been rumored in recent years? Are you Bibi Dong's disciple? No wonder that's the case. When she heard Mo Yunfei say Bibi Dong to the left and Bibi Dong to the right, Hu Lina shouted angrily, shut up, you can't call the teacher's name casually. However, Mo Yunfei turned a deaf ear to this and still went his own way, sneering back. Then I saw Bibi Dong before she became the Pope. I still remember that she was very close to a man named Master. Why? Within a few years he kicked that Master away and climbed into the bed of the previous Pope. Douluo suddenly dodged and appeared in front of Mo Yunfei, hitting him on the chest with a palm. Mo Yunfei spat out a mouthful of blood in an instant and the blood was scattered in the sky. He staggered and swayed back several times. I stood firm, covering his chest, looking at Douluo, his face so gloomy that it could drip water. Girl, Bulletin Jinyun, I leave this final blow to you. Looking at Douluo, he dodged again and stepped aside, leaving the venue to himself and others. Chang Feng felt a little speechless. FO faint extreme fire order. Suddenly Chang Feng caught a glimpse of the coldness in Douluo's eyes when he looked at him. Chang Feng felt a chill in his heart and knew that he had to take action, otherwise it would be difficult to plane. Thinking of this, Chang Feng sighed silently and shouted in his heart, thunder change. Raise non. In an instant Chang Feng turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed towards Mo Yunfei. At the same time he picked up the raise non in his hand, and when he got close to Mo Yunfei it fell hard towards his chest. At this moment when Mo Yunfei saw the raise non in Chang Feng's hand, his pupils shrank. Suddenly his eyes widened. He looked at Chang Feng and said in shock, it's you. At the same time, after Hu Lina's FO-shaped fire command was used, a FO-shaped FO fire also struck from behind Mo Yunfei. Just when Chang Feng thought the raise non was about to hit Mo Yunfei, a surprising scene happened. What everyone present did not expect was that Mo Yunfei suddenly disappeared in front of him and a confused Hu Lina appeared at Mo Yunfei's original position. At this moment Chang Feng's expression changed drastically. Seeing that he had ordered the raise non and it was already touching the clothes on Hu Lina's chest, cold sweat broke out on Chang Feng's forehead and he quickly shouted in his heart, thunder wings. Moon steps 9 flashes quickly grabbed Hu Lina's shoulders and then took her with her, brushing against the thunderous arc of the raise non and moved sideways to avoid the raise non. Bang bang. The moment he landed again, looking at his previous position, he saw a pothole with billowing black smoke. Watching this scene with lingering fear, he thought thought to himself how dangerous it is. Hulina felt a sense of relief. She looked at the people net to her and felt a surge of gratitude in her heart. However, the net moment Chang Feng's presence was very ugly because he realized that the action he had just taken had posed him to Mo Yunfei. When Chang Feng quickly looked in the direction of Mo Yunfei, he found that he appeared at Hulina's place before. At this moment he looked at Chang Feng with a hint of teasing. Sure enough, I was posed. Chang Feng's heart sank suddenly. A quick look at Mo Yunfei found that his condition was not very good. His body was shaking constantly as if he was going to fall down net moment. At the same time his face was as pale as paper without any blood. In order to prevent himself from being posed, Chang Feng did not hesitate at all and shouted 9 flashes of moon steps. In the blink of an eye, Chang Feng quickly came to Mo Yunfei's head and shouted in his heart, "Ice realm open." In an instant, with the opening of Chang Feng's Bing domain, everyone present felt a chill that was engraved in their bone. Hulina even claimed, "This is the realm." The eyes of Zhugui Douluo were filled with shock and then they started to sparkle, not knowing what they were thinking. Mo Yunfei was locked by the ice domain. For a moment he sensed the specific situation on his body and his face became very gloomy. Seeing this, how could Chang Feng miss such an opportunity? He quickly shouted, "Super Raise Non." Suddenly a huge Raise Non was thrown towards Mo Yunfei's position. At this time Mo Yunfei watched helplessly as the Super Raise Non dropped. His pupils suddenly shrank to a point and he could no longer do anything. In response he could only let it fall towards him. However, at this moment when the Super Raise Non landed on him, Mo Yunfei suddenly said, "Chang Feng." The net moment, bang bang, ah! The ground shook, smoke filled the air and a scream suddenly stopped. Chang Feng looked nervously in the direction of Mo Yunfei. At the same time he was not sure whether what Mo Yunfei said just now was affected by Zhugui Shuangdu. Luo heard it even though his attack just came down when he finished speaking. Chang Feng looked at Zhugui Douluo and Hulina from the corner of his eyes and found that both Zhugui Douluo and Hulina seemed to be normal, but Ghost Douluo looked at him with a faint meaningful look. Just this look almost made Chang Feng want to continue killing people and silence him, but he thought of the gap between reality and ideals, so he gave up. However, there was a hint of gloom in my heart that lingered. After the smoke and dust dispersed, Chang Feng looked at the scene and breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment there was a big hole in Mo Yunfei's chest. The edges of the hole were burnt black and there were a few crackling blue electric sparks surrounding it. His eyes were wide open, bulging outward, and his eyes were blood red. However, Mo Yunfei's left finger pointed at the sky. Chang Feng didn't pay attention, nor did he think too deeply about it. Zhu Douluo approached Mo Yunfei, took out a dagger from the ring soul guide, and then in front of Chang Feng demonstrated the process of removing soul bones from a person, and moreover he took it from a person's head. Although Chang Feng kept a calm presence on his face, he always felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. Hulina stepped forward at this time, looked at Chang Feng and claimed, "Bulletin Jinyun, it turns out you are so strong. How many levels of strength did you show when you fought with me that time?" Chang Feng replied calmly, "It should be 90%. You're lying. I don't believe you." Seeing the undisguised pride on Hulina's face, the corners of Chang Feng's mouth twitched. It was indeed a woman's mouth. What a liar. This is the end of the matter about the evil demon in Soto City. Net Bulletin Jinyun, I'm going to tell you about things in Notting City. You say. Chang Feng withdrew his gaze, looked into the distance and spoke calmly. Over in Notting City, the teacher told me that a gang of evil soul masters has appeared there, specializing in brutally killing civilians. Our mission in Notting City is to destroy that gang of evil soul masters who do all kinds of evil. At the same time, we must also check whether the Notting City Lord's Palace has any secret dealings with the evil soul master. If so, we must also destroy the entire Notting City Lord Palace. Besides, this time we can only rely on ourselves. Even Grandpa Ju and Grandpa Ghost can't interfere. They won't show up until we complete the mission. As soon as Hulina finished saying these words, Zhu Douluo said, "You're right, the old ghost and I are going to disappear in front of your eyes. Remember, including today, you only have 7 days. Once the time is exceeded, the mission will be regarded as failed, and if it fails you will probably be punished by the Pope. So you should take care of yourself." Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the chrysanthemum ghost Douluo disappeared without a trace. At this moment Hulina's eyes flashed with a hint of cunning. "Bulletin Jinyun, let's leave for Notting City immediately. What do you think?" However, Chang Feng replied, "Wait until I go to the Rose Hotel before setting off." Hulina was obviously unhappy when she heard this, but when she saw the determination in Chang Feng's eyes, she softened a little and said, "Okay, wait a minute, let's take care of Mo Yunfei's body before we leave." When Hulina heard this, she curled her lips and crossed her arms to the side, making it clear that she would not interfere in this matter. Chang Feng didn't say anything and quickly buried Mo Yunfei in the soil and let him rest in peace. However, before laying him to rest, Chang Feng took off off a jade pendant soul guide from his body and secretly hid it when Hulina wasn't paying attention. After doing this we started walking towards the Rose Hotel. When he saw the familiar figure again, Chang Feng looked at her and asked, I'm going to Notting City now, what are your plans? Zhu Zuqing bit her lip and with Hulina's dissatisfaction she said, I want to follow you. In that case let's set off on the road now. After finishing speaking, Chang Feng walked in front, walking forward with Zhu Zuqing following closely behind. Hulina and Zhu Zuqing walked side by side, secretly competing with Zhu Zuqing, their eyes full of high fighting spirit. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 143. Old friends meet but don't recognize each other. Time passes while walking. The sun at noon loves the earth deeply. The heat in the air flows in every corner around the body. In a blink of an eye it jumps towards the ground with a long string of sweat beads on the forehead. Buletin Jinyun, how far is it from Notting City now? Hulina wrinkled her nose. Her clothes stuck to her skin like glue and she felt uncomfortable all over. He glanced at the scorching sun above his head and then at Zhu Zuqing, who was silent beside him. It's not far ahead. You have said this many times. Chang Feng ignored Hulina's dissatisfaction at this time and just continued walking forward with Zhu Zuqing following closely. Suddenly seeing that Chang Feng had walked a certain distance but never looked back, Hulina frowned, gritted her teeth and chased after Chang Feng's back with heavy steps. Hey, you two, wait for me. However, Chang Feng and Zhu Zuqing just kept their head down and walked forward without saying a word to anyone, even though the sweat on their heads flowed silently and splashed on the ground. Hulina had no choice but to catch up with Chang Feng and the others with a sullen face. At this time she was out of breath and her face was already red. Wait, there's a situation ahead. Zhu Zuqing immediately spoke out and looked ahead solemnly. At this time Chang Feng was also looking ahead. He had already noticed that someone was fighting not far ahead. He wanted to warn them but Zhu Zuqing stopped him. Hulina instantly squinted her eyes and looked in the direction of the sound in front of her, her eyes flashing with eagerness to try. Buletin Jinyun, let's go take a look. Judging from the fighting they are not very strong. This time let me suppress them all. Don't interfere later. Chang Feng nodded casually. It's up to you. The three of them hadn't walked long before they saw a scene. Two people were beating a man who was curled up on the ground. A young man in fine clothes was watching with interest and from time to time he said, hit to the left, hit hard, kick him in the face a few more times. However, when he saw the appearance of the handsomely dressed young man, Chang Feng's eyes flashed with surprise. When he looked at the people on the ground, Chang Feng's face suddenly sang, I never thought that after not seeing each other for several years we would see each other again under such circumstances. Things have changed, people have changed and the world has changed. However, thinking of his current situation with the chrysanthemum ghost Douluo still watching secretly, Chang Feng's face returned to a calm look and he watched indifferently without saying a word. The young man in gorgeous clothes suddenly caught sight of three more figures in the field and he suddenly became wary. I saw that the leading man had a strange pattern on his temples, on his forehead, and his appearance was almost the same as mine. He was barely as tall as himself. His expression was slightly cold and I couldn't help but feel unhappy. When his eyes saw the coldness, a flash of surprise flashed in the eyes of the woman in black with a quiet face and a perfect figure. When he reluctantly shifted his gaze from the woman in black to another woman, he just glanced at it as if he was about to sink. This woman had an unspeakable charm all over her body. To him it was full of charm, with fatal temptation. However, after carefully sensing the faint fluctuations in their soul power, all bad thoughts were instantly hidden with a faint smile on his face. Having come all the way, why don't I serve as the host and invite you all to gather together? What do you think? Hulina just noticed that the boy in front of her had some bad thoughts towards her in his eyes just now. This rude behavior made her quite angry. At the same time, the opponent came from the Notting City Lord's palace, which made Hulina's eyes flash with a chill. However, she remembered that during this mission she also needed to investigate whether the Notting City Lord Palace had any dealings with those evil soul masters. Thinking of this, how can she be polite to a little son of the Lord of Notting City? You know she is the saint of Wuhan Palace. So then he said coldly, the son of the little Lord of Notting City wants to invite us to dinner. Is he worthy? Hulina's words made Xiao Chenayu's face darken, but soon Xiao Chenayu maintained a faint smile on his face. I wonder what your identity is? Hulina snorted coldly, then listen carefully. I am a disciple of the Pope of Wuhan Palace and also a saint of Wuhan Palace. Do you think you are qualified to treat me to dinner based on your status? The pupils of Xiao Chenayu's eyes suddenly shrank and he squinted, wondering whether this was true or not. Do you have any evidence? Of course there is, but I don't want to show it in front of you. Anyway, you have to ask your father to come forward to entertain us. Speaking of this, Hulina's eyes flashed with a hint of cunning and she thought to herself that it was just a good time to find out the details of the city lord's mansion. Xiao Chenayu was hesitant. At this moment he did not dare to bet that everything the other party said was false, because Palace. Judging from the other party's words, deeds, demeanor and strength, these were more in line with the conditions that a saint should have, so it was difficult to make a decision. The situation at that time was also difficult to get out of. You two stop fighting. The only way he thought was to delay. Before being sure that was the only way he thought. Hearing this, the two attackers respectfully retreated behind Xiao Chinayu. The pitiful man with injuries all over his body glanced at Xiao Chinayu resentfully. He stood up tremblingly with difficulty. His face was pale and he saluted Cheng Feng and the others. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I Wang Sheng would probably be beaten to death today. Cheng Feng's face was expressionless. Hu Lina played with her fingers with a look of watching a show on her face, and Zhu Zuking's face didn't look angry at all. Seeing this, Wang Sheng was not upset and stepped aside, watching silently. Guys, how about I take you to the Wuhan Palace in Notting City? The new bishop of the Wuhan Palace in Notting City, Xiao Chinayu, have some relationship with him. Xiao Chinayu's eyes flickered looking at Cheng Feng and the others. The corner of his mouth curled up. Let's go to the Wuhan Palace. Cheng Feng spoke directly and made the final decision. Looking at this scene, Xiao Chinayu was shocked. Who was this person in front of him? Why, that person who was suspected to be the saint of Wuhan Palace. Didn't she come out to object? Or does it mean that this person has a higher status in Wuhan Palace? Xiao Chinayu, who couldn't figure out Cheng Feng's identity for a while, didn't dare to underestimate Cheng Feng. He maintained a sense of respect for Cheng Feng and the others. Please. Cheng Feng looked at Xiao Chinayu, bending down to make a gesture of invitation. His eyes moved, but he didn't say anything from beginning to end. Hu Lina followed suit, snorted and strode forward, showing off the air of a queen, which made Cheng Feng's eyes flash with surprise. Zhu Zuking didn't look in his direction at all. Her eyes were always fixed on the figure in front of her. Xiao Chinayu froze, a trace of anger rising in his eyes, but he calmed down in an instant, maintained the smile on his face again, and followed Cheng Feng and others. Seeing that he was the only one left in the field, Wang Sheng couldn't help but feel a sense of sadness. His thoughts flew back to the time when he was at the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy that year. He recalled the time when he was wearing a pink skirt and leading himself and others to dominate the campus. Compared with the beautiful and happy times of the present situation, I couldn't help but taste a hint of bitterness in the corner of my mouth, which reached deep in my heart. He took a deep breath and looked at the figures in front of him. Without much hesitation, he walked in their direction, to be precise, towards Cheng Feng and the others. As for why he did this, he couldn't tell. The reason for Qing Yuan might be based on intuition, he thought in his heart. Remember I Shang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 144. The Lord Palace of Notting City is empty. Time is too thin, slipping quietly through the fingers. No matter how hard you try, you can't hold it. No matter how hard you hold it. A ray of setting sun made the solid outline of Notting City stand out on the horizon, and the tooth-like arrow stacks on the city wall stretched vaguely to both sides in the twilight. Bulletin Jinyun, this Notting City looks so small. Cheng Feng ignored Hu Lina, and a complicated mood suddenly arose at this moment. That kind of emotion seemed to be called nostalgia and fear. I have stayed here for about 4 years, and every flower, grass and tree I see around me is still the same as yesterday. Cheng Feng and others appeared on the streets of Notting City, especially Zhu Zuking. Hu Lina's beauty fascinated many local villagers, causing them to complain and chatter endlessly from the wives around them. What's more, the tougher women twisted their husbands' ears in the street and punched them, hitting and kicking the other people's eyes twitched. After walking through 2 streets, Cheng Feng and his party arrived in front of the Wuhan Hall. At this moment, Su Yuntao just walked out of the Wuhan Palace and was about to go for a walk on the street. However, unexpectedly he met the nobleman he met in Soto City, and his eyes suddenly widened, rubbed it a few times in disbelief, and found that it was indeed true. With a very excited look on his face, he walked towards Cheng Feng with enough respect. My subordinate Su Yuntao, the Bishop of Notting City, has met His Royal Highness the Sun. I have met His Royal Highness the Saint. Su Yuntao bent down and saluted respectfully, meticulously. However, Su Yuntao never expected that what he said would set off a storm and a stormy sea in everyone's hearts, that's all. Xiao Chinayu was extremely shocked. He never expected that he was actually the holy son of Wuhan Palace. Now it was obvious that they were indeed from Wuhan Palace. Moreover, the person who said that he was the saint of Wuhan Palace was probably it was true, and a trace of awe and a bit of fear flashed in his eyes. At this moment, Xiao Chinayu thought to himself that the high-ranking saint's son and saint girl of Wuhan Palace had all arrived in the remote town of Notting City. Logically speaking, based on their status, they could get nothing they wanted. However, they still came to this small town. Could it be because of that incident? For a moment, Xiao Chinayu felt uneasy with a clearly uneasy look on his face. Xiao Chinayu's expression did not hide it from Cheng Feng's eyes. However, Cheng Feng did not think deeply about it and just regarded it as a normal mentality of a little person when he learned about a big shot. Xiao Chinayu, I have met His Royal Highness the Sun and His Highness the Saint. scene. Watching Xiao Chinayu lower his head in front of him, Cheng Feng did not respond immediately but just looked at him without saying a word. At this time Xiao Chinayu was thinking uneasily with a tight string in his heart. The atmosphere in the venue suddenly fell into silence. Get up! Hu Lina did not speak. At this moment her attention was completely attracted by another scene on the street and her eyes flickered with curiosity. The moment Xiao Chinayu raised his head he clearly felt that his back was all sticky with sweat. Your Highness the Holy Sun, Your Highness the Holy Lady, I did not know your noble identities before. Xiao Chinayu once again presses my deep apologies to you too. I also hope that your two noble highnesses will hold your hands high. Cheng Feng waved his hand and frowned. Okay, if there's nothing wrong don't hang around here. Xiao Chinayu suddenly felt that Cheng Feng's words sounded so relaxed and pleasant to the ears. He nodded quickly with a flattering smile on his face, bent down and took 3 steps back and then quickly left with his 2 subordinates. Immediately afterwards a group of people walked into the hall of Wuhan Hall. Su Yuntao spoke up at the right time. Dear Your Highnesses, you have traveled a long way and you must be hungry. I will prepare meals for you now. I hope Your Highnesses will agree. As soon as Hu Lina heard that Su Yuntao was going to prepare food, she looked back and said with a smile, remember you must prepare chicken legs, abalone and sea cucumber and white fungus soup, dried fish, grilled fish. Su Yuntao suddenly heard the voice of the woman in black and looked at Cheng Feng with a look of inquiry. For the 2 of them you just have to prepare them. As for me I can get whatever I want. Hearing Cheng Feng's words, Su Yuntao wiped the non-instant sweat on his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. Afterwards Su Yuntao hurriedly walked into one of the rooms in the Wuhan Hall and not long after he saw him reappearing in front of Cheng Feng. Su Yuntao approached Cheng Feng and said respectfully, Your Highness the Sun, my subordinates have already sent people to prepare those dishes. It will take about 3 cups of tea. But Your Highness the Sun, you and Your Highness the Saint are here. Is there anything else you need to do during this period? Cheng Feng pondered for a long time and said, there is a gang of evil soul masters in Nodding City. Have you carefully understood the news about this? When Su Yuntao heard this he was shocked. He had no news about this at all. Su Yuntao lowered his head, not daring to look into Cheng Feng's eyes, and said shamefully, back to Your Majesty the Holy Sun, my subordinates have sent people to investigate this matter but there are no clues. Every time that group of evil soul masters appear they left the scene quickly after brutally killing people, so when our people arrived at the scene all the clues were interrupted. Cheng Feng was not surprised at all when he heard this. He was also expecting it. He looked at Su Yuntao who lowered his head and asked, is there anything unusual in the Lord's mansion of Nodding City recently? When Su Yuntao heard this he couldn't help but be stunned. For a moment a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes and his brain was working rapidly, carefully recalling what happened during this period. After about 10 breaths Su Yuntao raised his head, looked at Cheng Feng and replied seriously, reporting to His Royal Highness the Holy Sun, the city Lord's mansion has been quiet recently with nothing unusual. But what? Just say it. My people a month ago and 3 months ago discovered that all the people from the city Lord's mansion had been dispatched. Moreover they seemed to be discussing something with a group of people wrapped in black robes until dawn. When Cheng Feng heard this his eyes lit up. His eyes were thoughtful and he glanced at Hu Lina. At this time Hu Lina's eyes also looked over and they looked at each other. They looked at each other and nodded knowingly. Su Yuntao, do you know from which direction the people wrapped in black robes entered Nodding City, and did they do anything unusual? After hearing this Su Yuntao fell into memories and after a while he spoke, reporting to His Royal Highness the Holy Sun, my subordinates suddenly remembered that those people wrapped in black robes had their heads tightly wrapped and no one was posed a little. Moreover, according to my people, when he was observing them secretly he felt something strange in his heart. What does that strangeness look like? Cheng Feng squinted his eyes and looked at Su Yuntao. What I reported back to His Highness the Holy Sun is disgust, a kind of disgust without reason. He can't explain this strange feeling. I have no use for my subordinates and I don't know how to explain this phenomenon. Cheng Feng smiled lightly and said, no, you did very well, very good. How many people in the Wuhan Palace of Nodding City are soul masters and how many people in the city Lord's mansion are soul masters? Do you know this? Su Yuntao replied without hesitation, reporting to His Royal Highness the Holy Sun, there are 20 people in our spirit hall in Nodding City and they are all spirit masters. However, there are only 7 spirit masters who can fight. As for the city Lord's mansion, they have more than 100 people and there are about a dozen soul masters. Cheng Feng nodded and Hu Lina said, at this time Bulletin Jinyun, when will we take action? Speaking of this, Hu Lina made a show of cutting her neck. Cheng Feng did not respond immediately. He thought of Xiao Chinayu and how he had collaborated with him to sell wine. Although it happened in the past, he still had lingering doubts in his mind. That is why Xiao Chinayu as a nobleman cooperated with him at that time and kept his promise to distribute the money from selling wine to him. Although he thought he was a trustworthy person, person at first. After experiencing many things he thought deeply and found that this matter was not simple. After all, this Douluo continent is a class-based person with huge differences in status. Logically speaking, this kind of thing is impossible. If he were from the other party's perspective, he would definitely have to investigate himself. However, in fact it has become possible for a commoner and aristocrat to cooperate with each other to sell wine, which has to be suspicious. More importantly, in the face of so much money, the city lord palace did not secretly do anything. As a noble class, this matter was not in their interest and their actions were driven by interest, so if they really wanted to, if he wanted to do something evil, he couldn't resist, but he didn't do it. It just so happened that before eradicating the city lord palace this time, he could find the answer from Xiao Chenyu. Otherwise, if he didn't figure this out, he would really not be able to be cruel to Xiao Chenyu. If it was true that Xiao Chenyu regarded him as a friend out of innocence and then cooperated with him to sell wine, then he would have to consider whether he could work something out of it and let Xiao Chenyu go. However, if there was another reason, then based on the reasons we will decide how to deal with Xiao Chenyu. However, once it is confirmed that what he said back then was not sincere, then you have to learn Tang San's code of conduct, eradicate the root cause. Thinking of this, Cheng Feng's eyes showed a trace of cruelty. At this moment suddenly a person rushed in and said urgently to Su Yuntao, your excellency, the Xiao family in the city lord's mansion is now empty. My subordinates have just gone to the city lord's mansion to check. Look, there's no one inside. These words sounded like thunder on the ground, plotting in the hearts of everyone. Hu Lina spoke majestically at this time. Su Yuntao, the Xiao family of the city lord palace must be feeling guilty now. It seems that they have really colluded with the evil soul master gang, otherwise they would never behave so abnormally. You immediately send people to post notices inside and outside the city to trace the traces of the Xiao family. Anyone who can provide information about the Xiao family will be rewarded. At the same time, people from the Wuhan palace will be sent out to trace the Xiao family. Su Yuntao was so shocked by what Hu Lina said that he was almost speechless. He never expected that the Xiao family, the city lord's residents, would actually collude with the hateful evil soul master gang. There was no need to doubt the truth or falsehood of Hu Lina's word. The sudden departure of the Xiao family alone was worthy of further investigation. Moreover, the Holy Sun and the Holy Lady came to Nodding City at the same time. I am afraid that they both came for the evil soul master gang. At this moment Su Yuntao suddenly figured out what happened. In the blink of an eye these thoughts flashed through Su Yuntao's mind, and without any hesitation he responded, I obey my orders. Su Yuntao bowed respectfully to Cheng Feng and left quickly. Hu Lina clapped her hands with a smile and said with a smile, I didn't expect that this time the task would be so simple. As long as we capture the Xiao family and follow the clues, we will definitely be able to find traces of the evil soul master group. By then, if we take action again, we will definitely complete the tasks assigned by the teacher. However, after hearing Hu Lina's words, Cheng Feng was not as optimistic as she was. Instead, he felt a hint of worry in his heart. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 145. Hu Lina. One person can actually ignore good and evil. Boom boom boom, an explosion resounded throughout the sky. Standing in front of the steps of Wuhan Hall, looking at the pouring raindrops running towards here from the distant roof, it was like someone was scattering sand on the tiles, making a beautiful sound. In the rain, Su Yuntao ran and became a drowned rat. After running under the eaves, Su Yuntao quickly saluted Cheng Feng, Your Highness the Son of God, my subordinates have already arrived. I followed Her Majesty's instructions and did what she said. I wonder if you, Your Highness the Son of God, have anything you need your subordinates to do? Su Yuntao lowered his head and looked at Cheng Feng secretly from the corner of his eyes, carefully and cautiously. Are the meals ready? Let's eat first. Yes, Your Highness the Holy Sun, the food has been prepared. It is in the most elegant room in Wuhan Palace and the dishes have been placed. Bulletin Jinyun, since the food has been prepared, let's go eat. Su Yuntao, please lead the way. Hu Lina on the side looked at the splashing raindrops with a smile and stretched her body. Su Yuntao didn't dare to be negligent and quickly nodded in agreement. Under the leadership of Su Yuntao, we came to an elegant room and waited for everyone to finish cooking at the dining table. Hu Lina looked at the table of dishes in front of her. Her eyes narrowed into crescent shapes. Cheng Feng glanced at the table. There were 14 dishes, all in color, aroma and taste. In front of each person was a pair of exquisite bowls and chopsticks using fine porcelain plates, and the glazed lamps hanging above the table were set off. Below it looks stunningly beautiful. After eating, Cheng Feng stood alone net to a wooden pillar carved with dragons and phoenix. Net to the wooden pillar was a standing pavilion. At this moment Hu Lina came over while Zhu Zuking was watching from afar, not far away, but did not step forward. At this time Hu Lina felt a little depressed and looked a little downcast. Bulletin Jinyun, tell me, does our Wuhan Palace really represent justice? How should we judge the good and evil in this world? world. Chang Feng glanced at her. What Mo Yunfei said, it seems you listen. From what you're saying, you don't agree that Wuhan Palace represents justice. Chang Feng spread his hands and said, I never said anything like that. Everything was said by you. Why are you? Chang Feng glanced at Hu Lina indifferently. In Douluo continent there is no judgment of good and evil at all, only the judgment of strength and weakness. As a saint of Wuhan Palace, it seems that you still don't understand that for you good-bad judgment is a sign of weakness. Maybe the teacher protects you too well. What's the meaning? Many people may only know this kind of judgment until they grow old and die. However, for Wuhan Palace there is no good or evil in this Douluo continent. Achieving the goal is good and failing to achieve the goal is evil. In other words, the main thing, the only thing that can be judged is strength and weakness, and this happens to be the innate instinct of the beast. It allows you to truly understand the factors of strength and weakness and then allows you to make full use of this person. And having said this, Chang Feng looked at Hu Lina with a hint of sympathy in his eyes. For Wuhan Palace, as the strong side, Wuhan Palace must cooperate. Those who cannot cooperate must be eliminated as soon as possible. The weak ones will always be able to use and oppress at will. You know, strength and weakness are related to a person's appearance. It doesn't have much to do with it, but it has something to do with people's capacity. In short, the judgment of good and evil is full of childishness, while the judgment of strength and weakness is the true mark of adulthood, especially for the person in charge of the Wuhan Palace. Do you understand? Hu Lina felt sweat dripping down her face. Chang Feng's words were too shocking for him. A person cannot distinguish between good and evil. In a daze, she seemed to hear a distant voice, as if an evil spirit was twisting her heart, trying to turn it over. Seeing that Hu Lina was in great shock because of his words, Chang Feng sighed inwardly. There is still a long way to go before heaven, and he doesn't know when. Only then can the deformed thinking of the entire Douluo continent be completely reversed. Chang Feng ignored Hu Lina and walked straight to the other side, looking at the misty night, his thoughts racing. Hu Lina looked at Chang Feng's back and murmured in her heart, Bulletin Jinyun, what kind of person are you? At this time Zhu Zuking came over, his brows furrowed and worried. When Chang Feng noticed someone approaching, he turned his head. When he realized it was Zhu Zuking, he turned back again. Teach me how to practice. Zhu Zuking looked at Chang Feng. His voice was cold with a hint of pleading, and he sounded a little trembling, as if he had mustered a lot of courage. Chang Feng looked at her in surprise. Now, a faint smile appeared on Chang Feng's face. You attack me now and use your strongest means. Zhu Zuking didn't hesitate much and immediately shouted, Netherworld Thrust. Seeing that Zhu Zuking's speed suddenly increased to the Ma-imam and the sharp claws suddenly attacked his head, Chang Feng just dodged but easily dodged it. Too slow, Chang Feng said in a deep voice, keeping a serious look on his face. Hu Lina on the side flashed and ran to the far eaves, watching silently. Seeing that his attack failed, Zhu Zuking quickly turned around and ran towards Chang Feng, his eyes full of determination. 100 claws of the netherworld. Facing this soul skill, Chang Feng's face was filled with relief. After dodging this soul skill's attack by dodging back and forth, the attack power is enough, but the speed is still not enough. When Zhu Zuking heard Chang Feng's words, his eyes flashed. I lost. But as soon as Zhu Zuking finished speaking, Chang Feng said, I know that you still have your own self-created soul skills that you have not used, such as netherworld slash. You have attacked me once before. In fact, seriously speaking, if you use it properly by discovering this self-created soul skill, your strength should rise to the NET level. Zhu Zuking nodded, looking closely at Chang Feng. As for your speed problem, in fact I don't have any better way. I can only rely on stupid methods to improve my physical fitness. You have also seen that from the beginning to the end I have no use for any soul skills. I can use my own physical strength to dodge all your attacks. So weight-bearing exercise should be a certain improvement for you now. As for the rest, after your soul power reaches level 30, I will help you find a way to improve it. By then I believe that your strength will be certain. There will be tremendous changes. Zhu Zuking's black eyes looked deeply at Chang Feng, shining brightly. I will definitely reach level 30. I am waiting. Suddenly Su Yuntao hurried over, looking a little unhappy. I have met His Royal Highness the Sun and His Highness the Saint. Hu Lina walked to Chang Feng and looked at Su Yuntao. Looking at you like this, is something wrong? Reporting to your Highness the Holy Sun, we from Wuhan Palace have made new discoveries in the Xiao family of the City Lord's mansion. However, 2 of our people died. Speaking of this, Su Yuntao's eyes were a little gloomy and his face was immersed in great sorrow. What happened? While searching every corner of the Xiao family, our people inadvertently opened the Xiao family's underground palace. However, the moment the underground palace was opened, a soul beast suddenly jumped out of it. Its eyes were blood red and extremely ferocious. It was strong and very cruel. It took 2 of our men to kill it. But when we were about to explore the underground palace, the scene in the underground palace stopped us from exploring anymore. What's the scene? Su Yuntao's eyes flashed with hesitation, but he still replied, Blood Lake. A lake made of human blood. The blood is overwhelming and the stench is unpleasant. Besides, the underground palace? Are there any other Eats from the Xiao family in the city lord's mansion? There should be no more. What did the city gate guards say? Have they ever seen the Xiao family leave the city gate? When I reported back to His Highness the Holy Sun, they all said they had not seen it. Then the only possibility is that there must be something wrong with the blood lake. Maybe the Eat is inside the blood lake. Your Highness the Holy Sun, do you need your subordinates to send someone to investigate under the blood lake? Chang Feng frowned and pondered for a while, then said, no, let's go take a look together. I want to see what's going on in this blood lake. Yes, I will make arrangements now. Wait a minute, just call a few people and then accompany me. What about you, Hulina? Are you willing to go? And little, I want to go. Zhu Zuqing spoke immediately before Chang Feng called out Xiao Zhu, but there was a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Hulina rolled her eyes and immediately agreed, I want to go too. In this way Chang Feng and his party rushed towards the Xiao family, the city lord's mansion. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 146 Individual Interrogation. Chang Feng and his party walked quickly in the dark night in the rain, and when they hurried to the Xiao's house, the city lord palace, the rain stopped. In front of the city lord's mansion there were two people dressed as Wuhundian guarding the gate seriously, their eyes full of alertness and vigilance. As Su Yuntao approached, the two men immediately stepped forward and saluted. Su Yuntao, I have met the bishop. Su Yuntao waved his hand. Open the door. The two of them listened to Su Yuntao's instructions and quickly opened the door. After Su Yuntao opened the door, he said to Chang Feng, your highnesses, let your subordinates lead the way. Chang Feng and Hulina didn't have any objections and allowed Su Yuntao to walk in the front. The area occupied by the city lord's mansion was very bright. Under the leadership of Su Yuntao, he walked around 7 times before arriving at the location near the blood lake. Your highnesses, the blood lake is under the ground inside the iron door. If the iron door is opened, the smell may not be very pleasant. Please forgive me, your highnesses. I will open the iron door right now. After finishing speaking, Su Yuntao walked to a corner and saw him turning an iron ring vigorously with both hands. Then bang, there was a sound and the iron door opened. The moment the iron door opened, a strong smell of blood hit the nostrils, making people feel uncomfortable after smelling it. As he got closer to the iron door, the smell of blood became even stronger and a stench began to fill the air, which was extremely unpleasant. Arriving at the entrance of the blood lake, everyone stuck their heads underground. Looking at it, a shocking chill surged from my heart. Under the more than 10 steps there is a blood lake covered with blood. On the blood lake you can still vaguely see some cold gleaming soul beast scales, the soul beast thick and long fur, and the broken limbs and bones of human. The overall look of the blood lake is a bright red, which makes people feel that the surroundings of the blood lake are full of eerie feeling. However, Chang Feng was silent at this time. I don't think the Xiao family escaped from this blood lake. There is something wrong with this blood lake. Hulina looked at the blood lake, her expression a little ugly. But not long after, Chang Feng said, no, the people of the Xiao family should have left from this blood lake. However, when they left there should not have been a blood lake here, but after they left there was one here, blood lake. I think the Xiao family should have planned their retreat a long time ago. When Hulina heard this, her eyes felt surprised and she exclaimed, said, Bulletin Jinyun, you are saying that this small city lord palace has arranged this place a long time ago? How is it possible? A small noble actually has such strong financial resources. Also, they think too much, far away from being a noble on the surface. Chang Feng was silent for a while and then said, no one in the world should be underestimated. Hulina still couldn't believe all this in her eyes. The net moment she seemed to have thought of something. Then wouldn't our mission be considered a failure? But after listening to Hulina's words, Chang Feng was thinking more deeply about whether this mission was doomed to failure from the beginning. But what was Bibi Dong's purpose in letting herself participate in this mission? Chang Feng's silence made Hulina's mood not so wonderful. For a moment the atmosphere in the venue suddenly became a little dull. However, at this moment Zhu Zuqing said, where might this blood lake originally lead to? In an instant Chang Feng's eyes lit up and he quickly turned to Su Yuntao and said, Su Yuntao, you immediately send all the people from Wuhan Palace out to explore the mountains near Notting City. If possible, organize the civilians of Notting City are looking for traces of the Xiao family in the city lord's mansion. If there are any suspicious places, they will be marked and investigated carefully. Su Yuntao listened to Chang Feng's instructions and quickly responded, I obey. Seeing Su Yuntao was about to leave, Chang Feng immediately said, let's all get out of here. No one objected and the group left here and returned to Wuhan Hall. After returning to Wuhan Hall, Chang Feng began to return to a room arranged for him by Su Yuntao. In the room, sitting on the bed, Chang Feng read books on medicinal herbs theory, tirelessly learning medicinal knowledge and enriching himself mind. This is a vast mountain surrounded by darkness, so dark that there is no trace of light. However, in a deep cave in this mountain there is a different world. At this moment in a room, a young man in rich clothes stood with a beautiful woman. Looking carefully carefully I found that this young man in rich clothes was Xiao Chenyu. I saw that he was frowning and hiding many things in his heart. However, after thinking about it for a long time, I found that just thinking about it had no effect at all and it would not help the situation, so I quickly packed my mind and enjoyed the good time now. Xiao Chenyu looked at this beautiful woman for a while. After a while, Xiao Chenyu showed a smile on his face and suddenly took the opportunity to hug the woman in front of him. This woman was wearing a green dress. At this time he hung on Xiao Chenyu's neck and giggled, not caring that he disturbed the long night that enveloped the surroundings. Xiao Chenyu carried her to the bed and her face was flushed. She was breathing heavily, her eyes were bright and she had a hidden thought looking forward to him. After a while everything in the world seemed to disappear in an instant and the only thing left in the world was two souls that merged into one. The bell parted slightly, the hairpins tilted horizontally and their hearts drifted to the horizon. This mountain is swaying with a uniform rhythm of spring spreading to the surroundings, startling the branches of the trees. Spring. The net day dawned. Chang Feng didn't expect that he would forget the time again because he was so addicted to reading. After rubbing his sore eyes, he put away the book and lay down on the bed. However, at this moment there was a knock on the door. Who? Chang Feng lay on the bed and did not get up. Reporting to Your Highness the Holy Sun, it's me, Su Yuntao. What's matter? His Royal Highness the Holy Sun, it's like this. Last night, according to your instructions, His Royal Highness the Holy Sun, I sent out all the people and then checked the mountains around Nodding City and found that only 3 mountain ranges were suspicious. So I would like to ask the Holy Sun, Your Highness, what are your instructions? Net. Chang Feng closed his eyes and pondered for a while before speaking. You personally take people to check one by one. Remember, bring more people. If you determine where the Xiao family is hiding, capture them immediately. I think this you should be able to do it. Su Yuntao immediately replied, His Royal Highness the Holy Sun, my subordinates are aware of your instructions and will do it now. Wait a minute, bring Hu Lina and Zhu Zuking over and tell them that this is what I mean. Also give me a message to them. When it comes to catching the Xiao family, treat it as training for them, but don't even this can't be done. Su Yuntao, who was bending respectfully outside the door, felt cold sweat break out on his forehead after listening to Chang Feng's words. He quickly replied, I understand that. I will definitely tell His Highness the Holy Sun what you mean. Just quit. In his heart, Chang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. His eyelids were so heavy that he closed them for a moment. Time flies as fast as a gap. When Chang Feng woke up, he found that it was already dark. After leaving the room, I came to the hall of Wuhan Hall and found that the surroundings were a bit cold and empty. Looking up, the stars are twinkling in the sky and the moon is hidden behind the white cloud. However, Hu Lina and others had not returned yet, which made him frown subconsciously. But at the net moment there was a sudden noise outside the hall of Wuhan Hall. He heard Hu Lina's voice from a distance and Chang Feng felt relieved. Bulletin Jinyun, everyone in the Xiao family has been captured by us. Not long after, Hu Lina looked at Chang Feng with excitement, her eyes filled with pride. Behind Hu Lina was Zhu Zuking with quiet eyes. Again after that there were Su Yuntao and other people from the Wuhan Palace, and in their hands were all the Xiao family members who were looking sad, frightened and timid. Chang Feng glanced over and saw the handsome young man in front. At this time his face was full of despair, his eyes were filled with death and he looked very embarrassed. Chang Feng suddenly stood up and said, Hu Lina, Zhu Zuking, Su Yuntao, and all of you have done a great job. After hearing Chang Feng's words, everyone in the Wuhan Palace was very happy. It was a great honor for them to be recognized by His Highness the Holy Sun of the Wuhan Palace. Su Yuntao, bring Xiao Chenyu to my room. I will interrogate him alone. As for the others, you should interrogate them carefully and find out from them where the evil soul master and his gang are hiding. I obey. Su Yuntao waved his hand quickly and asked someone to take Xiao Chenyu towards the room where Chang Feng rested, and the others were led towards the prison. However, Hu Lina asked to go to prison. She wanted to personally find out the news about the evil soul master gang from the Xiao family. Chang Feng naturally had no objection to this. After all, the status of the two of them was apparently equal. Zhu Zuking nodded toward Chang Feng and headed towards his room. Su Yuntao rolled his eyes and said quickly, His Royal Highness, Your Majesty, I still have things to deal with, so I won't disturb Your Highness the Holy Sun's interrogation of Xiao Chenyu. Chang Feng replied calmly, don't let anyone get close to me during my interrogation. Hearing Chang Feng's words, Su Yuntao subconsciously wondered whether the Holy Sun in front of him was going to interrogate Xiao Chenyu in an inhumane manner. When he thought of this, his body shuddered and he did not dare to think about it anymore. I obey my orders. Chang Feng didn't say anything more. He looked at Su Yuntao's hurried away figure and then walked towards the room where he was resting. He wanted to know the answers to some questions from Xiao Chenyu, otherwise he might not come back again in the future. No chance either. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 147. Xiao Chenyu, do you want to live or die? The glazed lamps in the room emitted a soft light. Xiao Chenyu Chinayu, who was tightly tied up, sat on his knees on the ground, his eyes dull. After coming in, what Cheng Feng saw was this scene. Walked up to Xiao Chinayu, looked at him for a while, picked up a chair and then sat directly on it. Xiao Chinayu slowly raised his head and saw the holy son of Wuhan Palace looking down at him with indifference. Seeing that he was the holy son of Wuhan Palace, for some reason Xiao Chinayu felt a hope of life burning in his heart. If he could choose in the face of life and death, he would definitely choose life. Now there was an opportunity right in front of him. No matter what, he was going to give it a try. Thinking of this, Xiao Chinayu quickly kowtowed to Cheng Feng, banging his head on the ground and begged for mercy. Your Highness, please forgive me. You have a lot of money, please forgive me. Please tell me all this was done by my father and it really has nothing to do with me. I hope His Majesty the Holy Sun will learn from it. Cheng Feng looked at Xiao Chinayu, whose hands were tied behind his back, kowtowing to him and begging for mercy with me-ed feelings in his heart. Then if I want to ask you net, will you answer me honestly? Cheng Feng spoke lightly, his tone full of oppression. Xiao Chinayu's head was already on the cold ground at this time, but after hearing Cheng Feng's words he immediately raised his head and responded quickly, Your Highness, the question you asked, I must know everything. Having said this, Xiao Chinayu breathed a sigh of relief deep in his heart. According to the current situation, the holy son of Wuhan Palace might let him go, but the prerequisite is that he must answer the questions of His Highness the holy son of Wuhan Palace without any reservation. However, for the question that the holy son of Wuhan Palace was going to ask, what Xiao Chinayu was thinking about was whether he would be slapped on the spot by the holy son of Wuhan Palace in front of him if he couldn't answer it. Is it over? Thinking of this, Xiao Chinayu's nerves were tense, his heart was uneasy and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Cheng Feng pondered for a moment, but in Xiao Chinayu's eyes he felt that the question might not be easy to answer. He became even more nervous and looked at Cheng Feng, eagerly praying in his heart that the holy son of Wuhan Palace would be able to ask a match questions that deserve his wisdom. Time slips through the gaps between people's fingers. At this moment Cheng Feng was secretly sensing the situation around him, because the matter he wanted to ask net was of great importance and could not tolerate any sloppiness, so he relied on his mental power to constantly sense the situation in every corner around him. After repeated sensing several times, I found that no one was secretly eavesdropping and I breathed a sigh of relief. Not long after, Cheng Feng straightened his eyes and looked at Xiao Chinayu. What should I say about this matter? Suddenly hearing Cheng Feng's words, Xiao Chinayu's heart skipped a beat and he secretly thought, oh no, the question His Highness the Holy Son of Wuhan Palace will ask net will definitely not be simple. For a moment Xiao Chinayu was in a state of confusion, but at the net moment Xiao Chinayu had a look of astonishment on his face. Years ago, did you know a man named Cheng Feng? Xiao Chinayu's frown relaxed a little and he quickly replied, Dear His Highness the Holy Son, I Xiao Chinayu swear to God, years ago Xiao Chinayu did know a man named Cheng Feng. I said everything I said is true. I hope His Majesty the Holy Son will understand clearly. In your mind, what kind of person do you think Cheng Feng is? If you want to kill him, what methods can you use? Xiao Chenyu, as soon as I heard this I suddenly understood. Could it be that Cheng Feng who offended the holy son of Wuhan Palace in front of him? I have to say that Cheng Feng was really audacious. He even offended His Highness the holy son of Wuhan Palace, who was so high up there and had an extremely noble status. Looking at this situation, His Royal Highness the Holy Son wanted to kill him. Thinking of this, Xiao Chinayu showed a look of memory on his face, and the net moment his eyes were hard and flashed with a fierce light. Reporting to Your Highness the Holy Son, when I was still studying at the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy, in my impression Cheng Feng was a person with a tough personality, less talent, and he was easier to use. By the way, I hope His Highness the Holy Son will know that the person Cheng Feng cares about very much is a girl named Xiao Wu. If His Royal Highness the Son wants to kill Cheng Feng, in the opinion of his subordinates, the best way is to start with the girl named Xiao Wu, use her as an entry point, and then lure out Cheng Feng and capture her in one fell swoop. Cheng Feng's eyes turned flashing with faint light and he glanced at Xiao Chinayu coldly. Why do you want to start with that girl Xiao Wu? After hearing this, Xiao Chinayu pondered carefully and after a while he happily replied, reporting to Your Highness the Holy Son, there are several reasons why we should take action against the girl named Xiao Wu. First, that the girl named Xiao Wu is very easy to trust and very simple. If Your Highness the Holy Son agrees, I can step in and let me meet the girl named Xiao Wu. She will definitely be deceived by my sweet words. Secondly, that Xiao Wu is someone that Cheng Feng cares about very much. I can see that if we control Xiao Wu, that Cheng Feng will definitely come to save her. When the time comes, His Highness the Holy Son only needs to make arrangements early. As long as Cheng Feng takes the initiative to get into the net, his life and death will naturally be controlled by you, His Highness the Holy Son. This is the third one. We are all men. I believe that Your Highness the Holy Son must also have in-depth research in this area. To put it bluntly, with my strong eyesight in this area for many years, if I talk about the best, then Xiao Wu she should be regarded as the best in the world. If a girl like this is left to that Cheng Feng, it would be too much of a waste. In the world only people like you, His Royal Highness, are worthy of owning her and tasting such beauty smell. When Cheng Feng heard this, his eyes suddenly turned gloomy. That's enough. When Xiao Chenaya heard Cheng Feng suddenly and rudely interrupting him, the smile on his face froze and his heart was agitated. He quickly put his head to the ground. Your Highness, the villain deserves to die. Cheng Feng looked at Xiao Chenaya precisely, his eyes thoughtful. But I heard that you have a very good relationship with that Cheng Feng, and you even have a liquor business. Xiao Chenaya's face turned pale and he cried bitterly, you are wrong. Your Highness, you are wrong. Someone must want to mess with me. Xiao Chenaya, this matter is definitely not true. I am a human being after all. Why do noble children get together with those mud-legged children? There must be some misunderstanding. Cheng Feng sneered. Do you know how to write the words I don't know whether to live or die? In front of me you still want to lie. I have to say that you, Xiao Chenaya, are really cowardly. A trace of fear flashed across Xiao Chenaya's face. His eyes flickered and his face was unpredictable. In just a few breaths Xiao Chenaya replied dejectedly, His Royal Highness, I'm afraid it's hard for anyone to believe what I'm going to say, but what I say is true. The reason why I don't say it is not that I don't want to say it, but I am afraid that if I tell you, His Highness the Holy Sun will think that I, Xiao Chenaya, am making up a story. Cheng Feng's eyes narrowed. You can just say it. As for whether it is true or not, I will make my own judgment in my heart. Xiao Chenaya's momentum dropped. His eyes flashed with awe and disbelief. Back then when Cheng Feng wanted to start a wine selling business with me, I was just talking to him openly, but secretly I was thinking about monopolizing the exclusive secret recipe for wine making and then preparing to default on the debt afterward. And after I returned home that day, I secretly sent someone to check Cheng Feng's information. That night I also told my parents about Cheng Feng and me selling wine. After they understood what happened, I wanted to send someone to secretly kill that civilian kid Cheng Feng, but what I never expected was Cheng Feng stared at him closely, unblinking. At this moment that person appeared. Her appearance was very sudden. We had no resistance in front of her. It can be said that she wanted us to live or die all in one thought of her. She was like she doesn't belong to Douluo continent. She's so high up there. Her beauty is rare in the world. It makes people feel awe in their hearts and they don't dare to have any blasphemy. What does that person have to do with this matter? Xiao Chenaya's eyes flashed. That person, she warned us not to deal with that Cheng Feng. She also said that if we dare to disobey, we will definitely die without a burial place. Speaking of this, Xiao Chenaya's eyes flashed with great fear and he said in shock, with one palm of her hand she punched a space into a bottomless black hole. I saw with my own eyes that she casually dug out a soul beast. I threw it in and as a result the soul beast was chopped into pieces of flesh on the spot and blood spattered into the sky. At that time I was extremely scared, but Xiao Chenaya's words made Cheng Feng very confused. Do you know what that woman looks like? However, Cheng Feng was disappointed. Xiao Chenaya did not answer this time. I don't know. She is wearing a veil and can't see clearly. It's hazy and very mysterious. Cheng Feng was silent for a long time. Regarding the woman Xiao Chenaya mentioned, Cheng Feng could not guess who she was. Say, where does it come from? However, the doubts he had always had in his mind were at least answered. Right now the remaining question is how to deal with Xiao Chenaya. Looking at the other persons leading and longing for him, Cheng Feng had no expression on his face and then he said, you wait here for now. There was a burst of disappointment in Xiao Chenaya's eyes. He did not hear the expected words from His Highness the Holy Son of Wuhan Palace in person, which made him feel a little uneasy. However, he did not hear anyone saying that he was going to kill himself, so he felt somewhat comforted. Just when Cheng Feng was about to walk out of the room, Cheng Feng suddenly stopped and asked lightly, how much do you know about the evil soul master gang? Xiao Chenaya's face turned pale and he quickly defended, Your Majesty the Holy Sun, you must be clear-eyed. I don't know anything about the evil soul master gang. The only thing I know is that my father was involved in it. He has always been involved in it. Since then I have been ignorant and have no idea about many things. Moreover, my father and mother will not tell me about this matter. Besides, my father and mother are the only ones in the Xiao family who have no idea about it. I'm afraid the Xiao family has long been abandoned for those hateful guys. The only thing I know is that before leaving the Xiao family, my father and mother set up a trap in the basement to save my life, which was the lake of blood. The reason why I escaped to the mountains this time, I discovered that someone from the Wuhan Palace had been targeting our Xiao family. I was worried that my parents' affairs would come to light and involve me, so I used the mechanism in the blood lake to escape to the mountain. Unexpectedly, I was caught by the people from Wuhan Palace. Cheng Feng paused and meditated over a cup of tea, then said, do you want to live or die? I ask you this question and you must answer it truthfully, otherwise it will be a waste way to die. When Xiao Chenaya heard this, his eyes filled with tears and he thought to himself, it's not easy, I finally see the hope of life. Your Highness the Holy Sun, just ask the villain, will definitely tell you everything he knows. When you checked Cheng Feng's information, you must know who the father who killed Cheng Feng was. Tell me that person and what is his identity? When Xiao Chenaya heard this question, he became excited. He happened to ask about something he knew. This time he finally didn't have to worry about death. Reporting to your Majesty the Holy Sun, that person is called Peng Peao. She beat Cheng Feng's father to death in a fit of rage. That person is the niece of the king of the beautiful kingdom. She was just passing through Notting City at that time. In addition, she also has some unclear relationships with people from the Tiandu royal family. You can survive. After saying that, Cheng Feng walked out of the door thinking, Peng Peao, I remember you, just wait for me. Only your blood can repay this blood debt. Remember I Shang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 148 Xiaomei, His Royal Highness the Pretty Boy. As soon as he walked out of the door, he suddenly raised his head and looked at the stars in the sky. Cheng Feng had many things on his mind. Not long after, Su Yuntao came. My subordinate Su Yuntao has met His Royal Highness the Holy Sun. No need to be polite. His Royal Highness the Son of God, my subordinates are here to give you a detailed report on the Evil Soul Master Group. Did you find out from those people in the Xiao family? Reporting to the Holy Sun, you are right. After some torture, my subordinates learned the whereabouts of the Evil Soul Master Group, where there is an abandoned temple ruins 3 miles away from Zonghun village. Temple ruins? What kind of temple is it? Reporting to the Holy Sun, this temple was built by the villagers of Zonghun village a long time ago. Later, because strange deaths occurred in the village one after another, but the temple they worshipped did not bring any blessings, causing the villagers lost their faith one after another. Over time they abandoned the god they worshipped in the temple before. As for what kind of god it was, there were only a few words passed down because all the clues were interrupted and there was no way to know. Cheng Feng frowned and thought deeply. Where is Hulina? Su Yuntao lowered his head and said, I don't dare to hide it. Your Highness the Saint. After finding out about the Evil Soul Master gang, she immediately took the people and Miss Zhu towards the direction of Zonghun village. He said that he wanted to wipe out all those Evil Soul Master gangs in one fell swoop. At that time my subordinates had already tried to persuade Her Highness the Saint, and even after many attempts to persuade her were useless, they did not dare to stop Her Highness the Saint. Cheng Feng felt a little speechless as he listened and asked with a dark face, how long has it been since they set off? Nearly half an hour. That's Xiao Chenaya. You recruit him into the Notting City Spirit Hall and let him serve as a deacon for the time being, and if there are no problems, all the spirit masters of the Xiao family will be added to your staff. Remember, follow Xiao Chenaya when you say it. Remember to say, this is what I mean, and I think he will know how to do it. Su Yuntao looked very excited. Thank you, Your Highness the Holy Sun. Thank you, Your Highness the Holy Sun. I will definitely act according to your instructions, Your Highness the Holy Sun. Cheng Feng waved his hand and asked casually how to get to Zonghun village. Su Yuntao quickly gathered his thoughts and said cautiously, His Royal Highness the Holy Sun, are you worried about His Highness the Saint and want to go in person? Cheng Feng replied directly, no, it's Xiao Zhu that I'm worried about. Su Yuntao's eyes were stunned for a moment and then he came back to his senses. The corner of his mouth curled up. I understand. I also hope that Your Highness will bring this beauty home as soon as possible. Cheng Feng's face darkened and he thought, this is what you understand. No, you don't understand. If something happens to Hulina, the Zhugui double Douluo will definitely take action. However, if something happens to Zhu Zuking, the two of them will definitely have nothing to do with each other. Hang Hai. Thinking of this, Cheng Feng said angrily, ask someone who knows the way to show me the way. Su Yuntao nodded in agreement, bent down and stepped back a few steps, turned around and went to arrange the people. In the blink of an eye, Su Yuntao came over with someone. Looking at the girl with a delicate face in front of him, Cheng Feng's face turned completely dark. He glanced at Su Yuntao and said, Su Yuntao, you know what's going on? What's going on with this girl? Reporting to Your Highness the Holy Sun, there are only 2 people in our Wuhan Palace in Notting City who know the specific location of Zonghun village and know it very well, and they are both from Zonghun village. Her Highness the Saint has already taken one away before, and the one left now is the only one who knows how to get to that position. Her name is Xiaomei. Xiaomei, come here soon to meet our noble saint of Wuhan Palace. Your Highness. Xiaomei shouted timidly and saluted awkwardly. Xiaomei has met His Royal Highness the Holy Sun. Cheng Feng nodded lightly. In that case, Xiaomei, you will be responsible for leading the way and we will go to Zonghun village. After this incident, Su Yuntao, please don't treat our meritorious people in Wuhan Hall badly. However, what surprised Cheng Feng was that Xiaomei said at this moment, Your Majesty the Holy Sun, you wrongly blamed our Lord Bishop Su Yuntao. Our Lord Bishop is a very kind person and has never treated anyone badly. directly in the spirit hall. Moreover, the bishop is very kind-hearted, respectful to us, approachable and not arrogant. We all respect our bishop from the bottom of our hearts. Su Yuntao's face turned red when he heard this. At this moment he really wanted to find a hole to get in. Seeing this, Cheng Feng just said, Su Yuntao, you are very good. Work hard. In the future, if possible, I will take you to change jobs together. I believe you will be satisfied by then. Su Yuntao listened in a daze and did not understand the true meaning of His Highness Shenzi's job hopping. However, he heard some meaning that is His Highness Shenzi was willing to support him and valued him, which made Su Yuntao a little flattered. My subordinate Su Yuntao would like to thank His Highness the Holy Sun for caring so much about me. I will definitely devote myself to our Wuhan Palace to the end of my life, and I will never let down Your Highness the Holy Sun for your cultivation. Cheng Feng smiled faintly. Speak less of these high-sounding words. It's getting late, I have to set off. Xiaomei, let go. Yes, His Highness the Holy Sun. At this time Xiaomei had lost her initial shyness and became much more courageous. Moreover, she suddenly looked much more lively. My subordinate Su Yuntao respectfully sends His Royal Highness the Sun. Cheng Feng nodded slightly, but Xiaomei waved her hand. Mr. Bishop Su Yuntao, His Royal Highness the Holy Sun and I are setting off. Goodbye. After that Xiaomei walked in front and Cheng Feng followed behind, walking slowly towards Zonghun village under the bright moonlight. The journey was a bit dull with only the rustle of walking around. After leaving Nodding City, Xiaomei's eyes always secretly looked at Cheng Feng. Perhaps after leaving the city she became a lot more courageous. Xiaomei asked, His Royal Highness, you are so handsome. The bishop told us, however, your face looks very similar to the pretty boy he mentioned. The bishop told us that pretty boys are good names for people who look like His Royal Highness. Listening to Xiaomei's words, Cheng Feng couldn't help but feel a little resentful towards Su Yuntao. He thought to himself, is this how the word little pretty face is used? Could it be that as the Holy Sun I still need to train my subordinates in language understanding in this other world? But having said that, does Su Yuntao really not know what pretty boy means? Xiaomei, right? Let me teach you. To describe a man who is good looking you can use the word jade tree linfen. If you want to describe a woman who is good looking, use the word white skin and beautiful face. Do you understand? Xiaomei nodded and said, His Royal Highness the Holy Sun is a pretty girl. His Royal Highness the Holy Sun has a jade tree in the wind. Xiaomei knows it. Yet, in this regard, Cheng Feng held his forehead and felt helpless. When he heard the word little pretty face coming from Xiaomei's mouth, he always felt that Xiaomei was scolding him, but he had no evidence because her smile was so innocent. Xiaomei, what is your martial spirit? What level is your spirit power now? Your Highness the Holy Sun, Xiaomei's martial soul is a lollipop and her soul power is only level 15. Then how old are you now? Xiaomei is 11 years old this year. Speaking of this, Xiaomei's eyes flashed with sadness. Seeing this, Cheng Feng said, the auxiliary soul master is also pretty good. As long as you continue to persist, if I take Su Yuntao to change jobs in the future, remember to follow suit. When the time comes you can become. It's amazing. Really? Your Royal Highness, what do you mean by job hopping? Cheng Feng smiled lightly. In the future you will understand. Many doubt flashed through Xiaomei's eyes and there were many more question marks in her mind. At the same time there was a little more expectation in her heart. By the way, Xiaomei, do you still have family members? No more. I'm the only one left at home. For a moment the place fell into silence. Both of them were inexplicably thinking about their own concerns, lowering their head and hurrying on their way. No one disturbed the other. They looked very harmonious. Suddenly Xiaomei led first. He broke the silence in front of him. Your Highness the Holy Sun, do you think there are fathers and mothers in this world who don't love their children? Cheng Feng was stunned by Xiaomei's question. At the same time he felt a sense of sympathy for Xiaomei in his heart. Yes, but there are relatively few of them. Most fathers and mothers still love their children. After hearing Cheng Feng's words, Xiaomei's eyes flashed with envy. Your Majesty, Your Royal Highness, your father and mother must love you very much, right? Cheng Feng quickly recalled his past and present lives in his mind and responded with a smile. Well, they love me very much and I love them very much. Very nice. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 149, Fierce Battle at the Temple Ruin. Looking at the envy in Xiaomei's eyes, Cheng Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. The darkness enveloped the surroundings and from time to time one could hear the sound of insects chirping from afar. Stepping on the soft soil you can clearly feel that it is covered with a layer of fallen leaves with water droplet. When you step on it, water droplets splash everywhere. There is a faint fragrance in the air coming from all directions. Suddenly fertile field crisscrossed in front of us. Even in the dark we could still observe the fertility of the land with the help of silver moonlight. Go around the field, cross a field path and go straight on the long straight road. Your Highness the Holy Sun, not far ahead is Zonghun village. Xiaomei's words made Cheng Feng look forward, but what he saw was still the dark night and no obvious landmarks of the village. However, after walking for dozens of steps, a quiet and remote village gradually came into view. The layout of the small villages is well proportioned with a household at every distance. However, as far as the eye can see, most of the villages are thatched houses, which silently tells the story of the poverty of this village. The candle lights in each house are connected together like starlight, outlining a lamp illuminating the way forward in the dark night. Your Royal Highness, Onghun village is here. Why don't we go to the village chief's house first? If Your Highness the Holy Sun arrives in this village, you will definitely meet the village chief's grandfather, because he is the most respected person in the village. Chang Feng nodded and followed Xiaomei to a courtyard. Looking around, he found that the surrounding wall was made of bamboo and made into a simple fence. Xiaomei knocked on the wooden door. Bang bang. After waiting for a long time, the door creaked open, revealing a white-haired old man with wrinkles on his face. He was thin, but his steps were steady, his eyes were sharp, and he focused a little light. At this time, Xiaomei took the initiative to step forward, hugged the white-haired old man's arm with both hands, shook it and said, "Grandpa village chief, I am Xiaomei, do you remember?" When the old man heard this, his eyes widened. "Are you Xiaomei, the sloppy little girl from before?" What the old man said made Xiaomei feel a little embarrassed, and she blushed and said, "Grandpa village chief, Xiaomei is a big girl now, she has grown up." A kind smile appeared on the old man's face. "I didn't expect that in the blink of an eye that little girl would grow up to be as beautiful as she is now. Time really is not forgiving. Is this boy your boyfriend, Xiaomei?" Xiaomei shook her head quickly. "That's wrong, Grandpa village chief. He is His Highness the Holy Sun of our Wuhan Palace, and he has a noble status. This time His Highness the Holy Sun is here to find His Highness the Saint." "Grandpa village chief, have you seen the Saint, Your Highness?" As soon as the old man heard this, he hurriedly walked towards Chang Feng with a trembling body. He was about to salute but was quickly stopped by Chang Feng. "Old man, you are so old, you don't need to be so polite. I want to ask, do you know them? Which way did you go?" The old man still had awe in his eyes, and with a hint of caution in his heart he responded, "Before, a very beautiful girl did ask me about the location of the temple ruins, but I didn't expect that she turned out to be Her Highness the Saint of Wuhan Palace." Chang Feng's eyes narrowed. "In which direction did they leave?" The old man pointed in a direction and said, "That direction over there. Walk straight ahead for a while and you can see the ruins of the temple. However, the ruins of the temple have been abandoned for many years. I don't know what it looks like now." Chang Feng looked in the direction pointed by the old man, and suddenly he had some concerns in his heart. "Xiaomei, there may be danger ahead, so just stay at the village chief's house and wait for me." When Xiaomei heard this, she quickly said, "But it's nothing to worry about. As the Holy Son of Wuhan Palace, I am giving you an order. Remember, stay here. You also know the rules of Wuhan Palace, and you should understand the consequences of disobeying my orders." Chang Feng's words were plain and did not allow for any refutation. His eyes looking at Xiaomei were filled with a great sense of oppression. Xiaomei had no choice but to nod and agree to stay at the village chief's house and wait. Seeing this, Chang Feng waved his hand directly and then quickly disappeared in front of Xiaomei and the village chief. Seeing that Xiaomei was still looking at the direction Chang Feng left, the old man couldn't help but sigh. "Xiaomei, I can see that His Highness the Holy Sun is afraid that if you continue to follow him something will happen to you, so he lets you stay here. Wait, His Highness the Holy Sun is a good man." Xiaomei replied, "His Royal Highness the Sun is indeed a good person. I hope His Highness the Sun can return safely." Chang Feng's figure like a bolt of lightning quickly shuttled through the night. In less than a cup of tea, a scene not far away suddenly came into his eyes, and Chang Feng felt happy in his heart. A desolate place surrounded by dead grass, a decaying door stood in front of two stone lion statues, and the air was filled with a strong musty smell. Walking into the ruins of this dilapidated temple, spider webs are everywhere in every corner of the eave. Suddenly a rumbling sound suddenly came from the ground, causing the ground to shake as if an earthquake had occurred. It seems that Hu Lina has already fought against the opponent, and judging from the situation the battle must be fierce. Without any hesitation, Chang Feng hurried to the center of the room because the noise in this direction was louder than in other directions. After a while he came to the center of the room and found that there was nothing else in the room except a headless stone statue. Chang Feng frowned and scanned around the room without missing any corner. In an instant Chang Feng stared in one direction and his eyes suddenly became much brighter. He quickly came to a raised cylindrical copper block, squatted down with both hands and tried to turn the copper block to the left with both hands. When he found that there was no movement, he turned the copper block to the right again. Suddenly boom boom continued to resound in every corner of the room, and Chang Feng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly in Chang Feng's eyes a door suddenly appeared from behind the stone statue, and there was something else inside the door. As soon as Chang Feng saw the door open, he immediately rushed towards the door. However, the moment Chang Feng rushed in, he smelled a strong smell of blood. In addition, the sound of the previous fighting seemed to have stopped suddenly, and the surroundings were suddenly silent. Chang Feng sensed the unusual meaning and became vigilant in his heart. Looking at this this deep and dark wide tunnel. The sound of ta-ta echoed around. Chang Feng calmly used his mental power to sense the surroundings, but the surroundings were too wide. As a result, a kind of surprise suddenly filled Chang Feng's heart. It is really surprising that such a huge underground construction project covers such a vast area. Chang Feng can only use his mental power to explore the way forward at present, but as time goes by, exploring the way like this consumes too much mental energy. For this reason, Chang Feng feels a little worried. Suddenly a slight fluctuation in soul power in the dark instantly caught Chang Feng's attention. He was extremely vigilant and stood ready to deal with the secret attack at any time. The net moment, an extremely fast speed rushed towards Chang Feng like a phantom. The opponent's speed made Chang Feng very surprised, and he claimed agility attack type Soul Master. However, this was not what shocked Chang Feng the most. What shocked him even more was that the other party was at least a Soul Emperor. At this moment, Chang Feng's mind tensed up and his eyes were filled with cruel coldness, because he saw the thick black aura on this person, which was particularly disgusting, and the murderous aura that soared into the sky. Judging from this murderous aura alone, there was countless blood on his hands. Seeing the opponent approaching, Chang Feng knew that there was no time to move his body, so he quickly shouted, "Paper painting!" Chang Feng immediately released all his strength and concentrated his mind, observing the changes in the airflow caused by the opponent's movement. At this time, his body was controlled as easily as if he were drawing on paper. The opponent's sharp claws shone with a shocking chill and quickly hit Chang Feng hard on the head. In an instant, Chang Feng dodged the attack, and at the same time he kicked the opponent hard in the back. However, to Chang Feng's disappointment, his attack failed. The moment he kicked it away, the opponent reacted very quickly, dodged quickly and moved sideways to avoid it. Chang Feng quickly took a few steps back, distanced himself from the other party and confronted him. Chang Feng looked at the other person closely and found that this person had an unattractive appearance and a long face which looked like a combination of a donkey face and a horse face. There were many black spots on his face. He was about 50 years old. This person's mental strength does not seem to be strong, but under the pull of his energy just now, he thinks that he is stronger than Chang Feng, and it is obvious that he is just a little short of being able to kill Chang Feng, and he suddenly has a plan in his mind. The martial spirit name of this agility attack type Soul Master is Soul Chasing Eagle. His best skills are speed and claw attack, and his attack power is extremely high. At this time, he stared at Chang Feng closely, his eyes sparkling. Suddenly he shouted loudly, "The eagle strikes the sky!" In an instant he saw his hands turn into a pair of huge eagle claws, bringing a chill in the air and heading straight towards Chang Feng. Chang Feng's heart was filled with solemnity and his eyes were a bit cold. "Ice realm open!" Chang Feng shouted coldly. In an instant an icy chill enveloped the surrounding area, and the agility attack system Soul Master, who was locked by Chang Feng's ice domain, suddenly stiffened and a trace of horror flashed in his eyes. "No matter what, I never expected that the person in front of me actually had a domain." Moreover, he clearly felt that his strength was instantly weakened by 30%. Suddenly a trace of haze quietly crept into his heart. However, the movements in his hands continued and he continued to attack Chang Feng. In his opinion, even if his strength was weakened by 30%, he could still capture the man in front of him. However, when Chang Feng saw his actions, a sneer appeared on his lips. "In the realm of ice, he is the master. No action can be hidden from him." Moon's step, raise non. In an instant, the scene of Chang Feng walking in mid-air made the agility and attack man's presence change, and he claimed, "Create your own soul skill." On Douluo continent, every person who created their own soul skills has become a famous big man on the continent. However, in front of him he witnessed a young man using his own soul skills, and he used 2 of them in succession. This scene completely shocked him to the extreme. At the same time, the murderous intention accumulated in his heart reached a peak. At this time, what he wanted to do was to kill the opponent at any cost. After reading this, he shouted coldly, "All ghosts roar." Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 150. Ju Douluo. She is not from the spirit hall. In an instant the venue turned into a 9 nether hell, and a gloomy aura enveloped the entire venue. Immediately afterwards, humanoid figures with ghostly faces suddenly emerged from the sky, and they formed a continuous line, crying and roaring towards the surrounding ghosts. Seeing this, Chang Feng suddenly had an illusion as if he had arrived at the 18th level of the 9 nether hell. Suddenly alarm bells rang in his heart, and Chang Fenglingtai suddenly became excited and wanted to break free quickly, but unfortunately it was useless. The more critical it is, the more calm you must be. Chang Feng looked at the surrounding scene coldly, with thousands of thoughts pouring out of his heart. However, before Chang Feng could continue to think about it, he suddenly saw the 10,000 ghosts tending their long sharp nails viciously and rushing toward him. It looked like he was their prey. Chinese food. Chang Feng didn't dare to be careless. For this attack, he only knew that it had a spiritual attack effect, but judging from the current situation, he could could actually transform into long sharp nails to fight. If he couldn't avoid it, he might be killed. They were torn apart completely. Thinking of this, Chang Feng felt a chill in his heart. Moon's step. Chang Feng directly avoided those ferocious faces and sharp armor and retreated to the side away from them. But what made Chang Feng frown was that they followed closely as if they were fools like candy that couldn't be shaken away. It was incredibly sticky. Chang Feng immediately shouted, "Crazy thunder, fighting tigers, thunder explosion!" Suddenly a very thick-looking blue arc ball in the shape of a sphere was quickly formed in Chang Feng's hand. Thousands of thundering arcs of lightning were distributed on the blue arc ball. In the net moment, only seeing it thrown out from Chang Feng's hand, it walked in a parabola in the air and landed firmly in the middle of the roar of 10,000 ghosts. Suddenly the intertwined harsh sounds of zizza bang bang resounded in all directions. In the blink of an eye a bang was heard and everything in front of him was shattered to pieces. Looking around the field again, I found a trace of blood spilling from the corner of the agility attack system Soul Master's mouth. His eyes were red and he was looking at Chang Feng fiercely. Seeing this, Chang Feng did not rela because of this. On the contrary, his vigilance became even higher. "I didn't expect that you actually broke my 10,000 ghost roar. I once said that anyone who breaks my 10,000 ghost roar will definitely be recognized as my master. Unexpectedly there is one more person today. However, I also swore that I would never live up to my beloved master, so I can only let you die." As soon as he finished speaking, Chang Feng saw the madness in the other person's eyes, in his horrified eyes. The net moment he saw the deathly silence in the other person's eyes. The fiery ghost flower bloomed. Chang Feng didn't know why, but he had a bad feeling in his heart and stared at the other party closely. A surprising scene happened. In Chang Feng's sight, the opponent seemed to be in a sea of fire, but unlike the sea of fire, the sea of fire was very pure, so pure that there was no trace of color. It was all pure red and the surrounding space seemed to be distorted. When the other party's path soul ring appeared, it started burning like crazy, but strangely no sound was heard. Moreover, the burning fire looked like illusory fire, which was very unreal. What's even more surprising is that the other party's presence also reveals a sense of piety. This presence is like a pilgrim. Chang Feng became increasingly uneasy when he saw the other party burning himself so desperately. In less than a breath I saw the fire everywhere on the other side quickly turning into fiery particles, and then in the blink of an eye they swirled and accumulated into a solid energy ball. With the appearance of the energy ball, the opponent's body looks increasingly illusory like a soul body. Immediately afterwards, in a blink of an eye, the opponent's body completely disappeared, turning into a puff of green smoke and floating on the energy ball. Suddenly the energy ball suddenly bloomed at this time like a beautiful flower. Looking at this strange scene, Chang Feng's eyelids were twitching wildly and he secretly thought it's not good. 9 flashes of moon steps. Chang Feng's mind was raised to the extreme and he used all his soul power as if it was free of charge. He just wanted to get further away from this flower. Whoosh! Seeing that he was already far away from the range of the flower before he could breathe a sigh of relief, a sudden bang 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 suddenly sounded from all around. A mushroom cloud suddenly appeared here and there was a stormy sea like wind and heat wave all around. In the blink of an eye, Chang Feng was horrified to find that he was overtaken by the wind and heat wave. Puff puff! This wind and heat wave swept Chang Feng high into the sky. Then it violently rubbed against the surrounding stone walls and fell to the ground. The top rock wall was shaken and it rained stone. Unfortunately, these stones they all stuck on Chang Feng. Chang Feng spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood. His face was as pale as paper and he looked at the scene around him with lingering fear. This evil soul master is so strong, how outrageous. After Chang Feng complained in his heart, he sensed his own injuries and couldn't help but reveal a wry smile. After lying on the ground for a while, Chang Feng struggled to get up with his super endurance, but as a result of struggling to get up, the injuries all over his body were immediately affected and Chang Feng grinned in pain. After trying several times, I finally managed to stand up. Holding on to the stone wall on the side, Chang Feng took a few deep breaths. However, the net moment there was another huge vibration from deeper inside and Chang Feng's eyes darkened. At this moment the figure of Zhu Zuking appeared in Chang Feng's mind and he immediately became worried for her. As for Hulina, she doesn't have to worry about her safety at all. Douluo is secretly protecting her and her safety and is extremely high. Thinking of Zhu Zuking's safety, Chang Feng endured his physical injuries and walked slowly towards the deep passage with heavy steps. Not long after we finally reached the end of the passage. However, when he saw several figures in the field but not Zhu Zuking, Chang Feng was shocked. Looking at Hulina, who was protected by the chrysanthemum ghost Douluo, Chang Feng asked urgently, "Zhu Zuking, where is she?" However, Hulina suddenly fell silent, looking a little lost and depressed. When Chang Feng saw this, his heart skipped a beat and he thought to himself, could it be that she? Impossible, no way. Chang Feng warned himself in his heart he must be calm. After regaining his composure, Chang Chang Feng looked at Hu Lina, who lowered her head and said nothing, frowning, and there was a burst of dissatisfaction in his eyes. Looking away from Hu Lina, Chang Feng looked at Zhu Douluo and said in a low voice, Grandpa Zhu Zuzuking, where is she? Why don't you see her? Zhu Douluo looked at Chang Feng's eager eyes with a serious expression on his face and said solemnly, you forget about that girl. From now on, if she appears again, she will be the enemy of our spirit hall. Chang Feng's eyes turned cold. Grandpa Zhu, what does this mean? That girl, she was taken away by a titled Douluo of the other party who said he wanted to take her as his disciple. Moreover, that girl was turned into an evil soul master by unknown means used by that titled Douluo. What? Then why didn't Grandpa Zhu save her? I think it should be possible to save her based on the abilities of Grandpa Zhu and the ghost elders. Zhu Douluo looked at Chang Feng with cold eyes and said coldly, are you asking me for guilt? Chang Feng felt a chill in his heart and said calmly, Grandpa Zhu Bulletin Jinyun has no such intention. The venue suddenly fell into silence. She is not from Wuhan Palace, Zhu Douluo said with a cold face. Chang Feng nodded, I understand. Looking at the broken pieces of corpses and 7 heads around him, Chang Feng's eyes flashed. The NET moment, Chang Feng said to Zhu Douluo, teacher's mission it seems has been completed. After this mission is completed, Bulletin Jinyun wants to practice alone for a while, so he will not return to Wuhan with Grandpa Zhu and his team. City. Zhu Douluo's eyes were a little gloomy. 1 year you must return to Wuhan City to prepare for the upcoming All Douluo Continent Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Soul Fighting Competition. Lord Pope, I have high expectations for you. Hi. Chang Feng nodded and glanced at Hu Lina, inadvertently feeling a little disappointed in her. Zhu Zuking's incident made his good impression of Hu Lina disappear. Thinking of Zhu Zuking, Chang Feng's eyes flashed with blazing anger, but he had no clue as to where those evil soul masters came from. However, he thought in his heart that he would definitely find out all those evil soul masters, then find Zhu Zuking and help her regain her sanity. Thinking of this, Chang Feng turned and left, walking towards the entrance. The moment he turned around, his face suddenly darkened and his eyes were indifferent. Zhu Douluo looked at Chang Feng's back. His face was ashen and his eyes were thoughtful. Hu Lina looked at Chang Feng's back through the corner of her eyes full of complicity and a hint of self-blame. After walking out of the temple ruins, we returned to the village chief's house in Zonghun village. As soon as Xiaomei saw Chang Feng's appearance, she knew that he was seriously injured and her eyes were full of worry. His Royal Highness, are you injured? Chang Feng nodded slowly. Is that serious? It doesn't matter. I can survive this minor injury. Your Highness the Holy Sun, do you still want to return to the Spirit Hall now? No need, just stay here to rest tonight. Let's wait until tomorrow to return to Wuhan Hall. Well, Xiaomei knows. Then Xiaomei will go and help His Royal Highness make the bed. You can have a good rest here for a while. Looking at Xiaomei's lively figure, Chang Feng suddenly thought of Xiao Wu's figure. Tianting, this time I am well prepared to go back and develop. With those fairy grasses in hand and with the help of Jinbei and others, I will definitely grow rapidly. However, my own strength also needs to be strengthened. After these thoughts suddenly flashed through his mind, Chang Feng decided that after leaving Nodding City he would go to Soto City to meet with Jinbei and the others, and then return to Wenlin village to discuss in detail the expansion and development of Tianting. At the same time, Chang Feng thought to himself, after so many days, that Shi Luqi should have contacted Luo Jinbei and the others. However, Chang Feng did not expect that something that happened in the NET period of time would prevent him from thinking about other things. This also meant that all of his plans were prematurely dead. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL